20 years ago, gates appeared that led to other worlds, which came to be known as dungeons. These dungeons were home to terrifying monsters and untold treasures. At the same time, special powers awoke in some people, though only 1% of the population possessed them. For those who wanted to try their luck in the dungeons, an adventurers guild was established. Our protagonist, a lone archmage in his past life, excelled at magic. His power was so formidable that he was able to defeat one of the most difficult monsters. In his new life, the protagonist lived with his younger sister. Their parents had disappeared, and now he paid for all her schooling. Unexpectedly, the girl awakened a skill that was consuming her own body. The boy learned from a doctor that this was a rather rare disease, and the treatment cost 500 million yen. The protagonist developed a dream, to earn a large amount of money no matter what. Therefore, he had to return to the dungeons, which was what he had done his entire previous life. After defeating monsters in the dungeons, magical stones and various items dropped from them. These treasures were of immense value. That is exactly why the MC decided to become an adventurer. So, the protagonist went to the guild hall to register for his future work. Everyone thought he didn't have a single skill. However, the protagonist possessed a hidden ability, which allowed him to use magic from his past life in exchange for skill points. A veteran C-rank adventurer took on the task of training incompetent newbies. The guy decided he would regain the magic he had used in his past life. Inside the guild's dungeon facility, a portal waits to send adventurers into danger. The veteran greets his companions and points out the two new incompetents he brought along. The others immediately sneer at the idea of skill-less people trying to become adventurers. The narration makes clear that people without awakened skills are widely despised and looked down on. In this world, having a skill determines not just strength, but social worth. One of the veterans offers a hand, but the gesture carries no real kindness. He introduces the newcomers with open contempt and says they should learn by watching their seniors move. Iori stays quiet, already reading the hostility around him. The girl politely introduces herself despite the tension. Iori follows with a flat, restrained greeting of his own. Without proper preparation, the veterans decide to head into a dungeon immediately and explain things on the way. The party steps through the gate together. The girl hesitates and asks them to wait, already overwhelmed by how abruptly everything is happening. Iori notes that they should have explained more first, but he keeps his thoughts to himself. He steadies himself and chooses to proceed anyway. Inside the dungeon, he faces the portal's glow with a quiet determination. The insult incompetent lingers in his mind. When he checks his status again, he realizes the guild's reading was incomplete. His hidden skill finally appears, Forbidden Restriction. Iori understands that the guild missed it because it is a hidden skill rather than an ordinary one. The skill structure reveals that it is sealed behind unusual conditions. Forbidden Restriction lets him exchange his previous life's magic for skill points, and that recovered magic can be used without consuming MP. He immediately sees the path forward, level up, gain points, and rebuild his lost power. What he intends to reclaim is the magic he wielded in his previous life. He finally admits the truth to himself: he is a reincarnator. That realization awakens memories of the overwhelming mage he once was. In those memories, he unleashes devastating magic with effortless confidence. Monsters that once seemed terrifying are obliterated before they can resist. His former power was enough to erase entire enemies in an instant. He remembers himself as a lonely archmage who stood above dragons and destruction alike. In that previous life, he was famed as the solitary archmage for his unmatched magical talent. Yet all that mastery never gave him the happiness he has found in this life. Compared to Kotoha, everything he achieved before feels worthless. The impossible sum of 500 million yen becomes the measure of what he must overcome. He knows it is more money than most people could earn in an entire lifetime. That is why he chose the dungeon path, even though reaching that amount quickly would challenge even top-ranked adventurers. But with Forbidden Restriction, he realizes the impossible may finally be within reach. He vows to earn the treatment money and save Kotoha. With that promise in his heart, he throws himself toward the future he must seize. Back in the present dungeon, the veterans charge ahead noisily into battle. The blonde C-rank cuts through weak monsters and shows off for the newcomers. Another veteran blocks an attack and joins in the display. A third contributes flashy magic, turning the fight into a performance. After clearing the enemies, they boast that an E-rank dungeon is naturally easy for people of their level. The blonde man tells the newcomers to watch carefully if they want to understand what a real C-rank adventurer looks like. The orange-haired girl, Amami, answers with sincere admiration while Iori remains reserved. Noticing his mood, Amami asks if something is wrong. Iori avoids burdening her and instead points out that she seems to be enjoying herself. Privately, he concludes that the veterans never intended to teach them anything useful, though at least they are not openly threatening them. Amami happily explains that becoming an adventurer has always been her dream, and just seeing the real thing up close thrills her. Iori accepts her answer with a faint, understanding smile. He tells her that if this is truly her dream, then she should watch closely and learn everything she can. She eagerly promises that she will. At that moment, a hidden monster suddenly launches an attack from the side. One of the veterans spots the danger too late and shouts for them to run. The creature lunges straight at Amami before she can react. Its strike crashes down with explosive force. Amami braces for death, unable to move. When the dust clears, she realizes she is still alive and stares in confusion at the shattered aftermath. The veterans rush toward the blast site, shouting to know whether the two newcomers survived. The group realizes they survived only because the collapsing pillar fell at exactly the right moment, and the girl clings to that narrow escape for reassurance. Siki answers calmly while tightening his grip on his sword, already shifting from relief to what comes next. With the danger behind them and rubble at their backs, he helps his shaken companion up and steadies the party. He reminds everyone that the real trial is still ahead, because the boss chamber is next. The sealed entrance looms before them as the mood hardens from survival to confrontation. The veterans force themselves forward and commit to entering despite their nerves. Even the more composed members show unease, but no one turns back. Siki leads with quiet resolve, and the girl follows because she trusts him more than the situation. They step into the boss arena, a vast chamber built for something far worse than the monsters outside. One of the older adventurers senses opportunity instead of danger and starts anticipating a reward. A disembodied system voice announces that the first hidden condition has been met because they reached the boss room without taking damage. The party is thrown off by the sudden announcement, unsure whether it means help or another trap. Before they can process it, the voice reveals the second condition was fulfilled by bringing two newcomers. As greed and confusion flare up, the voice confirms a third condition was met by bringing someone who has not yet awakened a skill, completing all requirements. The reward is not treasure at all, but the spawning of an extra boss. A monstrous presence drops into the chamber, instantly turning the hidden conditions into a death sentence. The veterans recoil as the sheer size of the creature makes clear this is beyond a normal boss fight. Its glowing eyes and predatory stillness tell them they have summoned something meant to slaughter intruders. The Minotaur roars and draws its weapon, announcing overwhelming power before anyone can prepare. The chamber seals itself, and the party understands they have been trapped with it. Panic spreads through the group as they realize the extra boss stands between them and any hope of survival. Siki immediately grasps the worst implication. Their escape route has been cut off. The girl desperately asks whether the experienced adventurers can defeat it, still hoping the adults can solve this. Siki answers with forced composure, telling her they have no choice but to trust the veterans for now. That hope shatters when the Minotaur's first attack crashes into the front line with brutal force. One defender barely blocks and is instantly overwhelmed, proving the gap in strength is catastrophic. The impact sends a party member flying like dead weight. His companions scream his name, already fearing the worst. Another veteran throws himself in anyway, trying to stop the monster before it kills more of them. Watching the reckless charge, Siki realizes this battle is spiraling into disaster. The veteran's desperate strike lands, but it is the kind of obvious attack a stronger enemy can punish easily. Siki sees the flaw at once and understands a counterattack is inevitable. Unable to stay back, he rushes in despite not knowing whether his idea will work. He reaches the front just as the Minotaur's retaliation comes down on the charging adventurer. The veteran accepts that this is the limit of his strength, and bitterly apologizes to his fallen comrade for failing to avenge him. He commits to a suicidal last stand, ready to die buying meaning from the slaughter. Siki cuts in at the last second, driven by urgency rather than certainty. He intercepts the blow and shocks everyone by stopping an attack that should have crushed him. The veteran can only stare, unable to understand how a supposed novice just saved him. Siki roars back at the monster and refuses to let the party collapse here. The Minotaur's force still drives him backward, but he holds long enough to change the flow of battle. With the veteran's attention finally on him, Siki calls for cooperation instead of explanations. He claims he has a way to bring the monster down, and demands that the veteran follow his instructions exactly. As he speaks, he recalls the hidden skill binding him, forbidden restriction. He remembers that the skill's power comes with a severe seal, and that seal is the key to his current gamble. The restriction lets him use magic without spending MP, but in exchange every spell from his previous life has been locked away despite his intact magic circuits. He has long believed that if he could break free of that seal, he might surpass even his former self. Returning to the present, he repeats his claim with absolute conviction to force the veteran to trust him. He stands over the battered man and insists there is no time for doubt. The veteran studies Siki's impossible movements and starts suspecting he lied about being incompetent. He openly accuses Siki of deceiving them from the start. Siki refuses to argue and redirects him to the only issue that matters, killing the Minotaur before it kills them all. He asks the veteran to hold the monster off for just a little longer. The veteran agrees despite his suspicion, because Siki has already proven he can do the impossible. The Minotaur raises its axe again, ready to erase both of them in one swing. A blast of fire slams into the monster from the side, interrupting its momentum. Their mage ally takes position at range, joining the plan without needing the details. He bitterly dedicates the attack to their dead companion and turns his grief into support fire. As the veterans draw the Minotaur away, one of them shouts back to Siki and asks how much time he needs. Siki cuts the request down from 5 minutes to 3, knowing even that may be too much. The veteran grimly accepts that buying 3 minutes may cost him his life. Siki reflects that Minotaurs are far beyond ordinary dungeon monsters and that a normal fight would end in total annihilation. He retreats to the frightened girl, because his real plan depends on her rather than the fighters. She checks whether he is hurt and still cannot believe he blocked the monster's attack. He assures her he is still standing, then admits he has only one possible way to win. He turns to her with urgency and asks for her help instead of protection. She is stunned that he would rely on her at all. Siki steels himself, knowing what he is about to ask will be hard to explain and harder to accept. She panics and insists she could never harm a monster that powerful. He counters by reminding her of the dream she came here with. He names it plainly: she wanted to become an adventurer. The reminder catches her between fear and the person she wants to be. Siki tells her directly that he needs her help to defeat the Minotaur. She hesitates in silence, still overwhelmed by terror and disbelief. At last she agrees, choosing trust over fear. Once she commits, she asks him what he needs her to do. He says there is no time for a full explanation and asks her to stay perfectly still. He positions himself behind her, setting up the strange method his plan requires. His eyes sharpen as he prepares to manipulate magic through means he should not be able to use. Before beginning, he awkwardly asks her not to hate him for what he is about to do. He starts channeling blue magical energy while she braces herself without understanding. The sudden contact makes her yelp in shock. She demands to know what he is doing as his hand moves across her back to access her magic circuit. Siki admits the method looks indecent, but insists this invasive shortcut is the core of his secret plan. Meanwhile, the veterans keep the Minotaur occupied with magic, but Siki knows ordinary attacks alone will never finish it. He judges that their mage can injure the Minotaur but lacks the power to deal a killing blow. The problem is not the spell itself but the caster's low rank and limited output. As the front line confirms the monster is barely affected, Siki concludes they need a far stronger spell than the current party can cast. Hidden behind cover, he continues the risky procedure while the battle rages only meters away. He reflects that because forbidden restriction seals his own spells, he cannot cast the magic needed himself. So he decides to borrow the girl's magic instead by directly manipulating her magic circuit and supplying the casting motions she lacks. Even while focusing, he dryly notes to himself that the method is still probably harassment. The girl endures the embarrassment and fear because she has already chosen to trust him. When she finally protests, he pulls back just enough to keep her from bolting. She feels something unfamiliar stirring inside her and realizes he has awakened power she did not know she had. Siki asks if she can feel that energy rising within her body, confirming the circuit is responding. She says yes and asks what exactly he did to her. He explains only that he arranged things so she can use magic. She is bewildered because she has never awakened any skill at all. Siki tells her that does not matter, because she has natural talent for magic even if he himself cannot use it. He says he will be relying on her, and the weight of being trusted begins to change her fear into resolve. At the same time, the Minotaur's attacks keep smashing through the veterans' defenses and their borrowed time runs out. The monster drives the front line back with another devastating sweep. The veteran leader is battered across the chamber, paying for every second he buys. He cries out in pain but still refuses to fall. Their mage curses the monster and throws himself harder into the fight. He launches another desperate spell, sacrificing safety just to keep the Minotaur's attention away from Siki. The strain leaves him on the verge of collapse, but he keeps casting anyway. Siki braces behind his sword as the shockwaves from the ongoing fight threaten to break his concentration. The veteran leader shouts for the newcomer to hurry, because they cannot survive much longer. The girl hears that everyone will die if she fails, and the pressure nearly crushes her. Siki keeps her facing the battlefield so she understands exactly what is at stake. He calms her down, promises to keep the chant short, and tells her she only needs to repeat after him. She forces herself to focus and answers with determination instead of panic. Closing her eyes, she gathers herself and commits fully to the role he has given her. The magic surges violently through her as the borrowed circuit finally opens. Siki is impressed that a girl with no combat experience can hold such concentration in a life-or-death moment. Across the chamber, the veteran leader staggers but keeps the Minotaur engaged for one final exchange. The monster looms over him, ready to finish the battle before Siki's plan is complete. Siki gives the girl her final instruction and tells her to point both hands at the Minotaur. She obeys immediately, no longer questioning him. Seeing everything aligned at last, Siki begins the spell. He speaks the name of the magic she will cast through him, Crimson Lotus Fireball. She repeats the incantation, and the spell answers her with explosive force. A brilliant point of fire forms between her hands, far denser and brighter than anything a beginner should produce. The gathered flame blooms into a massive, unstable sphere of destructive heat. Her eyes widen as she realizes the power now flowing through her is real. Siki watches closely, guiding the spell's shape and release through her. Together they launch the fireball, sending a blazing torrent straight at the Minotaur. The monster finally reacts with surprise as the enormous spell bears down on it. The chamber is swallowed by a wall of fire and impact. When the flames clear, the Minotaur's body is charred and cracked like cooling magma. The girl stares in awe, realizing the impossible attack came through her own hands. Siki immediately gives her the credit, insisting that his own power could never have produced that result, and that she was the one who did it. His praise leaves her speechless and quietly overwhelmed. He thanks her sincerely as the monster's ruined body finally gives way. A reward window appears, confirming the Minotaur's defeat and granting its axe as loot. With the boss dead, the chamber reveals the dungeon core deeper inside. The glowing crystal hovers like the heart of the dungeon now that its guardian is gone. Siki levels up and gains the title Reincarnated Archmage, a sign that the system is beginning to recognize what he truly is. His status updates, but forbidden restriction still remains, meaning his greatest limitation has not yet been removed. After the battle, they leave the dungeon and call for emergency aid for the wounded survivors. The 3 veterans are alive but badly injured, having paid a terrible price to hold the line. Siki reflects with guilt that he has no excuse for letting Fukumoto and the others suffer so much, even if the situation was beyond his control. Back inside, he stands before the dungeon core and considers the final choice left after conquest. He recalls that destroying the core would collapse the dungeon, though such cores are sometimes preserved as training grounds instead. The core's design reminds him of technology from his previous world, but he decides it is not an immediate concern. Later, he and Amami return to the Adventurers Guild and wait together in uneasy silence. They hand over their guild cards for log analysis, knowing the records will determine who defeated what and how the rewards are divided. At last, the guild staff member arrives to speak with Siki and Amami, signaling that the reckoning for the dungeon run is about to begin. A guild official named Hamada arrives, returns their guild cards, and opens an inquiry into the extra boss that appeared. Siki calmly identifies himself and accepts the questioning about the Minotaur incident. Amami nervously gives her name as well, already uneasy about what this interview might uncover. As the formal questioning begins, Siki stays composed while examining the situation. Amami worries whether Siki will keep his earlier promise to hide that he helped her use magic. She recalls pressing him for secrecy, and now fears she may have overstepped. In that memory, Amami had looked up at him with anxious hope after asking for his silence. She had asked why he was willing to keep such a dangerous secret for her. Siki explained that attention would only slow him down, and he needed money too quickly to invite scrutiny. Sensing he carried burdens of his own, Amami agreed to protect his secret. Siki thanked her, sealing a quiet understanding between them. Even after hearing his circumstances, Amami hesitated before asking him for something more. She finally begged Siki to take her on as his disciple. The request catches him off guard and forces him to think seriously about her. He weighs her plea instead of dismissing it lightly. At first, his answer is a refusal. Amami braces herself, having expected that response. Siki makes clear he is not rejecting her because teaching would be troublesome. He refuses because of how she behaved during the Minotaur fight. He remembers her freezing up and concludes she lacks the temperament needed for real danger. Rather than teach her recklessly, he chooses not to arm someone he believes would only die with that power. The memory leaves a heavy silence between them. Amami accepts his judgment with painful honesty and admits he may be right about her unsuitability. Even so, she parts from him with a gentle smile instead of resentment. She resolves to rethink what kind of future she should pursue. Back in the interview, Hamada summarizes their account. Fukumoto's party nearly died, and Amami delivered the finishing blow to a weakened Minotaur. Siki confirms it and stresses that neither of them possessed any combat skills. Hamada presses Amami on what she was doing while the main party fought. Amami admits she only watched and stepped in with Siki at the very end. Siki adds that, given their lack of ability, that was the only role they believed they could play. Hamada concludes that both of them participated in the last hit, which is why Amami was recorded as the official finisher. Satisfied with their statements, he accepts that 2 unskilled novices really did help bring down the Minotaur. With the matter settled, he presents them with the reward for subjugating it. Siki expects something modest, while Amami thanks the guild with trembling sincerity. The check reveals a payout far beyond what Siki imagined. He is stunned that the guild would hand over such a large sum to someone like him. The shock deepens when the full amount is shown to be 3 million yen. Hamada explains that a Minotaur is worth 3 million, and guild rules award 75% to whoever lands the last hit. Amami can barely process that such a fortune is being handed to her. Hamada adds that the rule exists to balance fairness without giving every reward entirely to offensive fighters. He also advises them that joining a clan would mean future rewards are shared more evenly. The guild now expects both of them to become valuable adventurers. Siki answers with dry sarcasm, calling them incompetents even as he accepts the opportunity. Afterward, he walks home through the city night with the day's events still sinking in. He reflects that his first day with the Adventurers Guild earned him 250,000 yen, roughly a month's wages at once. Amami then offers to give Siki the entire 3 million, insisting she did nothing to deserve it. Siki looks at her offer without greed, only mild surprise. He refuses to let her deny her own part, and argues that he could not have acted without her presence either. Amami still struggles to accept taking money for a victory she feels she did not earn. Siki jokes that if either of them wants it, the only alternative would be to destroy it. That absurd suggestion instantly makes Amami cling to the check, unable to bear wasting such a fortune, while Siki laughs. Seeing that reaction, he tells her to keep it after all. They exchange contact information and part ways on unexpectedly good terms. Alone in his apartment, Siki reflects that his instincts in battle have not dulled much despite the years. He stares at his own reward and marvels that defeating one Minotaur really paid this much. The payout confirms that adventuring is far more lucrative than ordinary work. A message from Kotoha interrupts his thoughts. She cheerfully reports that she felt better today and even managed to eat 3 puddings. That small update hits him hard. He bitterly thinks that even something as simple as eating dessert has become a major struggle for her. His grief hardens into resolve. He vows to Kotoha that he will somehow earn the 500 million yen needed to save her. To do that, he decides he must quickly master Forbidden Restriction. Remembering the battle, he realizes he leveled up and gained skill points. He opens his status screen to see what changed. The system announces that reaching level 10 has unlocked the ability to summon a management fairy. The summon erupts into existence with explosive force, startling him. A tiny blue fairy appears from the magic, dressed like a stern little administrator. Siki stares at the absurd sight and confirms that it is, in fact, a fairy. The fairy remains silent for a beat, as if judging him first. Then she opens one eye with clear irritation. Her anger immediately spills over into a dramatic burst of magical pressure. She scolds him for wasting 20 years without training at all. Siki tries to calm her and asks who she is before she keeps berating him. The fairy reluctantly agrees to explain herself. She reveals that Siki created her in his previous life to manage Forbidden Restriction. She says she exists for a single purpose. That purpose is to make Toki's Siki stronger. She repeats that she was made by his former self specifically to oversee this power. Her mission remains unchanged: strengthen him at all costs. That is why she is furious that he spent 2 decades doing nothing. Her frustration explodes into another exaggerated magical tantrum. The night outside remains calm in contrast to the chaos in his room. Siki questions the claim that he created her, since he has no memory of doing so. The fairy concludes that part of his memories must be missing. He initially rejects that explanation. Then he corrects himself and realizes there is something he does remember. The fairy watches closely as he pieces it together. She notices he has finally reached a meaningful suspicion. Siki recalls his previous life ending from an incurable disease that weakened him day by day, though his final moments are blank. The fairy can only tell him that she was born after his death. That makes Siki suspect his reincarnation was planned by his former self rather than accidental. The fairy shuts down further speculation and tells him there is no point dwelling on what cannot yet be answered. Siki accepts that she may be bound from revealing more, perhaps by restrictions his past self imposed. He decides that chasing those answers now would only waste time. Instead, he asks what she meant by making him stronger. She explains that by updating Forbidden Restriction, she can accelerate his growth far beyond ordinary skill acquisition. Siki asks whether that is really different from simply spending skill points. She insists the difference is enormous. To prove it, she activates a new function. Something in the system suddenly surprises even her. A new feature called Item Trade is added on the spot. Siki immediately focuses on the phrase, sensing its importance. The fairy explains that it allows him to retrieve items his past self acquired, though only within the limits of existing stock. Siki realizes that would include the contents of the item box his former self created as an Archmage. The fairy confirms it, and reveals that his past self hoarded a vast collection of rare equipment. Siki is genuinely impressed by how much his former self prepared, but the fairy warns that every retrieval comes with a price. Siki guesses that even this advantage was designed with a catch by his past self. When he agrees to use it seriously, the fairy relents and lets him proceed. He opens the new interface to inspect what is available. Rows of stored weapons and tools appear before him like a private armory. Legendary blades fill the display, confirming that these really are treasures from his former life. Then a more urgent thought strikes him. He finds an omnipotent elixir priced at exactly 500 million yen, an item that can instantly heal any illness or injury. The number matches the impossible sum he needs for Kotoha. Its description makes clear that it could save her if he can obtain it. Rather than despair, he accepts the challenge and resolves to earn that amount no matter what. The fairy approves, pleased that he is finally motivated. She says she still has one more important thing to tell him. Referring back to his fight with the Minotaur, she explains what his past self had already done for him. The memory of that battle resurfaces as she connects it to his growth. His former self expected him to mature quickly through hardship. To ensure that, he had placed a buff on Siki that doubles experience gained from defeating stronger enemies. Siki is baffled by how such a convenient effect could even exist. Still, if it is true, it solves one of his biggest problems, since he had already planned to grind by challenging stronger foes. He decides he will push Forbidden Restriction as far as it can go. The fairy is delighted to hear him finally speak with ambition. With business mostly settled, she asks him to give her a name. When she admits she does not have one, Siki teases her for sounding strangely indifferent about it. He offers to choose one himself, warning her not to complain afterward. He names her Sphere. Sphere turns away shyly, clearly pleased despite trying not to show it. Siki notices her reaction and tells her he will call her that from now on. Sphere denies being happy, then immediately returns to bossing him around about getting stronger. She also declares the practical terms of serving him: baths prepared daily and a steady supply of sweets and ice cream. Siki is left speechless by how shamelessly luxurious her demands are. Sphere reminds him that because she manages Forbidden Restriction, she can simply deny him access if he refuses to pay her price. He realizes with resignation that pampering her is effectively the fee for using the system. Sphere confirms it, and orders him to start meeting those conditions from the next day onward. After she vanishes, Siki reflects that the fairy blew into his life like a storm. Even so, the promise of doubled experience against stronger enemies could change everything, because he is currently weak enough to be near the bottom rank. He sees a clear path forward and turns to the guild's dungeon raid recruitment listings. To rise far above his current level, he targets enemies stronger than F rank but still within reason for him to approach. His eyes settle on D rank monsters as the ideal next step. The following day, he acts on that plan. Siki joins a D rank dungeon raid through the guild, officially only as an F rank body to fill the roster. At the meeting point, a C rank swordsman named Takai recognizes him and introduces himself. A C rank archer named Suzuki follows with a cool but proper greeting. The remaining party members also introduce themselves, and Siki quietly steps into his next chance to grow stronger. A party short one member brings Siki in as a disposable extra and immediately makes it clear she will get no share of the loot. Even the mildest objection is brushed aside as they justify treating Siki as expendable because he supposedly has no skills. Siki accepts the insult without protest and says he will make up for his lack of ability in other ways. As they head in, he learns the group already has 3 C rankers, confirming he was only recruited as filler. The others laugh off the hypocrisy of a lower-ranked member mocking him, keeping the mood casual at his expense. Siki notices the young archer is also a C ranker, and is struck by how talented she is for her age. With Siki added, the party confidently enters the D-rank dungeon. Inside, Siki quietly watches the group and takes stock of everyone around him. One teammate carries himself with a confidence that feels slightly off to Siki. Siki remains calm and observant, reading the room more carefully than anyone realizes. The dungeon opens into a ruined stone interior lit by eerie green light. The archer opens the battle by shattering an orc's defenses with a skillful first strike. The frontliners praise each other as the fight begins smoothly. The archer follows up with precise, aggressive attacks. Her rapid shots tear into the orc before it can properly respond. The swordsman adds a heavy blow, and the party's coordination looks solid. They still order Siki to stay back, and he politely thanks them while keeping his distance. From the rear, Siki studies the battle and wonders when he should step in. He notices an orc shifting its attention toward the back line instead of the fighters in front. Siki realizes the monster is preparing fire magic and that the archer has not noticed the danger. He rushes forward before the spell can be released, startling both the monster and the archer. The party shouts at him for disobeying orders, still assuming he is only getting in the way. Siki cuts in anyway, refusing to ignore an attack that would have hit the archer. The archer is too surprised to understand what he means yet. Siki confirms to himself that he stopped the fire breath in time and keeps pressing the orc. As he moves, he decides to test the close-range option he prepared for exactly this kind of moment. The story flashes back to the night before, when Siki was planning how to spend his newly earned skill points. He wanted to use those points efficiently, and began weighing his options carefully. At level 10, he realized he had 9 points to work with and started mapping out a build. His first available choices were Fireball and Enhance. He discovered that buying a skill also revealed its skill tree, so the first choice would shape everything after it. Fireball looked useful for mid to long-range combat. Enhance, however, seemed more flexible and especially valuable in close quarters, which made him hesitate. Then he noticed that skills obtained through Forbidden Restriction did not consume MP. That convinced him Enhance could be used constantly, so he decided it was worth buying immediately. He spent 2 points and acquired Enhance. After unlocking it, he checked the skill tree to see what it could become. What he found looked far stronger than he expected. The right branch specialized in close-range combat, and with limited points available, that path made the most sense. Siki committed himself to a straightforward, point-blank fighting style. Back in the present, he drives an enhanced strike into the orc at close range. The others panic and keep telling him to retreat, still unable to believe he belongs in the fight. Siki brushes that off and insists that even someone brought along as filler can still fight. He unleashes Sonic Impact and blasts the orc down with overwhelming force. The system rewards him with doubled experience for defeating a strong enemy, and he levels up on the spot. The party is stunned that the supposedly useless recruit just crushed an orc by himself. The archer openly rejects the idea that Siki was ever just filler. One teammate can only stare, unable to process what he just saw. Siki notes that one orc gave him 2 levels, which is the best he can expect even with the experience bonus. The archer steps toward him, no longer treating him like dead weight. She approaches him directly, demanding an explanation. Unable to reconcile his strength with what she was told, she insists he clearly has a skill. Siki awkwardly admits he only obtained it the day before. She scolds him for not saying so sooner. He accepts the criticism and admits she is right. She explains that party members must know each other's capabilities because ignorance can get someone killed. Siki apologizes for keeping it to himself. The archer softens and says that understanding the lesson is enough. Siki adds that she saved him earlier, so he owes her thanks as well. He sincerely thanks her for that help. She accepts his gratitude with a small smile, and the tension between them eases. Meanwhile, the others grumble that Siki's strength means the loot may have to be split more fairly, but they quickly realize his power will let them clear the dungeon faster and start welcoming the change. The swordsman apologizes for being rude to Siki earlier. Siki returns the apology and admits he hid his skill because he feared they would reject him if they knew. Even so, the swordsman tells him the party is counting on him now. He offers Siki a hand in genuine acceptance. Siki answers with a relieved smile. Their handshake seals Siki's place in the team, at least for the moment. The rest of the raid goes smoothly, and before long the party defeats the dungeon boss as well. With the doubled experience from the entire run, Siki reaches level 17. The group relaxes after the easy victory and starts talking about heading back. They openly credit Siki and the archer for making the raid far easier than expected. Siki downplays his role and insists everyone else contributed more than he did. The swordsman cuts off the modesty and proposes they return to the guild. He even suggests celebrating their success together. As the party begins to leave, the atmosphere suddenly shifts. One member senses danger a split second too late. A red blade erupts through the swordsman from behind, turning the victory march into a nightmare. The others whirl around in shock. The quiet teammate Ozawa reveals himself as the attacker and coldly addresses the dying man. He finishes the betrayal with a brutal follow-up strike. The party screams at Ozawa, unable to understand why he is doing this. Ozawa answers with chilling amusement that he is simply committing murder. The glasses-wearing teammate breaks down and screams Ozawa's name. Ozawa immediately cuts him down as well, proving he intends to kill everyone present. He mocks the panic around him and taunts the survivors for losing their cheerful mood so quickly. The wounded man can only scream in terror. Ozawa sends him flying aside with another savage blow. Siki and the archer watch the massacre unfold and realize the raid has become a trap. The surviving teammate begs Siki and the archer not to interfere. Ozawa rejects that plea and declares he will not be satisfied unless he kills Siki himself. The archer tries to stop the madness, but Ozawa tells her to stay out of it if she values her life. Siki steps forward anyway, saying he also has things he refuses to abandon. The remaining teammate cannot understand why Siki would risk himself now. Siki admits it makes no sense logically, but says people still act on irrational feelings, like avenging someone precious. The archer calls that foolish, yet quietly admits she understands exactly what he means. The wounded teammate thanks both of them for standing up at all. Gathering his courage, he asks them to leave Ozawa to him. The chamber fills with murderous red light as he prepares to make a last stand. He repeats that Ozawa is his responsibility. Siki doubts he can win, already sensing something abnormal about Ozawa's strength. Siki studies Ozawa's blood-red dagger and realizes the weapon itself is dangerous. Its status reveals an A-rank dagger that grows stronger with every human it kills, confirming Ozawa has murdered many before. Ozawa mocks the idea that anyone there can defeat him. The wounded teammate attacks in fury despite the odds. His empowered strike lands, but not decisively enough. Ozawa counters with a blinding flurry and overwhelms him in an instant. Even as he is beaten back, the man realizes something is wrong because his power should have been enough to break through. He concludes that Ozawa has been concealing his true strength and is far above the rank he pretended to be. Ozawa calmly lectures him that a long sword may work against monsters, but it is the wrong weapon for fighting people. He makes clear that human killing is where his experience truly lies. Then he dismisses the man's attack as far too slow. Ozawa drives his blade through him with lethal precision. Blood hits the floor, marking the end of the last teammate's resistance. The dying man can only clutch his wound and collapse. Ozawa laughs at how pathetic the challenge was. He casually pulls out a potion, confident enough to heal in the middle of battle. The sight enrages the dying man, who can only watch helplessly. The potion itself gleams with high-grade quality. A memory surfaces of the swordsman once giving that same potion away as a birthday gift. The recipient had been shocked because it was clearly expensive. The swordsman had insisted the cost did not matter because he wanted to repay everything his friend had done for him. He had urged him to keep it for the day he truly needed it. Now, in that desperate moment, the wounded man drinks the gift and clings to life because of it. Ozawa mocks him for healing instead of accepting death, calling him an idiot. The emptied bottle slips from his hand as the potion takes effect. He surges back up with renewed strength before Ozawa can finish him. Ozawa is caught off guard as the man rises again instead of dying. The potion doubles his attack for 5 minutes and removes all hindrance, turning Ozawa's insult back on him. Reinvigorated, he squares up for one last charge while Ozawa crouches to meet him. Ozawa answers with killing intent and prepares to erase him for good. The man uses silent step to vanish into a sudden burst of speed. Ozawa is visibly startled that his target moved faster than expected. For the first time, he admits his opponent is genuinely fast. Ozawa lashes out wildly with a storm of slashes to catch him. But the man loses sight of Ozawa in the chaos and realizes the assassin is still too elusive. Ozawa reappears amid the barrage, taunting him for ever thinking he could challenge him. As his strength fades, the man apologizes to Suzuki and admits he may not be able to avenge him after all. Unable to watch another friend die, the archer finally decides to intervene. She fires a rapid shot to force Ozawa off balance and create an opening. The arrow streaks straight toward him. It nearly catches Ozawa in the eye. He twists away at the last instant, and the shot misses by a hair. The archer is stunned that he dodged such a precise attack. Ozawa closes in on her instead and cruelly reminds her she was warned not to interfere. He grabs her face and reduces her to terrified silence. Pinning her down, he decides to kill her first as punishment. Before he can strike, Siki appears at point-blank range and stops the murderous blade with his own weapon. Seeing Siki save her at the last possible moment, the archer can only call his name through tears. Siki recognizes his attacker and realizes the fight is still far from over. Ozawa mockingly admits Siki ruined his quick kill and the reward he expected from it. Siki calls on Takai to crush the murderer for him. Takai, battered and desperate, begs Siki to defeat Ozawa in his place. Siki moves without hesitation to take over the battle. He steps between Ozawa and the others, making it clear the duel now belongs to him. Ozawa sneers that Siki's calm superiority has always irritated him. He dismisses Siki as a worthless extra who should never have challenged him. Siki answers by launching a direct sonic strike. Even while attacking, he shows no fear and refuses to be intimidated by Ozawa's reputation. From the sidelines, an ally complains that Siki is showing off despite having only recently gained this power. Siki decides Ozawa's speed and weapon are too dangerous to treat lightly, so he stops holding back. Ozawa keeps insulting him as a nameless nobody while preparing a vicious counterattack. A massive red strike crashes down towards Siki. Ozawa narrows in, convinced his attack will overwhelm Siki. Siki intercepts the blow cleanly with his sword instead of retreating. Ozawa is surprised and grudgingly praises Siki for reading and stopping the attack. Siki shrugs it off and says the weapon is troublesome, but the man using it is not. That insult finally pierces Ozawa's pride. Ozawa turns the taunt into bloodlust, vowing to make Siki his next source of power and boasting that Siki can never match his speed. Siki remains planted in place, waiting for the rush instead of chasing. Suzuki watches nervously and realizes just how fast Ozawa really is. Ozawa surrounds Siki with a storm of slashes, trying to bury him in speed and pressure. Siki calmly judges that raw speed alone is not enough to decide this fight. He activates haste to answer speed with speed. Siki's movement sharpens instantly as blue power surges around him. Ozawa lunges in, expecting to stay ahead. Instead, Siki meets him head-on at the exact moment of impact. Suzuki is stunned that Siki might have been this strong all along. Ozawa refuses to believe what he is seeing. He realizes Siki has caught up to him completely, and that his swordsmanship and defensive movement are far too polished for a beginner. For the first time, Ozawa senses something truly dangerous in front of him. A memory of another overwhelming presence flashes through his mind. What he feels from Siki is not just skill but a monstrous aura and crushing strength. Shaken, Ozawa demands to know who Siki really is. Siki answers with dry irony that he is exactly what Ozawa called him, just a party filler. Ozawa cannot understand why someone weaker on paper is dominating him so completely. Suzuki watches the exchange in tense silence. Ozawa's panic twists back into manic aggression. He sends another deadly attack towards Suzuki's position to force Siki off balance. As he targets her, he openly admits he is willing to play dirty. Siki instantly abandons offense and dives to intercept the attack. Ozawa notices the opening he has created. Siki braces himself to block while moving. He cuts through the incoming strike before it can reach Suzuki's. Siki condemns the move as exactly the kind of cowardly trick Ozawa would rely on. Ozawa crashes to the ground, rattled and cornered. Still on the floor, he activates Bulldoze in a last attempt to turn the fight. Siki immediately senses something is wrong. He reveals that Ozawa can no longer use his skills and declares the battle effectively over. Ozawa, stunned, demands to know what Siki did to him. Siki coolly notes that both skills and spells require mana, and Ozawa no longer has proper access to it. He explains that he struck a vulnerable point in Ozawa's mana channel. That precise hit disrupted the flow of Ozawa's mana entirely. As a result, Ozawa's abilities have been shut down. Ozawa realizes his greatest advantages, speed and skills, have both been taken away. With no escape left, he bitterly admits Siki has cornered him. Then his despair turns into manic laughter as he decides to reveal something twisted. Siki listens warily when Ozawa offers information in exchange for attention. Ozawa urges Siki to kill him with the dagger, revealing that the weapon grows stronger with every human kill and grants far better experience than monsters do. He claims adventurers hide that truth only to stop each other from turning into murderers. Suzuki can only conclude that Ozawa is genuinely insane. Ozawa presses the dagger on Siki and invites him to try killing a person for himself. He promises Siki will understand the pleasure of murder once he does. Siki asks if that craving is the real reason Ozawa has been killing people. Ozawa eagerly confirms it and begs Siki to hurry up and kill him. Instead of condemning him outright, Siki admits he can understand part of Ozawa's obsession with becoming stronger. Both Ozawa and Suzuki are caught off guard by that response. Siki explains that he understands the desperation of being unable to escape the urge to seek more power. He reflects that without his own restraint, he might have followed a similarly dark path for the sake of Kotoha. Drawing on memories from his previous life, he says many people abandon morality when strength becomes a necessity. Ozawa lashes out, enraged that Siki seems to see through him. When Ozawa demands death, Siki refuses. Ozawa cannot understand why someone who claims to relate to him would spare him. Siki answers that they may be alike in some ways. Suzuki bluntly tells him that if that were true, he should just kill Ozawa. Siki rejects that logic, saying murdering Ozawa would kill something inside himself. Ozawa mocks that mercy as childish weakness. A sudden burst of smoke erupts and breaks the standoff. Siki realizes Ozawa had prepared a smoke bomb as a final escape route. Hidden in the smoke, Ozawa grabs the dagger again and changes tactics. He decides that if Siki will not become a killer willingly, he will force the issue. Ozawa tries to make Siki the trigger by throwing himself onto Siki's blade. Suzuki screams for him to stop. Siki reacts at the last instant and prevents the self-inflicted death from becoming his kill. Ozawa starts ranting again even as the attempt fails. Siki cuts him off and says Ozawa should spend his remaining time repenting instead. With Ozawa subdued, Siki turns his attention back to Suzuki's. Suzuki's challenges Siki's claim that he and Ozawa are similar at all. She points out that Siki never truly wanted to kill Ozawa and even tried to save him. Siki is quietly surprised by how clearly she read him. Flustered but sincere, Suzuki admits she was worried about him. She confesses that the cold, ruthless side he showed in battle genuinely scared her. Siki apologizes for frightening her and thanks her for caring anyway. Suzuki insists the gratitude should go the other way. Blushing, she thanks him for saving her life. By the time authorities arrive, the crisis is already over. Afterward, Ozawa is arrested, and Takai tearfully thanks Siki for everything. Takai tells him Suzuki survived because of his intervention. Siki accepts the thanks with quiet relief. He reflects that Suzuki had only barely avoided a fatal wound when Ozawa first attacked him. Because Siki ended the battle quickly, Suzuki ultimately escaped death. For the moment, Siki considers the case closed. Later, he brings Suzuki a canned coffee while they sit together in the aftermath. He casually apologizes that black coffee was the only option. Trying to sound mature, Suzuki accepts it without complaint. She takes a confident sip. The bitterness hits her harder than expected, but she stubbornly tries not to show it. Siki notices immediately that she is struggling. Once they settle into a calmer mood, he asks what she originally wanted to know. Suzuki admits she wanted to ask about the source of his strength. Siki denies having any special secret and instead wonders why someone so young is already working as an adventurer. She brushes off the question as irrelevant. Then, offended by his assumption, she snaps that she is a high schooler, not a middle schooler. Siki realizes that makes her older than Kotoha. Suzuki asks who Kotoha is. He explains that Kotoha is his younger sister. Suzuki immediately grows interested in that part of him. She teases that his steady composure makes him seem like a dependable older brother. Siki dryly asks whether that was meant as praise. She says it absolutely was and openly admires both his combat sense and his ability to adapt instantly. Siki accepts the compliment with restrained gratitude. Still curious, Suzuki circles back to the mystery of his power. She playfully begs him to tell her, calling him Big Brother to get a reaction. Siki begs her to stop before the teasing gets any worse. Suzuki refuses and doubles down on the act. She insists there must be a hidden truth behind his strength and asks him to reveal it. Siki rephrases his answer more bluntly and tells her he simply will not share any secret. She pouts and accuses him of being stingy. Then she jokes that such a cold sister-obsessed guy will never be popular with girls. Siki is thrown off by the accusation and fixates on the sister-obsessed part. Suzuki realizes she may have hit a nerve. Changing tack, she asks to see his hands. She takes one of them and studies it closely. Siki is confused by what she is doing. Suzuki examines him with suspicious concentration. She triumphantly points out a ring on his finger. Siki realizes her carefree unpredictability keeps catching him off guard. Suzuki excitedly claims she saw him smile for real just now. He pedantically insists it was only a small smile, not a grin. She laughs that there is no meaningful difference, and keeps teasing him. Siki deadpans that he appreciates her revoking the sister-obsessed label, while privately noting she is the one grinning the most. Suzuki suddenly remembers something practical and asks for his address so she can consult him later. Siki agrees easily, as long as she only wants advice. She immediately pushes for more and suggests they go into a dungeon together next time. Siki stalls by taking another drink while thinking it over. Suzuki watches him closely, already annoyed by the hesitation. He cannot quite hide that he is amused by her persistence. When he limits his promise to advice, she loudly protests that this clearly does not count as helping any time. As they part at sunset, Suzuki cheerfully declares that next time she wants to meet Siki's sister too, convinced they will get along because they are about the same age. Iori pauses as if he has just caught onto an important thought. A faint smile follows when that thought gives him hope. He reassures himself that Kotoha will be happy once he saves her. Back home, he hurriedly finishes bathing while still preoccupied with her. A message on his phone pulls his attention away. His hospitalized sister sends her usual cheerful nonsense, only to complain that a nurse scolded her for gaming too much. Seeing her playful photo reminds him exactly who he is fighting for. His resolve hardens as he looks down at the screen. He silently vows to cure Kotoha as quickly as possible. Another message reveals that someone named Iori has been added to the system for him to meet. The system responds dramatically, startling him with a magical manifestation. A tiny fairy-like guide appears and addresses him as Iori, acting as though they already have an established relationship. She immediately starts scolding him for neglecting basic self-care and household chores. Iori realizes she is furious because he only managed to take a bath and ignored everything else. When she threatens to interfere with forbidden restriction itself, he understands she has real authority over the system. He quickly apologizes and promises to handle everything tomorrow. The fairy relents and forgives him for now, though only barely. Iori accepts that this new companion is going to be troublesome. She shifts from scolding to business, and announces she has good news for him. Her gift is a new item in the exchange shop, a hidden dungeon key. The words alone make Iori stop and reconsider the opportunity. He focuses on the key, trying to understand what makes it different. The idea of a hidden dungeon immediately catches his interest. He keeps staring at the listing, weighing its value. The fairy explains that this key opens an extremely difficult solo dungeon reserved for him alone. Interested, Iori asks how to use it. He follows her instruction and taps the listing. A full exchange menu opens, showing dungeon keys of several ranks. He notices the hidden dungeon key is only C rank and currently discounted. The fairy cheerfully admits the sale exists because people are easy to tempt with the promise of half price. Iori remarks that she seems oddly familiar with how this world works. She brushes that aside and pushes him to buy the key and level up. He is willing, but the discounted C rank key still costs 1,000,000 yen. Even if he can scrape the money together, he hesitates because the risk may not justify it. The fairy warns him that enemies in hidden dungeons are far stronger than those in ordinary ones. She adds that this danger is exactly what makes them ideal for farming experience with forbidden restriction. Because he must clear it alone, the difficulty will be severe, but the rewards should be correspondingly greater. Iori sums it up as a high-risk, high-reward gamble hidden behind a low-rank label. The fairy needles him, wondering whether he is backing down. Instead, he decides the hidden key is a bargain and reasons that a normal B-rank dungeon would cost far more. Pleased by his answer, she points out that he can also sell dungeon drops through the exchange to recover the cost. That convinces him that forbidden restriction is even more useful than he thought. The fairy praises the overwhelming advantage he inherited from his previous life. Taking that as enough justification, Iori thanks his past self and commits to the purchase. He accepts the key with a confident grin. The system confirms that he has activated the C-rank hidden dungeon key, and a portal-like door materializes. The fairy is shocked that he intends to enter immediately after just returning from another dungeon. Iori refuses to waste time and heads for the door at once. She realizes his obsession with getting stronger has fully taken hold. He denies being especially fired up and claims this relentless drive is normal for him. The fairy dryly labels that attitude exactly what one would expect from a solitary Archmage. Iori thanks her sincerely, convinced she will help him grow much faster. She answers with concern, telling him to survive first before talking about gratitude. He jokes that he cannot thank her if he dies, making light of the danger. She pushes him onward while trying not to sound worried. At the last second, she asks him to bring back ice cream when he returns. Amused, he agrees without hesitation. He grips the key and prepares to cross over. Then he steps through the glowing door into the hidden dungeon. A surge of magic marks his arrival in the new area. The transition closes behind him like a sealed cut in space. At the same time, far away in a hospital room, Kotoha sits alone in the dark. She coughs violently and sees blood on her hand. The sight confirms that her condition is worsening. Even so, she forces herself up, thinking only of cleaning the evidence away. She slips out of bed toward the sink. Before she can recover, her body gives out. The noise alerts the staff outside. A nurse and another girl rush in and find Kotoha collapsed on the floor. Panic erupts as they call for a doctor immediately. The emergency response begins while Kotoha lies barely conscious. They keep calling to her, desperate for any sign that she can still respond. With fading awareness, Kotoha can only think of her brother. Meanwhile, Iori arrives in a bright forest unlike any dungeon he has seen before. He immediately notes the unfamiliar terrain and stays alert for monsters. Instead of enemies, he spots lenaha fruits growing nearby. The discovery triggers a memory from his past life. He is surprised to find a material from his old world growing in this dungeon. Lenaha fruits are useful for alchemy, though normally too common to bother collecting. But if they grow here, he realizes a certain monster associated with them may also be nearby. Remembering how fast those creatures are, he decides they would be excellent experienced targets. He chooses to test that theory immediately. Using sonic impact, he blasts the area to flush something out. Then he casts haste and launches himself into pursuit. When a target appears, he knows his guess was right. A turbo rat bursts forward at extreme speed. Iori realizes he no longer needs to search for enemies when the dungeon itself is handing him exactly what he wants. He chases the rat down a forest path as it rockets away. Even with his current weakened body, he struggles to keep pace and starts looking for another way to catch it. The fairy suddenly pops into the dungeon beside him. She introduces herself as Itsenia for the moment, as if changing roles to match the situation. Iori is surprised that she can appear inside hidden dungeons too. She explains that ordinary dungeons block her, but this hidden one was specially prepared for him, so she can intervene. As the manager of Forbidden Restriction, she insists she would never be shut out of a place made for his growth. Pretending concern while clearly enjoying herself, she offers to guide him through the dungeon. Iori accepts and asks whether Itsenia is the carnivorous plant he remembers. She confirms it while the turbo rat continues racing ahead. Her plan is simple: lure the rat into the Atsenia habitat and let the plants devour it. Iori immediately adopts the strategy. He sprints after the rat with the fairy leading the way. Soon he notices a whole pack of shadowy monsters also chasing the same prey, threatening to ruin the setup. He worries they may catch or lose the rat before he reaches the plants. The fairy points out that the Atsenia patch is just ahead. Iori commits to the final push. The turbo rat suddenly sputters as its speed fails. Iori realizes it cannot refuel because it has had no chance to eat Lenaha fruits. Seeing the opening, he decides to seize the rat himself and drag it into the trap. He throws both himself and the rat straight into the waiting jaws of an Atsenia. The fairy panics when she sees how recklessly close he has gone. The plant snaps shut with crushing force around them. Inside the plant's maw, the fairy watches in alarm as the trap seals. The system rewards the kill with a level-up notice. The Atsenia itself is then blasted apart from within. Its body burns away under the force of Iori's counterattack. Iori steps out of the ruined plant unharmed enough to keep going. He stays calm, already treating the danger as manageable. Checking his status, he sees that his level has climbed to 32. The fairy admits that his reckless method worked. But before they can celebrate, more enemies gather around them from every direction. The fairy urges a retreat and a new plan, but Iori refuses. Even as a lizard-like swordsman leaps to strike him, he remains composed. Instead of retreating, he declares that the hunt has now turned in his favor. He casts Enhance to strengthen himself further. Power floods through his body as he channels mana into a new spell. His focus sharpens as he prepares a large-scale attack. He unleashes Crimson Lotus Fireball. A torrent of fire tears through the battlefield and engulfs the mob. When the flames settle, he finds that the massacre has raised his level by 20 more. The fairy is stunned by how absurdly effective he has become. Iori casually remarks that her guidance mostly sounded like background noise to him. Offended, she asks whether he said something, and he pretends he did not. She answers with equal pettiness, and pretends not to have heard anything either. Privately, Iori admits she really is loud. Still, he acknowledges that since the Turbo Rat fight, his progress has been tremendous, with his level now reaching 52. The fairy boasts that only someone like him could exploit a hidden dungeon so efficiently, and reminds him to collect the drops. He agrees and opens the loot list. The rewards include several rare materials, far better than he expected. The fairy explains that hidden dungeons have unusually high rare drop rates, which is why the haul is so valuable. Iori is satisfied and asks her to point out the best item. She tells him that selling just one material, lizard steel, would already earn him several million yen. That amount shocks him more than the battle did. He immediately starts dreaming of getting rich through dungeon raiding, only to learn that each rank offers just one hidden dungeon key. Rather than being discouraged, he decides he will simply move on to a B-rank dungeon next. The fairy warns him that the gap between C rank and B rank is enormous. Before he can answer, he senses a new presence and turns serious. He realizes too late that the dungeon has not finished with him yet. A white-haired woman with a sinister halo appears, lounging atop a giant serpent as if she owns the place. The fairy identifies her at once as Naga, the hidden dungeon's boss. Naga rises in full, radiating a pressure far beyond the monsters Iori has just defeated. Then the final warning arrives. The recommended level for this raid is 150. Kotoha's tiny spirit companion panics when she realizes the boss's level is far beyond what they expected. Iori stays calm and even treats the overwhelming gap as a fair handicap for the fight. The spirit is stunned that he can still joke at a time like this. The Naga tries to end the battle before it begins by claiming its purpose is already fulfilled and that Iori has no reason to keep fighting. Iori rejects that logic, deciding the fastest way to save Kotoha is to defeat the creature now. He reassures the spirit that the Naga is nothing more than another source of experience and loot to him. As he charges, he recalls that Nagas are feared by mages because their skin absorbs magic. He immediately adjusts his plan and resolves to rely on physical attacks instead of spells. Using speed-enhancing skills, he launches himself straight at the monster. His opening slash lands, but the Naga barely reacts. Iori realizes his beginner sword cannot pierce the creature's hide at all. The Naga answers with a torrent of venom from its maw. The poison splashes across the battlefield in front of him. The corrosive venom keeps spreading instead of simply pooling. The spirit warns that the poison is melting the ground itself. Iori understands that a direct hit from that venom would kill him instantly. He grimly concludes that against this enemy, any successful attack from it is effectively fatal. Even so, the danger only sharpens his focus, and he admits he has not felt this tense in a long time. He opens his item box in the middle of combat. Drawing on the storage function of Forbidden Restriction, he searches the separate dimension where his items are kept. He pulls out a stronger weapon to replace his useless sword. The choice is a Minotaur's axe, a much higher rank physical weapon. Watching him adapt so quickly, the spirit realizes he has already mastered the parts of Forbidden Restriction she taught him. The Naga closes in again, looming over him before he can rest. It whips its massive body around in a sweeping counterattack. Iori meets the rush head-on with the axe. The heavier weapon finally bites into the Naga's body and forces a reaction. But the blow still fails to do meaningful damage against the monster's superior stats. Iori realizes that even with a better weapon, the difference in raw power is still too large for him to win normally. Before he can rethink his approach, the spirit warns that the naga is attacking again. The creature slams down with crushing force. Iori barely avoids being flattened and is driven into the ground by the impact. When the dust settles, he sees the naga has broken his expensive axe as well, leaving him irritated and nearly unarmed. He accepts that none of the weapons he currently has are enough to finish this fight. With no safe option left, he decides to gamble everything on a desperate plan. He vanishes from the naga's immediate reach to set the trap in motion. Then he rushes back in, forcing the monster to commit to another close-range exchange. At the last moment, he plants a hand against the battlefield to redirect the flow of the fight. He uses sonic impact to blast the naga's open mouth and disrupt its charge. As the opening appears, Iori pushes through the strain and roars out his next move. He unleashes Crimson Lotus Fireball directly into the naga. The spirit protests that magic only feeds a naga and will restore its mana instead of harming it. Iori reveals that this is exactly what he is counting on, because even a naga's absorption must have a limit. He reasons that if he forces it past that limit, the creature's defense will fail. Since Forbidden Restriction lets him cast without spending MP, he can keep pouring spells into it far beyond what should be possible. He begins bombarding the naga with repeated Crimson Lotus Fireballs without pause. The spirit understands the idea but realizes the cost is being transferred from mana to Iori's own body. Blood spills from him as the backlash starts tearing him apart. She warns that casting so many spells so quickly will destroy him even if it costs no MP. Iori refuses to stop, deciding that this pain means nothing compared to losing Kodoha. He keeps forcing more fire into the naga until the creature finally begins to break. The boss is blasted backward as its body starts coming apart under the overload. Half delirious, Iori judges that he has finally pushed the naga past its limit. The spirit desperately urges him to hold on just a little longer. He drives the final wave of fire straight through the monster. The naga's body disintegrates under the finishing blow. Iori declares the battle over even as he stands on the edge of collapse. One last massive Crimson Lotus Fireball crashes down to ensure the kill. The dungeon confirms the victory by announcing that Iori has leveled up. Among the rewards, he obtains the rare Naga's Poison Blade. He stares at the reward screen in exhausted disbelief, barely staying conscious. His strength finally gives out. The spirit rushes to him through the smoke, terrified that he may have died after the win. Iori manages to answer weakly that he is somehow still alive. Relieved, the spirit praises him for pulling off the impossible. She starts to explain that defeating the boss should automatically teleport them outside, but then notices something is wrong. Iori realizes he can no longer hear her voice, a sign that the transfer is malfunctioning. The spirit begins to dissolve as the teleport activates incorrectly. She immediately understands that she made a mistake. Horrified, she admits she entered the wrong coordinates and sent them somewhere other than home. To make matters worse, she senses someone approaching their arrival point. She apologizes to Iori just as the teleport completes. A young woman opens the door and finds an unconscious stranger in front of her. She recognizes him at once and blurts out Iori's name in shock. Iori slowly regains consciousness in a bed, no longer in the dungeon. Disoriented, he wonders where he has ended up. Looking around, he realizes he is in a girl's room. The unfamiliar setting makes him tense up immediately. The orange-haired girl, Siki Amami, returns and greets him with relief. She is simply glad that he has finally woken up. Iori recognizes her and begins piecing together what happened. Amami explains that this is her room and that she found him collapsed outside while she was out walking, so she brought him in because he looked dangerously pale. Iori understands that she rescued him and sincerely thanks her. Amami brushes off the gratitude and says his safety is what matters. Still, she wants to know why he had been unconscious in such a strange place. Iori gives a partial truth, saying he challenged a C-rank dungeon alone and collapsed from exhaustion, while keeping the hidden dungeon secret. Amami is alarmed that he entered a C-rank dungeon by himself, but mostly relieved that he survived. He repeats how grateful he is that she picked him up. Amami awkwardly explains that with recent accidents involving awakeners, she could not just leave him there. She points out that she gathered his belongings for him, though his phone was broken in the process. He thanks her again for taking care of everything. Trying to be helpful in a more ordinary way, she shyly offers him some porridge if he is hungry. Iori hesitates only a moment before accepting. Amami eagerly says she wants to do at least this much for him after he saved her in the dungeon before. He tells her she does not owe him anything, but allows her to treat him anyway. She happily rushes off to bring the food right away. Left alone, Iori reflects that she really is a kind person. Then he notices something odd in the room. His gaze drifts toward her open closet. A pair of underwear is visibly hanging out where it should not be. He realizes her earlier rummaging must have been her hurried attempt to hide her things before facing him. Amami returns with the tray before he can decide how to handle the discovery. Startled, he reacts too sharply and gives himself away. Amami follows his line of sight and instantly understands what happened. Mortified, she demands to know whether he saw it. Iori tries to dodge the question, but his hesitation betrays him. She presses him until he admits he may have seen a little. His weak denial only confirms it further. Amami erupts in embarrassment, while Iori apologizes and insists he did not mean to look. She calms herself enough to admit it was partly her own fault for not tidying up properly. Trying to move past the awkwardness, she serves the porridge and urges him to eat before it gets cold. Even then, she begs him to forget what he saw. Iori keeps that promise to himself, though he knows the memory will stay with him for a while. He formally thanks her for the meal and begins eating with her beside him. After one bite, he is genuinely impressed by how comforting and delicious it is. Amami brightens and reveals that the secret is grated ginger, a remedy her mother used to make when she was sick. Iori recognizes it as a family recipe and appreciates the warmth behind it. As they talk, he casually asks whether she lives apart from her parents. Amami quietly reveals that both of her parents were killed by monsters 7 years earlier. The memory pulls her back to the day everything was destroyed. She recalls a monstrous attack and the helpless terror of facing it. The scene shifts to the chaos of that tragedy reaching her family. Young Amami remembers being silenced by fear and grief as the nightmare unfolded. Back in the present, Iori apologizes for making her relive something painful. Amami says the loss happened long ago and claims it no longer hurts as sharply as before. Iori gently wonders if that tragedy is the reason she wants to become an adventurer. She says that is part of it, because she wants to stop others from ending up as alone as she did. But she also admits a simpler childhood dream. She always wanted to be a strong, amazing adventurer herself. That dream is why she once pushed so hard to become Iori's disciple. Even if she may not be naturally suited for the job, she still wants to give it everything she has. Listening to her, Iori realizes she will keep chasing that path no matter how hard it becomes. He sees that her determination comes not from selfish ambition but from loyalty to her convictions. Moved by that sincerity, he suddenly bows deeply before her. He retracts what he once told her about not being suited to become an adventurer. Then he begins to make her an offer. Iori asks whether she would still like to become his disciple. Amami is so overwhelmed that she can barely process what he means. He explains that the most important quality for an adventurer is neither strength nor talent, but courage, and she has plenty of it. Because of that, he wants to help her, even if his own schedule means proper lessons will take time to begin. Through tears, Amami asks if he truly means it. She bows her head over the table, overcome with gratitude and emotion. Still crying, she thanks him and says that if he will have someone like her, she would love to become his disciple. Iori accepts and promises to make a first-rate wizard out of her. Amami answers with an eager, heartfelt yes. She beams through tears and says she looks forward to working with him. Later, at Siki's apartment, Iori settles back into practical matters. Now recovered enough to think clearly, he opens his interface and reviews the spoils from the hidden dungeon. He notes that he came away with a surprising number of materials and several rare equipment drops, including Danaga's blade. Seeing he has duplicate gear, he decides one of the extra necklaces can be sold for money. He resolves to keep the rest of the items for himself and make use of them going forward. After defeating Naga, Iori secures a rare replacement weapon, a poison B-rank sword, and decides to equip it immediately. Satisfied with the lucky drop, he commits to making the new blade part of his build. He turns from gear to self-assessment, and asks Sphere to evaluate how much stronger he has become. His status reveals a major jump in level and overall power, confirming that the recent battle paid off heavily. Sphere judges that he has roughly reached C-rank strength, still far from the top but growing at an exceptional pace. She also praises his stat distribution, and says the new spell he just earned suits him perfectly. After accepting the compliment, Iori shifts to practical matters and asks how much money the loot sale will bring in. The answer is staggering. The haul is worth 70 million yen. The sum shocks him, but it also makes his desperate 500 million yen goal feel more attainable. That brief relief is interrupted when his phone starts ringing. Sphere alerts him to the call, and Iori assumes it is the repaired phone arriving sooner than expected. He realizes instead that the caller is Kotoha's doctor. Iori answers at once, bracing himself. The doctor explains they had been trying to reach him because Kotoha's condition has suddenly worsened. He is warned that if the decline continues, she may not have much time left. The doctor urges him to stay with her while she is still conscious, making the crisis painfully immediate. After a stunned pause, Iori asks to speak to Kotoha directly. The doctor checks whether she is able to talk and tells her that her brother is on the line. Iori waits in grim silence, forcing himself not to break. When Kotoha weakly answers, he asks her to hold on just a little longer. He tells her he has found a way to cure her, turning his hope into a promise. The doctor tries to stop him from doing anything reckless in response to that vow. Kotoha quietly listens, trusting him despite her frailty. She simply says she will wait for him, placing her life in his hands. Iori thanks her and asks her to endure a little longer, and she agrees. Once the call ends, the weight of that promise settles over him. He immediately asks Sphere whether clearing an A-rank hidden dungeon could earn the 500 million yen he needs. Sphere admits it might, but warns that attempting one at his current level is practically choosing death. Iori accepts the danger and decides he has no choice but to do it anyway. Sphere can only watch his resolve harden. She spells out the reality. Challenging an A-rank hidden dungeon with only C-rank stats should be impossible. In blunt terms, she tells him he has no chance of clearing it and that the attempt is suicidal. Even after hearing that, she asks if he still intends to go. He answers without hesitation that he is out of time. Seeing that he cannot be stopped, Sphere decides to back him with everything she has. Iori accepts her support with quiet gratitude. He uses Sphere to locate an A-rank hidden dungeon offering 100 million yen reward. Soon after, he arrives at the site and steps into the challenge. The hidden dungeon reveals itself as a towering structure far beyond anything he has faced before. Its scale alone makes clear that this raid will be nothing like the lower-rank dungeons. Sphere explains that clearing it means conquering 5 strata and defeating the boss at the summit. Iori understands that this will be a long grind rather than a quick kill. Sphere adds that there are safe zones hidden from monster detection and promises to guide him through the tower. That reassurance lasts only until a new threat announces itself. Before he can even enter properly, Sphere reveals that the tower gatekeeper, Nemia the White Lion, must be defeated first. She warns that although Iori is level 70, the recommended level for beating this monster is 320. Even so, she asks whether he truly believes he can win. Iori answers with confidence, saying that a lone A-rank beast is actually favorable compared with being swarmed. He recalls that his real trouble in solo raids comes when hordes overwhelm him, not when he can focus on one enemy. If he can beat this gatekeeper and secure its rare drop, he expects the rest of the raid to become much easier. The lion attacks before the plan can be discussed any further. Iori welcomes the close-range clash, having hoped to fight the beast at point-blank range. He reveals that he unlocked a new skill specifically for moments like this. Calling on Tenma, he floods his body with concentrated mana and surges forward. The spell takes hold as his physical presence sharply intensifies. Iori explains that Tenma dramatically boosts physical ability when wrapped in dense mana. Ordinarily the spell would be too expensive to use freely, but his forbidden restriction removes its MP cost entirely. With that advantage, he meets the lion's charge head-on instead of retreating. Because Tenma costs him nothing, he can maintain A-rank combat power despite his lower base stats. He keeps pressing the beast with explosive movement and force. In his own judgment, Tenma lets him fight A-rank opponents on equal footing even before his natural growth catches up. Still, he reminds himself not to repeat the overexertion that nearly ruined him in the battle with Naga. In the middle of the fight, the system suddenly announces that he has unlocked a special quest. The interruption catches him off guard, and he demands to know what that means. Sphere immediately recognizes it as a major opportunity for rapid growth. The quest interface fully manifests before him. Iori, already interested in the potential upside, asks Sphere for the details. The quest demands that he make Nemia submit without killing it, and the reward is summoning magic plus Nemia itself as a familiar. The idea is unfamiliar to him, but he quickly sees that the reward could change everything. A powerful familiar would massively increase the combat options of a solo fighter like him. That means he now has to defeat the lion while holding back from killing it. He immediately abandons his original kill plan and starts reworking his strategy around subjugation. He closes in and tests the beast directly instead of finishing it outright. His hand strikes into the lion's mane as he gauges its resistance. Rather than trying to cut it down, he orders it to submit. The lion resists, and Iori realizes the fight has become more complicated than brute force. The beast erupts with a violent burst of wind and power. Iori recognizes that the lion is wrapped in a wind-like armor that makes damaging it cleanly far harder. Sphere panics, thinking he is wasting time in a deadly fight. Iori insists he is not playing around and says he needs to overwhelm the beast so completely that it accepts defeat. Sphere still cannot believe he can impose that kind of dominance on a monster meant for level 320 challengers. Iori counters that beast monsters hit hard but fight simply, which makes them readable. He also realizes that mastering this lion could become the key to conquering the rest of the hidden dungeon. That thought turns the lion from an obstacle into an asset he refuses to let go. He apologizes to the beast in advance, already deciding to break its pride. Because he has already read its attack pattern, he begins punishing every move it makes. The lion tries to change the pace by firing beams from its eyes. Its ranged assault tears through the battlefield, but Iori remains composed. He tells the beast its tricks no longer work on him. Having seized the initiative, he declares that punishment is about to begin. He launches a relentless barrage of close-range blows into the lion's face and body. The assault continues without giving the beast room to recover. As he hammers it down, he orders it to bow to him. One especially heavy strike sends a shockwave through the arena. The force of the exchange throws Iori back, but only momentarily. The aftermath leaves the battlefield churning with residual power. Even Sphere is left stunned by how far he has pushed the fight. She admits in disbelief that he has actually beaten down an A-rank monster. Iori presses the advantage and repeats his command for the lion to lie down. At last the beast lowers itself before him, its resistance broken. Sphere watches in amazement as the monster obeys him almost like a loyal dog. The system confirms that he has cleared the special quest. A surge of new power washes over Iori as the reward is granted. He receives summoning magic, Nemia as a familiar, a level increase, and a new piece of equipment called the White Lion Gauntlets. Iori is surprised that subduing the monster, rather than killing it, still granted experience and loot. Sphere explains that turning a dungeon enemy into a familiar is an extraordinary achievement in itself. Because the feat exceeded ordinary subjugation, the system also awarded bonus experience. His status jumps dramatically, carrying him all the way to level 120, and adding summoning magic to his skill set. He realizes he has gained 50 levels in one stroke. Before entering the tower proper, he considers spending his new skill points and asks Sphere what each stratum contains. He makes it clear that he expects her guidance from here on. Sphere refuses to help until he asks with proper respect. When he looks confused, she doubles down on demanding a more flattering request. Iori swallows his pride and begs the self-important Sphere for assistance. Sphere finally explains that the first stratum is filled with swarms of B-rank undead. Their sheer numbers make the floor more dangerous than a lower hidden dungeon, and the upper strata only get worse. Hearing that, Iori immediately identifies the kind of spell that would help him most. Sphere grows uneasy when she realizes which option he is considering. She warns that the complex spell costs 10 skill points and seems too inefficient to justify unlocking. Iori rejects that caution, deciding that every spell he learns must serve a concrete purpose in clearing the tower. Sphere is skeptical when he claims to already have a plan. He tells her to trust him and simply watch. With that, he turns toward the tower and prepares to begin the real raid. The tower looms over them as the next phase starts. Sphere suddenly remembers one crucial detail she forgot to mention. Once inside, she says they cannot leave until they reach the dungeon core at the top, but Iori proceeds without hesitation. Sphere praises his nerve while noting that he seems to have no fear for his own life. Iori corrects her. He is afraid, but his sister's death frightens him far more than his own. With that truth laid bare, they step fully into the dungeon. Sphere teases him for being hopelessly devoted to his little sister, and he denies it even as his actions prove otherwise. The entrance seals behind them, cutting off retreat. Seal marks flare to life, confirming that they are trapped inside until the raid is finished. Sphere warns him that the undead are already converging on their position. Iori calmly decides to test the new spell before the battle begins in earnest. He activates Covert and erases his own presence. Then, with himself hidden from detection, he summons his new familiar, Nemia the White Lion. He orders Nemia to run across the floor and draw every undead creature onto itself. The undead immediately react to the lion's presence and begin converging. Nemia tears through the floor at full speed, gathering the entire swarm behind it. Iori explains that undead are individually strong but mindless. Once they lock onto a target, they pursue it relentlessly until it dies. Using that trait, he orders Nemia to lead them all into the center and hold them there. The lion obeys without hesitation and plants itself where instructed. The horde closes in from every direction, exactly as Iori intended. At the critical moment, he unveils the expensive spell Sphere doubted and casts Petrify. Stone rapidly encases Nemia, turning the familiar into an immovable, unbreakable decoy. The undead keep piling onto the petrified lion, unable to realize they are trapped by a lure. With the entire swarm concentrated in one place, the battlefield is finally arranged to Iori's advantage. Sphere realizes the brilliance of the plan. The costly petrification spell was never meant for offense, but to make an indestructible bait. Now that every undead on the floor has gathered into a single kill zone, Iori is ready to turn the first stratum into easy experience. Iori decides to strengthen his demon sword by embedding it with Tenma. He follows that by adding a saintly enchantment, flooding the blade with holy power. Sphere realizes his combination lets a demonic weapon wield holy attribute magic. Iori immediately unleashes the new power in a sweeping holy strike. The attack tears through the undead horde in one motion. The holy slash finishes off the remaining monsters and purges the floor. With the battle over, Iori calmly declares the extermination complete. He rewards Nemia for helping and shares the victory instead of taking all the credit. Sphere is stunned that he wiped out everything in only a few minutes, while his level rises again. When Iori teases her for doubting him, she admits she believed in him but is still shocked by the result. Checking his status, Iori sees that his level has doubled to 240. He also notes that the dungeon paid off with a large haul of rare, high-grade drops. That success makes him pause and think about what it means for his next move. He asks Sphere whether the loot is already worth hundreds of millions of yen. When she estimates about 600 million, Iori realizes he has earned enough money to solve his immediate problem. He tries to leave at once, but Sphere reminds him the tower will not let him out until he reaches the top. Iori accepts that the only way home is to clear the final floor. He looks upward and starts thinking less like a trapped player and more like a strategist. Then he tells Sphere to examine the ceiling carefully. She sees only an ordinary ceiling, which is exactly what convinces Iori there is a weakness there. Sphere loses patience with his roundabout explanation and demands the point. Iori explains that unlike the walls and doors, the ceiling lacks the tower's ceiling protections. Sphere understands that he is considering forcing a path upward, though she hesitates at the idea. She warns him not to waste a hidden A-rank dungeon by acting recklessly. Iori answers by preparing to put that reckless idea into action anyway. Now that he has enough money to save Kodoha, he no longer needs the dungeon intact and asks Sphere about the top floor boss. Sphere reluctantly begins explaining what waits above. The final boss is the Grim Reaper, ruler of the tower's undead, and the recommended level to face it is 550. Sphere admits he should have no chance at his current strength, but also knows ordinary logic rarely stops him. Instead of forbidding him, she urges him to hurry and save his sister. Iori thanks her, taking that support as permission to risk everything. He studies the boss in advance and predicts that a Grim Reaper will rely on ghost magic. Based on that, he chooses a spell specifically meant to shut such movement down. He becomes confident that this spell can completely suppress the Reaper's mobility. With his plan set, he calls on Tenma and begins the shortcut assault. He drives his power into the floor and ceiling with overwhelming force. A pillar of magic erupts upward through the tower. The blast bores through the sealed structure from below. The tower's upper levels rupture under the pressure. The explosion opens a vertical path straight to the summit. Iori declares that he has created a shortcut to the top floor. Sphere warns that they have entered the boss arena and could be attacked at any moment. Iori already knows this fight will punish even a single opening. He reminds himself that to win, he must first seal every movement the Grim Reaper can make. The arena answers with a sea of skulls and undead presence gathering around the throne. The Grim Reaper begins the battle by casting through its spectral power. Its ghost magic sends hordes of undead surging toward Iori as disposable weapons. Iori lets the swarm close and without panicking, he activates Perception Block to make the undead misidentify him as one of their own. The charging undead rush past him harmlessly, stripped of their purpose. Iori explains that the Reaper attacks indirectly by using undead as extensions of its ghost magic. By disguising himself to that magic, he turns the entire tactic useless. The Grim Reaper notices that its control has failed. Its attention sharpens as it realizes this opponent understands its tricks. It abandons distance and manifests its scythe for direct combat. At the same time, a glowing monolith in the arena begins reacting to the fight. The Reaper swings from behind, but Iori has already read the attack. Drawing on experience from his past life, he trusts that no Grim Reaper's trick will catch him unprepared. He opens the Magic Eye of Wisdom, first form. Reaching that skill tree again feels like reclaiming the specialty he once mastered. He knows the eye is one of the highest-ranking magic eyes, though he can only use its first stage for now. Even so, he understands the key weakness of the Grim Reaper. It has no true physical body and is hard to strike only because it vanishes so cleanly. He decides that if he can see its mana instead of its body, that weakness can be overcome. The first form gives him exactly that, letting him track the Reaper's location and time a hit. With the mana trail exposed, Iori turns to face the real target. The Reaper counters with a massive side sweep, forcing him to evade instead of pressing in. A second magical strike follows immediately, keeping him pinned. Iori narrows his focus and keeps reading the hidden flow behind the attacks. He rises into the air within the storm of ghostly mana, refusing to lose sight of the Reaper. Then the Reaper launches another concealed attack from a blind angle. Iori answers with a full-force counter, committing to a decisive strike. His attack lands through the mana reading and pierces the Reaper's form. For the first time, the boss is visibly cut. But Iori immediately judges the damage as tiny and recognizes the vast gap that still separates them. Rather than despair, he resolves to keep hitting until that gap no longer matters. He realizes that even with his current weak stats, the Magic Eye's first form can still seal the Reaper's movement. He puts that theory into practice and locks the boss in place for an instant. Yet, in the middle of the exchange, Iori suddenly remembers the greatest difference between his current self and the Archmage he once was. This life has given him an emotional vulnerability his old self never carried. That weakness opens the moment the Reaper exploits his heart instead of his body. A vision of a hospital room intrudes on the battlefield. He sees Kotoha reaching for him from her sickbed, calling for her brother. The illusion deepens until it feels painfully real. Iori's composure breaks as the image hits the fear he has been suppressing. The Reaper presses the advantage while Iori cries out for Kotoha. A killing blow flashes toward him before he can recover. The strike tears into him and sends him crashing down, badly wounded. Sphere screams his name as the Reaper prepares to finish him. The boss settles back into control, confident that the fight is over. Its face twists into a monstrous grin as it savors his collapse. Iori realizes too late that he was caught by illusion magic, not brute force. Bleeding and cornered, he admits he cannot keep dodging attacks like this and desperately searches for an answer. His thoughts return to the one truth that matters: if he dies here, Kotoha will die too. He remembers her calling for him with complete trust. He recalls a happier day when she proudly showed him how much she had improved at minute waltz. He had praised her and let himself believe there would be more ordinary days like that. The memory continues with her begging him to stay and watch. He had agreed, smiling and giving her a little more time. She had held up her sheet music, eager for his approval. Then he stood beside her at the piano as she played. He gently patted her head, and the warmth of that moment becomes the reason he cannot give up. Back in the present, his fading consciousness drifts toward another memory. He bitterly wonders whether his life is flashing before his eyes as he lies near death. Even so, the memories remind him that their life together was genuinely happy and worth fighting for. He sees Kotoha in tears, as if asking whether he has already surrendered. That silent accusation forces him to confront his own weakness. He rejects death outright and clings to the will to survive for her sake. At that desperate moment, a system window suddenly appears before him. Iori can barely process the interruption through the pain. The message offers to lift his forbidden restriction. While the Reaper moves in again, the offer hangs over Iori like a final gamble. He stares at it in disbelief, unable to tell whether it is salvation or another trap. Sphere is just as confused, but Iori immediately asks whether accepting it would truly remove his limit. Even with the Reaper attacking, he decides he would rather trust the unknown than lose Konoha. He resolves that to save her, there is nothing he would refuse. The system accepts his choice and announces that the forbidden restriction has been lifted. A second message declares the release of the forbidden Archmage. Power erupts from Iori so violently that the battlefield itself is overwhelmed. His eyes sharpen with a level of force he had been unable to access until now. The unleashed magic crashes down on the arena like divine punishment. The entire top floor is swallowed by a colossal pillar of blue destruction. The Grim Reaper is blasted apart and exposed in its true skeletal form. Iori rises from the blast transformed, cloaked in the overwhelming aura of his restored power. He tightens his grip, fully in command again. The released Archmage power surges through him and his weapon without restraint. The Reaper finally understands too late that the balance of the fight has reversed. It tries one last countermeasure, but its magic is drowned out by Iori's superior force. Iori apologizes only for one thing, because he must reach Konoha immediately. He is going to obliterate the entire dungeon. He annihilates the Reaper with a final overwhelming strike. The finishing blow continues past the boss and tears through the tower itself. As the dungeon collapses, a glowing green item core is left behind in the wreckage. The destruction breaches back into the real world near the hospital. Iori bursts out into the night sky above the city, carried by the force of his own escape. He redirects the remaining energy downward to land and move again without slowing. Now outside, he steadies himself and channels his power toward one destination only. He prays that he has not arrived too late. At the hospital, Konoha's condition worsens as the staff struggle to keep her alive. A nurse urges her to hold on and says her brother has been called. Konoha weakly tries to call for him, barely conscious. The doctor, desperate, begs Siki to appear before it is too late. Iori races through the hospital in answer to that plea. While running, he opens the system shop and finds the item he needs. Without hesitation, he spends 500 million yen to buy the cure. He drives himself faster, shouting that he is coming and calling Konoha's name. His magic streaks through the city like a blue meteor aimed at the hospital. Inside the room, the staff can only watch the monitors and wait. Konoha lies still beneath her mask, hanging on by almost nothing. The nurse can only whisper to her helplessly as the situation worsens. The doctor admits that her condition is deteriorating rapidly. Konoha begins apologizing and asks only that, if nothing can be done, she be allowed to die peacefully. Iori rushes into Konoha's hospital room, desperate to reach her before it is too late. A doctor tells him Konoha has already lost consciousness and can only ask that he stay with her until the end. Instead of accepting her death, Iori realizes he returned in time and clings to that hope. While the doctor is still trying to make sense of Konoha's lingering warmth, Iori ignores him and acts. He lifts Konoha up and prepares to force the last chance he brought back onto her. Iori removes her oxygen mask so he can make her drink the medicine. The doctor and nurse are horrified as they realize he is doing something reckless to a dying patient. Iori pours the glowing elixir into Konoha despite their protests. The medicine immediately floods her body with a supernatural light. Iori can only watch in tense silence as the miracle either works or fails. Konoha remains motionless for a breathless moment, while Iori silently begs her to live. Then her body finally responds, proving the elixir has taken effect. The medical staff stare in disbelief as the impossible begins unfolding in front of them. Even Iori is shaken by how completely the situation has overturned. Konoha opens her eyes and recognizes her brother. The sight breaks Iori, and all the fear he had been holding back spills out. He throws his arms around Konoha, overwhelmed that he truly got her back. Later, the doctor confirms that Konoha is now perfectly healthy and that even her old injuries have vanished. Iori finally relaxes when he hears there is no sign of relapse. The doctor adds that Konoha can likely leave the hospital the very next day, and Iori thanks him sincerely. Still, the doctor admits that curing an incurable disease with a single dose defies all known medicine and can only be called a miracle. Pressed for an explanation, Iori claims he found a cure-all elixir in a dungeon and gambled everything on it. The doctor accepts that dungeons can produce things beyond ordinary understanding. That answer leaves the mystery intact, but it is enough to end the questioning. Iori keeps his composure, choosing not to reveal anything more. After Konoha's discharge, the siblings step outside together for the first time in a long while. Konoha tests her recovered body with a stretch, savoring the simple freedom of movement. She delights in the fresh air, already sounding like someone fully returned to life. Iori laughs with relief, happy to see her acting like herself again. Konoha says her suffering now feels unreal, as if the nightmare has finally ended. Iori is simply glad that she can say that at all. When he moves to call a cab, Konoha stops him. Now that she is better, she wants to walk home with him instead. Iori worries the trip will be too much for someone who only just recovered. Konoha brushes off his concern and jokes that he can carry her if needed. Her teasing makes Iori smile despite himself. He gives in, and the two decide to walk home together. On the way, Iori offers to celebrate her discharge with any meal she wants. Konoha chooses the one thing she missed most while sick, Iori's homemade curry. Iori tries to offer something more extravagant, assuming she is holding back for his sake. Konoha makes it clear that she genuinely wants his cooking more than anything else. So Iori changes the plan and says they will stop by the supermarket first. Kotoha happily adds pudding to the shopping list, and Iori promises her as much as she wants. Back home, Kotoha rushes inside, thrilled just to be in her own place again. Her excitement abruptly falters when she notices something unexpected deeper in the apartment. She pauses, confused by the strange presence waiting there. Iori realizes too late that the room is occupied and that Kotoha is about to discover his secret. He lunges to stop her, remembering that Sphere is inside. But Kotoha walks in on Sphere lounging around and snacking as if she owns the place. Sphere remains completely at ease, more interested in junk food than in being caught. The siblings can only stare at the absurd intruder in their home. Sphere cheerfully praises this world's junk food and admits she is getting addicted to it. Kotoha can only guess that the tiny stranger must be some kind of fairy. Sphere turns her attention to Kotoha without the slightest embarrassment. She greets Kotoha by name and notes that she has recovered, immediately proving she knows far more than she should. Sphere rejects the fairy label and insists on being called by her actual name. She explains that she has been guiding Iori all along and repeatedly saved him whenever he threw himself toward death for Kotoha's sake. Kotoha turns to her brother, stunned by how much he has hidden from her. Realizing Sphere truly helped save him, Kotoha thanks her warmly. Sphere is pleased by Kotoha's manners and immediately compares her favorably to Iori. Kotoha laughs off the praise, already getting along with Sphere. Watching them bond so easily, Iori decides that this strange development is probably for the best. With the introduction settled, he turns the evening back toward the promised curry. The three of them sit down to eat together like an unlikely family. For Kotoha, the familiar meal carries the weight of everything she nearly lost. She takes her first bite with eager anticipation. The taste overwhelms her, and she declares it unbelievably delicious. Kotoha tells Iori that eating his curry again after so long means everything to her. Iori answers that hearing that makes all his effort worthwhile. Kotoha says the meal makes her feel truly alive again. Sphere dryly points out that such gratitude makes sense after Kotoha nearly died. Kotoha laughs and agrees, treating even that blunt remark lightly. Iori is irritated by Sphere's tactlessness, but Kotoha's laughter convinces him to let it pass. Their peaceful dinner is interrupted when the television cuts to breaking news. The broadcast announces an urgent development that immediately catches Iori's attention. The room's mood shifts as everyone listens. A large new dungeon has appeared in the Tokyo metropolitan area. The Adventurers Guild identifies it as likely A rank and begins recruiting clans to clear it. Kotoha remarks that dungeons seem to be appearing more often lately. Iori focuses on the scale of the threat and realizes it will not be cleared quickly. At that exact moment, a system message suddenly appears before him. Iori is startled by the unexpected notification. The emergency quest orders him to clear the Crystal Mines dungeon within 30 days as compensation for lifting the restriction. Iori recognizes the system's quest format from before, but this one appears at a far stranger time. Sphere immediately senses something is wrong, because time-limited quests should not exist and the wording points directly at his forbidden restriction skill. Iori realizes that if lifting the restriction was treated as a reward, then this quest must be the price he was always meant to pay. Kotoha notices his sudden distraction, but cannot see the system window causing it. Iori quickly understands that the message is invisible to her, and covers his reaction. He forces the moment aside and tells Kotoha to keep eating. That night, after Kotoha falls asleep peacefully, Iori stays awake to confront the problem with Sphere. He points out that even Sphere does not understand what is happening, while the countdown keeps running. The shrinking time limit makes the danger impossible to ignore. Sphere suspects the quest is tied to Iori's transformation into his past self during the battle with the Grim Reaper. But beyond that connection, she admits she has no real explanation despite supposedly managing the skill. She confesses this is the first time she has ever encountered anything like a release condition for forbidden restriction, and says only his former self would know more. Iori says he still has a theory about what the quest means. Sphere presses him to explain it. He starts by focusing on the phrase lifting the restriction. To him, it clearly refers to the moment he reverted to his previous self in battle. He reasons that the release was likely a safety mechanism built into forbidden restriction itself. That mechanism would only activate under extreme conditions. Specifically, it would trigger when his life was in mortal danger. But that creates a contradiction, because magic should always demand equivalent energy. Yet he paid nothing when the restriction lifted during the Grim Reaper fight. Sphere is baffled, because that violates the basic laws of magic she knows. Iori concludes that the cost was never waived at all, and that he has owed it ever since the moment the system saved him. Sphere follows his logic and sees why the quest is framed as compensation. Iori confirms it, though he admits many details are still unclear. Sphere then asks the obvious question: if the payment is deferred, what happens if he never pays it? Iori answers bluntly that failing the emergency quest before the deadline will probably kill him. Sphere panics and concludes they must clear the crystal mines quickly, most likely the same dungeon that just appeared on the news. Iori agrees and accepts that, whether he likes it or not, he has to resume life as an adventurer. The next morning, Kotoha is already back in her school uniform, reclaiming her ordinary life. She heads out cheerfully, full of energy that would have been impossible only days earlier. Iori sends her off with a smile, while Sphere watches beside him. Kotoha leaves for school, finally able to live like a normal girl again. Seeing her healthy and carefree strengthens Iori's resolve. Once she is gone, he decides it is time for him to move as well. He goes to the guild and asks to take the promotion exam straight from F rank to A rank. When questioned, he confirms the request without hesitation. The staff privately dismiss him as another delusional weakling chasing status beyond his ability. Iori hears the ridicule clearly but chooses not to react. He knows he needs A rank because the Crystal Mines is a public A rank dungeon, and only a sufficiently high-ranked clan can enter it. Since his hidden dungeon achievements do not count toward public standing, he must raise his official rank all at once through the exam. The guild explains that passing requires both a status measurement and a practical test, beginning with the measurement crystal. Iori calmly places his hand on the crystal. The examiner is stunned when the reading reveals he is level 240, far beyond what anyone expected from an F-rank nobody. She hurriedly hides her shock and tells him he has passed the status portion. Iori is sent to wait for the practical exam. While he waits, he overhears a heated argument nearby. A young adventurer insists he should not be made the sole scapegoat for his clan's failed dungeon run. The clan leader, A-rank adventurer Ryazaki, mocks him as a useless support member and claims the failure was his fault. The younger man refuses to accept being blamed and expelled while receiving only scraps of the rewards. He argues that the real cause of failure was Ryazaki's bad judgment as leader. Ryazaki responds with violence instead of rebuttal. He swings at the subordinate, intent on silencing him by force. Iori intercepts the blow effortlessly before it can land. Ryazaki demands to know who dared interfere. Iori answers that he is merely an adventurer passing by. Ryazaki warns him not to meddle in other people's business. Iori replies that he could ignore insults, but not outright assault. Before the confrontation can escalate further, Ryazaki is summoned away to reception. Forced to leave, he backs off and pretends he is generously letting the matter go. Even as he walks away, Ryazaki makes it clear he is only postponing the conflict. The younger adventurer apologizes for dragging Iori into the mess, but Iori says he only stepped in after hearing talk of blame being shifted. When Iori asks what happened, the young man offers to explain even if it turns into a complaint. He says Ryazaki leads the Red Dragons, a clan that once had a strong reputation and high morale. Their 10-man party had entered a difficult dungeon expecting a normal high-level clear. Instead, they triggered a trap that killed everyone except Ryazaki and the support member now standing before Iori. Although the leader should have borne responsibility, Ryazaki chose to pin the disaster on the lower-ranked supporter and has been trying to make him the scapegoat ever since. Iori listens and judges the whole situation as deeply rotten. Seki Iori is summoned to the arena for the practical exam that will decide his promotion to A rank. He apologizes for leaving abruptly and heads out because the guild has called him in. A worried acquaintance stops him and reveals that the test is a mock battle against an A-rank examiner, likely Ryazaki. The warning lands hard when Iori realizes he may be facing the brutal Ryazaki himself. He is urged to withdraw because Ryazaki has a reputation for maiming examinees during these tests. Iori refuses to be intimidated and calmly insists he is stronger than he looks. His friend can only stare, unconvinced and still anxious for him. In the arena, Ryazaki greets the matchup with delighted malice, treating it like fate. He immediately mocks Iori as the worthless failure he had heard about. Ryazaki promises not just to injure him, but to ruin his future as an adventurer altogether. Instead of shrinking back, Iori says he is glad to have drawn Ryazaki as his opponent. He explains that against a thug like Ryazaki, he has no reason to hold back. Ryazaki is enraged by the insult and takes it personally. The exam officially begins under a tense, hostile atmosphere. Ryazaki opens with murderous intent, throwing a crushing first strike meant to end the fight immediately. His blow smashes into the arena floor with enough force to split it apart. Iori avoids the impact while Ryazaki tears up the ground with raw physical power. Seeing the damage, Iori notes that Ryazaki's physical stats are unusually high even for A rank. He quickly revises his estimate and acknowledges that this opponent is stronger than expected. Ryazaki follows by activating gravity pull to drag Iori back before he can create distance. He bears down aggressively, convinced he has trapped his prey. Iori feels his body being forcibly dragged in by the gravity skill. Ryazaki prepares a finishing punch, certain the pulled-in target cannot escape. But Iori stays calm and reads the attack instead of panicking. He plants a hand to redirect himself at the last instant. Using Ryazaki's own pull, he flips over and past him. He slips behind Ryazaki and breaks the expected line of attack. The two reset positions as Iori cleanly evades the supposed killing blow. Ryazaki dismisses the dodge as luck, though he is already irritated. Iori remains composed and keeps studying him rather than boasting. He identifies gravity pull as a gravity manipulation skill and remarks that it suits Ryazaki's build. Ryazaki is amused that Iori figured it out so quickly and admits he has some talent. Even so, he declares that Iori's adventure career will end here. Ryazaki pours out a huge amount of mana and escalates the fight. Iori recognizes the sheer volume of mana and accepts that this is what a true A rank should be capable of. He answers by invoking Tenma and calling down a surge of blue power around himself. Ryazaki senses immediately that Iori is no ordinary weakling and starts seeing him as a future threat. He decides it would be safest to crush that threat before it can grow. Iori meets the killing intent head-on and warns that Ryozaki's confidence may fail him. Ryozaki laughs off the warning and charges again, determined to break him by force. This time he uses reverse gravity to make Iori's body unbearably heavy. Iori braces and tries to guard, but the altered gravity changes the whole exchange. His movement slows drastically under the sudden weight. He realizes too late that his body has become too heavy to respond normally. The gravity slams him violently downward and drives him into the arena wall and floor. Even while being crushed, Iori keeps enough focus to track the attack. He raises a hand and prepares to counter instead of simply enduring it. Ryozaki presses the assault with another explosive impact. The force sends Iori tumbling through the blast zone. While recovering, Iori admits Ryozaki is highly skilled both in using his abilities and in close combat. He decides he will need Eye of Wisdom if he wants to properly read and block Ryozaki's techniques. Ryozaki attacks again with gravity pull, trying to drag him into another decisive hit. As the pull closes in, Iori activates his perception and begins analyzing the spell structure itself. He reaches into the flow of the technique and interferes with it directly. Ryozaki is stunned when his gravity pull is disrupted instead of taking hold. Rather than panic, he becomes excited that Iori can interfere with his skill at all. His excitement turns feral, and he declares that if it has come to this, they should fight until one of them dies. Before he can continue, the guild announcer abruptly ends the practical exam. Iori turns away at once, treating the official decision as final. Ryozaki protests furiously and refuses to accept the match ending there. Iori reminds him that the announcer has already called it and that the matter is settled. Ryozaki rejects the ruling outright because his bloodlust still isn't satisfied. Iori makes clear that his only goal was passing the exam, and with that achieved, he has no reason to keep fighting. Ryozaki is left seething as Iori heads for the exit. Humiliated by being denied a finish, Ryozaki swears he will not let Iori walk away. He vows to remember Seki Iori and settle the score someday. Still kneeling in the rect arena, he promises their fight is not truly over. Soon after, the guild formally congratulates Iori on his promotion and hands him his new A-rank guild card. His anxious friend rushes over and asks whether the exam went well. Iori answers lightly that he managed, helped by the fact that the exam ended quickly. His friend is relieved, since even a short encounter with Ryozaki can leave people badly injured. Then he notices something unsettling. Iori appears completely unharmed despite facing Ryozaki. Iori jokes that this must mean he truly is strong enough to be recognized as A-rank. The friend laughs, but warns that Ryozaki is stubborn and may come after him later. He offers his own contact information and says that even after being expelled from his clan, he can still be useful if trouble comes. After parting ways, Iori walks through the city while checking his phone. Now that he has reached A-rank, his next problem is figuring out how to join a clan. He considers asking Takai or Suzuki's for advice on that. Before he can dwell on it, his senses pick up a dangerous presence nearby. He immediately recognizes the feeling of a monster close at hand. Around him, civilians are already panicking and fleeing in terror. A public emergency broadcast confirms that monsters have escaped from a gate and asks nearby adventurers to assist. Iori decides to respond at once, since he already intended to get involved. He spots the escaped group, led by a large serpent-like boss surrounded by smaller monsters. Seeing the threat level, he resolves to clean up the incident quickly. Elsewhere, guild staff reviewing the exam footage are left in disbelief by what they saw from Iori. One official reflects that Iori used to be weak, yet somehow gained A-rank strength in a very short time. The footage makes it impossible to believe he is truly a skill-less incompetent, because he clearly exceeded that label. The official decides he should report this anomaly to higher guild authorities. For now, he settles on passing the matter up the chain rather than drawing conclusions himself. Back at the gate incident, a young adventurer struggles desperately against one of the smaller monsters. His weapon strikes, but the golem-like creature barely takes damage. He realizes in frustration that the enemy's body is far tougher than he expected. The monster surges back at him before he can recover. A veteran adventurer intercepts the attack with a heavy hammer and saves the younger fighter. The younger man hurriedly thanks him, and the veteran brushes it off while staying focused on the battle. Above them, the serpent boss unleashes a barrage of crystal-like projectiles and pressure from the air. The young adventurer panics as the boss turns its attention their way. A flashy B-rank named Saito steps forward, claiming the boss for himself and ordering the others to handle the lesser monsters. He presents himself as the strongest one present and pushes the rest into supporting roles. The others dislike his attitude, but they reluctantly accept that he is the strongest available fighter. Saito grandly taunts the serpent and boasts that it cannot possibly beat him. The other adventurers spread out and prepare to contain the battlefield around the boss. From a rooftop, Iori watches the scene instead of stepping in immediately. He finds the whole situation troublesome rather than exciting. He decides that interfering too early would only make it look like he stole someone else's kill, so he will observe first and judge their strength. Since Saito is a B-ranker, Iori expects he should be able to handle a B-rank boss if he is truly competent. Saito, meanwhile, is already fantasizing that killing the boss will earn him an automatic promotion to A-rank. He smugly convinces himself that adventuring is easy and that this victory is basically guaranteed. Watching from above, Iori is annoyed that Saito is still talking instead of paying attention. He notices the serpent quietly gathering power for a major attack while Saito remains oblivious. The boss suddenly releases that stored power in a violent surge. Saito is caught off guard and can only stare in confusion for a beat. The blast destroys the footing beneath him and sends him falling toward the monsters below. Iori concludes that Saito really was fighting without using his brain. Terrified now, Saito can only scream at the monsters to stay away from him. Before they can tear him apart, blue blades of energy descend from above. A swordsman in a dark uniform lands between Saito and the monsters and cuts through the attack in one motion. Saito realizes someone has just saved his life. The newcomer remains silent and focused, treating the rescue as routine. His gaze sharpens as he measures the remaining enemies. Then he moves, carving through the smaller monsters with overwhelming speed. Their bodies split apart before they can even react. He continues the sweep until the entire cluster is cut down. The surrounding adventurers are stunned that creatures they struggled against were erased in a single strike. Iori realizes that stepping in has once again made it look like he stole someone else's prey, and he wants to leave before anyone complains. He vanishes upward in a burst of speed before the others can stop him. The remaining adventurers can only watch his departure in shock. They conclude that the mysterious swordsman operates on an entirely different level from them. Elsewhere, someone in a cafe has already been watching the incident from a distance. On her phone is a perfect shot of Iori in action, captured mid-technique. The photographer, Nagisawa Suzu, is thrilled by the footage and captivated by his swordsmanship. She is just as delighted by how handsome he is and feels lucky to have gotten such clear shots. Judging from the footage, she estimates he must be at least B rank, and more likely A rank, yet she has never seen him before. That makes her suspect he may be a newly promoted adventurer without a clan. The possibility excites her even more. When she checks the database, she finds that Seki Iori has indeed just been promoted to A rank. She is astonished that someone this strong is still branded and incompetent. Rather than dismiss the contradiction, she decides it makes him even more interesting. Later, a loud cry from inside the apartment interrupts the calm. Iori scolds his sister for using her phone at the table and tells her to drop it for now. Instead, she excitedly shoves the phone toward him and insists he look at something first. He reluctantly takes the phone, unsure what she is making such a fuss about. The screen shows a viral post from Nagisawa Suzu featuring a video of a super strong adventurer instantly killing a monster, and the clip is already exploding online. The post's popularity keeps climbing, turning the unknown swordsman into a sudden sensation. Iori is horrified as he realizes the video is about him. His sister immediately connects the dots, asks if the person in the video is him, and excitedly demands to see it too. Iori admits it really is him, but his first concern is who managed to film him in the first place. His sister is shocked that he does not even know who Suzu is. As he stares at the name Nagisawa Suzu in confusion, he can only ask who this mysterious girl is. The story opens with Nagisawa Suzu already established as a beloved celebrity adventurer. Her appeal comes not just from her idle past and charm, but from the fact that she is genuinely powerful, which made her a source of comfort to people like Iori during hard times. Iori realizes that his sister's excitement over Suzu explains why she is reacting so strongly to the video. Sphere teases Iori for suddenly drawing attention online and becoming unexpectedly popular. His little sister immediately imagines him becoming famous too, while Iori wants no part of that future. Before the conversation can settle, Iori notices his phone going off. Messages start pouring in from acquaintances who recognized him in the viral clip and are amazed by his strength. Seeing the flood of reactions, Iori understands that the video has spread widely. His sister points out that this was inevitable because Suzu herself was the one who uploaded it. Iori considers asking the platform to remove the post, but the huge response makes that route feel both urgent and frustratingly wasteful. What truly pushes him is the risk that public attention could expose not only him but also the people around him to harassment or danger. His sister quickly agrees that the safest move is to have Suzu delete the post directly. Sphere suggests contacting Suzu through direct messages instead, since a platform complaint would be slow and Suzu still accepts messages. When Iori questions why Sphere knows so much about this, she casually admits she has been gathering internet knowledge lately. His sister praises Sphere's diligence, while Iori suspects she is simply amusing herself. Even so, he decides the fastest solution is to make an account and contact Suzu himself. He sends Suzu a polite message explaining that he is the person in the video and asking her to take the post down. His sister warns him not to expect much, since someone as famous as Suzu must be buried in messages. Iori accepts that he may have to wait. Instead, Suzu replies almost immediately, shocking everyone. She agrees to delete the post, but only after he comes to the Adventurers Guild the next day so she can verify his identity in person. His sister is thrilled and jealous that he is about to meet her idol face to face. Iori refuses to let that excitement become an excuse for skipping school, and his sister reluctantly backs down. Still, the speed of Suzu's response leaves Iori uneasy. He starts to suspect that Suzu had been waiting for him to reach out. The next day, he goes to the Adventurers Guild as requested. He arrives at the appointed time and waits among the crowd. Someone suddenly grabs his sleeve before he can make sense of the situation. A disguised young woman quietly orders him to follow her. Iori immediately becomes wary of the setup. Even so, he agrees and lets her lead him upward in a private elevator. She steps out first, keeping control of the meeting from the start. Using a keycard, she brings him into a restricted area. Once inside a secluded room, she formally greets him. She reveals herself as Nagisawa Suzu and addresses him by name, confirming she already knows exactly who he is. Iori returns the greeting and immediately asks what kind of room she has brought him to. Suzu explains that it is just a guild conference room available to high-ranked adventurers. She adds that someone as famous as her cannot have a calm conversation out in public. Iori understands that privacy was the real reason she arranged the meeting this way. He wastes no time and asks her again to remove the video now that she has confirmed his identity. Suzu shows him that she already deleted the post before he even asked in person. That eases his immediate concern, and he thanks her. Suzu brushes off the gratitude as if she merely handled a small favor. But she quickly reveals that she still thinks deleting such a successful post was a waste. Iori makes it clear that he does not share that regret at all. Suzu is surprised that someone with his ability has no desire for fame. Iori answers that he would rather avoid standing out altogether. Suzu accepts that answer, but only as a lead-in to what she really wants. She asks whether that means he would reject an offer to work with her. Iori repeats the idea back, trying to understand what she is proposing. Suzu explains that his strength is especially marketable because it belongs to someone officially dismissed as incompetent. To her, that contrast alone would make him explode in popularity if they teamed up. The memory of his battle footage hangs over the conversation as proof of what she means. Iori realizes she already knew about his reputation before uploading the video. Suzu openly admits she researched him first, and posted the clip with full awareness of who he was. She confesses that she had intended to recruit him with the promise that they could become even more famous together. Iori is irritated that she engineered the situation instead of speaking to him directly from the start. Suzu cheerfully admits she acted with purpose and accepts his accusation that she is cunning. She says she had hoped to form either a party or even a clan with him. That catches Iori's attention enough for him to ask why she wanted that so badly. Suzu answers that she wants more places to express herself. She sees adventuring beyond her current social media reach as another stage that could expand her popularity. Iori now understands her clearly and concludes that fame sits at the center of her priorities. Suzu laughs and denies that it is the only thing she cares about, though not very convincingly. Iori admits that he does need a clan to conquer a large dungeon, even if he had never planned to build one himself. Because of that need, he says he might consider working with her if the conditions are right. Suzu is startled that he suddenly sounds interested after resisting her pitch. She immediately misreads his change of tone as personal attraction, and he shuts that down at once. Trying to regain control, Suzu says she cannot form a clan with someone she knows nothing about, and asks his reason for wanting one. Iori tells her plainly that he needs a clan only because there is a specific dungeon he must clear. Suzu correctly guesses that he is talking about the crystal mines. She explains that she inferred it because it is a large dungeon that cannot realistically be cleared alone. She also predicts that if he fails to find a clan, he will recklessly try to challenge it by himself anyway, and Iori admits she may be right. On that basis, Suzu proposes that they create a clan together. Iori stops her and says he has conditions before he will agree. Suzu asks what kind of conditions he could possibly demand. His first and most important rule is that she must never post about him on social media without his permission. Suzu immediately recognizes that this was always going to be his main concern. Though disappointed, she accepts the restriction and asks if he wants anything else. Iori says that is enough, and that if she can keep that promise, he is willing to move forward. Suzu agrees without hesitation. She eagerly reaches out and declares that she is looking forward to working with him. Iori hesitates, surprised by how quickly she is ready to decide. Suzu reminds him that she was the one who summoned him here and admits she knows his opinion of her is poor. Iori bluntly confirms that her image in his eyes is not good. Rather than deny it, Suzu says that is exactly why she wants to build trust and is willing to accept all of his conditions. That sincerity softens him enough for Iori to admit she may not be as bad as he thought. Suzu treats that as the beginning of a real partnership, and they seal it with a handshake. Before letting the moment end, Iori asks for one more favor. He reveals that he wants an autograph from Suzu as a gift for his little sister. Suzu laughs, calls him a devoted brother, and asks for the girl's name. Iori's expression softens as he thinks of the person he wants to make happy. He tells her the autograph should be made out to Kodoha. As the meeting wraps up, Suzu raises a practical issue. A clan requires 5 members, so they still need 3 more people. Iori realizes he may already have candidates in mind. When he asks whether Suzu has anyone to recommend, she admits she has no one suitable. She explains that while she does have connections, most people around her would join for access to her fame rather than for the right reasons. Iori decides he will invite the people he trusts instead. Suzu accepts that plan and tells him to contact her once he is ready to proceed. Back home, Iori calls out to his sister with the promised gift. Kodoha is overwhelmed when she realizes he actually brought back Suzu's autograph. Iori says he got it because he knew it would make her happy, and Kodoha responds with ecstatic gratitude and affection. Caught off guard by her intensity, he awkwardly returns the sentiment. Sphere immediately mocks him for being hopelessly attached to his sister, which he denies. The phone becomes the next focus as Iori turns from family warmth back to business. He contacts one of the people he wants for the clan, but receives an apologetic refusal. That candidate explains he is still injured and cannot work as an adventurer for now. Iori accepts that Takai is unavailable. Still, 2 others have already agreed, leaving him only 1 member short of the minimum. Remembering someone nearby, he decides to try recruiting the boy in front of him next. Before that can happen, Kotoha demands to know what really happened between him and Suzu. When Iori casually says Suzu wanted to work with him, Kotoha explodes with excitement, and immediately imagines him becoming famous. Iori clarifies that he made Suzu promise not to turn him into a public attraction. Kotoha complains that this wastes the opportunity, though she can tell the 2 of them got along better in private than she expected. Iori hints that Kotoha may get a chance to meet Suzu herself someday. That promise sends her into celebration. Watching her joy, Iori resolves to make that meeting happen, but only after he clears the crystal mines. Alone with his thoughts, he admits his current strength still feels insufficient after struggling against an A-rank hidden dungeon boss. He concludes that he must become stronger before challenging what lies ahead. The burden pressing on him is so severe that he thinks the price he pays for his power may ultimately consume his whole life. While Kotoha sleeps peacefully, unaware of that weight, Iori moves in the middle of the night. He purchases another hidden dungeon key, choosing immediate growth over rest. Sphere is astonished that he is going out to level up at such an hour, but also impressed by his resolve. Iori explains that daylight must be spent preparing the clan, leaving nighttime as his only chance to train. Sphere recognizes how cornered he is and accepts that he has no luxury to slow down. Even so, she warns him not to get reckless just because he cleared an A-rank dungeon, since his official status is still only around B rank. Iori acknowledges the warning and enters the new hidden dungeon anyway. Night hangs over the battlefield as he steps into another dangerous trial. The dungeon terrain itself feels hostile and unstable. A massive shadow beast appears almost immediately, confirming the place is packed with powerful enemies. Rather than panic, Iori reads the situation as an opportunity to harvest strength quickly. When the monster charges, he answers with magic instead of retreating. He summons White Lion Nemia, bringing out one of his strongest allies to fight for him. The summoned beast tears into the enemy before it can reach Iori. Iori reflects that every kill made by his summons still grants him experience, making this an ideal method for rapid leveling. He also has to evade incoming attacks from above, showing that the dungeon remains dangerous even with his summons active. More monsters gather, and he notes that this dungeon is full of enemies eager for battle. He cuts through them with sweeping attacks, turning their aggression into fuel for his growth. His sword and magic begin working in tandem as he joins the slaughter directly. With each exchange, he feels his level rising at a pace he can finally rely on. That progress drives him to keep fighting without pause. He continues cutting down monster after monster through relentless combat. The battle stretches across the entire night as he refuses to stop. By dawn, he is still standing, hardened by the grind. Only one enemy remains in the dungeon. That final obstacle reveals itself as the boss, the Troll King, a towering monster that dwarfs him. Iori faces the giant head-on instead of backing away. White Lion Nemia launches the first decisive strike, crashing into the Troll King with overwhelming force. The summoned lion tears into the boss, drawing blood and proving that the final battle has truly begun. Even wounded, the Troll King remains alive, leaving Iori at the threshold of a far more dangerous fight. Siki sees his exhausted wolf companion Nemia hurled out of the fight as the red ogre closes in. Nemia crashes down hard, making it clear the beast can no longer keep battling. Siki rushes to the fallen Nemia and checks whether his companion is still alive. Realizing Nemia has done all it can, Siki gently tells it to rest and leaves the rest to himself. The wounded wolf accepts his words and withdraws from the battle. With his ally gone, Siki turns his full attention to the monstrous king before him. He steadies himself and prepares to finish the fight personally. The Ogre King answers with a furious roar and a renewed charge. The giant monster leaps down at him with overwhelming force, trying to crush him outright. Siki apologizes for ending it quickly, revealing he has no time for a drawn-out battle and will decide everything in one strike. He pours enormous power into his weapon, gathering a spell far beyond his usual limits. The Ogre King brings down a blazing attack, but Siki meets it head-on instead of retreating. As the clash peaks, Siki's focus sharpens and he commits completely to the finishing blow. His empowered strike cuts through the monster's assault and tears into the king itself. When the light clears, Siki remains standing, calm and in control, with victory already decided. The Ogre King's severed remains confirm that the battle is over. System rewards appear at once, showing that Siki has leveled up and obtained the A-rank weapon Club of Kings, and he finally lets out a breath. The recoil from the spell immediately hits him, reminding him that the attack exceeded what his body can safely handle. He admits the spell's power is terrifying, but he still lacks the strength to endure its backlash properly. Even so, he judges the result acceptable for the moment. Reviewing the new weapon and his status, Siki confirms the gain is enough to move forward. The scene shifts back to the city as dawn breaks after the dungeon battle. Back home, Siki notices he returned to his room this time and wonders why he was not displaced like before. His fairy companion explains that dungeon exits depend on how much one's position changes inside, which is why his return point stayed nearly the same in the A-rank dungeon. Siki realizes the earlier C-rank case was different because he had moved around far more there. His phone interrupts the discussion with a new message. The message shows Shimizu wants to hear more about the clan, confirming Siki has caught his interest. The fairy points out that if Siki recruits Shimizu, he will have assembled the 5 founding members he needs, and Siki agrees while noting Shimizu's A-rank experience will be valuable. Siki is especially pleased because Shimizu has already entered the crystal mines before and could be a major asset there. He arranges to meet Shimizu in person at a cafe. Shimizu opens the conversation by acknowledging Siki's message about forming a new clan. Rather than hesitate, Shimizu says he wants to join out of gratitude for what Siki has done for him. Siki welcomes that answer but makes clear he does not want Shimizu to force himself out of obligation. Shimizu appreciates the consideration and asks whether the rest of the members have already been gathered. Siki explains that, including himself, the group already has 2 A ranks. He adds that the remaining members are 1 C rank and 1 F rank. Shimizu is surprised by the wide gap in ability and asks whether Siki knew them all beforehand. Siki says he didn't know each of them individually, but none of the others know one another yet. Shimizu warns that once a clan with 3 A ranks appears, it will attract attention and likely provoke interference from Ryazaki. The mention of Ryazaki makes Siki immediately wary. Shimizu explains that Ryazaki contacted him after their last meeting and tried to pry information out of him about the person he had been speaking with. He insists he revealed nothing, though he could tell Ryazaki intended to make trouble. Siki reassures him that Ryazaki's hostility comes from their promotion exam clash and is not Shimizu's fault. He firmly tells Shimizu not to feel responsible for whatever Ryazaki may do. Relieved, Shimizu thanks him. Shimizu then reveals he was mistreated badly in his previous clan and wants to help build a better one under Siki's leadership. He even admits that Siki's character itself is what won him over. With that sincerity laid bare, Shimizu directly asks to join Siki's clan. Siki accepts without hesitation and offers his hand, welcoming Shimizu as a teammate. The acceptance leaves Shimizu openly delighted. Their handshake seals the new alliance. Later that night, the city glows under a calmer sky as Siki moves on to the next step. He reflects that he has finally gathered all 5 founding members and now only needs to clear the target dungeon. That thought leads him to the looming challenge still ahead. He stands before the newly discovered gate to the crystal mines, measuring the danger for himself. The gate's heavy mana output tells him this A-rank dungeon is unusually threatening. A timer shows only 26 days remain, turning the problem into a race against time. Siki immediately recognizes that Amami and Suzuki's are still too weak to enter such a dungeon safely. Even with training, he thinks they may only barely make it in time. Instead of backing down, he decides he will need to rely on unconventional methods. The next day begins with that plan already in motion. Siki brings his younger sister Kotohana along to meet Suzuki's, and Kotohana is thrilled to see her idol so soon. She excitedly thanks her brother for arranging the meeting. Siki explains he thought this was a good chance for everyone to meet. As they head toward the Adventurers Guild, Kotohana chatters happily while Siki humors her. They arrive at the guild together, with Kotohana clinging close to him. Onlookers notice the pair and begin whispering about how like they look. Kotohana senses the attention and grows self-conscious about being stared at. Siki realizes the brief viral video of him was enough for people to recognize him after all, and he is unsettled by how fast words spread. As he steps out of the elevator, something feels off. He finds the meeting room already unlocked, suggesting someone has arrived before him. Inside, Nagisawa Suzu is already waiting and greets him the moment he enters. Siki notes that she beat him there. Nagisawa starts to answer, but her attention is instantly stolen by Kotohana. Kotohana is overwhelmed to meet Suzuki's in person and blurts out that she is even prettier than expected. Nagisawa notices Kotohana and guesses she must be Siki's sister. When Siki confirms it, Kotohana nearly short-circuits from being called cute by her idol. Nagisawa warmly says she is glad Kotohana is so happy and even remembers her name. That small kindness sends Kotohana into even greater excitement. Siki laughs awkwardly and remarks that Kotohana is clearly a huge fan of Nagisawa. The door opens again as another member arrives. Shimizu enters and greets Siki. Siki welcomes him and notes his punctuality. Soon after, Suzuki's Mio peeks in, having come as requested. Siki acknowledges her arrival, and she answers that she came because he asked her personally. Amami arrives last, apologizing for being late and thanking Siki for all his help. Seeing everyone already assembled makes her worry she kept them waiting. The others reassure her that they have only just gathered themselves. Amami relaxes at that. With all 5 members present, Siki begins the first clan meeting by proposing that everyone introduce themselves. He starts to organize the order, but Kotohana eagerly interrupts and asks to go first. She introduces herself as Siki Kotohana, explains she is only accompanying her brother today rather than joining as an adventurer, and cheerfully greets everyone. Suzuki's realizes this is the younger sister Siki once mentioned, the one close to her own age. The others politely welcome Kotohana, and she returns the greeting with enthusiasm. Amami introduces herself next, admitting she is only F rank but promising to work hard. Suzuki follows by stating she is C rank and specializes in archery. Shimizu then identifies himself as an A rank support specialist and promises the others they can rely on him. That leaves Nagisawa to go last. Before introducing herself, Suzuki confronts her with a suspicion she has been holding back. Nagisawa reacts with amused confidence instead of denial. She all but confirms Suzuki's guess. Dropping the disguise, she reveals herself openly. She introduces herself as Nagisawa Suzu, the famous performer. Amami is stunned to find a celebrity among them, while Suzuki is less impressed than vindicated. Suzuki immediately asks whether Nagisawa was the one who uploaded the video of Siki, and what her motive was. Siki steps in to address the issue directly before it can sour the meeting. He explains that Nagisawa has already told him the full story in detail. He summarizes that she happened to witness his battle by chance, filmed it, and that their later contact eventually led to the idea of forming this clan. He also makes clear that their shared goal is to conquer the crystal mines. Amami and Suzuki recognize the name as the newly discovered dungeon. Siki confirms it. He explains that because it is a large A-rank dungeon, only registered clans are allowed to enter, which is why he needed to form one. That explanation only deepens Amami and Suzuki's anxiety, since the dungeon is far beyond their current level. They admit outright that the place terrifies them. Siki tells them that fear is completely understandable. He then reveals the clan's first objective, training the 2 weaker members until they can take part. Suzuki objects that no amount of ordinary training could make them strong enough to fight A-rank enemies in time. Nagisawa counters that Siki's own impossible rise proves abnormal growth can happen. She points to his jump from F rank straight to A rank as evidence that the impossible has already happened once. She insists that under Siki, the others may also grow at an unnatural pace. Her confidence makes Siki decide to reveal more of the truth. Suzuki still argues that even rapid growth should not make such a leap possible. Siki calmly says it will be fine and declares that, thanks to his own ability, they really can become strong enough soon. Amami is confused because, as far as everyone knows, Siki should not have any skill at all. He apologizes for hiding it and admits he possesses a skill that no one else can see. He names it for what it is, a hidden skill. The room falls into tense silence as everyone absorbs the revelation. The others repeat the phrase in disbelief, trying to understand what that means. Nagisawa takes it in stride and jokes that this means Siki was never merely a hopeless incompetent after all. Suzuki is more struck by the fact that he kept such a secret from everyone, while Amami is still trying to process how calmly the others are taking it. Kotohana, unlike the rest, is simply amazed to learn her brother had a hidden power all along. Amami is relieved that at least Kotohana shares her level of shock. Siki apologizes again for keeping the truth to himself. Suzuki tells him there is no need to apologize now that his sudden rise finally makes sense. Kotohana immediately connects the dots and realizes this hidden skill must also be what Siki used to heal her. Siki confirms that her guess is essentially correct without fully explaining it. Amami notices that Kotohana had already accepted the idea more easily than she had. That realization leads Amami to a more personal conclusion. She suspects Siki's hidden skill is the reason he was able to make her cast such extraordinary magic before. Nagisawa, fascinated, asks what kind of ability it actually is. Siki refuses to reveal every detail, but explains the core of it. His skill lets him master abilities from every skill group. That answer leaves the others speechless. Nagisawa breaks the tension by declaring it the greatest skill imaginable. Siki tempers that reaction by warning that even such a versatile hidden skill has weaknesses, though he is satisfied as long as the others understand its broad nature. Suzuki admits she still does not fully understand it, but asks the practical question of how this power will make Amami and herself stronger. Shimizu supports the question and bluntly points out that Amami, especially, is still an incompetent with no skill. Siki answers that this is exactly why there is hope, because incompetents are the only people who can properly use magic. Amami is startled, unsure how magic differs from ordinary skills. Siki begins to explain by demonstrating a small spell and says that calling it magic alone still does not fully capture the distinction. He reveals the key truth that will reshape their training. Skills are themselves a form of magic, but true magic can only be properly wielded by incompetents. Iori points out that Amami has already cast magic once before, even if only under unusual circumstances. Amami agrees, but reminds him that Siki was the one who made that miracle happen back then. Even so, Iori is struck by the fact that a mere chant produced enough power to instantly kill a B-rank minotaur. He concludes that Amami's potential firepower is extraordinary. Siki confirms that Amami already has more than enough raw power to matter in battle. With that settled, Iori decides Amami's path to strength will be formal magic training. Amami accepts the challenge with nervous determination. The blonde girl immediately asks what role Iori has planned for her. He tells her he intends to deepen her understanding of her own skill. She presses him to explain what that actually means. Iori proposes a theory that top adventurers become strong partly because they understand the finer workings of their skills, which lets those skills grow. Nagisawa backs him up, saying skills can change depending on how they are used. So Iori decides to train her by making her study her skill more deeply while also helping her level up. The blonde girl is amazed at how many things Iori's own ability seems able to support. Nagisawa volunteers to help by advising them on how skills can be used. The little sister eagerly accepts, while Iori dryly notices she got a much warmer response than he did. He sums up that this is the plan for strengthening both girls. Without wasting time, he asks Amami to stay after and begin learning the basics of magic immediately, and she happily agrees. The other two quickly ask to sit in on the lesson as well. Iori allows them to watch. Nagisawa and the boy excuse themselves from joining for now because they have other things to do. Iori accepts that and lets them go. He tells the whole clan that future activities will be coordinated through the group chat. Soon after, the lesson begins at his place. A tiny fairy-like being appears and casually greets the visitors as if this is normal. Amami and the blonde girl are stunned by the sudden sight. They realize the cute creature is an actual fairy and turn to Siki for an explanation. Iori explains that the fairy is part of his hidden skill and introduces her as Sphere. That revelation only leaves the girls more bewildered by how absurdly cute and unexpected his hidden skill is. Sphere smugly takes their reaction as proof of her charm. Iori cuts the distraction short and insists on starting Amami's magic lesson. Sphere protests at being dismissed so bluntly. Iori gives a perfunctory apology and moves on anyway. He formally begins the lesson. Iori explains that Amami has already completed the first step toward using magic because he previously adjusted her mana circuit. The two onlookers instantly latch on to the mention that he touched her back. Iori hurriedly warns them not to react in ways that create the wrong impression. Amami apologizes, embarrassed that she phrased it so badly. He clarifies that he altered her mana pathways so mana could flow through them more easily. Now, he says, she must learn to move that mana on her own and eventually build spells herself. Amami admits she understands none of that in practice. Iori expected that, so he decides to teach her by making her directly feel mana little by little. He prepares to recreate the sensation from the Minotaur fight by stimulating her mana again. He explains that if she maintains that state, she will learn what mana feels like. When she worries that might accidentally trigger another spell, he assures her he will not construct a spell formula, so it will stay safe. He then warns her that he needs to touch her back again to do it, which makes her panic on cue. The little sister immediately cries out in alarm. The blonde girl escalates it by accusing him of sexual harassment. Iori patiently explains that he needs bare skin near the mana vessels to stimulate her mana properly. Sphere dryly notes that this proves he was not being perverse before, while also scolding everyone for inviting misunderstandings. Once the procedure starts, Iori asks Amami whether she can feel anything. She says the sensation matches last time and that her whole body feels intensely warm. The blonde observer realizes that really does sound like the sensation of activating a skill. Iori explains the warmth is just her mana being forcibly stimulated and warns that exhaustion may follow, though he can treat it. Amami nervously asks him not to say that so ominously. He tells her this is the fastest way to learn and instructs her to imagine strengthening the flow of mana rushing through her body. She obeys and concentrates. Watching her, Iori is impressed by how naturally she focuses and how well she controls mana on a first attempt. He realizes she may improve at a frightening pace, even as his own remaining time continues to tick down. Amami's mana surges higher as she follows his guidance. When the flow becomes too much, she admits she has reached her limit. Iori immediately teaches her the next step, telling her to imagine an equal and opposite force that stops the mana flow. The rushing energy begins to subside. Back in the room, her body slumps from the strain and Iori catches and supports her. Still weak, she apologizes to Siki. Iori praises her for doing extremely well for a first lesson. He then produces an expensive MP recovery potion worth 100,000 yen. He gives it to her and tells her to drink it so she can recover quickly. For a moment, everyone is too stunned to react. After drinking it, Amami is amazed that the exhaustion vanishes almost immediately. The others demand to know where Iori pulled out such a luxurious item. He only says it is another function of his skill, which leaves them even more impressed. With Sphere cheerfully pushing things along, Iori announces they will continue the training right away. He bluntly adds that this method is highly effective and that his stored potions let them repeat it as long as necessary. Amami is horrified by what that implies. When she confirms he really means repeating that ordeal over and over, he calmly says yes. The little sister concludes that Siki is a monster for devising such training. Iori, completely serious, says this much is actually on the easy side. The others reject that claim outright. Sphere tells him his sense of normal is hopelessly distorted. Iori reluctantly compromises by suggesting they cap the repetitions at 50, which only horrifies them more. Pressed further, he lowers the proposal to 5 and asks Sumuji if that is acceptable. Amami agrees despite her fear and resolves to endure it. By the end of the brutal session, she has at least gained a rough grasp of how to control her mana. Iori decides that from here on he will refine her precision by making her repeat the same practice. The focus then shifts to a B-rank dungeon, where Iori arrives with Nagisawa and the blonde archer, Suzuki's. Nagisawa cheerfully says she is happy to help if it is for Mio, while Mio herself looks uneasy. Iori notices her nerves, and she admits she is scared after seeing how harsh his training was the day before. He reassures her that he does not really know how to train skills systematically, and will not put her through the same kind of ordeal. Nagisawa teases him as a sadist anyway and even threatens to record that impression. Then she drops the joke and declares that she will take charge of skill training. Her first step is to ask Suzuki to explain everything she knows about her own skill. Suzuki says her skill, Magical Cupid Bow, lets her add various effects to bows and arrows, including elemental and status effects. She demonstrates the range of effects her arrows can carry. She adds that she can also extend their range or even make them curve in circles. Nagisawa acknowledges that the skill is convenient, but suggests Suzuki's may have become too satisfied with using it only in obvious ways. She asks whether Suzuki's has ever considered other applications for it. Suzuki's is confused and asks what she means by that. Nagisawa points out that granting effects to a bow and arrow is useful, but questions whether Suzuki's has stopped exploring beyond that convenience. She argues that if Suzuki's finds new ways to apply the skill, she could challenge much stronger monsters despite her low stats. When Suzuki's still does not follow, Iori suggests a live demonstration would explain it faster, and Nagisawa eagerly agrees. They move deeper into the dungeon to set up the example. A centaur-type monster appears as their target. Nagisawa volunteers to take it down herself to show what she means. She launches into motion and bends her attack path in a way that already hints at unconventional skill use. The centaur braces and tries to respond. Nagisawa rains attacks from above while closing in at high speed. She explains that her Mirage Dancer was originally a support skill for buffing allies, but she learned to repurpose it for solo combat. Using that altered application, she overwhelms the centaur in close quarters. She then reveals a more precise trick by casting a speed buff specifically on the centaur's hind legs. That targeted buff ruins the monster's balance and sends it crashing down. Mio is shocked, while Iori notes that Nagisawa can even apply buffs to specific body parts. Nagisawa follows up by placing an attack buff on herself for the finishing blow. A barrage of empowered strikes tears through the centaur. She lands from the assault with complete control. Nagisawa declares the fight over. She presents the battle as a simple example of rethinking a skill's purpose. Her point is that she took a support ability and deliberately discovered offensive uses for it. She asks whether Mio now understands what Iori has been trying to say. Mio is amazed, but admits she still does not know how to turn that example into something usable for herself. Nagisawa encourages her, and then asks Iori if he watched carefully. He says he did, and that Eye of Wisdom helped him analyze it as well. From that observation, he says he has learned something important. He states his new conclusion plainly. Skills are unrelated to character level, but they do grow stronger through training. Mio falls silent, trying to process the claim. She asks whether that really means she can strengthen her skill without raising her level, and Iori admits it is still a hypothesis. Even so, he is convinced enough that the right item should help Mio grow much stronger. He tells her directly that her skill can become stronger without any improvement to her level. Mio struggles to believe something that overturns everything she has been taught. Iori reminds Nagisawa that she herself has felt her skill's effects grow stronger over time. Nagisawa admits that is true, but says she always assumed it came from leveling up and rising stats. Iori counters that this common explanation may simply be wrong. He proposes that skills evolve separately, almost like having their own hidden level. Mio is startled by the idea and asks him to explain why he believes that. Iori says the answer lies in how closely skills resemble magic. He adds that his knowledge of magic lets him recognize the pattern, even if he refuses to explain the source of that knowledge. From his perspective, skills function on principles similar to stats and magic systems. He privately notes that this explanation is not perfectly accurate, but decides it is enough for them to understand for now. Mio then asks why appraisers do not display skill levels if such a thing exists. Iori explains that status and skills may resemble each other, but they are fundamentally different systems, so ordinary appraisal cannot show skill levels. He says a separate device would be needed to measure them. Nagisawa points out that no such device exists and questions whether he might be mistaken. Iori calmly replies that it may simply not have been invented in this world yet, and if so, he will create it himself. Nagisawa laughs at the outrageous claim, though she also admits Siki might actually be capable of it. For the moment, however, Iori sets that aside and says their immediate goal is raising Mio's skill level. When Mio asks how to do that, he tells her to experiment and discover new ways to use her skill, just as Nagisawa suggested. He expands the theory further by saying that if skills have levels, then they should also gain experience, and unusual applications should grant far more than routine use. Nagisawa realizes that is why he asked Mio earlier whether she had considered other uses for her skill. Iori confirms it, and tells Mio to keep that principle in mind while fighting the monsters in this dungeon. Mio steels herself and agrees to try, even though the task still sounds daunting. He steels himself and decides that while clearing the dungeon, he also needs a practical way to raise skill levels. That goal stays on his mind as he focuses on finding an efficient method for growth. Later that night, the problem follows him back home. A strange interface appears before him, leaving him baffled about what it means. As he examines it, he realizes it includes an item exchange function. One item listed is a status appraiser, which he recognizes as something he created in his previous life. His confusion deepens when he finds a skill appraiser as well, implying there is more hidden knowledge than he remembered. Sphere suggests the simplest explanation is that he made both devices in that forgotten past. He stops short at the implication and confirms that she really means both of them came from him. That forces him to confront a blank stretch of his past life, a period in which he apparently built things he no longer remembers. What troubles him most is that his former self knew about skills at all, even though his old world should have only had magic. Unable to make sense of that contradiction, he gives up on understanding his past motives for now. Sphere tells him not to dwell on it and to use the tool since it is useful. He reluctantly accepts that practical answer. With the dungeon time limit approaching, he decides the only thing that matters now is conquering the crystal mines. He brings out the skill appraiser and prepares to test it immediately. The blonde girl is stunned that he managed to produce such a device overnight. Sphere shamelessly takes credit for the achievement and basks in the praise. Ignoring the banter, he decides to start by measuring Suzuki's skill level. She reaches out to activate the appraiser. The device responds with a burst of light as it reads her ability. It reveals her skill as Magical Cupid Bow, ranked B and currently at level 3. Suzuki's is relieved that the rank is high, even if the level itself is still low. He explains that skills are graded from F to S, so a B rank ability is already impressive. Even so, she admits that a B rank skill does not make her confident enough to enter higher rank dungeons. He reassures her that any skill can grow with mastery, and says hers has especially strong potential. His confidence catches her off guard and softens her anxiety. Embarrassed but comforted, she admits his words make her feel better. Once her skill is confirmed, he proposes going to the guild's training room. She is immediately wary of whatever he has in mind. She questions why they are heading to a training room instead of another dungeon. He explains that if the goal is to raise her skill level, controlled training is better, and Amami can practice alongside her at the same time. She understands the logic but still senses trouble in his plan, while he laughs it off. At the training room, he steps into the center, as if preparing for something serious. The two girls watch uneasily from the sidelines. Amami asks what they are doing, and Suzuki's can only note that Amami is already frightened. A surge of power fills the room as he activates the training setup. The atmosphere turns overwhelming enough to make the girls recoil. He calmly announces that the two of them will be fighting him. Both girls are stunned by the absurdity of being told to battle him directly. He insists that this is the fastest and easiest way to make them stronger. The scene abruptly shifts into a bright summer memory or flashback at a tropical resort. The mood turns carefree as the ocean and sky replace the tension of training. He reflects that this is what a real vacation is supposed to feel like. Standing with the girls at the beach, he seems to agree with that thought. He explains that during summer, Kotoha wanted a trip, so they came to a tropical resort together. Amami thanks him warmly for inviting her along as well. He tells her he is glad she came because the trip would be more fun with company. Sphere immediately ruins the image of a simple siblings trip by reminding everyone that she came too. When he struggles to explain Sphere's presence, she complains that handling awkward explanations was never supposed to be her job. Amami cheerfully interprets their bickering as proof that they get along well. He notices Kotoha acting strangely and asks what is wrong. Kotoha presses him for a reaction after she and Amami appear in their swimsuits. Caught off guard, he gives a stiff but sincere compliment that both of them look good. Kotoha accepts the praise, though she is clearly hoping for more than a generic answer. He suddenly realizes someone else has not shown up yet. Amami also notices that Suzuki's and Nagisawa are taking unusually long to finish changing. As they wonder what happened, Amami worries that her own swimsuit may have been too embarrassing. Kotoha immediately reassures her that she looks cute and should not worry. A startled cry interrupts them from nearby. Suzuki's finally appears in a frilly swimsuit, visibly embarrassed by how exposed she feels. The others instantly praise her appearance and tell her it suits her well. Nagisawa backs them up, pleased that her choice turned out well. Suzuki stays flustered, and Nagisawa teases her for being unexpectedly shy. He responds to the commotion with blunt curiosity rather than romantic panic. Suzuki gathers her courage and asks him directly whether it looks good on her. He answers honestly that it does suit her. That straightforward reply only confuses her more because he seems completely unshaken. She complains that a normal boy should be more flustered by seeing girls in swimsuits, while he dryly notes that reacting that way would be a problem. Nagisawa cuts through the awkwardness and rallies everyone to go swimming. Instead of joining them immediately, he hangs back by the beach chairs. Kotoha asks what he plans to do. He tells her to go enjoy herself, and she happily runs off after thanking him. Left alone under the shade, he reflects on how absurdly surrounded by girls this trip has become. He insists it was not intentional and that he only invited the people Kotoha seemed comfortable with. Sphere mocks him anyway, calling him an obvious sister fanatic, which he firmly denies as simple family devotion. Sphere remains unconvinced and privately judges that he is fooling only himself. Even so, she admits his behavior makes more sense when viewed through the lens of his previous life. Meanwhile, the girls enjoy the water together. Nagisawa encourages Kotoha as they play with a beach ball. From his chair, he asks Sphere whether she is going to swim. Sphere declares that a refined lady would never do something so childish and claims she will simply sunbathe elegantly. He accepts that answer, noting that he is not planning to swim either. As he relaxes, something on the beach catches his attention. He notices a suspicious man moving away with a bag in hand. His instincts immediately tell him the man is trouble. A nearby couple discovers their bag has been emptied and panics over the missing wallet. He realizes the suspicious man must have stolen it. Before moving, he asks Sphere to watch over their belongings. Sphere agrees without hesitation. He intercepts the thief and calls him out in front of the crowd. He demands that the man return what he stole. The thief realizes he has been seen and decides to flee rather than deny it. Boasting that his runner skill makes him unbeatable in a chase, the thief sprints away at full speed. Seeing that the man has a skill, he decides to stop holding back. He activates Tenma and instantly closes the distance, shocking the thief. The thief can barely react before being overtaken. He tackles the man cleanly and pins him down. With the thief subdued, he calmly takes back the stolen wallet. The surrounding beachgoers erupt in admiration at how effortlessly he handled the chase. The tension breaks as the moment passes. The victims resign themselves to the loss for a moment, only to be interrupted. They are shocked to find the missing wallet suddenly returned to their bag. He treats the recovery as no big deal, and the couple is simply relieved that everything turned out fine. Najisawa later corners him with a grin and praises him for looking cool. When he asks whether she saw the whole thing, she jokes that she should have recorded it like last time. He asks her to spare him that kind of embarrassment, and she laughs it off as teasing. She tells him the others have started beach volleyball and came to fetch him, offering to watch the bags herself. He asks if she is tired, but she says she only wanted a short break and that Kotoha would be disappointed if her brother did not play with her. She frames it as simple kindness, and he dryly agrees. When he arrives, Kotoha excitedly recruits him onto her team against Mio and Sumuji. Suzuki's and Amami get fired up, convinced they might actually win at beach volleyball. He smiles and promises to take it easy on them. As the game begins under the summer sun, he admits to himself that this kind of day is not bad at all. The story snaps back to the training room, where the girls are still struggling to accept that they must fight Siki. He confirms he is serious and raises the stakes by saying he will take both of them on at once. He explains that Suzuki's priority is raising her skill level. He adds that Amami's goal is to become comfortable using magic. By fighting together, he says, they will also improve their teamwork, and he warns them that he will attack as well as defend. The girls admit the logic makes sense, but facing him together still feels overwhelming. He asks Amami whether she remembers the chant he taught her earlier. Amami nervously repeats the basics, recalling that she should let mana flow through her whole body and chant. He confirms that this is spoken magic, a form that activates through incantation. He reassures her that if chanting fails, he has another option prepared, so she should not panic. Suzuki draws her bow and warns him that he might actually get hurt. He invites her to attack at full power, and jokingly offers to buy her coffee if she can land a hit. That challenge sharpens her resolve. She accepts the bet and unleashes a fierce volley of glowing arrows. The arrows rain down on him from every direction. He initially treats the attack as routine, then notices something unusual. He moves through the barrage with practiced ease. Even as he dodges, he keeps analyzing the attack pattern. One arrow suddenly transforms into water on impact. He recognizes the trick immediately, and notes that turning arrows into water is a distinctive extension of magical Cupid bow. The skill's name suddenly makes much more sense to him. He decides to let the water strike him so Suzuki's can feel she succeeded and gain confidence. Encouraged, Suzuki's launches another attack with renewed aggression. A second wave of electrified arrows descends around him. Amami watches in awe, impressed by how formidable Suzuki's has become. He realizes the water coating his body was meant to amplify the electricity and multiply the attack's effectiveness, and he praises the teamwork. But he also sees the flaw in their plan. He reminds them that no matter how strong the attack is, it means nothing if it cannot hit him. Suzuki's remains confident, convinced she has already cornered him. She drives an arrow upward to trap him in midair. Sure he cannot dodge while airborne, she presses the advantage. He acknowledges that changing the arrow's trajectory was clever, but says the tactic is still too simple. Using haste, he bursts away in a streak of speed and escapes the trap entirely. Suzuki's is left stunned that he slipped out of what looked like a perfect setup. Refusing to be left behind, Amami finally commits to a real spell and begins a full-fire incantation. Her chant culminates in Crimson Lotus Fireball, sending a towering blaze into the training room as the battle escalates. Siki notes that both trainees are adapting to combat quickly, with Amami already succeeding on her first attempt. To demonstrate further, Iori calmly unleashes a fire spell called Crimson Lotus Fireball. The spell erupts with overwhelming force, showing that his control and output are already far beyond beginner level. Amami is swept up in awe as she experiences real magic up close for the first time. From above, Siki openly praises both of them for how exceptional their progress has been. He admits their rapid improvement is impressive enough to genuinely excite him. The blonde girl is less charmed, irritated that Siki himself seems to be handling everything effortlessly. Amami suddenly realizes the truth and calls out to Siki in shock. She accuses him of having hidden the fact that he could use magic too, and resents being the one forced to use it earlier. Her frustration spills into a wild accusation that he only withheld it to toy with her. Siki quickly denies any ulterior motive and explains that he truly could not use magic at that time. Amami backs off, admitting she only lashed out because his easy performance annoyed her, and frames it as a prank. Relieved, the others accept the explanation and praise Amami for her own success. Siki moves the lesson forward and orders the two girls to devise a new coordinated way to attack him and restrict his responses. Both girls immediately agree to the next challenge. Siki vanishes from his perch, forcing them to react without relying on his position. After the exchange ends, he tells them they worked hard and exceeded his expectations for a first day. The blonde girl is shaken that none of their many attacks landed at all, while Amami can only marvel at Siki's strength. Siki promises that he will train them until they are at least this capable, though either of them can imagine reaching his level. He insists he means it, suggesting people can become stronger before they even realize how much they have changed. Their training is abruptly interrupted when someone bursts in with urgent news for Siki. The messenger is Shimizu, who arrives flustered and desperate. Siki immediately senses the seriousness and demands to know what happened. Shimizu struggles to say the name that matters most, Ryuzaki. Siki focuses at once and asks specifically what has happened to Ryuzaki. Shimizu reveals that Ryuzaki entered the crystal mines 2 days ago and still has not returned. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Guild, where the crisis is being handled at the highest level. On the guild's top floor, a formal meeting is already underway. Board Chairman Oagami Yoshido reports that the A-rank dungeon Crystal Mines has stalled completely after an A-rank party lost contact inside. In response, the guild officially reclassifies Crystal Mines from A-rank to S-rank. Oagami warns that a breakout from such a dungeon would be catastrophic, so he asks an S-rank adventurer to clear it. S-rank adventurer Satsuki Rin accepts without hesitation. Rin points out that S-rank adventurers are permitted to tackle large dungeons alone, making him the obvious choice. Oagami can only accept Ren's confidence. The narration explains that only 9 S-rank adventurers exist in the entire country, and they are recognized only when they vastly surpass A-rank standards. Each S-ranker is effectively treated as a one-man army. Because of that, they are exempt from many guild restrictions, including normal party size requirements for large dungeons. Ren says he will begin the mission the very next day. Oagami gratefully approves the immediate deployment. Ren leaves satisfied that the guild is cooperating quickly. As he rides down, he reflects that Oagami's summons turned out to be a request to clear an S-rank dungeon. He decides to finish the job fast because he has other plans waiting for him. Elsewhere, another meeting begins as someone arrives to hear Shimizu's plea. Najisawa appears and apologizes for making them wait. Shimizu apologizes for the sudden call, and Najisawa asks what the emergency is. Shimizu explains that his former clan, the Red Dragons, suddenly went silent inside the Crystal Mines dungeon. Najisawa recognizes the clan name and realizes Shimizu used to belong to them. Shimizu is surprised that she already knows of the group. Najisawa admits she has heard many bad stories about the Red Dragons. Shimizu concedes that most of what people know is really about their leader, Ryuzaki. Iori silently agrees that such a reputation is unsurprising. Najisawa bluntly says she agrees with that assessment. Shimizu admits that Ryuzaki is unbearably rude and difficult to deal with. Even so, he apologizes for asking everyone to get involved. He knows he is making a selfish request of the whole group. Still, he asks if they will help him save the Red Dragons. A heavy silence follows as the request sinks in. Najisawa voices the obvious objection: Ryuzaki is awful, so why should they risk themselves to save him? Shimizu has no easy answer and can only stand there with the weight of that truth. He admits she is right and that his request is selfish. He explains that he too was mistreated and constantly harassed by Ryuzaki. But despite that, Ryuzaki was still someone he once trusted with his life, so he cannot abandon him if there is any chance to help. Najisawa warns that this is not only about Shimizu's life but about everyone else's as well. Shimizu says he understands and promises that if they go, their only objective will be rescue, not conquest, and he will not force anyone to join. Najisawa turns the decision over to the rest of the group. The two girls refuse, admitting that they are still too weak and too frightened to enter a dungeon that dangerous. They remind everyone that the Crystal Mines requires at least 5 clan members to enter legally. Iori recognizes that after an A-rank clan already failed there, going in with only 2 capable fighters would be reckless. He also points out that even if they rescued Ryuzaki, the man would probably repay them with hostility rather than gratitude. Shimizu accepts their refusal as reasonable, and says he cannot blame them for protecting their lives. With no one willing to come, he resolves to go alone if he must. That declaration catches Iori's attention. Iori asks Shimizu directly whether he truly wants to save Ryuzaki. Shimizu answers without hesitation that he does. He says that if it were possible, he genuinely wants to save him. To explain why, he recalls that Ryuzaki was not always the terrible man he became. As a novice, Ryuzaki was weak and unimpressive, and other adventurers mocked him constantly. Instead of giving up, Ryuzaki kept training both his body and his skills until he became strong. That growth twisted him, leaving him distrustful, arrogant, and quick to pick fights with everyone around him. Because Shimizu remembers the person Ryuzaki used to be, he cannot completely stop caring about him. He admits that what he feels now is sympathy as much as loyalty. Hearing that, Iori says he finally understands Shimizu's feelings. He decides to help with the rescue. Shimizu is stunned by the sudden offer. The two girls are equally shocked that Iori would volunteer. Even Najisawa is caught off guard by his decision. She immediately asks the practical question of how they intend to enter without the required number of members. Iori answers with disarming simplicity that they should just go in anyway. He proposes sneaking into the dungeon without permission and avoiding the guards entirely. Nagisawa is amused by how casually Iori suggests breaking the rules. She warns that they will almost certainly be punished if they do this. But if Shimizu is determined, she says she and Iori can go rescue Ryuzaki together. Shimizu is overwhelmed with gratitude towards Siki for agreeing. Iori answers with a calm smile, already committed. After a brief sigh, Nagisawa decides she will help too. She says she could never forgive herself if she let the two of them die in such a dangerous place. The two girls apologize for being unable to join, admitting they are still not strong enough. Iori reassures them and acknowledges how hard they have been training before setting off. That night, the rescue team heads for the Red Dragons and the S-rank crystal mines. They arrive at the massive portal to the newly designated S-rank dungeon. From cover, Iori prepares the infiltration by casting invisibility on the other two. He tells them to avoid being noticed and slip into the dungeon quietly, impressing Shimizu with yet another spell he can use. Iori warns that once the spell takes effect they will not be able to see one another, so each of them must reach the gate alone and regroup inside. Once they agree, he begins the spell. A blue veil of magic spreads out as Iori activates invisibility. The others vanish from sight and marvel that the spell worked perfectly. Hidden from view, Iori walks straight through the crowd without anyone noticing him. Even while sneaking in, he judges from the atmosphere that this dungeon will not be easy. Nearby adventurers gossip that the crystal mines has really been upgraded to S rank and that such dungeons are rare. Iori had briefly thought he might clear it himself that day, but realizes the situation is more complicated now. He overhears people wondering what became of the Red Dragons after so much time passed. Someone coldly remarks that enough time has passed that their deaths would not be surprising. Another voice says the Red Dragons probably got what they deserved and that it would be better if they were dead. Iori is disgusted that guild staff can speak so casually about adventurers dying in a dungeon, no matter how awful Ryuzaki may be. Acting on that anger, he shoves one of the speakers hard enough to send him sprawling. The staff can only argue among themselves, unable to imagine an invisible intruder standing right beside them. Inside the dungeon, Shimizu thanks Siki for getting them in, but Siki warns that the real difficulty starts now. He makes clear that infiltration was the easy part compared with what lies deeper inside. Shimizu accepts that grim reality. Siki explains that finding the Red Dragons in a dungeon this vast will be difficult, especially now that it has been reassessed as S rank. Shimizu adds that because this is the Red Dragon's second trip inside, they likely changed routes, though he knows they were aiming for an unexplored area. Siki decides they should begin their search there. Nagisawa and Shimizu agree, noting that the upper area feels strangely empty of monsters and that reaching the deeper levels may be easier than expected. Siki suspects the lack of enemies means the Red Dragons already fought through much of this section. But before they can relax, he senses that some danger still remains nearby. A towering crystal deer emerges, confirming that the dungeon is not as cleared out as it first seemed. Shimizu recognizes it as one of the worst monsters they could meet in this region. The crystal deer immediately charges them. Siki intercepts the full-force rush with his bare hands, stopping the monster cold. Shimizu is stunned that Siki can halt such a creature through raw strength alone. Siki orders the other two to focus on scouting while he handles the monsters by himself. Privately, he notes that because they entered without forming a proper party, he can keep all the experience for himself if he defeats the monsters alone. He launches into a counterattack before the deer can recover. The monster is hurled back by the force of his strike. Siki activates Circulation Boost, drawing on the power he gained from clearing the hidden B-rank dungeon so he can finish enemies like this in a single blow. He explains that the technique amplifies the mana gathered through Tenma by rapidly circulating it through his body to heighten his physical abilities. The gathered power condenses into a blinding strike. With the boost active, his body moves far beyond what ordinary Tenma alone could achieve. His attack detonates through the crystal deer and shatters it instantly. Shimizu can only stare in disbelief at the overwhelming result. Nagisawa is equally shaken by the scale of Siki's power. As the monster falls, Siki levels up and casually asks if they should continue. Shimizu hurriedly agrees, still reeling from what he just witnessed. He realizes that even though he and Nagisawa are both A rank, Siki is operating on an entirely different level. Nagisawa reaches the same conclusion and thinks that someone this powerful will not be able to remain unknown for long. Rather than fear that future, she looks forward to the day Iori becomes famous. Outside the guild, Satsuki Rin is mobbed by reporters and fans eager to hear about his next dungeon conquest. Rin is annoyed that confidential guild information keeps leaking to the public. He tells the crowd he intends to challenge crystal mines because dangerous dungeon cores should be destroyed as quickly as possible. When asked about his acting career, he says he has a gap in his schedule and can use that time to handle the dungeon. Watching him on television, someone excitedly points out that Rin is on TV again, underscoring just how famous he already is. While discussing the newly famous S-class adventurer Satsuki Rin, they note that his public image is nothing like Iori's. Kotoha laughs and reveals that Rin actually reminds her of her older brother more than anyone expects. That familiarity makes the others suspicious, and they press her on whether she knows Rin personally. She explains that Ren and her brother were once classmates, and the three of them used to spend a lot of time together. The revelation shocks the listener, who realizes the celebrated Ren once shared an ordinary past with Iori. Kotoha wonders whether Ren even knows that her brother became an adventurer. She imagines Ren would be stunned to learn how far Iori has come. Elsewhere, Iori's group reaches the dungeon safe zone, the last place free of monsters before the real danger begins. Shimizu warns that anything deeper will bring far stronger enemies. He had hoped to find Ryuzaki here, but realizes the missing man must have gone farther in. Iori notes that Shimizu guided them this far from a single prior visit, proving he has an exceptional memory. Najisawa adds that this dungeon feels strange even beyond its bizarre structure, and admits her last expedition turned back at this point. Shimizu judges the monsters ahead too dangerous to handle in numbers, even with Seki's strength. That means Ryuzaki likely pushed into a zone dangerous enough to overwhelm a full party. Shimizu suddenly claims he has a way to find them anyway, and Najisawa eagerly urges him on. He proposes using his smoke manipulation skill to search the dungeon for Ryuzaki and the clan. Iori is caught off guard by the unexpected nature of that ability. Shimizu explains that although the skill is meant to strengthen allies, he can also release the smoke into the dungeon itself. By spreading it everywhere, he can turn the smoke into a kind of radar that detects other adventurers. Najisawa realizes the plan is only possible because Iori has already cleared their path, leaving Shimizu with all his mana intact. Iori brushes off the praise and quietly notes that the fighting helped raise his level enough to handle more trouble. Even so, Shimizu knows using his skill across a dungeon this large is reckless. He resolves to do it anyway because finding the missing people matters more than the cost. Convinced this is their only chance to save them, he activates smoke manipulation at full commitment. The smoke floods outward at astonishing speed, making it seem possible they might locate the others immediately. Iori tempers that hope, reminding them the result depends on how deep Ryuzaki has gone into this enormous dungeon. Shimizu clings to his faith that Ryuzaki is too strong to die in a place like this. As the smoke spreads, Shimizu recalls a past conversation with Ryuzaki about ambition and strength. Back then, Shimizu had been stunned to hear Ryuzaki openly declare that he intended to become S-Class. Ryuzaki explained that he did not care about fame itself, only the freedom and authority that S-Class status would give him. He also admitted he wanted lesser people to have no choice but to submit to him. Shimizu recognized that as a frightening but undeniably serious ambition. When he asked how Ryuzaki planned to reach that height, he got a brutally simple answer. Ryuzaki intended to defeat every other adventurer and prove by force that he was the strongest. Shimizu asked if that meant he wanted to become the strongest man alive. Ryuzaki rejected the idea of wanting it as a dream and treated it as an inevitability. He declared with absolute certainty that he would become the strongest. Even then, Shimizu could only laugh and accept that such arrogance was exactly what made Ryuzaki who he was. Despite their differences, Shimizu had always admired how relentlessly Ryuzaki pursued power. He admits to himself that he still roots for Ryuzaki in secret, even after being cast out of the clan. Najisawa suddenly notices the cost of the search and realizes Shimizu has burned through all his mana. Shimizu curses himself for overextending exactly as feared. Iori immediately steps in with a potion that can restore Shimizu's mana. Najisawa is stunned that he happens to have something so useful on hand. Iori casually reveals that producing items like this is simply another function of his skill. Shimizu gratefully accepts the help, recognizing again how much Iori has done for him. Iori tells him not to dwell on it, and keeps the focus on the rescue. He insists they will find Ryuzaki, and the others no matter what. That resolve helps steady Shimizu's nerves. The emptied bottle marks how quickly Iori's support has already changed the situation. With his mana restored, Shimizu immediately resumes the search. He urgently tries to pinpoint where the smoke has found someone. Far away, the smoke finally reaches a lone figure standing amid the crystals. Shimizu announces that he has found the target. He identifies Ryuzaki at the end of one distinct trail of smoke. But he warns that the route is lined with dangerous monsters, so reaching him safely will be difficult. Iori takes responsibility for that problem and decides to follow the smoke trail alone. He orders the other two to wait behind, and Najisawa can only admire how dependable he is. Shimizu refuses to stay behind and begs to come, even offering himself as bait if things go wrong. Iori rejects the idea of bringing him along as a disposable sacrifice. Shimizu confesses that he was the one who selfishly dragged them into this rescue and cannot bear the thought of them dying because of him. Najisawa is moved by how openly he takes responsibility. Iori finally agrees to let him come. But he sets one condition: Shimizu must support him so that all of them can survive together. Shimizu is overwhelmed by that kindness. He promises to do exactly that. With the matter settled, Iori hoists Shimizu onto his back to move faster. He leaves Najisawa behind in the safe zone, and she sends them off with a plea to return alive. Iori answers with calm confidence and heads out. Carrying Shimizu, he tears through the dungeon at a speed that leaves the boy stunned. Shimizu realizes that at this pace they can outrun most of the monsters guarding the route. That confidence is shattered when a gigantic crystal beast blocks their path. Shimizu immediately recognizes it as the strongest monster they have encountered yet. Iori, however, remains composed even with the monster looming over them. Shimizu warns that this enemy is beyond anything they can defeat directly. He insists their only hope is to avoid battle and escape. Iori tells him to hold on tight. Then he decides to stop holding back and get serious. Shimizu can only brace himself and trust him. Iori judges the crystal deer-like monster to be far stronger than the one he fought earlier. He tests its toughness with a quick strike while measuring how much force he can afford to spend. Knowing that excessive output would drain his stamina too fast, he chooses efficiency over brute force. He unleashes a precise sword strike while still carrying Shimizu. Shimizu panics as the monster counters immediately. The beast opens its jaws and prepares a devastating breath attack. A massive beam of energy crashes down toward them. Iori stays focused instead of flinching. His blue slash cuts through the attack and the monster in one motion. Shimizu is left speechless by what he just witnessed. Iori's expression barely changes, as if this result was expected. Shimizu can only stare at the glowing blade in disbelief. He asks what in the world just happened. Iori answers simply that he only got a little serious. That understatement shocks Shimizu even more. Iori estimates that attack used only about 30% of his full power. Shimizu realizes Iori has far exceeded anything he imagined. He dares to hope that with power like this they can truly rescue Ryuzaki and the others, while Iori privately admits he cannot safely use his full strength yet. He knows the recoil from going all out would leave him unable to move, so his magic remains a dangerous double-edged sword. Following the smoke, they reach a point where the trail suddenly ends. Shimizu spots people ahead and calls Iori's attention to them. They find the clan collapsed on the ground, with only one man still standing among the bodies. Shimizu concludes that lone survivor must be Ryuzaki, while the rest of the clan has already been knocked unconscious. Iori immediately moves in to confirm it. Shimizu rushes toward Ryuzaki and calls out in relief and concern. Ryuzaki answers not with recognition but with a feral, murderous glare. Iori senses the danger first and warns Shimizu just as Ryuzaki attacks. Ryuzaki lunges straight for Shimizu, forcing Iori to snatch the boy out of the way at the last instant. The missed strike detonates into a violent impact that tears open the ground. A huge crater forms from that single blow, proving how monstrous Ryuzaki's current power has become. Ryuzaki laughs wildly and fixates on killing Siki above all else. Shimizu realizes the man before him is no longer acting like the Ryuzaki he knew. He desperately tries to stop the fight, but Iori already sees that reason will not work. Ryuzaki repeats his murderous intent, consumed by the urge to kill Siki. Shimizu is horrified to hear that obsession directed so clearly at Iori. Iori concludes that Ryuzaki has lost his mind and that talking is pointless. At the same time, he senses that this madness is unnatural, likely caused by outside manipulation that has massively boosted Ryuzaki's mana. Unable to find the source, Iori is left wondering what exactly happened here. He tells Shimizu to get back and prepares to handle Ryuzaki himself. Apologizing to the friend who came to save him, Iori accepts that he will have to beat Ryuzaki down. Shimizu, heartbroken but resolute, begs him to knock Ryuzaki out rather than kill him. Ryuzaki charges again before they can say more. Iori meets the assault head-on and takes control of the exchange. His counterattack slams into the ground with enough force to shake the entire chamber. Even after that, Iori doubts it was enough to stop the empowered Ryuzaki. His suspicion is confirmed when Ryuzaki launches back into the air almost immediately. Iori recognizes that his previous blow barely affected Ryuzaki's altered state. Ryuzaki dives again with terrifying speed, forcing Iori to reassess in an instant. Another crushing impact bores deeper into the ground and expands the battlefield into a deadly pit. The repeated strikes turn the area into a rain of fiery craters. Shimizu is thrown off balance by the shockwaves and destruction. Watching the devastation, he realizes Ryuzaki can now create craters with casual attacks. Iori sees that Ryuzaki is incomparably stronger than before, and that the fight has entered a different level. He identifies Ryuzaki's skill as gravity and understands that the giant crater is part of its trap. The battlefield functions like an antlion pit, dragging him inward and making escape itself dangerous. Ryuzaki lands in the pit, still repeating his intent to kill Siki, more beast than man. Iori taunts him for acting like a wild animal, refusing to be intimidated. Then he accepts the challenge and decides to defeat Ryuzaki in the close quarters fight Ryuzaki wants. From above, Shimizu watches the two strongest fighters clash at point-blank range amid the burning crystals. He knows Ryuzaki is one of the best close combat adventurers around, but he also knows Iori is terrifyingly strong. Even so, he fears that Ryuzaki's current abnormal power may push the battle beyond what Iori can safely handle. All he can do is pray that Iori survives. Iori narrows his focus and reads Ryuzaki's next move. Ryuzaki answers with a grim, wordless determination to crush him. He swings a blazing punch down with overwhelming force. Iori slips past the blow at the last possible moment. He counters immediately with a sharp kick to Ryuzaki's torso. The hit finally draws a pained reaction from Ryuzaki, but Ryuzaki answers by dropping another gravity-laced strike from above, trying to pin Iori in place. Iori realizes the true pattern now. The attacks are not just blows, but a way to pull him in and deny him room to dodge. Accepting that he can no longer hold back against this trap, Iori decides to escalate. Iori accepts a no-holds-barred hand-to-hand challenge and commits to ending the fight directly. He immediately closes the distance and drives a brutal opening strike into his opponent. The blow lands hard enough to make the man spit blood and lose control of the exchange. Iori follows through with overwhelming force, sending the man crashing away in a violent shockwave. As the dust settles, a manic laugh reveals the enemy is still eager for more. The masked fighter exults that this is the kind of battle he wanted and treats facing Iori at full power as an honor. Iori recognizes him as Ryuzaki and realizes something is wrong with his state of mind. Ryuzaki answers with murderous rage, declaring that all he wants is to kill Iori. Iori realizes Ryuzaki has briefly regained his true self despite the circumstances and acknowledges his martial instincts. Accepting that wish, Iori decides to bring the fight to a close. He launches himself back into combat to finish Ryuzaki before things spiral further. Their clash detonates with enough force to shake the cavern far beyond the battlefield. A distant witness, Shimizu, is stunned by the sheer scale of their power. Even from far away, the battle's shockwaves make it clear the fight is reaching monstrous levels. Blue and orange energies collide repeatedly as the two exchange devastating attacks. One fighter cuts through the chaos with a precise blue strike. The blast tears past Shimizu's position, showing how dangerous the battlefield has become for everyone nearby. Ryuzaki only laughs harder, thrilled that this is the greatest fight of his life. He praises Iori's strength, while Iori notices that Ryuzaki has regained consciousness again through sheer obsession. Ryuzaki dismisses everything else and insists that defeating Iori is all that matters. Shimizu tries to stop him, warning that this is neither the time nor place for such recklessness. Ryuzaki snaps at Shimizu and rejects any attempt to calm him down. He charges ahead anyway, determined to do whatever it takes. In the next instant, blood sprays, and Shimizu realizes too late that something has gone terribly wrong. Ryozaki's reckless advance is cut short in a single fatal moment. Shimizu and Iori are left staring down at Ryozaki's collapsed body. Before they can process it, a new surge of sinister red mana sweeps across the area. Iori senses at once that this mana is unlike anything normal and understands a new threat has appeared. A crystal-like core of pink energy manifests, accompanied by a cold, mocking voice. The true enemy reveals itself as the one who brainwashed Ryuzaki and calls his victim selfish for breaking free. Iori is taken aback that the monster can speak at all. The creature calmly explains that monsters with language are rare, but not impossible. Shimizu demands to know why it killed Ryuzaki. The monster answers without remorse that Ryuzaki became useless the moment he undid the brainwashing. Furious, Shimizu charges the monster over Ryozaki's death. Iori tries to stop him and urges him to stay calm. Shimizu apologizes to Iori for losing control after everything Iori did to save them. The monster dismisses Shimizu as too weak to be worth fighting. To silence him, it fires a piercing attack straight through Shimizu's chest. Iori can only call out as the monster casually maims him. Seeing the wound, Iori judges that Shimizu is still alive for the moment. He immediately decides he must defeat the monster quickly so he can save Shimizu. The monster rejects that hope and makes clear it does not expect Iori to win. Iori admits the odds are terrible, but he does not retreat from them. The monster itself acknowledges that someone else is far stronger than it, hinting at a larger hierarchy beyond this fight. Even so, Iori resolves to fight because no one else is coming to save them. Shimizu's condition worsens as blood continues to spread across his chest. Ryuzaki lies dead nearby, confirming how quickly the situation has collapsed. The monster rises over the battlefield, fully claiming the space as its own. Iori recognizes that he is facing a magic-using monster far stronger than himself. The creature decides to end the battle immediately and gathers a concentrated killing spell. It unleashes a massive beam from above, aiming to erase Iori in one blow. Iori stays composed because his eye of wisdom lets him read an attack of this level. He evades at the last possible moment instead of trying to block it head-on. The monster notices his survival with interest rather than alarm. When Iori counters, the creature realizes he is not as weak as the others. It escalates by summoning multiple attacks at once to overwhelm his foresight. Iori sees the pattern anyway and understands he can still track the incoming lines of attack. He moves through the barrage, relying on prediction rather than brute force. By threading through the kill zone, he turns the monster's trap into an opening. He answers with a blue slash of his own. The strike crashes into the monster, but a barrier automatically intercepts physical attacks. Iori instantly reads the mechanism and realizes the barrier reacts on its own whenever he attacks directly. The monster grows irritated that Iori has already begun deciphering its defense. A sudden counterattack clips Iori and knocks him off balance. Even so, his sword still manages to cut into the monster's body, proving it is not untouchable. Iori revises his assessment and admits the monster is not weak in close combat at all. Still, he has learned enough about its fighting style to keep adapting. Knowing the worst may still come, he steels himself for a prolonged struggle. The monster notices Iori's unusual eye and becomes curious about the ability behind it. It changes tactics again, surrounding Iori with attacks from every direction. The creature reasons that even if Iori can see each strike, handling all of them at once should be impossible. One blast finally lands, showing that prediction alone cannot perfectly cover every angle. A pillar of destructive energy slams down where Iori stood. The monster boasts that humans can never truly measure up to it. But Iori emerges alive, admitting he was cornered yet somehow endured the assault. The monster is genuinely shocked that he survived at all. Iori reveals that he turned the monster's own magic against it by using the energy of each attack to erase the others. The monster calls the idea theoretically possible but absurd, because controlling that many beams should be beyond reason. Unable to explain it, the creature demands to know what Iori actually did. Iori answers simply that he put the absurd theory into practice. The monster is offended that a human accomplished something it considers impossible even for itself. Iori dryly points out that the result speaks for itself. Enraged, the monster lashes out with another direct beam. Iori calmly reads through the attack, showing he has already solved that pattern. He finally releases the full power of Sword of Tenma by invoking its chant. A colossal blue torrent erupts from the blade and floods the battlefield. The unleashed sword power crashes against the monster's barrier with overwhelming pressure. Iori admits he had restrained this technique until now, but only full power gives him any chance of breaking through. He commits everything he has left into the sword for one decisive strike. The monster still insists a human attack can never reach it. It trusts that a human's mana output is fundamentally too small to pierce its barrier. Iori agrees that this would normally be true. Then he reveals the decisive difference. His magic does not consume mana, so he can pour out power without limit. For the first time, the monster realizes its assumptions were fatally wrong. The barrier begins to crack under the endless blue pressure. The monster panics as it fails to repair the barrier quickly enough. Iori presses in and declares the fight over. The boss crystal shatters under the impact of his final blow. A system message confirms Iori has leveled up from defeating the boss. Iori reflects that the monster was stronger overall, but as a mage he was never going to lose to a magic specialist. With the boss defeated, his attention immediately returns to the wounded Shimizu. He confirms that Shimizu's chest wound is catastrophic and that he is bleeding out. Worse, the attack severed Shimizu's mana vessels, so he is losing magical energy as well as blood. Iori knows the situation will become hopeless if he delays, but believes he still has a narrow window to act. He decides to stop the bleeding first and reconnect the damaged mana pathways afterward. Using a minimized fire spell, he carefully cauterizes the wound instead of burning the body further. He plans the rest of the treatment step by step, including a recovery potion to accelerate natural healing. Then he begins the far more delicate task of repairing the mana vessels directly. When the procedure finishes, he judges that Shimizu should now survive. Nagisawa arrives and is amazed that Iori healed what looked like a fatal injury almost instantly. Iori is surprised to see her there and asks why she came. She explains that she was worried and followed after seeing he had already dealt with every monster on the way. Iori quietly acknowledges the risk she took to reach him. Still, her arrival is useful, so he asks her to stand watch for any approaching monsters. She eagerly agrees and promises he can rely on her. Nearby, Ryazaki remains motionless, beyond any help. Iori confirms the worst. Ryazaki is not breathing, and his heart was pierced. Accepting that Ryazaki is gone, Iori regrets that they never got to settle things properly. Nagisawa shares the somber silence as the loss sinks in. Iori then notices another fallen body and checks the rest of the aftermath. He concludes that the other Red Dragon's members are merely exhausted of mana and not in mortal danger. With the survivors stable, he turns away to finish the dungeon itself. When Nagisawa asks where he is going, he says he intends to destroy the dungeon core. He explains that the boss is already dead and the core should be just ahead. Nagisawa remarks that his victory was inevitable, which makes Iori question what she means. She answers teasingly that she means it literally and expects even more from him in the future. Iori can only grumble, annoyed that attention keeps finding him despite his wishes. He pushes the distraction aside and refocuses on the task at hand. Standing before the core, he decides it must be destroyed immediately. As he reaches toward a glowing object near it, he notices an unexpected reward. He wonders what the strange golden item actually is. A system message identifies it as the Grimoire of Release, which he obtains before moving on. Even with the item secured, neither he nor Nagisawa knows what it does yet. Iori decides the mystery can wait because destroying the dungeon core matters more. He shatters the core, triggering the dungeon's collapse. Outside, people realize the core has been destroyed and the gate is beginning to close. Observers immediately suspect the Red Dragons were responsible for clearing the dungeon. When the survivors emerge, however, the scene does not match that assumption at all. Bystanders notice the Red Dragons are down and begin asking who actually did the work. A calm blonde man orders everyone to take the weakened Red Dragons to the hospital at once. The crowd obeys, leaving the quiet victor standing apart from the commotion. Afterward, the injured are hospitalized and all survive, while Iori is credited with conquering the crystal mines as he intended. But the victory brings a new problem when news breaks that 3A rank adventurers entered the dungeon illegally. The rule violation becomes a major issue, and Iori and Nagisawa are summoned to answer for it. Nagisawa complains that saving lives should have been enough to excuse what they did and asks Iori to back her up. Iori says he expected this, because the guild cannot ignore such a dangerous precedent no matter how successful they were. Nagisawa grumbles that he is being too rational, and he apologizes without really changing his view. She abruptly changes the subject and shows him her phone. Online reactions are exploding with shock at what he accomplished, proving that despite his wishes, his feat has already made waves. Public reaction fixates on the absurd feat of an A-rank nearly soloing an S-rank dungeon, and Iori is relieved that his group was not publicly identified. That relief wavers when he realizes another famous hunter, Satsuki Rin, had also been targeting the same dungeon. Nagisawa tries to frame the situation as something worth boasting about, but Iori has no interest in drawing more attention to himself. Before they can settle that tension, someone arrives to confront them. Iori and Nagisawa are brought into a formal meeting and greeted by a familiar guild official. The man reveals himself as Hamada, the same investigator who dealt with them before. Iori calmly recognizes him and treats the reunion as routine, while Nagisawa stays wary. Hamada politely resumes his role and makes clear that this will be another round of questioning. Iori accepts the interrogation without resistance. Hamada keeps a pleasant expression, but his interest in Iori is clearly deeper than simple procedure. Privately, Hamada refuses to believe that someone who rose so quickly to A rank could truly be incompetent. He becomes determined to uncover the hidden skill he suspects Iori possesses. Iori, meanwhile, reads Hamada's intent and realizes the guild is trying to verify whether his weakness is genuine. That puts Iori on guard, because his recent exploits have already made him stand out too much. If his concealed ability is exposed now, the scrutiny around him will only intensify. Online attention is already exploding around footage of his performance. News and messages spread the story of 3 A-rank adventurers illegally entering the dungeon, pulling him further into the spotlight. Iori worries that fame would restrict his freedom and could even put people close to him, especially Kotoha, at risk. He resolves to protect the secret of his hidden power no matter what. Hamada opens with the key mystery, how they entered the dungeon without appearing on security footage. He stresses that entering a dungeon by any route other than a gate should be impossible, so he wants the exact method. Iori answers with a prepared lie, claiming they relied on a friend whose skill can turn people invisible. Hamada immediately presses for the identity and status of that supposed helper. Iori blocks the inquiry by saying the person is not an adventurer. That answer neatly cuts off Hamada's leverage, since dungeon regulations only apply to registered adventurers. Hamada accepts the explanation for now and shifts to asking why they entered the dungeon at all. Iori starts giving the same controlled, selective answers he prepared in advance. The interrogation drags on as Hamada keeps probing for contradictions and hidden truths. Nagisawa gets her turn to speak and quickly grasps the story Iori is trying to maintain. Using her old performer's instincts, she supports the lie smoothly enough to strengthen their defense. Eventually, Hamada brings the questioning to an end. He apologizes for detaining them right after their return from the dungeon. Iori and Nagisawa formally apologize for breaking guild rules and admit they have no excuse. Hamada stops them from humiliating themselves further and acknowledges that they acted to save lives. Even so, he reminds them that rule-breaking cannot be ignored and some punishment will still follow. He promises to make that punishment as light as possible, softening the outcome. Nagisawa immediately brightens and gratefully accepts the leniency. Iori also thanks Hamada, keeping the exchange cordial. Hamada responds modestly, but his interest in Iori has not faded. After they leave, his words of thanks sound more like a promise that this matter is not over. Left alone at night, Hamada reflects on the interview in silence. He admits they failed to prove that Iori is not truly incompetent, yet he is convinced Iori is hiding something important. In the end, Hamada decides the truth matters less than keeping Iori's power and loyalty under guild control. To him, Iori is a dangerous and extraordinary newcomer who appeared out of nowhere. He worries that if such a case becomes public, many other incompetents will start chasing the same dream. Elsewhere, Iori and Nagisawa finally decompress after the exhausting day. Nagisawa shows him the latest reactions on her phone. The public narrative now centers on the 3 A-rank rescuers, with many people assuming Iori conquered the dungeon during the rescue. Iori sees that the uproar has only grown and realizes how huge the incident has become. Nagisawa admits she cannot simply celebrate, because one person still died despite everything they did. Iori reminds her that adventuring is a profession that always lives beside death, even if that truth is hard to accept. He understands her grief, especially when thinking about how Shimizu must feel after the loss. Nagisawa accepts his point, though the sadness remains. Then she asks Iori to look at her for a moment. She reaches up and gently pats his head. Instead of dwelling only on regret, she chooses to praise him for everything he managed to do. Iori is caught off guard by the sudden affection. Nagisawa teases him by calling it a special reward from her, and acts as if he should be honored. Iori dryly admits she may have a point. When they part ways, he offers to walk her home. She refuses with confidence, reminding him that she is still an A-rank adventurer and can handle herself. She leaves him with a playful wink. Iori accepts her decision and lets her go. Back home, he returns to the ordinary comfort of his apartment. His sister welcomes him warmly and proudly announces that she made dinner for him. Iori answers gently, grateful to be back. Sphere also greets him enthusiastically and praises him for returning safely. Once the excitement settles, Sphere asks about the compensation quest tied to his survival. At her urging, Iori finally checks the result. The system confirms that the compensation quest has been cleared. That means the threat hanging over his life has finally been lifted. Sphere celebrates with him, and Iori thanks her for staying by his side through it. His sister reveals she prepared a full feast to celebrate all of his recent achievements. Iori is genuinely touched by the effort. Sphere proudly claims she helped with the cooking too, turning the meal into a shared victory. They decide to eat before the food gets cold. For a brief moment, the three of them enjoy a peaceful family dinner together. Elsewhere that same night, another man watches the news alone while fresh from a bath. He smiles with interest rather than surprise. The report confirms that the supposedly impossible dungeon was cleared. The article emphasizes that only 3 A ranks entered it illegally and still succeeded. That catches his attention, because even he had been asked about the dungeon and believed it beyond ordinary hunters. Intrigued, he decides he wants to meet the people who accomplished it. Back at home, Iori turns his thoughts to his own growth and notices something wrong with his skill tree. Despite having more than enough skill points, the deeper spells remain locked. He realizes he cannot recover his former strength through normal progression alone. Still, he consoles himself that saving Kotoha was worth everything. Sphere suddenly interrupts his resignation with a new idea. She appears before him with unusual urgency. Sphere explains that the reason he cannot advance further is because she has not updated the skill tree yet. Iori is baffled by the idea that his own system needs manual updating. Sphere says his previous life left him with too much power to restore all at once, because his current body could not endure it. So the restrictions on his power are meant to be lifted gradually, with each update restoring a little more of what he once had. Iori realizes that even his earlier access to item exchange was likely the result of one of Sphere's updates. Once he understands that, he immediately asks her to update the tree again. Sphere refuses to do it for free this time and explains that every future update requires a special item. When Iori complains, she reminds him that this absurd system was designed by his own previous self. He can only accept that his past self created the problem. So he asks what item is needed for the next release. Sphere names a rare dungeon treasure called a Grimoire of Release. Iori casually reveals that he already obtained one while clearing the crystal mines, stunning her. The item is confirmed to be genuine, and Sphere eagerly begins the update at once. She activates the Grimoire with obvious excitement. The system acknowledges that the Grimoire of Release has been used. Sphere initially assumes the update is complete. But the process halts, and she realizes the Grimoire alone was not enough. She tells Iori to look at the new message that appeared. The system now asks whether he wants to begin something called the Trial of Release. Sphere is alarmed because even she had never heard of this function. Iori studies the prompt in silence, sensing danger. Both of them feel that the trial sounds ominous and likely carries serious risk. Sphere warns that since his previous self built the system, his own instincts about its danger are probably correct. Iori agrees that nothing good is likely to come from it. He reminds himself that he should avoid unnecessary risks now that his life is no longer under immediate threat. Yet the thought of surpassing the Archmage he once was stirs something fierce inside him. If this path offers even a chance to exceed his former self, he cannot ignore it. Driven by that challenge, he chooses to start the Trial of Release. Sphere sees the old ambition returning and recognizes that he is finally acting like himself again. Iori's resolve hardens the moment he commits. Sphere affirms that this reckless hunger for growth is the real Iori. The trial activates and tears open a passage into another realm. Iori and Sphere are transported into a strange space dominated by a towering mirror-like gate. Sphere identifies it as the mental world of Iori's previous self. Iori accepts that explanation immediately, because the elaborate setup feels exactly like something he would have designed. Then he senses a new presence. A strange flame appears in the sky of that mind world. Iori realizes it may be the true core of the trial. The flame splits and takes shape as something alive. A holy dragon descends before him, radiating overwhelming pressure. Sphere suddenly understands what the trial really demands. Beyond updating his skills, the Trial of Release is meant to make him reclaim the pack familiars that once obeyed him. Iori dimly remembers that such trials are battles he must personally win to restore those bonds. The dragon reveals itself as the phantom holy dragon Saru. Sphere warns that even as an incomplete phantom, Saru is still a terrifying opponent. Iori stays calm and judges that he can handle it if he fights correctly. Saru attacks first with crushing speed. Iori answers with Sword of Tenma, meeting the charge head-on. The clash explodes across the battlefield, forcing him to evade the dragon's overwhelming power. The exchange proves that one mistake will be fatal. A hidden observer with golden eyes watches the battle from within the trial. Saru reinforces itself with boost circulation and drives its assault even harder. As Iori fights, he realizes this entire ordeal was arranged by his previous self to force the current him to surpass the old one. That is why his inherited memories were deliberately limited, so he would grow through struggle instead of relying on what he once knew. Accepting that intention, Iori decides to face the trial on its own terms. Sora presses closer, ready to overwhelm him before he can prepare a counter. Iori concludes that Sword of Tenma is his only attack capable of truly harming the dragon, but using it properly requires a long chain of spells and places a severe burden on his still limited body, leaving room for only one decisive strike. So he resolves to exploit every weakness the holy dragon has and make that single attack count. Sphere warns him that the next assault is coming immediately. The trial escalates into a direct confrontation as Iori and Sphere stand before the fully manifested Holy Dragon and its array of radiant magic circles. As a rain of strange light appears, Iori's companion is startled and demands to know what terrifying thing they are facing. Iori immediately identifies it as Sora's holy shower and warns that even one hit would both injure them and drain their mana. The attack begins in earnest as countless beams of holy light start pouring down around them. His companion panics that understanding the attack does not solve the real problem, because dodging such a barrage should be impossible. Iori agrees it is normally impossible, but reveals that Holy Shower has a weakness he can exploit. He activates haste and throws himself into the storm of light at extreme speed. Sora is shocked when Iori slips past the first shot, and Iori's companion realizes he has actually begun evading the impossible attack. While weaving through the barrage, Iori explains that Holy Shower homes in on mana rather than simple position. He reveals his method. He leaves traces of mana behind just before each dodge, tricking the attack into chasing false targets over and over. The holy beams keep veering toward those decoys instead of catching him. Even while maintaining the maneuver, Iori has to endure his companion's terrified screaming as he pushes forward. He also realizes Sora will be vulnerable right after sustaining Holy Shower, so he uses that brief opening to launch a counterattack. Iori gathers power into his blade as he closes the distance. He unleashes Sword of Tenma in a decisive vertical strike against Sora. With cold focus, Iori commits fully to the finishing blow. The summoned beast is overwhelmed and begins to collapse under the force of the attack. As the light fades, Sora's form dissolves, leaving Iori and his companion standing in the aftermath. His companion is stunned that he overpowered such an absurdly strong summon so completely. Iori answers calmly that he could do it because he knew Sora's abilities intimately. The trial ends with Iori standing in a wash of blue energy as the system processes the result. He receives Sora as a newly acquired summon and feels relieved that he can now call on that power himself. Back in the real world, Iori and his companion return from the trial and immediately see a new system notification waiting for them. The message reveals that Forbidden Restriction has grown stronger. His companion excitedly points out that his skill tree has upgraded and urges him to inspect it right away. Iori opens the interface and confirms that the change is significant. As he studies the expanded tree, he notes that the growth is far greater than he expected. He spots a new spell but realizes it costs an unusually large number of skill points to unlock. His companion asks whether he has found something worth taking. Iori confirms that he has and is clearly pleased by the discovery. Both of them conclude that clearing the trial was more than worth the effort. The next day, the story shifts to a quiet hospital scene. Iori visits Shimizu, who is still lying unconscious in bed. Seeing no change, Iori notes with concern that Shimizu still has not awakened. He reminds himself that Shimizu had been on the verge of death, so the long recovery is not surprising. A guild official named Hamada arrives, and Iori reveals he has been expecting Siki-san as well. When he notices Hamada too, Iori asks why they have come to see him here. They tell him they have something important to discuss and ask him to come with them. Hamada's polite smile suggests the request is serious, but carefully presented. Iori studies him in silence, wary of what this meeting might mean. He agrees to go, and Hamada apologizes for dragging him into this so suddenly. Iori brushes the apology aside and asks directly what business the Adventurers Guild has with him. Hamada explains that the guild wants to measure the true strength of someone officially labeled incompetent. Because the usual measurement crystal cannot evaluate him properly, they need another method. So instead of a crystal test, they want him to prove himself through a mock battle against a specific person. Hamada adds that the opponent is extremely powerful and famous, then announces that they have arrived. He brings Iori into a special facility built to withstand far more damage than the guild's normal training room. Iori realizes they are taking this far more seriously than a routine check, and begins to suspect a hidden purpose behind it. When his opponent finally appears, Iori wonders if this is actually an S-rank promotion test in disguise. The opponent introduces himself as Satsuki Rin and apologizes for the delay before declaring he will be Iori's challenger. Iori is visibly caught off guard by the name. Rin recognizes him too, and both men realize this is not a first meeting at all. Rin quickly connects the dots and concludes that Iori was the one who conquered the crystal mines. He treats the encounter as an unexpected reunion, and seems delighted that fate has made Iori his opponent. Iori, by contrast, becomes more serious as Ren's excitement makes the situation feel even more dangerous. Ren admits he is thrilled because Iori is one of the few opponents against whom he can fight seriously. Iori reminds him that there is supposed to be a huge gap between an A ranker and an S ranker, and asks him not to go too hard. Ren dismisses that logic, saying ordinary standards do not apply to Iori at all. Iori reflects that Ren has always had a habit of placing him on an impossible pedestal. Ren rejects the idea of holding back and declares that he will fight with everything he has. He insists his pride as an S-rank adventurer will not allow him to lose here. Seeing Ren cannot be talked down, Iori gives up on trying to restrain him. Elsewhere, the guild begins observing the duel through a bank of monitors. Hamada clarifies that the result itself is secondary. What matters is seeing how well Iori can stand against one of the nation's 9 S-rankers. Even so, the guild quietly acknowledges the extraordinary possibility that this match could become a true promotion test. They decide that if Iori defeats Ren, he will be promoted to S rank immediately. Ren opens the battle by casually dropping a massive fire attack, framing it as only a light test. The blazing projectile crashes down toward Iori with overwhelming force. Iori instantly realizes Ren's opening attack is far more serious than his words suggested. He responds by boosting his circulation and cutting through the incoming flames with a strengthened sword technique. After surviving the first exchange, Iori judges that he can still manage Ren's current level of pressure. Ren praises him for meeting expectations and immediately promises to increase the firepower. Iori calls out Ren's hypocrisy, noting that the S ranker is accusing him of holding back while doing the same himself. Ren admits he is pacing himself on purpose, because recklessness would only make him tire out before he can beat Iori. Understanding that Ren is fighting efficiently, Iori decides to force the battle into close range and make him spend more energy. He charges straight at Ren to collapse the distance before more ranged attacks can build up. Ren reacts instantly by reshaping his flames around himself as both offense and movement. He rides the fire upward and turns the battlefield into a vertical inferno. At the same time, Ren activates Magic Eye of Wisdom to read the flow of the fight more precisely. Iori answers by activating his own second stage of Magic Eye of Wisdom. He recalls that the recent expansion of his skill tree unlocked this upgraded level for him. With the new stage active, Iori can analyze whatever he looks at in real time. That analysis reveals Ren's main skill to be Primordial Fire, an S-rank ability that freely controls high-powered flames. Iori immediately grasps both the rank and the practical ease with which Ren can wield it. Ren escalates by launching a barrage of fire from multiple directions. Iori sees through it at once and notes that the attack lacks any tracking property, meaning he can evade it normally. Watching from outside, Hamada is shocked that Iori has grown even stronger since the A-rank exam. He begins to wonder whether Iori was hiding his true power all along rather than merely improving quickly. Ren himself feels the pressure too, disturbed that a simple exchange of blows already makes his supposed superiority feel false. To him, fighting Iori feels less like facing a human and more like confronting something beyond reason. Even so, Ren steadies himself by remembering that Iori did clear the crystal mines and was always someone worth watching. Iori surges forward with greater haste, turning defense into a direct charge. He cuts through another wall of fire instead of retreating from it. To survive the blast, he also invokes Petrify as a temporary defensive measure. Ren finds that combination unexpectedly impressive and starts enjoying the fight even more. Iori presses into melee, bringing his blade down before Ren can fully reset the distance. Their weapons and powers collide at point-blank range in a violent clash of blue and orange. Ren is stunned when Iori's sword pressure matches him head-on. Iori's analysis then exposes Ren's second ability, Sword of Creation, another S-rank skill that can materialize any kind of sword. That revelation shocks Iori, because people are supposed to possess only one skill at most. Ren, however, seems almost pleased that Iori has forced him to reveal this much. Accepting that restraint is no longer possible, Ren decides to fight at full power. He calls down a storm of flaming blades around Iori. The bombardment detonates across the arena, turning the whole space into a sea of explosions. The blasts chain together into an even larger inferno meant to bury Iori completely. Iori is driven back by the force and momentarily loses ground. Even while recovering, he admits that Ren's two S-rank skills leave almost no obvious opening to exploit. Ren smiles, sensing that the momentum has finally shifted his way. He declares that the real fight is only beginning now that he has stopped holding back. From Ren's perspective, Iori's strength still feels fundamentally unnatural. He concludes that talent alone cannot explain what Iori is doing, but decides to postpone that mystery until after he wins. Ren resolves to end the battle first and question Iori's nature later. To do that, he summons Levitine, a legendary flaming sword. The weapon materializes in his hand as a blazing relic far beyond an ordinary conjured blade. The moment he sees it, Iori recognizes it from the world he came from. He realizes Ren has manifested not just any weapon, but one he himself once possessed in his previous life. That discovery shocks him, because it means a relic from his old world exists here too. Ren, wanting the duel to remain honest, explains exactly what Levitine is before using it. He says the sword is a mythical weapon whose real effect is to drastically amplify his fire abilities. He even tells Iori to take pride in forcing him to draw it, since he reserves it for S-rank opponents. Ren makes clear that from this point on he is attacking with everything he has. Levitine floods the arena with a far denser and more violent firestorm than before. Ren dives through the storm and attacks from above, turning the battlefield into a lethal cage of burning trajectories. Iori barely keeps up and is forced to acknowledge Ren's terrifying speed with the relic in hand. For the first time, Ren sees genuine surprise on Iori's face and recognizes that he has finally pushed him. Another massive impact erupts as Ren's enhanced assault lands. Watching the feed, Hamada finally stops thinking of this as a test for an A-ranker and starts seeing it as a clash between true S-rankers. He internally concludes that Iori has already proven enough to deserve immediate promotion. Iori, meanwhile, analyzes the situation and realizes Levitine perfectly complements Ren by magnifying every fire attack he makes. He further confirms that this version of Levitine is every bit as dangerous as the one from his previous world. That leaves him admitting, at least to himself, that he is in serious trouble. Surrounded by descending flaming blades, Iori braces and searches for a way out. He slips through the deadly rain by a narrow margin, refusing to be pinned down. Ren praises the dodge but immediately moves to exploit the opening Iori had to leave behind. A fresh explosion erupts where Ren predicts Iori will be forced next. Iori blocks and endures the blast, but the strain is clearly mounting. As Ren keeps control of the field, Iori realizes the sheer variety of attacks is steadily pushing him toward defeat. Ren admits he had hoped not to reveal everything in front of the guild, but says Iori has forced him to abandon that restraint. In response, Iori quietly decides that he too can no longer afford to hold back. He resolves to use the new spell he gained when Forbidden Restriction upgraded, convinced it can defeat Ren. Before he can act, Ren notices his own hands trembling and is shaken by the realization that he is actually afraid of Iori. That fear makes him hesitate and wonder what Iori is about to unleash. Iori stands in gathering blue power, saying nothing while the pressure around him rises ominously. The surge is so intense that every camera monitoring the match suddenly fails at once. Hamada is horrified that the guild has lost all visual access at the most critical moment. Inside the arena, Ren declares that his next attack will be his all-out attempt to finish the fight. Iori unexpectedly asks one favor first, that Ren keep what he is about to show secret from everyone else. Ren asks why Iori would want that after proving such overwhelming strength. Iori explains that he wants as little fame as possible and especially does not want his power to bring trouble to Konoha. Ren understands the request and agrees to keep silent. But Iori warns him not to assume victory yet, making it clear the battle is far from over. Satsuki gathers overwhelming firepower and declares he will decide the duel with his next strike. Iori meets that challenge without flinching and sharpens his focus. He accepts the all-or-nothing exchange, and both sides commit to a final clash. Satsuki unleashes a hell-like bombardment meant to end the fight outright. Iori surges forward instead of retreating, betting everything on breaking through. Even he recognizes this incoming blow as Satsuki's strongest attack yet. Still, Iori resolves that this time he will be the one left standing. He answers with Meteor, turning himself into a rushing mass of blue force. He follows it with Breaker, concentrating that momentum into a piercing counterattack. His strike drives straight into the descending fire mass. The two ultimate attacks grind against each other in a violent deadlock. Iori keeps forcing his way upward through the collision until the impact is redirected above them. When the dust settles, Satsuki realizes in disbelief that Iori actually broke through. Iori lands calmly with his sword still ready, showing he endured the exchange. Seeing that, he concludes he has effectively won the duel. But the aftermath reveals the real result. Their clash blasted through the arena ceiling. Satsuki confronts Iori, asking why he had strength great enough to rival him. Iori answers simply that he was not concealing anything. He just became stronger. Satsuki accepts that explanation and admits the defeat was entirely his. A guild official finally enters the ruined chamber to inspect the damage. He is stunned by what he finds. The official realizes they shattered a specially reinforced ceiling that should not have broken. Satsuki immediately asks Iori to let him handle the explanation. Iori agrees, and Satsuki prepares a convenient story. He claims their attacks collided, flew upward, and accidentally destroyed the ceiling. The official, feeling responsible for the facility, apologizes profusely. Once the apology is accepted, Satsuki asks the important question of how the match will be judged. The official rules the duel inconclusive because it could not continue safely. He reasons that stopping was necessary to avoid further damage to the facility. He adds that the guild has already learned enough about Iori's abilities from the test. Even so, he admits he never expected Iori to push Satsuki to this level. Satsuki quietly rejects that framing, knowing he had actually lost. Iori then asks why the guild was so intent on measuring his strength in the first place. The official explains that the guild must accurately assess its strongest adventurers. Because Iori's true level was especially unclear, he had become a priority case. So the guild deliberately created this duel as a chance to gauge him. The entire match is revealed to have been an examination rather than a simple spar. Satsuki spells it out plainly. This was Iori's S-rank promotion exam. Iori admits he had suspected as much. The official, however, is delighted rather than troubled and announces that Iori passed. He celebrates Iori as the country's 10th S-rank adventurer. Iori immediately asks whether he can refuse the promotion. When pressed for a reason, he says remaining A-rank is more useful to him than becoming S-rank. The official cannot understand why anyone would reject such status. Iori admits the reason is personal but says he does not want to attract too much attention. Both Satsuki and the official are left stunned by that answer. The guild official concedes they cannot force him to accept the promotion and will leave him officially at A-rank. Still, he warns that within the guild they will treat Iori as an S-rank from now on. Iori accepts that compromise as long as the information is kept from the public. The official gratefully agrees, though he still worries the decision is a waste. He reminds Iori that public promotion would bring enormous prestige and historical recognition. Iori repeats that privacy matters more to him than fame. Satsuki can only marvel at how unusual that choice is. The guild formally confirms that Iori may remain outwardly A rank. Privately, however, they will continue to classify him among the top tier. Iori's only condition remains strict secrecy. The official thanks him for accepting even that arrangement. He makes one last attempt to tempt Iori with the glory he is turning down. Iori acknowledges the value of that glory and refuses it anyway. The official is forced to accept that answer. Watching Iori leave, he reflects on how strange it is for an adventurer to lack ambition for fame. Later, outside, Satsuki remarks that refusing S rank is exactly the sort of thing Iori would do. He laughs that Iori has not changed at all since childhood. Then he admits the opposite is true for himself, saying Iori has grown into someone far beyond his reach. Iori dismisses that self-deprecation and tells him Satsuki has risen even higher than he has. The reunion ends warmly, with both promising to talk properly next time. Satsuki also promises to keep the truth about their match secret. Iori thanks him and they part on good terms. As Iori walks away, Satsuki thinks he understands why Iori wants to avoid fame for Kotoha's sake, but doubts the world will let such power stay hidden. He believes strength like Iori's is something the world will inevitably demand. Iori reflects that he already saved Kotoha, and is no longer driven by the same desperation as before. For that reason, he feels he no longer truly needs to keep living as an adventurer. Yet he cannot abandon that life now, because he has formed bonds with many people and wants to keep protecting them too. His thoughts are interrupted when a familiar loudmouth calls out to him in the street. The brash blonde adventurer greets him by the old, insulting nickname of incompetent newbie. He and his two companions cheerfully act as if meeting Iori again is a lucky coincidence. Iori recognizes them and answers without much enthusiasm. The blonde man, Fukumoto, says he still owes Iori for saving them during the Minotaur incident. He openly credits Iori with their survival back then. His teammates Hasegawa and Yamada joke about how pathetic they were at the time. Iori realizes his first impression of them had been wrong and that they are basically decent people. As repayment, Fukumoto offers to teach Iori a clever way for even a weak adventurer to make money. Iori, interested, asks him to explain. Before he can, an emergency broadcast announces that monsters have emerged from a gate and nearby adventurers are requested to respond. Fukumoto immediately decides this is the perfect chance to show Iori his money-making method. His team explains that anyone who joins a gate suppression operation gets paid, regardless of contribution. Iori quickly grasps that they profit by collecting participation rewards rather than hunting dangerous monsters efficiently. Fukumoto excitedly drags the group toward the incident site. Iori goes along, thinking the monsters do not seem very strong and the matter should end quickly. At the scene, many adventurers are already gathering in response to the emergency. Fukumoto is pleased by the crowd, seeing it as a chance to earn easy money with little risk. Iori asks whether having more people around really helps. Fukumoto says it makes the fighting easier and that rewards rise with the number of monsters defeated. But he reveals the real trick is that the flat participation fee is more efficient than actually hunting monsters, especially since it pays 100,000 yen just for showing up. Hasegawa adds that the fee is high because gate battles are still dangerous work. Iori finds the system interesting and starts seeing that adventuring has more ways to earn a living than he expected. Their lesson is cut short when the gate erupts and the monsters finally emerge. Fukumoto ends the lecture and tells everyone to get ready. A pack of giant scorpions and wolves charges out toward the assembled adventurers. Yamada judges them to be around C rank, stronger than expected for easy money but still manageable. Fukumoto grumbles that the job just became a hassle and assigns each of them a target. He pointedly includes Iori, expecting the supposed rookie to prove his swordsmanship. Iori agrees outwardly, while inwardly worrying that any real effort from an A rank like him will make him stand out. He reminds himself that he only sought higher rank to enter the crystal mines and still wants to stay as inconspicuous as possible. Meanwhile, Hasegawa braces himself to hold the line. He blocks a scorpion stinger strike and buys the team time. Fukumoto follows up with a heavy attack to sever the stinger. The opening works, and he calls for Hasegawa to finish the monster. Yamada prepares a fire spell, but suddenly notices a new danger. A second scorpion drops in behind Fukumoto, about to crush him before he can react. Iori steps in at the last instant and intercepts the attack with a single clean sword stroke. His teammates are impressed, and Yamada immediately praises the rookie for saving Fukumoto. Yamada then unleashes his fire magic at the exposed monster. The blast engulfs the scorpion and appears to finish it off. Fukumoto thanks Iori for saving him and confidently takes over the explanation of how to kill the creatures. He says their shells are tough but their undersides are much softer, revealing the key weakness. With that lesson learned, Yamada and Hasegawa coordinate for the next target. Another explosion tears through the field as they continue the fight. Hasegawa thinks they have secured the situation, only to realize something is wrong. One of the supposedly defeated scorpions collapses onto Fukumoto and pins him beneath its body. Yamada dryly notes that Fukumoto got crushed and wonders if he should have delayed the finishing blow. Iori checks on him, and Fukumoto insists he is fine despite the humiliation. Yamada scolds both teammates for sloppy teamwork, and they sheepishly promise to be more careful. Since they have at least beaten one monster, Hasegawa suggests they now keep their distance and wait for the rest of the battle to end. Iori agrees the enemies are only C rank and assumes the incident should conclude safely. That assumption is shattered when one wolf suddenly mutates mid-battle. Nearby adventurers, thinking victory is close, are caught off guard by the change. The wolf's body erupts with ominous red-black energy as it transforms into something far more dangerous. The front line realizes an irregular has appeared and panic spreads immediately. The transformed beast reveals itself as a crystal-armored irregular, turning a routine cleanup into a disaster. Fukumoto recognizes it as a diamond wolf and understands that ordinary adventurers have no chance against an A-rank monster like this. The diamond wolf attacks with devastating speed and power. Its strike detonates among the adventurers, throwing the battlefield into chaos. Fukumoto curses his luck and orders his group to run before they are all killed. Iori realizes that if he retreats now, not only adventurers but nearby civilians could die as well. Accepting that he can no longer stay hidden, he prepares to act. Before he moves, a new figure flashes onto the field in a streak of golden light. The newcomer intercepts the diamond wolf's assault head-on. A blonde sword woman descends above the beast with complete control of the battlefield. She uses Blink Slash, dropping a barrage of golden strikes onto the monster in an instant. The watching adventurers are left stunned by a level of power that feels beyond human. Even Fukumoto can only stare and admit that an unbelievable fighter has appeared. Iori asks who she is. Fukumoto answers that she is Kanda Saki, an S-rank adventurer. Hearing that, Iori fixes on the meaning of S-rank with new intensity. Seeing her overwhelming presence, he cannot help comparing her to Rin. Kanda stands alone above the field, effortlessly commanding attention. Then she turns her gaze toward Iori, making him realize she has noticed him. Her attention lingers on him with quiet recognition or curiosity. Iori watches in silence as the S-rank swordswoman remains focused on him, hinting that this encounter is only beginning. Iori is left wondering what just happened after the irregular threat is dealt with. Around him, the other adventurers celebrate because the irregular doubled their participation reward and promises them a huge payout. They marvel that the dangerous enemy was crushed instantly and envy the luck of being there. Iori notes that the money is useful, though his real financial security now comes from forbidden restriction. One of the men turns to him and assumes he must be enjoying the same windfall. They warmly invite the rookie to join them for drinks and celebrate together. Iori politely refuses, explaining that his younger sister is waiting for him at home. He adds that the two of them live alone, so he needs to get back and make dinner for her. The rough-looking trio immediately soften and praise him as a dependable older brother before sending him home. Iori thanks them sincerely and realizes they are kinder than their appearance suggests. By evening, he returns to his apartment building. At his door, he pauses as if sensing something unusual inside. He recognizes a presence in the apartment with mana on the level of an S rank and realizes an unexpected guest is waiting. As he enters, he wonders if the visitor might be Rin, then announces that he is home. Kotoha greets him cheerfully and says one of his friends came to visit. Iori asks if it is Rin, but Kotoha quickly says no. Instead, he finds a blonde young woman waiting in the room, apologizing for intruding. Iori immediately recognizes her as the S-rank adventurer he saw earlier. Kotoha innocently remarks that all of his friends seem to be cute girls and worries that this is a bad sign. Iori hurriedly tries to clear up the misunderstanding and says he has never met the woman before. Kotoha is surprised, while the visitor remains calm. The situation turns absurd enough that Iori can only wonder what this is supposed to mean. The blonde girl admits she lied about being his acquaintance because she wanted a chance to speak with him. Kotoha, flustered by how popular her brother seems, blurts out her amazement. Iori asks Kotoha to leave them alone for a while so he can deal with the visitor directly. Kotoha agrees at once and rushes out of the room. Once they are alone, Iori asks how she found his home. She casually admits she used her authority as an S rank within the guild to obtain his address. Iori is bothered that the guild handed out private information so easily, then asks what she wants from him. She says she became curious because he was the only one there who directly faced the Diamond Wolf. After checking the adventurer database, she found that he was only A rank despite seeming incompetent, which made him even more suspicious to her. Iori realizes that simple curiosity is what brought an S rank to his home. He reflects that his official record must look full of contradictions and suspicious details. The girl presses him with the real question on her mind and asks what he truly is. From the next room, Kotoha listens in, while Iori downplays himself as just another adventurer and claims he is only about as strong as a normal A rank. The S rank rejects that answer and lectures that anyone strong should fight properly and set an example for lower-ranked adventurers. Iori is baffled and starts to suspect that her obsession comes from an unusually rigid sense of justice. Rather than argue, he humors her and says he understands and will do better from now on. She studies him closely, not fully convinced by his easy compliance. Satisfied enough for the moment, she says that is good to hear and prepares to leave after apologizing for taking his time. After she goes, Sphere asks Iori what that strange girl was all about. Kotoha can only conclude that the visitor was deeply mysterious. Iori agrees, then notices something odd. He spots an item left behind near the chair where she had been sitting. Kotoha picks it up and realizes it is a guild card, though unlike any color she has seen before. Iori decides he has no choice but to return it to the girl. He heads outside to track her down. By sensing her mana, He realizes she has already moved a remarkable distance in a very short time. He activates Tenma to pursue her. A burst of blue light launches him from the building and into the city sky. He catches up to her in a back alley and calls out to Kandasaki. He hands over the guild card and tells her not to lose something so important again, and she calmly acknowledges that she dropped it. Before the exchange can end, another man barges in and accuses Iori of interrupting them. The intruder reveals himself as Noda, an A-rank adventurer. Iori dryly asks whether he has walked into something awkward. He starts to dismiss it, but Noda is already worked up. Noda insists Iori ruined his chance to duel Kandasaki. Iori is stunned that someone would challenge an S-rank so casually. He turns to Saki and asks why she would even entertain something like that. Noda declares that by defeating her he will prove himself worthy of promotion to S-rank. Saki coldly remarks that arrogant A-ranks like him appear from time to time and overestimate themselves. Her contempt immediately provokes him. Noda draws his weapon, flares with power, and demands that she test whether he is truly conceited. Iori tries to calm him down before things escalate. Noda ignores him completely and attacks in a rage. Iori realizes the man is too agitated to be reasoned with. Saki watches the attack without panic. Noda swings down with full force while shouting at her insult. Saki releases a spirit burst at the last moment. Her counter overwhelms Noda instantly and sends him flying away from her. She follows through by drawing a glowing blade, leaving him shocked. Noda cannot understand how someone with such a slight frame defeated him so easily. Saki tells him to recognize his own conceit and leave if he has learned his lesson. Humiliated, he retreats while vowing to remember this. The whole clash ends so quickly that Iori can only remark that Saki is far from ordinary. She turns that judgment back on him. Saki says the way he dodged earlier showed reflexes, vision, and bodily control beyond what any A-rank should possess. She recalls his movement in detail and treats it as proof of hidden mastery. To her, his proficiency is the kind that cannot be explained by skills alone. Iori is unsettled that she inferred so much from a single dodge and realizes she is exceptionally good at reading people. He tries to brush off her conclusion as an exaggeration. Instead of letting it go, Saki suddenly closes the distance. She decides to test him directly with her blade. Iori flatly refuses to fight her. Saki remains expressionless, unwilling to drop the matter. Iori sighs, already tired of the situation. Saki attacks anyway with a blinding downward strike. She appears right in front of him, pressing the attack with overwhelming speed. The blade slams down hard enough to tear into the ground. For a moment, the alley falls silent. Saki is startled that Iori did nothing at all to defend himself. He lies there looking almost bored rather than frightened. Pinned beneath her, he claims the strike was simply too fast for him to react to in time. Saki studies his face and finds his composure deeply suspicious. She helps him up while pretending to accept the explanation. Even if he truly failed to react, she thinks he should at least have shown fear or anger. His complete calm convinces her that something about him is abnormal. She asks again whether he understands, while he insists he is not as extraordinary as she imagines. Iori tries to end the encounter by saying he has returned what she dropped and now wants to go home. Saki catches the contradiction and questions what exactly she supposedly dropped. She then asks the sharper question of how he managed to catch up to her so quickly despite her speed. Iori realizes she has cornered him with his own excuse. Saki explains that speed is her specialty, and the reason she rose to A rank before reaching S rank. That only makes Iori understand how abnormal his pursuit must have looked to her. She presses him to explain himself. Iori finally answers with a half-joking admission that speed happens to be his strong point too. He turns the moment into light banter, saying it is an honor to be praised by an S rank. Deciding not to force the issue further, Saki lets him go when he says he needs to get back and make dinner. She agrees and tells him she will see him again. Iori answers casually and leaves, while she remains behind in the alley. Left alone, Saki repeats his names to herself, fixing him firmly in her mind. Iori walks back through the city, trying to put the encounter behind him. Even so, he realizes a troublesome person has now taken a serious interest in him. When he gets home again, he announces his return. He immediately notices something different in the air. The apartment smells like grilled meat, which surprises him. Kotoha greets him brightly and reveals that she made dinner so it would be ready when he got back. Iori is touched and thanks her. Sphere teases him for looking absurdly pleased and calls him a sister fanatic. Iori admits he is happy because Kotoha cooked in his place. He firmly denies being obsessed with his sister, while Sphere mocks how stubborn he is about it. They sit down together and start eating the meal Kotoha prepared. During dinner, Sphere browses online reports while the siblings eat. Iori notices that Sphere has become completely absorbed in the internet. When Kotoha asks what she found, Sphere reports that the number of gates appearing has recently surged. Iori immediately understands that more gates will mean more monsters emerging into the world. Sphere points out that the trend also means he will be dragged into more guild work, which he considers bad news rather than opportunity. Iori warns Kotoha to stay away from any area where a gate appears. Kotoha confidently promises to be careful. She also boasts that she would not lose to some random monster anyway, prompting Iori to beg her not to even think about fighting. Kotoha backs down outwardly, though not very convincingly. She still insists that she is actually pretty strong. Iori reassures her affectionately that of course she is, because she is his little sister. Kotoha happily accepts the praise. Sphere privately notes that Iori still has not noticed Kotoha's real strength. She concludes that he is probably ignoring the signs on purpose because he remains as overprotective as ever. A week passes after the crystal mines incident. During that time, Shimizu finally regains consciousness in the hospital. When he learns that Ryuzaki died, his grief briefly shows before he forces himself to smile. That strained reaction leaves Iori with the sense that Shimizu is suppressing his pain. Iori tells himself he is not directly to blame, yet he cannot shake the thought that greater strength might have let him save Ryuzaki. Still, he is relieved to hear that Shimizu is recovering well and should be discharged soon. While walking with him later, Kotoha asks whether he plans to keep working as an adventurer. Iori says he cannot quit yet because he still has to train Amami and Suzuki's first. Kotoha excitedly reminds him that he promised, and he confirms it. He adds that once they become stronger, he can start withdrawing from the spotlight and work without attracting attention. Kotoha is confused, since from her perspective he already became stronger. But Iori says that was only to save her and that he no longer has a personal goal. He asks her to keep that true secret from the other two girls. Kotoha playfully hesitates until he bribes her with the promise of buying her one thing she wants, which wins her over instantly. As night falls over the city, the story settles into a brief calm while new dangers and new observers gather around Iori. Two masked men realize the gate they found the day before is still hidden from the Adventurers Guild. Seeing a chance for private profit, they decide to monopolize whatever the dungeon contains before anyone else learns of it. One of them celebrates the lucky find and estimates they have about a day to exploit it first. Even while admitting they do not know the danger inside, they convince themselves a cautious scouting run should be safe if they avoid the boss. Greed wins out, and they rush into the gate believing this is their big break. Inside, the dungeon presents itself as a harmless straight forest path filled with weak slimes. That easy appearance immediately shakes their confidence in the payoff, since an F-rank dungeon would not make them much money even if they looted everything. One of them decides they would be better off reporting it to the guild and taking the finder's reward instead. They turn back to leave, but the exit is already gone, trapping them inside. The cheerful illusion gives way to something ominous as a red presence stirs deeper in the dungeon. A sinister intelligence mocks the intruders and decides it needs stronger prey, specifically people. Elsewhere, a guild employee notes that new dungeons have been appearing unusually often lately. She classifies the newly found one as an F-rank slime dungeon, remarking that beginner dungeons like this are actually rare. Pleased by the harmless reading, she decides to recommend it at the next adventurer registration. The supposedly safe gate is formally put forward as a beginner-friendly dungeon. Time passes, and the story shifts to a B-rank dungeon called the Great Snake's Limestone Cave. Inside that dungeon, two young women confront its boss, the Sea Serpent, under Siki's supervision. One of them creates an opening by moving into position above the serpent. Mio fires a paralysis arrow to lock the boss in place. The attack lands cleanly, stunning the serpent. Mio confidently reminds everyone that her paralysis skill carries a powerful electric effect. The boss remains immobilized, leaving it exposed. Her partner praises Mio and takes over the finishing blow. The orange-haired mage eagerly unleashes her attack. She engulfs the serpent in Crimson Lotus Fireball and burns it down. After the victory, the two girls praise each other's teamwork and credit Mio's paralysis for making the kill easy. Siki congratulates them and admits he is genuinely surprised they can now clear a B-rank dungeon on their own. The battle ends with the dungeon secured. The girls humbly thank Siki for training them and tell him they feel far stronger because of him. Siki reflects that 2 months have passed since the Crystal Mines incident. In that short time, Amami and Suzuki's have grown so much that even he is astonished. Judging by their performance, he concludes they are already comparable to A-rankers and may soon no longer need him as an adventurer. Later, they gather on the first floor of the Adventurers Guild to receive their reward. The two girls are overwhelmed by how much money they have earned from the B-rank clear. Siki notes that the reward should have been split 3 ways, but he feels he deserves none of it because he only watched. He tries to refuse his share out of principle. The girls firmly reject that idea and insist the entire success was possible because he trained and escorted them. Accepting their gratitude, Siki suggests using the money to treat his little sister Kotoha, and proposes a celebration for their B-rank clear. Amami enthusiastically agrees, while Suzuki's dryly notes he only gets this thoughtful when his sister is involved but agrees to come too. They decide to invite more friends as well, turning the celebration into a group outing. As they settle on arranging the date later and heading home for now, a guild staff member notices Siki. The staff returns back with urgency. Hamada rushes over and stops Siki just before he leaves, saying the timing is perfect. He asks Siki for some of his time because he has an important request. Siki agrees to listen, though cautiously. He follows Hamada away while the two girls watch in concern. Left behind, they sense something serious has happened even if they do not know what. In a private room, Hamada's uneasy manner confirms the matter is sensitive. Siki asks him to get to the point. Hamada reveals that the guild wants to hire him for a dungeon investigation. He hands Siki a sealed document and asks him to review the details. The report explains that one particular dungeon has recently become extremely popular with adventurers. What catches Seki's attention is that it was originally rated F rank but has now been raised to C rank. Hamada admits the dungeon is deeply abnormal. The more people enter it, the more it seems to change, yet no one can locate either the boss or the core. Even the guild cannot tell whether the place is somehow generating itself on the fly, but they cannot ignore a dungeon whose danger level is uncertain. That is why they want a high-ranking adventurer to investigate it. Hamada clarifies that Seki's job is only to find the boss and core so the guild can judge the dungeon properly. Because the dungeon yields valuable materials, the guild would prefer it left intact unless Seki determines it is too dangerous to preserve. Understanding the situation, Seki accepts the request. Hamada is visibly relieved and grateful. He asks Seki to finish the investigation before the end of the month, and Seki agrees. As he leaves, Seki thinks he may not have needed to take the job, but he feels indebted to Hamada. That sense of obligation lingers as he recalls Hamada's sincerity. He leaves the guild still thinking about the favor he has just accepted. Outside, evening falls over the city. Seki walks away alone with the investigation papers in hand. He wryly reflects that compared to his old life, people keep seeking him out now. Before he can leave, he is stopped by Kanda Saki, the S-rank adventurer, who asks why he is there. Their meeting immediately draws public attention, and bystanders start wondering who the man speaking with the famous S-ranker is. Seki realizes this is the worst place for a private conversation. Kanda explains that she wanted to talk after spotting him at the guild. The onlookers grow even more curious, reading far too much into the exchange. Seki agrees to talk, but only after moving somewhere less conspicuous, and Kanda follows without objection. He privately decides that dealing with Kanda may be more troublesome than the guild's investigation itself. At a cafe, he finally asks what she wanted to discuss. He waits warily for her answer. Kanda asks whether he knows about the dungeon called the Bewitching Forest. Seki is startled because it is the exact dungeon he was just hired to investigate. Kanda says the dungeon is strange because there is almost no reliable information about it. Seki immediately takes that warning seriously. She explains that the dungeon spawns far too many kinds of monsters, with random appearances, shifting terrain, and fluctuating difficulty. To her, that makes it unprecedented and deeply suspicious. Seki infers that this uncertainty is why the guild currently labels it only C rank. Kanda confirms that, but adds that the damage it has already caused exceeds anything a normal C rank dungeon should inflict. Among those who returned alive, 15 people lost their sanity so badly that they can no longer live normal lives. She stresses that this has all happened within only 2 months of the dungeon's discovery. Seki asks why the guild has not sealed the place off if the situation is that severe. Kanda admits the guild does not know about those 15 victims because she never reported what happened to them. Seki accepts that answer, then asks how she learned so much in the first place. Kanda says her father is a researcher who gathered the information from across the city, revealing that her family has influence beyond adventuring. After laying out the danger, she makes a request of Seki. Seki braces himself for yet another demand. Kanda asks him to form a party with her and clear the Bewitching Forest together. The proposal hangs between them as a serious offer, not a casual suggestion. Seki had expected something like this, but he cannot readily agree because he has officially been asked only to investigate. He also worries that adventuring beside her might reveal more about him than he wants anyone to know, so he apologizes and claims he has been too busy with his clan to take on her request. Kanda accepts the refusal with a calm but disappointed response. Seki apologizes again and asks her to find someone else. Kanda ends the conversation at once and leaves the payment behind. Seki excuses himself as well, leaving her with only a stiff farewell. Kanda tells herself she is fine fighting alone, as she always has. Watching her reaction, Seki feels as though he has done something wrong. That guilt stays with him even after she is gone. Night falls by the time he returns home. At home, Kodoha happily thanks him for dinner and praises his cooking as usual. He answers gently while cleaning up, trying to act normal. Kodoha notices his mood and asks if something is bothering him. He denies it, but her familiar spirit immediately picks up on the tension. The spirit jokes that Iori never looks happy anyway, and he grumbles at the rude comment. Kodoha laughs it off but admits she really did sense that something felt off about him. Seki thanks her for worrying, and her concern briefly softens him. Left alone with his thoughts, he realizes Kanda's rejected request is bothering him more than he expected. He reflects that he has always made cold, calculated decisions, yet lately that has become harder. Unable to settle down, he tells Kodoha he is going out for a walk. Once outside, he decides the safest way to protect Kanda is to clear the dungeon himself before she can challenge it. With 15 victims already, he concludes the core must be destroyed as quickly as possible. Assuming Kanda would ultimately want the same outcome, he heads straight for the gate. But when he arrives, panicked survivors are already calling for high-ranked adventurers because one person is still fighting inside. Seki demands to know what happened. The survivors reveal that the lone fighter inside is Kanda Saki, who stayed behind so they could escape. Seki is shaken to realize she entered the dungeon far sooner than he expected. Without hesitation, he declares himself an A-rank adventurer and moves to go in and help her. A survivor grabs him and begs him not to go alone, insisting the dungeon is far beyond reason. The man says even Kanda could only buy them time against the boss, so a single A-ranker would be useless. Siki stops long enough to hear the crucial warning. The survivor explains that everything the dungeon showed them at first was an illusion. Its harmless appearance was a complete lie, and the real dungeon is monstrously dangerous. Even as the warning continues, Siki launches himself into the gate. At the same time, Kanda regrets not having gone with him when she had the chance. Siki races deeper inside, silently asking her to hold on a little longer. Within the true dungeon, he immediately senses a suffocating amount of mana in the air. That pressure tells him at once that the guild's C-rank label is absurdly wrong. He also feels Kanda's mana fading somewhere ahead, confirming she is in real danger. He hurries toward her, but hostile presence is close in first. A wolf-like monster lunges from behind to intercept him. Refusing to waste even a moment, Siki cuts it down instantly and keeps moving. He pushes forward, promising Kanda that he is coming. The story then jumps back 1 hour earlier to show how Kanda entered the dungeon. When Kanda first arrived, the bewitching forest looked absurdly safe for a place with so many victims, which only made it feel more suspicious. She immediately sensed that something hidden was wrong beneath the harmless surface. Hearing a distant scream, she decides it must be another adventurer in trouble and runs toward it. She finds a survivor cornered beside 3 fallen companions by a strange humanoid monster strong enough to drop them instantly. The creature answers her alarm with mocking confidence. It taunts the survivor that dungeons punish the careless and treats the slaughter like a lesson. Then it declares the man's role is over and prepares to use him as bait before killing him. The monster begins its attack without hesitation. The trapped adventurer can only scream as a blow comes down. Kanda intervenes at the last second, drawing her glowing blade and placing herself between the monster and its victim. A sinister dungeon boss realizes an intruder has arrived earlier than expected. Confidently taking control, the boss orders the wounded evacuated and claims the newcomer for itself. When the prey tries to escape, the boss makes clear it never intended to let anyone leave. Kanda-san steps in with a flash of light, buying time for the injured to be carried away. She answers the threat with calm resolve, deciding that if she cannot flee, she will at least ensure the others do. The boss is startled by how quickly she moved and immediately suspects she deliberately let the others retreat. Kanda-san judges the boss to be intelligent and dangerous enough that facing it alone will be difficult. Even so, she refuses to waver, believing that anyone with power must save those in danger. That conviction hardens into duty as she commits herself to protecting the people she just rescued. The boss answers her resolve with a pleased, predatory smile. It arrogantly declares her doomed, but Kanda-san dismisses the boast because they have not even begun fighting. The boss reveals the trap was set long before this moment, claiming it lured her into the dungeon specifically to kill her. Kanda-san refuses to be shaken, insisting the battlefield itself will not decide the outcome. She launches her opening technique, Blink Slash, in a burst of speed. The boss remains unnervingly composed as her attack closes in. Her glowing strike lands cleanly, or so it seems for an instant. Mid-attack, Kanda-san notices something is wrong. Her body suddenly grows heavy, and she realizes the trap is already affecting her. The boss explains that the entire area is saturated with a gas that weakens humans, especially adventurers with poor magic resistance. Even weakened, Kanda-san forces through with another slash rather than surrender momentum. She warns the boss not to celebrate before actually defeating her. The blow leaves only a shallow line across the boss's face. The wound begins to close almost immediately, revealing abnormal regeneration. Kanda-san is caught off guard by how little her attack accomplished. The boss mocks her disappointment instead of showing pain. It boasts that it has grown powerful by absorbing mana from countless adventurers. With Kanda-san already weakened by the gas, the boss declares she has no chance of winning now. As her strength fades, Kanda-san realizes she cannot win at this rate. Her weapon slips away and she drops to the ground, nearly spent. For the first time, she thinks survival may require retreat. The boss seizes her by the head before she can escape. Lifting her helplessly into the air, it begins draining her mana and thanks her for the offering. Kanda-san feels her strength rapidly draining away. Her consciousness starts to fade as the boss continues feeding on her. A sudden explosion interrupts the execution and forces the boss to look away. The blast expands between them, breaking the boss's focus. Alarmed, the boss demands to know who interfered. Barely conscious, Kanda-san senses a new presence. She recognizes Siki Iori through the flames and can hardly believe he came back. Siki apologizes for arriving late, addressing her respectfully. Then he calmly promises that he will save her now. He confronts the boss directly while it still holds Kanda-san captive. As the illusion peels away, the true dungeon reveals itself as a dead, corrupted wasteland. Siki immediately sees that the entire dungeon is wrapped in illusion magic. He also identifies the weakening gas and starts planning a spell to remove it, noting he still has skill points in reserve. He casts a storm spell to disrupt the poisoned air around them. The boss finds his response unexpectedly interesting. Siki prepares another spell without hesitation. He follows with a Crimson Lotus fireball that detonates across the battlefield. The boss admits Siki pierced its illusion, something no one had done before. Siki instantly closes the distance with enhanced movement. Using circulation boost, he accelerates his body to engage the boss at close range. He strikes while the boss is still holding Kanda-san. Siki's attack forces the boss to release her, and he demands that it let her go. He catches Kanda-san before she can fall. Cradling her safely, he keeps his eyes on the boss and refuses to let his guard drop. Once she is down, his first concern is whether she is still conscious. Kanda-san says she is alive but badly weakened. Siki understands that the boss stole her mana and tells her not to move until she recovers. He takes full responsibility for the fight and tells her to rest while he handles the rest. Kanda-san is horrified by his confidence and urges him to run because he cannot beat the boss alone. Siki gently points out that someone as righteous as her would never abandon another person either. He frames his decision as nothing heroic, only the duty of an adventurer, and assures her he can win. The boss laughs off his confidence as a joke. It claims Siki cannot possibly defeat it and introduces the idea that it has become an irregular existence. The boss explains that while monsters rarely mutate into new species, it deliberately pursued that evolution. It confirms that its current form is the result of intentional mutation. Siki realizes the situation is even more abnormal than he first thought. The boss reveals the method behind its evolution. It stole adventurers' mana and stored it inside itself. It points to Kanda-san as the latest victim of that process. Her mana, it says, fulfilled the final conditions needed for its transformation. Kanda-san stares in shock as she understands she helped complete the monster's evolution. Siki studies the revelation in silence, already recalculating the fight. The boss treats its new state as proof that the mutation succeeded. Now transformed into a far more monstrous form, it boasts that its current power dwarfs what it had moments ago. Kanda-san can only ask what kind of thing it has become. Siki stays focused, measuring the threat instead of panicking. The mutated boss declares itself beyond even S-rank adventurers and claims no human can defeat it now. Siki answers that people exist to overturn certainty, refusing to accept the monster's conclusion. The boss welcomes the challenge and lunges at him. Its transformed body crosses the distance with terrifying speed. Siki is shocked by how much faster it has become. The first impact catches him hard before he can fully react. The boss presses in close, overwhelming him with raw physical force. A follow-up strike smashes him into the ground. Bruised and rattled, Siki forces himself back into the fight. He counters with a blue-enhanced punch aimed at the monster's head. The blow drives the boss downward and briefly disrupts its momentum. Siki chases after it rather than giving it time to recover. Both fighters reset at a distance, but the power gap is already obvious. Siki admits to himself that the boss is physically overwhelming him even without using magic. The monster taunts him for already falling behind. Siki notices the boss has grown arrogant after mutating and begins looking for a way to exploit that pride. He decides the monster's overconfidence may be the opening he needs. Since he cannot win a contest of brute force, he resolves to change the battle into one decided by magic and skill. The boss keeps mocking him, convinced fear has silenced him. Siki quietly plans to spend skill points on a way to neutralize the monster's strength when it overcommits. He selects Zero Object, a gravity-type skill that reduces a target's kinetic energy to zero for only a brief instant. While the boss complains that silence is boring, Siki finishes preparing the trap. The monster rushes in again, promising to force a scream out of him. Siki activates Zero Object at the last possible moment. The monster's strike halts right in front of his face, its motion abruptly erased. Siki immediately turns that instant into a clean counterpunch. He keeps moving through the opening before the effect can wear off. Knowing the window is tiny, he relies on his magic eye of wisdom to time every follow-up perfectly. Watching from the ground, Kanda-san is stunned by how precisely he adapted. Siki stays glued to the monster's blind spots and continues striking while it is off balance. The boss cannot understand why its attacks are suddenly being read and answered. For a moment, Siki's rhythm starts to dominate the exchange. The monster realizes he is not merely enduring but actively countering each assault. Siki even weaves through a barrage of red energy blades while staying in range. He breaks through the attack pattern with another decisive hit. Siki finally answers the taunts, noting that the one screaming now is the boss. The monster laughs it off and claims it has already deciphered Siki's technique from that brief exchange. It correctly deduces that Siki can momentarily stop its attacks rather than overpower them directly. Siki realizes the boss has already grasped the outline of his skill, making the trick far less reliable. The boss admits Siki's combat ability is impressive, but only as a minor inconvenience. It insists that no amount of skill can matter against overwhelming power, and surges up again. Siki is shaken to learn the monster still was not fighting at full strength. The boss tells him to keep struggling a little longer, savoring his desperation. Siki tries Zero Object again to stop the next charge. This time the monster powers through the effect instead of being truly stalled. Siki is horrified that the skill no longer phases it. The boss mocks him for having nothing better left. Siki can only defend as a massive red strike crashes into his guard. The monster follows by dropping a devastating vertical blow from above. The attack slams into the ground with catastrophic force. The shockwave erupts near Kanda-san, reminding her how helplessly close she is to the battle. She looks from the crater to Siki, terrified by how badly the fight is turning. Her fear deepens as she sees his condition. Siki realizes the monster's attacks have become too fast for him to read consistently, and one mistake has nearly killed him. Kanda-san begs him to stop before he dies for her sake. She tells him to leave her behind and run, but he answers that he will not lose. Even while acknowledging his strength, she tries to make him accept the reality of the situation. She calls the mutated boss a true monster beyond ordinary measure. Siki admits he fully understands the enormous gap in power between them, but he still cannot bring himself to abandon Kanda-san. Checking his remaining resources, he sees he still has 90 skill points and starts searching for a final answer. He refuses to give up and insists there must be some way to win. A new system prompt appears, asking whether he wishes to communicate with the will of the dungeon through forbidden restriction. Siki is stunned to learn the dungeon itself is reaching out to him. He wonders whether the will of the dungeon is a separate entity from the boss standing before him. The strange contact reminds him of the first time he activated forbidden restriction. Deciding he has no better option, he chooses to answer the call. He accepts the invitation to communicate. At once, his consciousness is drawn into a luminous inner space. Siki recognizes the place as a kind of mind realm. A new voice greets him by name, confirming an intelligence is waiting there. He turns toward the speaker, bracing for another unknown encounter. Siki returns the greeting and realizes he is finally face to face with the will of the dungeon. A mysterious will abruptly opens negotiations with Iori and offers him a deal. The offer is to temporarily restore the full power he possessed in his previous life. Instead of accepting, Iori immediately demands to know why this being knows about his reincarnated past. The will hints that Iori has overlooked a deeper truth behind his situation. It reveals that forbidden restriction and dungeons are connected, shocking him with knowledge only a hidden authority should have. Realizing he is facing something extraordinary, Iori presses it to reveal its identity. The being answers that it is the dungeon's own will, existing only to communicate with him. It explains that just as forbidden restriction has a manager, dungeons too are governed by a higher manager. Iori concludes he is dealing with a superior existence tied to the origin of dungeons and skills in this world. With that in mind, he questions whether trusting such a convenient proposal would be wise. He points out that if his old power returned, the current boss would fall instantly and the dungeon core would be destroyed with it. The will dismisses that concern and makes clear it contacted him for a far more serious reason. When Iori demands the truth, the will stops speaking vaguely. It warns him plainly that if Siki Iori keeps fighting the boss as he is now, he will fail and die. The will says it wants to prevent that outcome, which is why it made the offer. It promises to restore his former strength for this battle alone, but only if he accepts a condition in return. That condition is a prophecy. In 3 months 4 new dungeons will appear, and Iori must conquer all of them. When Iori notes the similarity to the earlier urgent quest, the will says this future trial will be far harsher. It reveals that the bosses of those 4 dungeons will be gods, and that humanity will perish unless Iori grows strong enough to stop them. Iori grimly realizes that refusing the deal still leaves him doomed in the larger disaster ahead. The will confirms this is not a bargain alone but a warning about how weak he currently is. It bluntly tells Siki Iori that he is far too weak. Then it challenges him to prove he can grow, even enough to reclaim a fraction of the power he once had. The presence falls silent, and leaves him alone with the weight of that judgment. Iori recognizes that the dungeons will clearly has its own agenda, and that the offer came far too conveniently. Even so, what angers him most is that he truly needed such a convenient rescue. He admits to himself that he is weak and that he nearly died without even being able to save Kanda. He realizes he had become overconfident in the strength he had gained. Looking back on recent battles, he sees that he had convinced himself he could handle anything. The will's scorn cuts deeper by reminding him how far he has fallen from the proud Archmage he once was. That humiliation hardens into resolve. Iori finally accepts the proposal. The will warns that the 4 gods are overwhelmingly powerful and questions whether the current Iori can ever defeat them. He answers that he will grow stronger so he does not lose to them. Satisfied, the will says it will be watching him with high expectations. It bids farewell to the reincarnated Archmage and disappears. Left behind, Iori bitterly admits the being had seen through his reincarnation completely. He accepts that fact and moves on without dwelling on it. Back in the battle, he reappears and casually signals his return. The boss immediately senses that something about him has changed. Kanda, still recovering, recognizes him but is startled by the difference. She notices both his altered presence and the fact that his injuries are gone. Iori tells her that more than his appearance has changed. The boss mocks the idea that he has grown stronger and insists the gap between them remains absolute. Iori calmly measures his restored state instead of reacting to the taunt. When the monster lunges, he treats the attack as something beneath concern. Kanda tries to warn him, fearing he will be struck again. But Iori meets the charge head-on without flinching. The boss is caught off guard when its attack fails to land as expected. Kanda can only stare, unable to understand what just happened. Iori coldly asks the monster what became of all its earlier arrogance. He counters with overwhelming force and drives the boss back. The monster is blasted away and battered by a storm of power. It realizes in disbelief that it has failed to injure him at all. Iori dismisses it with contempt and ends the exchange. The battlefield settles, leaving Iori standing unharmed beside the stunned Kanda. His first concern is whether Kanda survived the ordeal. She says she is fine, but immediately asks what that transformation was. She is shaken by the sheer scale of power he displayed. To her, it was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. Iori downplays it as a skill with strict conditions that he cannot use again anytime soon. Kanda still insists that even before that, he was already at least her equal, and should be promoted to S rank. The two face each other in the quiet after the fight. Iori reveals that he actually turned down S rank promotion in the past for personal reasons. That answer leaves Kanda reconsidering what kind of person he really is. She accepts his explanation without pressing further. Then, relieved and grateful, she says she no longer needs to cling to pride and thanks him. Iori refocuses them on the practical task of destroying the dungeon core and escaping quickly. Kanda tries to move, but her exhausted body gives out. She stumbles before she can even take a proper step. Iori catches her before she falls. Embarrassed, she apologizes for collapsing on him. He gently points out that she has spent too much mana and should stop forcing herself. He offers to carry her the rest of the way. Flustered but trusting him, she accepts. Iori takes responsibility and carries her on his back. For Kanda, the warmth and support are unfamiliar enough to stir her emotions. As he carries her, she quietly asks why he came into the dungeon at all. She admits she felt ashamed after turning down his earlier invitation, so she came intending to clear the dungeon before he could. Instead, she found that he had already entered ahead of her. She brushes past the awkwardness and says she is simply glad she arrived in time. Iori is caught off guard when she softly says she is glad. She thanks him again, this time with open affection. He answers simply, and she calls his name to continue. Then Kanda suddenly asks if he would like to start dating. The abrupt confession leaves Iori completely stunned. When he says he is not involved with anyone and asks why she is asking now, she stays direct. She says she wants to be his girlfriend. Iori can only protest that the confession is far too sudden, while noting she still has not explained herself. Sensing his hesitation, she lowers the stakes and asks if they can at least begin as friends. That compromise satisfies her immediately. Iori accepts that she is strange, but not unpleasantly so. They reach the glowing core together at the center of the dungeon. As they approach, Iori notices something unusual among the rewards. A system message confirms he has obtained a grimoire of release. Kanda is surprised he recognizes the item and asks how he knows of it. She explains that it is a rare reward from difficult dungeons that can awaken dormant skills. She adds that only a small circle knows such things, though S ranks receive privileged information. Iori quietly files that away as another reason to seek higher status. He reasons that becoming S rank would give him access to secrets that might explain unusual abilities like Ren's 2 skills. He suspects the grimoire of release may be the reason behind that anomaly. Putting speculation aside, he reaches out to the core. The crystal shatters under his touch. Outside the gate, a gathered team of high-rank hunters waits tensely, recognizing how serious the situation was. Among them is the S-ranker Satsuki Rin, whose arrival raises expectations even further. The onlookers note that one A rank had already gone in, but assume that would not matter if even Kanda was struggling. Rin privately thinks that if Kanda could not handle it, everyone else would have died for nothing, and is relieved he had time to come. Before anyone can act, the gate collapses in a burst of light. The crowd realizes the dungeon core has been destroyed and some begin assuming Kanda handled it without trouble. Then footsteps emerge from the fading gate. Iori walks out carrying the exhausted Kanda on his back. The sight shocks everyone, especially those who know Kanda's status. Ren recognizes Iori at once and realizes he must have been the one who entered first. Iori avoids explaining in public and says he will tell Ren later because Kanda needs rest immediately. As he carries her away, the crowd is left wondering who he is and how he is close enough to Kanda to do this. Iori inwardly curses the attention he has drawn again. Still, he decides there is no point worrying about that right now. The city night stretches quietly around them as the crisis ends. He escorts Kanda to her home, and she confirms they have arrived. Iori is surprised by the size of the house, and Kanda explains that her father is a researcher. The revelation makes her background suddenly feel more distant and unusual to him. When he reacts, she catches his expression and teases that his thoughts were obvious on his face. Before going inside, she hesitates and asks one last thing. She wants to know whether he truly meant it when he agreed to be her friend. Iori answers without hesitation that he did. Encouraged, she asks to spend time together again, but he warns that his current burdens may delay that for a while. She accepts the delay, and he tells her to rest properly. Kanda parts from him with a shy, happy smile. He returns the farewell, still a little unsure how to handle her. Then he turns and heads home alone. Left at the gate, Kanda lingers in the afterglow of the encounter. She is startled to realize she had been smiling without noticing. The night shifts to Iori's apartment. He comes home and leaves his shoes at the entrance. Once inside, the strain he had been holding back finally overwhelms him and he collapses onto the sofa in thought. He admits to himself that he had become far too conceited. Because he excelled at magic, he assumed a monster like that would be easy to handle. Now he fully accepts how badly he misjudged the danger. He recognizes that his arrogance nearly got him killed. That realization hardens into a new vow. His fairy companion notices the change in his mood and pays attention. She quietly approaches as he sits alone in the dark. She remarks that he came back late and lets him know Kodaha is already asleep. Seeing his condition, she gently calls out to him. Iori answers with a firm declaration that he will become stronger. The sudden intensity of that promise startles her. When she asks why he changed so abruptly, he says he finally recognized his own hubris. He explains that in his current state he cannot protect the peaceful life he now values. So he resolves to become the strongest once again, with no room left for hesitation. Iori finally asks Sphere to help him in earnest. Sphere realizes he is serious this time. Her surprise immediately turns into delighted excitement. She celebrates that he has at last committed himself to getting stronger. Having waited a long time for this, she eagerly throws herself into the role. Sphere promises to become his ideal navigator, and Iori gratefully accepts her support. By morning, that decision has already set a new phase of his life in motion. At breakfast with Kotoha, Iori quietly tests whether his future ambitions would trouble her. He gathers himself before asking the question directly. Iori asks if she would resent him becoming famous. The question catches Kotoha off guard, and both of them pause over what it means. Kotoha firmly assures him she would be proud of him instead of bothered by it. Sphere notes that Kotoha has always been the one person who truly worried about him, and Iori accepts that she is right. Relieved by Kotoha's support, Iori decides he can now pursue his plans without holding back. He adds that they should still move house for safety, just in case. Kotoha is thrilled by the idea of getting a new home. Even Sphere joins in as they start thinking about possible layouts and living arrangements. Kotoha heads out cheerfully, leaving Iori to begin preparing in earnest. Iori sees her off with quiet confidence while Sphere stays behind with him. Once they are alone, he turns fully to the task ahead. Iori declares that it is time to begin. He launches into the sky using magic. Then he summons the holy dragon Soma to carry him. As they fly, Sphere demands to know where he is going. Iori explains that if he wants to grow stronger, he first needs a secure base, so he is searching for an uninhabited island. Sphere is startled by how extreme his plan is. When she worries about the legality of taking over such a place, Iori decides he will deal with any consequences later. Sphere begins to understand just how ruthless and practical he becomes when he is serious. They soon reach a cluster of small islands. Iori asks Sphere to help choose one, preferring flat land that will be easier to develop. She points out an island that seems mostly level despite its dense trees. Iori accepts her recommendation and commits to that island. They land on the shore and inspect their new territory. Sphere asks what comes next now that they have arrived. Iori answers that they will settle the island and make it their base. Sphere presses for the first concrete step. Iori says his top priority is a development facility for producing the tools and items he needs for dungeon diving. Sphere simplifies that into building a basic shelter first. Iori agrees, and they start searching the island for a suitable construction site. He judges that the island has enough flat ground, but they will need to clear space from the forest. Sphere excitedly calls him over after finding a promising location. The spot turns out to be a cave large enough to house the workshop Iori had imagined. As he examines it, he senses something inside. The cave is packed with snakes, revealing that it is already occupied. Sphere panics at the sheer number of them. The snakes surge forward to attack. Iori remains completely still as the swarm closes in. His killing intent alone overwhelms them before he even needs to fight. The snakes lose their nerve and retreat in terror. Iori concludes that their instincts warned them they would die if they stayed. Though he feels a little bad for driving them out, he has already decided this cave will be his base. With the site secured, he moves on to practical improvements like a door and interior furnishings. To speed things up, he summons Nemia. Iori orders the great beast to cut down nearby trees and haul the timber back to the cave. Sphere is amused that the once majestic Nemia now behaves more like a loyal pet, while Iori sees no problem with that. Satisfied with the help he has assembled, Iori gets to work. He decides to focus on the bare necessities first rather than luxury. Before long, the cave begins to take shape as a livable workshop. Sphere notices that many of the furnishings come from Iori's previous life and old habits. Once the interior is arranged, Iori goes outside to check on Nemia's progress. Nemia returns covered in dust after clearing the forest with overwhelming force. The dense woodland has been turned into a wide open lot, proving how hard the beast worked. Iori praises Nemia, and Sphere admits the creature is an astonishing asset. With the timber ready, Iori says he can build the cave door immediately. He rapidly cuts and shapes the wood with practiced precision. Soon the entrance is sealed with a proper door, and Iori declares their base complete. Sphere asks what his next objective will be. Iori explains that the only way for him to grow stronger now is to earn more skill points and unlock new spells through forbidden restriction. Sphere reacts unhappily, sensing that his answer is not what she wanted to hear. She protests that if leveling up was the goal, they did not need to go to the trouble of building a remote base. Iori tells her she is missing the point, because the base is essential to his method of getting stronger. He reveals the stockpile of magic stones he has been collecting across different ranks. Sphere realizes these stones are the true reason for the workshop. Iori explains that ordinary dungeons are now too easy for him, so he needs stronger enemies and a new way to convert his resources into power. His plan is to use the stones he kept gathering even after Kotoha recovered to create powerful golems. Elsewhere in the city, a defeated enemy broods over how absurdly strong Iori was. He recalls being destroyed by a flash of overwhelming power. What remains of him is a hidden slime-like body lying low in the city. He survives only because he had prepared a spare body in advance, allowing him to escape after losing his dungeon. Forced to start over from nothing, he blames Iori and swears revenge. That same night, an unsuspecting passerby walks alone nearby. The man senses movement too late. The slime drops onto him from above. The victim is overwhelmed before he can defend himself. He collapses in the street. Even as he struggles weakly, he is already being consumed. The villain vows that he will quickly recover his lost power. He also renews his ambition to seize control over everything once he has rebuilt himself. Back on the island, Iori returns to explaining that the stored magic stones will be the raw material for his golems. Sphere finally understands why they needed an isolated base after all. With the concept settled, Iori moves immediately into production. He starts by using a magic furnace to refine impurities out of the stones. The purified material is then smelted into high-purity magic ingots. He plans to consume his entire stockpile in this process. Sphere learns that each ingot costs 1 stone and takes about 10 minutes to make, so she asks how much a single golem requires. Iori estimates that 1 golem will need around 50 stones for its body and 5 ingots for its internal mechanisms. Because the mechanisms matter most, he decides to reserve his highest rank stones for the ingots. Sphere points out that the project is both expensive and time-consuming, so Iori asks her to handle the ingot production for him. She is stunned that he is assigning her furnace duty. Sphere loudly objects to being saddled with tedious labor when she thought helping him would be more glamorous. Even while grumbling, she admits she never expected her promise to help would mean this kind of repetitive work. Her misery deepens when she realizes the island has no internet or modern comforts. Even so, she steels herself and insists she still intends to make him stronger. Iori thanks her sincerely, reminding her that as the manager of Forbidden Restriction, she is the one best suited to support him. Since she cannot carry many stones herself, he assigns Nemia to assist her. Nemia accepts the order obediently. Sphere immediately embraces the role and starts treating Nemia as her own assistant. After entrusting her with producing ingots from B rank through S rank stones, Iori is asked what he will do meanwhile. He admits that his current stock still is not enough, so he decides to return to Tokyo and gather more stones personally. As an A rank adventurer, he can legally solo B rank dungeons, making them the most efficient source for what he needs, and he chooses Ghost Castle. Inside the dungeon, the empty halls suggest no one has progressed far into it yet. Iori enters in combat gear, ready to harvest the place efficiently. He activates Eye of Wisdom to read the battlefield perfectly. Using that insight, he cuts down the ghostly enemies in an instant with sweeping magic blades. The system rewards him with 5 B-rank magic stones almost immediately, confirming the dungeon is rich and untouched. Hidden nearby, another intruder watches him and realizes this newcomer is taking all the stones for himself. The observer is horrified that Iori erased dozens of nightmares in a single moment. Unable to place him, the man wonders whether Iori is A rank or even S rank. He curses the effort he wasted setting up a trap that now seems pointless. The Watcher turns out to be a thief whose whole style revolves around stealing equipment, and he realizes Iori has ruined his scheme. He decides to slip away quietly before being noticed, but Iori catches him and immediately identifies him as the one who gathered the monsters together. The thief panics, while Iori calmly explains that he sensed someone lurking and came to investigate. Iori reflects that inside dungeons, criminals can disguise murder as accidents all too easily. That realization hardens his view that people like this thief are a serious threat. The thief activates Spirited Away, a skill meant to erase his presence completely and let him escape. Iori recognizes the nature of the skill at once. He judges it superior to ordinary invisibility, but still useless against him. Confident in Eye of Wisdom, Iori declares that the thief cannot hide from him. The thief bolts for the exit anyway. Eye of Wisdom tracks his exact location despite the concealment. Iori intercepts him with overwhelming speed and force before he can get away. He slams the thief to the ground and pins him effortlessly. The thief can only stare in disbelief that his perfect concealment failed. Later, outside the dungeon, Iori reflects on how he was able to expose the man so easily. Authorities arrive and take the captured criminal into custody while Iori stands by. The thief is led away, shaken, as officials confer with Iori. An investigator thanks Iori and explains that the arrested man was responsible for multiple dungeon disasters. The official also praises Iori for clearing the bewitching forest the day before, making clear that his reputation is rising fast. When asked whether he just soloed another B-rank dungeon, Iori confirms it, and the official offers to promote him if he ever wants it. Iori politely leaves the offer open without accepting. Afterward, he reflects that reaching S rank may eventually be the right move, even if he is not ready to reveal himself yet. For now, Kotoha's safety and securing their next home still come first in his mind. He feels the weight of everything he still has to accomplish. But he pushes those concerns aside for the moment. His immediate priority is simply clearing the next dungeon and gathering more resources. That night, the city becomes his hunting ground again. After wiping out every monster in another dungeon, Iori judges the haul of C-rank and B-rank stones to be insufficient for his larger plans. Realizing one dungeon a day will never be enough, he resolves to clear several more. Iori comes home at night after deciding he will start his next dungeon run early the following morning, and his younger companion welcomes him back. When he asks where Sphere has been all day, the question immediately exposes a problem he had not prepared to explain. He freezes, realizing he cannot exactly admit what he did. Inwardly, he remembers that he left Sphere behind on the deserted island. Before that awkward truth can surface, Sphere suddenly appears beside them and saves him from the situation. She explains that as the manager of Forbidden Restriction, she can manifest at his side whenever she wants. With that mystery settled, Iori accepts her explanation and the tension at home eases. The next day, he heads straight for the dungeon he planned to challenge. Using a list prepared for him, he sets out to clear 5 troublesome dungeons, starting with this one. The first target is the A-rank Hall of 100 Years of Training, a place without a boss where waves of B to A-rank monsters attack endlessly. Iori judges it to be exactly the kind of dungeon he needs for his current growth. At the entrance, guild staff tried to stop him because a mid-tier A-rank dungeon is not supposed to be entered solo. He shuts down their objection by producing official permission to go in alone. The staff back off, apologize, and can only warn him that the dungeon is packed with powerful monsters. Iori thanks them and enters without hesitation. Once inside, he changes into combat gear and reminds himself to stay careful if the monsters are truly strong. Outside, the staff are baffled that an unknown adventurer named Seki Iori was allowed to enter the Hall of 100 Years of Training alone despite not being S-rank. As they wonder who he really is, Iori is transported deeper into the dungeon. He arrives on the first of the floating training floors where the challenge begins in earnest. He sharpens his focus the moment he senses danger. A crowd of battered but relentless armored knights closes in around him from every side. He tests one with a quick strike and cracks its helmet apart. Even after losing its head, the knight keeps moving, proving brute force alone will not stop them. The severed helmet rattles on the ground while the enemy remains active. The armor reaches back toward its fallen head as if trying to restore itself. Green magic surges through the knight, confirming that some hidden force is sustaining it. Iori realizes these so-called immortal knights are literally training against one another here, making the dungeon's name painfully accurate. As more knights gather, he notices glowing signs that they are about to attack in coordination. He draws on Tenma, ready to cut through them with speed and precision. The knights continue pressing forward in disciplined formation instead of breaking ranks. Using Eye of Wisdom, Iori studies the enemies rather than rushing blindly. He discovers that magic circles hidden inside the armor are what make the knights effectively immortal. Once he understands the mechanism, he immediately forms a new plan. He ducks under an incoming charge and positions himself to strike the armor's weak point instead of the body. He concludes that destroying the internal magic circles is the real way to kill them. Closing in at point-blank range, he drives his blade toward the hollow core inside the armor. His strike collides with the protective magic circle, but the defense proves tougher than expected. Recognizing how well protected the core is, he decides to use Sword of Tenma with its output deliberately suppressed. Even while he prepares that stronger attack, more knights swing at him from behind. He answers with a sweeping burst of sword energy that forces the immediate attackers back. Facing an entire formation of coordinated immortal knights, he admits this dungeon is even more troublesome than he expected. Rather than get overwhelmed alone, he decides to bring out a new ally. He summons Coral, a newly unlocked contracted familiar obtained through the grimoire of release the previous night. Iori notes that this also expanded Forbidden Restriction skill tree, giving him even more room to grow. He figures the intended strategy was probably to avoid the knights and destroy the dungeon core directly. But he rejects that shortcut outright. Instead, he orders Coral to target the magic circles inside the armor because they are going to wipe out every knight on the floor. Coral responds eagerly, clearly ready for battle. Pleased by that enthusiasm, Iori treats the coming fight like a shared challenge. He commits fully and launches the assault with confidence. As Coral takes the field, Iori reflects that the Imperial Horned Beast is a divine familiar that commands lightning. He adds that after repeated evolutions, Coral's power and speed now surpass lightning itself. Coral explodes into motion and tears through the knight formation before they can react. The familiar leaps high, gathering overwhelming electrical force above the battlefield. A pillar of lightning crashes down through the floor, engulfing the knights in a devastating area attack. Watching armor disintegrate under the strike, Iori openly praises Coral's performance. Not wanting to rely entirely on his familiar, he decides to prove he can keep up as well. A surviving knight tries to ambush him from behind while his attention is elsewhere. At that same moment, another presence briefly appears outside the dungeon, hinting that someone powerful is taking interest in him. Inside, Iori boosts Tenma to a higher output and drives his blade into a knight's core. When the armor finally collapses for good, he calmly counts it as the first confirmed kill. Coral promises that the rest will be finished just as quickly. Moments later, the battlefield is reduced to smoking craters and broken remains, and Iori declares the subjugation complete. The hall gives him 40 B-rank magic stones and only 2 levels, which convinces him he needs even stronger opponents if he wants meaningful growth. Unsatisfied, he immediately decides to keep climbing. With 2 floors still left, he moves on to the next stage of the dungeon. He lands on the next floor and braces for a different kind of fight. This level contains only one enemy, the giant death knight Askar, making the challenge more concentrated and dangerous. Iori dismisses Coral for the moment, deciding this opponent is something he should handle alone. He admits to himself that his battle instincts are still dulled compared with his previous life. That is exactly why he wants to defeat an enemy of this level quickly and cleanly. Ascar immediately tests him with a heavy opening strike that forces Iori to block rather than dominate. Iori answers with a sharp counterattack, refusing to stay on the defensive. After trading blows, he judges the knight to be powerful. Even so, he decides it still falls short of a true A-rank threat. He unleashes a stronger technique to end the fight decisively. Elsewhere, Kirishima Kuji clashes with a silver-haired man, showing that another dangerous conflict is unfolding outside Iori's view. Kirishima takes the exchange as an insult and demands to know whether the other man is looking down on him. The silver-haired fighter answers coolly that he is willing to fight seriously if that is what Kirishima wants. Back in the dungeon, Iori begins his own finishing move against Ascar. A storm of red slashes tears across the giant knight in a concentrated burst. The attack cleaves through Ascar's helmet, signaling the battle's end. The knight erupts in destructive energy and collapses under the force of Iori's technique. In the separate confrontation, Kirishima restrains himself at the last second because he cannot afford to cause a major incident yet. The silver-haired man accepts that retreat as long as Kirishima keeps his provocations limited to words. Kirishima leaves with a sneer, treating the warning as familiar rather than frightening. The silver-haired man watches him go, clearly not convinced the matter is over. He concludes that events around Iori are becoming interesting enough that the story may soon go public. Meanwhile, Iori reaches the final floor of the dungeon. Far above the city, the knight remains calm, unaware of the battles deciding its future. In a high-rise lounge, powerful figures gather while the city glows below. Kirishima remarks that it is ironic for an S-rank adventurer to have been saved by an A-rank one. He is identified as S-rank adventurer Kirishima Kuji, a swordsman with the skill infinite sword techniques. He needles a blonde woman by saying he was even more surprised that the rescuer turned out to be someone she knows. She answers only with a cold, unreadable stare. Kirishima presses further, claiming he has never even heard of Seki Iori and asking whether the rookie is actually strong. She replies flatly that Iori is at least stronger than Kirishima himself. Instead of taking offense, Kirishima laughs because her answer confirms Iori is worth his attention. He mocks her by suggesting she fell for Iori after being rescued, while elsewhere Iori finishes another task. Iori tallies his rewards at 100 B-rank magic stones and 2 A-rank stones, more than he expected. The gains are enough that he starts thinking he may finally be able to begin producing golems. With the loot secured, he turns to the dungeon core and decides there is no reason to leave it intact. He destroys the core, bringing the dungeon itself to an end. Back in the lounge, Kirishima's interest sharpens as he senses the conversation has become serious. The blonde woman cuts him off and says she has nothing more to discuss with him. As she walks away, Kirishima pretends to accept it while clearly plotting something else. He openly asks whether she would mind if he killed Seki Iori. She stops at once, and the room's mood turns lethal. Without raising her voice, she warns him that if he tries, she will kill him first. Back at the dungeon entrance, the guild staff are stunned to learn that Iori really cleared the dungeon alone and rush to apologize for doubting him. Iori brushes it off with practiced indifference, showing he is used to being underestimated. Before the moment can settle, someone approaches with an unmistakably aggressive presence. Iori notices the newcomer and turns serious again. Kirishima steps right up to him and confirms his identity with a predatory grin. Iori acknowledges the question but refuses to answer submissively. Instead, he asks who is demanding his name, meeting Kirishima head-on while the staff freeze behind them. Kirishima instantly softens his tone and claims his earlier hostility was only a joke, saying adventurers should get along. A woman nearby cuts through the act and tells him to leave, reminding him that the conversation is over. She warns Kirishima that if he does anything suspicious, she will act on it immediately, and he casually accepts the threat. She then leaves the scene, though not before making clear that she is still watching him. Kirishima watches her go and realizes her concern for Iori is unusually strong. That only deepens his interest, because a woman who normally shows no interest in others is clearly invested in Iori. One of the staff recognizes Kirishima and starts to address him with alarm. Kirishima shuts the man up with open contempt and violence. He kicks the staff member away hard enough to send both guild employees sprawling. The shaken staff can only mutter that he is dangerously hot-headed. Iori coldly asks whether S-rank adventurers are really allowed to assault guild personnel like this. Elsewhere, Kirishima reflects that after the interesting dungeon vanished, he needed a new source of amusement. He decides that Seki Iori will be that entertainment. Kirishima justifies his arrogance by claiming that people like him are above ordinary law because their power serves the nation. Iori accepts the explanation for what it reveals and asks what Kirishima actually wants. Kirishima says he merely heard rumors of an incredible rookie and came to see for himself. Iori immediately questions whether that is really the whole truth. Kirishima's expression confirms there is more behind his visit. He praises Iori for catching on so quickly. Iori reads him perfectly and states that Kirishima is simply obsessed with proving he is the strongest. At the same time, Iori continues deeper into the dungeon's remaining challenge. On the third floor, he realizes this is the final stage. He finds the last floor packed with a massive army of knights led by an enormous commander. Even faced with that overwhelming force, he decides to push through anyway. He summons Coral again, bringing back the familiar as his partner for the final battle. Rather than search for another trick, he resolves to destroy every enemy in front of him. Somewhere else, a camera flash goes off, hinting that powerful people are already being drawn into the widening story around Iori. A silver-haired man is photographed in a studio, suggesting that public attention is shifting toward the major players. The shoot continues with a full crew, reinforcing that fame and influence are moving in parallel with the dungeon battles. Outside the building again, the city remains bright and indifferent. The silver-haired man later stands alone on a balcony, lost in thought. Kirishima approaches him with a mocking comment about how hard popularity must be. The silver-haired man recognizes Kirishima and asks what he wants. Kirishima answers lightly that it is nothing major, and that he only came to ask about Seki Iori. A silver-haired man realizes why the purple-haired swordsman has appeared and understands that Iori has become important enough to attract dangerous attention. He openly identifies the motive, concluding that Iori's growing fame has made him a target. The purple-haired attacker mocks his calm, but the silver-haired man's composure only confirms how little he fears for Iori. He explains that his confidence comes from knowing Iori's true strength better than anyone else. That answer needles the attacker, who hears it as proof that he is being dismissed as beneath Iori. The silver-haired man refuses to either flatter or deny him, keeping the power balance deliberately ambiguous. Instead of backing off, the attacker grows more excited by the implication that Iori may actually be worth fighting. The silver-haired man warns him that going after Iori will not end well. To drive the point home, he says Iori will at least shatter the man's pride, provoking an immediate strike from behind. The ambush comes fast enough to blur the space between them, but the silver-haired man casually intercepts the glowing blade with a flaming weapon of his own, stopping the attack cold. The attacker bristles at being treated lightly and demands to know if he is being looked down on. The silver-haired man denies any contempt, yet makes clear that if a fight is forced on him, he will answer seriously. Even so, the attacker reins himself in, deciding he cannot cause too much trouble yet. The silver-haired man accepts the retreat as long as it remains no more than a test. Leaving with a sneer, the attacker dismisses him as the same unsettling man he has always been. The silver-haired man watches him go without losing his composure. Alone, he reflects that events are moving in Iori's favor and that Kirishima's involvement may be enough to push Iori's rise into the public eye. Rather than worry, he smiles at the thought of what is coming. He sees Iori's emergence as the beginning of a new era centered on Seki Iori. Elsewhere, Iori unleashes a sweeping burst of blue sword energy as the real battle escalates. Kirishima reads Iori's intent and concludes that whether Iori wants revenge or simply to make an example of him, he came ready for conflict. Far from intimidated, Kirishima welcomes the challenge and expects to be entertained. Iori accepts the duel on one condition: if Kirishima loses, he is never to approach him again. Kirishima agrees in name only, already twisting the terms in his own head. His true promise is that he will stay away only because he intends to kill Iori. He openly reveals that death, not distance, is the outcome he wants. Kirishima attacks first with a brutal descending kick to break Iori's guard. Iori absorbs the impact and braces himself against the rushing force. Even while defending, he notices something abnormal in the attack's nature. Kirishima follows by driving his blade into the ground and detonating the area with green energy. Iori answers with a towering surge of blue power to avoid being overwhelmed. Watching the exchange, an observer recognizes Iori as an S-rank level monster and is shaken by the scale of his power. Kirishima only laughs harder, thrilled that Iori survived the opening barrage. He presses the assault, demanding that Iori live up to his expectations. Iori stays calm and resolves that he has no intention of dying here. He accelerates with Tenma, using speed to slip past another lethal green slash. Then he boosts his body further, sharpening his movements for a direct counter. Their blades collide midair, proving Iori can now meet Kirishima head-on. Kirishima is pleased rather than alarmed, taking Iori's resistance as confirmation that the fight is finally worthwhile. The duel turns into a violent exchange of blue and green ox as both commit fully. A nearby onlooker can no longer follow the battle and realizes it has gone far beyond ordinary adventurers. He can only watch helplessly as the two monsters tear through the space around them. Iori studies Kirishima in the middle of the clash and realizes his opponent's skill is formidable. Kirishima answers with smug confidence, insisting that whatever trick Iori is using will not work on him. He demonstrates why by flooding the field with countless green sword traces from his infinite sword techniques. Iori blocks one of the incoming slashes and begins to understand the pattern. A sudden realization hits him as he sees what Kirishima's technique is really doing. Kirishima notices Iori's confusion and revels in the moment, convinced he has seized control. An observer explains that Kirishima is gaining the upper hand because infinite sword techniques is feared precisely for this overwhelming pressure. Even under that pressure, Iori keeps defending and buying time to think. Kirishima taunts him for being passive, certain that hesitation will get Iori killed. At that instant, the trap Iori prepared earlier finally activates against Kirishima's weapon. Kirishima feels the disruption immediately, and realizes something has interfered with his attack. Iori uses the opening to strike in close and knock Kirishima off balance. That confirms Iori's suspicion about how Kirishima's power works. He deduces that Kirishima has been absorbing the mana emitted by Tenma and turning it into his own strength, which is why the gap kept widening. Iori reveals that mana control is his specialty, and that he tampered with Tenma's output in advance to plant a trap that would damage Kirishima. The stunned observer realizes Iori is now fighting Kirishima on equal footing and wonders who he really is. Kirishima, furious that his advantage was sabotaged, demands to know what Iori did. Iori refuses to explain directly, answering with deliberate vagueness. He throws Kirishima's own arrogance back at him, saying that this kind of skill is what fails against him. That reversal enrages Kirishima far more than the damage itself. He explodes in fury and rejects the idea that someone he considers insignificant could outplay him. Even the spectators are forced to acknowledge the terrifying force Kirishima still possesses. Kirishima steadies himself, admits Iori has met his expectations, and decides to end the fight for real. His expression hardens as his killing intent becomes absolute. He channels more power into his sword until even his eyes glow with predatory focus. Then he releases a larger form of his technique, filling the battlefield with a storm of green blades. The observer can barely comprehend it, feeling that such a technique should be beyond any mortal fighter. Iori quickly reads the mechanism. Every slash carries the ability to absorb mana. That means the earlier trap cannot be copied onto every blade in the swarm. Kirishima declares the conclusion himself, boasting that Iori has no path to victory and will be carved apart by his infinity edge. As the lethal net closes, someone rushes toward the battlefield in alarm. Kanda arrives and shouts at Kirishima, horrified by what he is doing. Kirishima coldly tells her she is too late, and that she can no longer save Iori. Kanda can only stare at him in shock and anger. Before she can interfere, Iori reassures her that he is still fine. He orders her to stay back and watch because stepping in now would only put her in danger. Kanda wants to object, but his tone leaves little room for argument. She bites back her fear and frustration. Trusting him, she reluctantly agrees to stay out of the fight. Kirishima laughs at the idea that the two of them together could stop what he is about to do. Iori cuts through the boasting and says he is done listening, promising to show Kirishima the difference between them. That answer delights Kirishima, who sees defiance as the best possible prey. He lunges again, declaring that fighters like Iori are his favorite kind to kill. His infinity edge descends in a dazzling lattice meant to leave no escape. Kirishima commits fully, convinced this final sequence will finish the battle. The green blades close around Iori in an explosion of light. Kanda flinches, fearing she has just watched Iori die. Kirishima dives in for the killing blow and orders Iori to die. At the last instant, Iori's eyes sharpen with a new realization. He slips through the attack and rises along a narrow opening in the barrage. Kirishima senses too late that something has gone wrong. Iori appears behind the attack line, already past the supposed point of no return. The impossible movement leaves Kirishima unable to believe what just happened. When the strike lands, he stares at the wound in disbelief and asks how Iori managed to cut him. Iori explains that nothing is truly infinite, and that he simply found the tiny gaps between the slashes and attacked through them. Kirishima collapses, defeated by the flaw in the technique he thought was absolute. He lies sprawled on the floor, his confidence finally broken. Iori ends the explanation there, having no need to say more. He turns away from the fallen Kirishima, calm and unshaken after the victory. The witnesses can hardly process that Iori has just beaten the S-rank adventurer Kirishima. Kanda rushes to Iori and worries over his injuries, but he brushes them off as minor. Then a soft healing skill envelopes him and begins restoring the damage. Iori realizes Kanda is the one using healing magic on him. She confirms that she used her skill to treat his wounds. Iori quietly thanks her for helping him. To ease her lingering worry, he gently apologizes and pats her on the head. The simple gesture leaves Kanda visibly flustered. She tries to stay composed, but the affection clearly lands harder than the battle did. A phone call interrupts the moment as Iori's sister reminds him about the celebration they are hosting for Shimizu's hospital discharge. Only then does Iori remember the party he had completely forgotten. Embarrassed, he admits it slipped his mind and apologizes for nearly missing it. He promises to finish shopping and head back quickly while his sister urges him to hurry. After hanging up, Iori apologizes to Kanda and says he has to get home soon. Kanda, having overheard enough, asks if he is going to a party. When he confirms it, she unexpectedly asks if she can come too. Caught off guard, Iori hesitates and decides he should ask the others first. He messages the group to see whether they are comfortable with S-rank adventurer Kanda Saki joining them. The response is immediate and enthusiastic, with everyone excited by the chance to meet her. So Iori tells Kanda she is welcome to come along, which clearly pleases her. With that settled, the two leave together while the stunned witnesses can only watch them go. The men left behind are still trying to process how casually the aftermath has shifted from a life-and-death duel to social plans. They exchange a speechless look, still overwhelmed by everything they just saw. At last they remember the bleeding Kirishima and decide he should be taken to the infirmary. Later that night, Iori arrives home and announces himself. His sister greets him brightly, and immediately calls him out for nearly forgetting the party. Iori insists he would never forget, though no one is fully convinced. Before that can continue, Kanda politely enters behind him, apologizing for the sudden visit. Iori's sister recognizes her as the girl from before and Kanda apologizes for the trouble she has caused lately. His sister warmly dismisses the apology and thanks Kanda for looking after her brother. Iori smiles at the exchange and proudly remarks that his sister really is a good girl. Kanda dryly asks if that makes him one of those brothers obsessed with their sisters, and he instantly denies it. Putting that aside, Iori brings Kanda in to meet everyone. Kanda introduces herself properly as Kanda Saki. She greets the group with calm courtesy, making a strong first impression. The others are thrilled to realize an S-rank adventurer is actually standing in front of them. One of the girls nervously asks if she may shake Kanda's hand, and Kanda allows it without hesitation. The introduction turns instantly adoring as the group gushes over meeting her. Kanda surprises Shimizu by recognizing him as a former member of the Red Dragons. Shimizu is startled that someone of her stature knows who he is. She explains that she remembers most high-ranking adventurers, which only impresses the group more. When she casually notes that there are fewer than 10,000 A-rank and above adventurers, the others decide her memory is extraordinary no matter how she downplays it. As the excitement settles, one of the girls gathers her courage and asks Kanda a more personal question. She wants to know what kind of relationship Kanda has with Iori. Kanda pauses to consider the answer instead of dodging it. She finally describes it as something more than friendship but less than romance, leaving Iori scrambling to stop the misunderstanding. The room erupts at that phrasing, and Iori hurriedly insists that they are just friends. Before the teasing can spiral further, someone notices another friend is missing and asks where Nagisawa has gone. One of the girls apologetically explains that someone who was supposed to be there had urgent business and could not come. Rather than let that dampen the mood, the group decides to enjoy themselves for her too and starts unloading the food they bought. They turn the gathering into a cheerful celebration for Shimizu's discharge, and Siki accepts everyone's congratulations. Kotoha eagerly takes charge of the meal by promising her special Siki-style beef stew, with help from the others. The announcement is met with immediate excitement and applause from the girls. As everyone busies themselves happily, Kanda quietly takes in how warm and lively the atmosphere feels. Siki notices Kanda's silence and calls out to her. Kanda, moved by the invitation, sincerely thanks him for letting her join them. His gentle smile reassures her that she is welcome. He tells her the night has only begun and urges her to stop worrying and simply enjoy herself. Elsewhere that night, a more formal meeting begins in a traditional house. The man presiding over it is introduced as S-rank adventurer Kuju Akira, whose skill is mana crystallization. The room settles into tense quiet before the real subject is raised. Kuju opens by thanking his guest for coming. That guest is revealed to be Nagisawa Suzu. Suzu approaches with a calculating smile and brings up the matter involving Kirishima-kun. She implies that whatever scheme they set in motion concerning him has gone well. Back at the party, Kotoha finishes the stew and proudly serves it. The first taste wins everyone over immediately, and the girls are stunned by how good it is. Kanda praises Kotoha's cooking, and Kotoha beams that she put everything she had into this dish. Even Kanda's reserved approval is enough for Siki to warmly acknowledge her reaction. As they eat together around the table, Kanda reflects that it has been a long time since she last shared a meal with so many people. Sitting beside Siki, she becomes quietly aware of his presence amid the easy conversation. That awareness turns into a shy, private glance that hints at growing affection. When the evening ends, the hosts thank everyone for coming. Kotoha and Siki see the guests off together, and the others leave in good spirits. On the way home, the group agrees that the gathering was genuinely fun. That relaxed mood shifts when Kanda is asked how she first came to know Siki. She explains that she encountered him during a raid and later reached out to him afterward. The answer only makes the others more excited, because it confirms she also recognizes how extraordinary Siki is. Kanda goes further and states that Siki is stronger than an ordinary S-ranker, prompting the obvious comparison to her own strength. She answers without hesitation that Siki is stronger, adding that he recently saved her from a dangerous situation. That revelation makes the others stop and reassess what they thought they knew. They struggle to imagine how someone as powerful as Kanda could ever have needed rescuing. Kanda explains that an overwhelmingly powerful enemy had appeared. Even so, she says Siki crushed that threat completely, and she suspects his changed appearance may be tied to that battle. Kanda's brother accepts that description easily, since overwhelming impossible opponents sounds exactly like Siki. The other girls fall into uneasy silence as the implications sink in. One of them realizes this means Siki has saved yet another girl. Another starts wondering, with growing jealousy, whether Siki has a habit of rescuing girls in particular. At that same moment, Siki suddenly sneezes back at home. He brushes it off, but gets the distinct feeling that someone is misunderstanding him badly. The story then shifts to a remote island where Siki has gone to train. After collecting the necessary high-rank magic stones, he reports that he has successfully created 2 golems. His tiny companion immediately reminds him that this achievement depended on their help as well. Siki readily acknowledges that and moves on to the practical question of how the 2 golems differ. He explains that one is built for speed and the other for power, and that both should rival S-rank monsters. His companion is astonished that he could produce creations of that caliber from those materials, and he casually reveals that such work was once his specialty as an Archmage. When he starts explaining the technical theory behind it, the explanation goes completely over her head, so she settles for concluding that he must have worked absurdly hard. Asked what he plans to do with the golems, Siki says he intends to use them as opponents so he can grow stronger beyond the dungeons he can already clear easily. When she asks which one he will fight first, he calmly answers that he will take on both at once. That answer leaves her momentarily speechless. She immediately protests that fighting both together is reckless and insists he should challenge them one at a time. Siki counters that she herself has been pushing him to seek hardship, though she clearly did not mean this kind of suicidal test. She warns that by her calculations he should be above level 1000 just to fight S-ranks safely, and that facing two simultaneously is beyond anything she can estimate. Her warning becomes blunt: if he makes one mistake, he will die. Siki listens without flinching. She gives up trying to restrain him, knowing he was never going to back down anyway, and he lightly admits she knows him too well. When he argues that fighting both together should be more efficient, she snaps that it would obviously be the opposite. Siki still insists that, for him, handling both at once will be faster. To prove it, he raises a hand and prepares to begin. The scene briefly jumps back to school the next day. In class, Kotoha is asleep at her desk while the room empties around her. A classmate wakes her with urgent excitement. Still groggy, Kotoha is told to look at something immediately. Her friend excitedly reports that an unknown adventurer has defeated the S-ranker Kirishima Kuji. Kotoha reacts with simple amazement at the idea of an S-ranker being beaten. Her friend adds that the whole fight was filmed, though the combat is so extreme that the footage barely shows anything clearly. Kotoha leans in, curious but unsuspecting. The moment she sees the fighter's face on the phone, she recognizes him as her brother. The realization leaves her stunned. Trying not to reveal too much, she awkwardly agrees that the blurry footage is impressive precisely because nothing can be followed. Her friend gushes that the mysterious fighter is bound to become the next rising star of the adventurer world, while Kotoha can only respond weakly. The story then flashes back to the dungeon where that footage began, in the cave of the big demon. The raid party faces the boss, an ogre. As the monster appears, the team braces for battle. The party quickly lays out a standard plan. Frontliners hold aggro while the rear attacks with fire, exploiting the boss's weakness. Before coordination can settle in, Murata charges ahead alone despite being told not to rush in. Murata ignores the warning and insists he can handle it. He dismisses the ogre as insignificant, and launches himself straight at it. His speed shocks the others as he closes the distance instantly. He reaches the monster before anyone can react. For a split second, even Murata seems surprised by what he is about to do. He tears off his own arm in a spray of blood. Standing there with a mangled stump, he remains eerily calm. The rest of the party can only stare in disbelief at how quickly everything has gone wrong. One girl, not understanding the horror yet, praises Murata's strength. Murata answers with a grin, mocking how little he thought of her because she fought with a sword skill yet chose to attack barehanded. He suddenly kills the praising girl without hesitation. Her companion screams her name as the truth of the situation becomes undeniable. The swordsman is frozen between rage and panic. When he demands to know what Murata is doing, Murata reveals that this betrayal was his plan from the start. He follows that confession by brutally striking down the swordsman as well. The remaining member tries to flee in terror. Murata catches him effortlessly. He slams the fleeing man down and kills him too. The wounded swordsman can only curse him from the ground. Murata finally explains himself. He only wanted a stronger body and has no concern at all for human lives. The surviving victim cannot comprehend what he is hearing. Murata thanks him mockingly for providing such a useful body. As the victim screams, the dungeon's crystal hangs over the massacre like a witness. The flashback returns to the present on the island. Siki now stands before the two S-rank golems he created for training. He opens the match without hesitation. His companion cheers him on from atop the white beast beside her. The speed-type golem attacks first with a blinding charge. Siki immediately notes that it is even faster than he expected. The speed-type keeps pressing with relentless movement from above. At the same time, the power-type positions itself overhead to strike from a different angle. Its attack detonates with overwhelming force when it lands. Watching from a distance, his companion realizes that a direct hit from that power type would be fatal. Siki reaches the same conclusion and knows he cannot afford even one clean blow. Still, he decides the battle is manageable now that he has already read the rhythm of both golems. His strategy becomes simple in principle if not in practice. Predict every move before it happens. From the sidelines, his companion worries because he is trapped in pure defense with no opening to counterattack. The power type begins charging another devastating blast. Siki recognizes that this is the opening he has been waiting for. As the power type commits to its attack, the speed type closes in as well. Siki activates Tenma circulation boost to sharpen his movement and timing. Using the power type's attack, he redirects the battlefield so the two golems collide with each other. With the opening created, he draws his weapon and prepares to finish the exposed target. His companion finally understands that this chain reaction was his plan all along. She realizes he is now aiming at the exact point the previous impact weakened. Siki unleashes Meteor Breaker and destroys the speed-type golem in one decisive strike. A level up confirms the kill, and Siki coolly notes that one opponent is down. His companion erupts in praise, delighted that his gamble worked. But the surviving power type reaches toward the fallen golem's blue core. Before Siki can stop it, The remaining golem absorbs the other core into itself. That absorption triggers a violent transformation, flooding the golem with unstable purple energy. The surge is so massive it erupts beyond the island itself. Siki can only mutter that he did not anticipate this development. His companion immediately recognizes the danger and warns that the golem has entered an emergency state. She suggests shutting it down at once, but Siki admits that is no longer possible. The golem has gone completely out of control. That leaves only one option: defeat it by force, and Siki accepts that without hesitation. He quickly understands the new threat, realizing the fused golem now combines both speed and power. Worse, he judges that the runaway fusion may already have surpassed ordinary S rank. Instead of retreating, Siki welcomes the escalation as an even more interesting challenge. The transformed golem answers by attacking with terrifying momentum. Siki counters with zero object, meeting the charge head-on and disrupting its advance. He follows through immediately, refusing to give the monster room to recover. His strike lands directly against the golem's unstable core. Even as it withstands the blow, Siki notes that the fused body has become much tougher than before. Realizing brute force will not be enough, he decides it is time to use his trump card. The story then cuts away from the island before that secret is revealed. Back at school, the day continues on the track field during endurance training. Kotoha runs while catching her breath, clearly not enjoying the exercise. Another girl complains openly that long-distance running is the worst. That complaint makes Kotoha glance over in surprise. She keeps running, now paying attention to the girl beside her as a new school interaction begins. During a school run, Kotoha's classmate is startled that Kotoha has already lapped her several times. Kotoha brushes it off by saying she has been unusually full of energy lately. That only makes her classmate more amazed, since Kotoha had spent so long confined to the hospital. Kotoha keeps running, pleased by how strong and healthy she suddenly feels. After the run, Kotoha nervously asks Coach Siki for a private word. The coach excitedly reveals that Kotoha's 1,000-meter time is good enough to compete at the national level and urges her to join track and field. Kotoha shyly refuses because she wants to focus on helping at home instead. Even so, the coach insists Kotoha could seriously aim for a national championship if she chose athletics. Kotoha listens with quiet gratitude but does not waver. She explains that while she was hospitalized, her older brother worked tirelessly to support her, and now she wants to repay him. The coach is deeply moved by Kotoha's devotion and sees her as an exceptionally good-hearted girl. She apologizes for pushing too hard and accepts Kotoha's decision, just as a strange purple distortion begins forming nearby. Both Kotoha and the coach turn toward the ominous disturbance. Other students notice it too, confused by the unnatural phenomenon appearing on the field. The distortion erupts into a blinding violet opening that overwhelms the area. The coach immediately recognizes the threat as a dungeon gate. She cancels the run on the spot and orders everyone to get inside before things get worse. A lizardman warrior emerges from the gate, proving the danger is already real. The students panic and begin fleeing in terror. The coach is shaken that monsters are appearing so quickly from the gate. As the crowd runs, Kotoha's slower classmate starts falling behind. Her failing pace becomes the opening the monster needs. The lizardman closes in on the girl as she stumbles and falls. Kotoha notices the classmate is about to be killed. The frightened girl freezes helplessly on the ground. The coach calls out to Kotoha in alarm as she moves toward the danger. The coach tries to pull Kotoha back, warning that getting closer is suicidal. The trapped girl can only shield herself and wait for the blow. At the last instant, Kotoha launches herself forward. She crashes down onto the lizardman's head with overwhelming force and stops its attack. When her classmate stares in disbelief, Kotoha orders her to run while she holds the monster off. The girl tearfully obeys and escapes, apologizing as she goes. Left alone with the monster, Kotoha realizes it is much larger than she is but steadies herself anyway. She admits to herself that she is scared, yet decides that fear will not stop her. In that moment, she recalls the illness that once hospitalized her, incompatible skill syndrome. She remembers that the disease occurs when a body cannot withstand the power of the skill it has awakened. Now that she has fully recovered, Kotoha understands that surviving the illness means she possesses an extraordinarily powerful skill. As the monster attacks, a sword manifests in Kotoha's hands. The lizard man lunges, unaware that Kotoha has already awakened to battle. Kotoha narrows her focus and prepares to strike. Her eyes flare red as her power fully activates. A red slash cuts cleanly through the lizardman's head. Kotoha unleashes demon god arts and instantly bisects the monster. The coach and the rescued girl can only stare at the impossible display. Kotoha calmly sheathes the sword as if the fight had been natural to her. The weapon settles away with practiced precision. A storm of red light and petals-like energy lingers around her, making her look almost unreal. The girl she saved is awestruck by how cool Kotoha looks. Kotoha beams with relief and pride as the name of her skill, Demon God, becomes clear to her. Elsewhere, Iori faces a giant golem radiating destructive purple power. He judges that the golem is still stronger than he is in his current state. Knowing brute force will fail, he decides he must take risks to win. He resolves not to spread Tenma through his whole body, but to compress it into a single point for maximum effect. The golem fires a devastating beam that tears into the battlefield. Iori knows that if even one direct hit lands, he could die. He concentrates blue lightning-like power into his fist. That focused power swells into a massive condensed strike. Iori dives in with Tenma concentrated to a razor point. His focused power attack smashes through the golem's defenses. He confirms to himself that concentrating power into one small area is the key to piercing the enemy. Watching from the sidelines, his fairy companion complains that Iori is once again relying on reckless ideas. The golem retaliates with another violent surge of energy. Iori counters by invoking Zero Object, binding and disrupting the golem's movement. He follows through with another crushing blow while the opening lasts. Confident now, he notes that the golem's attacks are straightforward enough for him to read and handle. The battlefield fills with destructive blasts, but Iori keeps cutting through the barrage. He slices aside another attack while pressing forward. The golem suddenly appears at close range, trying to catch him off guard. Iori slips behind it and prepares a counter from its blind spot. He drives a glowing fist forward with perfect timing. The impact detonates with explosive force. His fairy notices something unsettling. Iori is smiling in the middle of the fight. That smile reveals how completely at home he is in battle. She reflects that in his previous life Iori was known as the solitary Archmage, a man who lived only to refine his magic. Seeing him now, she realizes this deadly calm is exactly how he used to be. Even while tearing the golem apart, Iori seems to be enjoying himself. The damaged golem gathers power in its core for one last desperate attack. A catastrophic blast begins to spread outward, threatening everything around it. Iori realizes the golem is willing to destroy the entire island if that is what it takes to kill him. His companions panic and beg him to stop it no matter what. Iori answers that he never intended to let it succeed. He calls down Storm, a towering column of power that pins the golem in place. Wrapped in energy, he descends directly onto the trapped enemy. The collision overwhelms the golem's core. Iori drives his blade and power through it in a final finishing strike. He remains composed to the very end, certain of victory. The golem's body breaks apart into glowing fragments. A system notice confirms that Iori has leveled up. His companions celebrate that he protected both of them and survived the battle. Iori accepts the praise without much fuss. His updated status appears, showing him as the reincarnated Archmage with greatly increased stats and the skill Forbidden Restriction. He notes that defeating the two golems earned him an enormous jump in levels. His fairy says that kind of gain is only natural after fighting enemies of that caliber. With the new levels, Iori decides to unlock another spell. He begins reviewing his options. The fairy points out that without more golems, leveling further the same way will be difficult. Iori replies that the spell he just unlocked should solve that problem. The fairy demands he stop being mysterious and explain himself. He reveals the spell's name, Spirit Form. He explains that it will let him enter the spirit world, where powerful monster souls can be found. The fairy is skeptical that such a place even exists in this dimension. Iori insists it does, reasoning that a world where ghosts and spirits are witnessed must have a spiritual plane behind it. Since neither of them can be certain, he decides they will simply test the theory. Before he can continue, his phone rings, and the caller is Kodoha. Iori answers immediately, already worried by the unexpected call. Kodoha tells him in a panic that something serious has happened. When she asks him to come to school right away and says it is hard to explain, his concern deepens. He promises he is on his way at once and tells her to stay calm until he arrives. He quickly takes a taxi to the school. Moments later, he is already stepping out and hurrying inside. He announces his arrival as soon as he reaches the school. On the way in, he worries that Kodoha may have suffered a relapse and wonders what kind of emergency could have frightened her so badly. He is directed to the reception area. Bracing himself, he enters expecting bad news. Instead, he finds Kodoha sitting safely with the coach and a school official. The official, Hamada, greets him warmly, and even the coach remarks that they seem to be meeting often lately. They thank him for coming and acknowledge him as Kodoha's guardian, while he politely thanks them for looking after her. Once seated, Iori asks them to explain what happened. They tell him that a dungeon gate appeared on the school's sports field. Monsters poured out, but Kodoha defeated them by herself. Hamada adds that witnesses saw her kill C-rank lizardmen in mere moments. Iori turns to Kodoha in shock, trying to confirm whether that is true. He is stunned because Kodoha was never supposed to have a usable skill. Then he remembers the doctor's explanation that her sickness came from a skill her body could not adapt to. Putting it together, he realizes that recovering from the illness must have allowed her to finally adapt to that power. When Kodoha apologizes for hiding it, Iori tells her she has nothing to be sorry for. Instead, he praises her for using her power to protect other students. Relieved by his approval, Kodoha throws herself at him in gratitude. Once the emotion settles, Iori asks what became of the gate, and whether Kodoha cleared it too. Hamada says the gate was only C-rank and that he personally cleared the dungeon. When Iori questions him, Hamada reveals that he is a former A-rank adventurer and can still handle a C-rank dungeon alone. He then steers the conversation to the real reason they called Iori in. Because Kodoha is already stronger than most ordinary adventurers, they want her to take the ranking exam and officially become one. Iori understands that, as her guardian, the final decision rests with him. Kodoha eagerly pleads for permission, saying she wants to become an adventurer and help everyone. She admits she has always felt left behind while the people around her lived as adventurers. Iori sighs, realizing how deeply she wants this path. He finally gives his permission, making Kotoha overjoyed. But he adds one condition: during the exam, he will be the one she has to face, and Hamada readily agrees because he already knows Iori's strength. Kotoha is horrified to learn that her test will mean fighting her own brother. The idea terrifies her far more than becoming an adventurer itself. She is reminded that a real adventurer could be far scarier than Iori, which leaves her with little room to complain. With the decision made, they head straight to the exam site. Soon they arrive at a formal testing chamber prepared for combat evaluation. Iori takes his place as examiner and calmly announces the start of the test. Kotoha tries to reassure herself by asking if he will go easy on her. Iori says he will, but warns that if she truly wants to work as an adventurer, she must prove she is strong enough. He adds that he will counterattack a little, which only makes Kotoha more nervous because of how seriously he says it. Elsewhere, Hamada watches the proceedings through a monitoring system. As he studies Kotoha's data, he notes that her skill is called Demon God and admits that it is something no one has ever seen before. The examiner notes that rare skills often belong to exceptional people, and Kotoha, being Seki Iori's little sister, only raises expectations further. With that in mind, he admits he cannot help expecting a great deal from her. Kotoha eagerly throws herself into the test and tells her brother she is ready whenever he is. She steadies herself and begins drawing out the power she has only just awakened. Her skill reveals itself as Demon God, a dangerous-sounding power with overwhelming presence. Without hesitation, she launches forward with a glowing blade and attacks first. She closes the distance so fast that even her brother is briefly caught off guard. Kotoha commits fully to the strike, trying to overwhelm him before he can respond. Her red energy surges around both of them as her attack forces him to react seriously. Iori realizes she is already stronger than he expected and starts reassessing her. He answers with a wind-based counter, turning the flow of battle back against her. The exchange leaves him slightly pressured, showing that her attack was not something he could ignore. Kotoha complains that he was supposed to go easy on her, revealing she feels he hit back harder than promised. Even while pouting, she makes clear she still wants the match to stay fair to her. Watching the clash, the examiner is stunned that someone who only just awakened a skill can already be this formidable. Iori apologizes, but admits her strength made him curious enough to test what she could really do. Kotoha realizes this is exactly the situation she had feared, because his curiosity means the test will only get harsher. Iori openly declares that he will push Kotoha to her limits. In response, Kotoha drives herself harder and unleashes a barrage of red slashes. Iori watches calmly, measuring her rather than panicking under the pressure. Kotoha starts to feel her stamina failing and knows she cannot keep this pace much longer. Even so, she refuses to let the test end with her collapsing short of everything she can do. She braces herself again and calls to her brother, preparing one last effort. Kotoha announces that her finale will be a full-power attack. Iori sharpens his focus, recognizing that her final move may be the real measure of her potential. Instead of dismissing her, he welcomes what is coming with quiet confidence. He is impressed that she still has more to give and invites her to show all of it. Encouraged, Kotoha pours everything she has into one decisive strike. Brother and sister face each other with matching intensity, both now fully committed to the outcome. Kotoha tightens her grip and channels all her remaining power into her sword. She releases a massive heaven slash, sending a devastating wave of red power across the arena. The attack tears through the space with enough force to impress even Iori. Rather than evade, Iori answers by activating Tenma boost circulation and his sword style. He meets her overwhelming slash head-on with a golden counterstroke. Kotoha realizes in that instant just how serious her brother has become. His attack cleanly overpowers hers, ending the clash in a burst of blinding light. Defeated but awestruck, Kotoha can only marvel at how amazing her brother is. Iori returns the praise, making it clear that her performance impressed him just as much. From across the damaged arena, he tells her that for someone who just awakened a skill, her strength is extraordinary. Kotoha laughs weakly, relieved and happy to hear that her effort was recognized. Iori ends the test and gently tells her she can rest now. Exhausted, Kotoha thanks her brother with simple sincerity. Iori accepts her gratitude with quiet affection. The examiner rushes in, thrilled by what he has just witnessed from both of them. He says Kotoha lived up to the reputation of being Seki Iori's sister, while Iori admits even he was surprised by her strength. As for her official adventurer rank, the examiner decides it should be judged later back at the guild. Because Kotoha has no record yet, he does not want to make the decision alone. Kotoha is too tired to care and says all she wants now is to go home and sleep. Iori asks to take her home early, and the examiner readily agrees. Before leaving, the examiner formally thanks Kotoha for the day, and she politely thanks him back. Brother and sister leave the ruined test chamber together. Left behind, the examiner reflects that her raw strength is almost frightening given how recently she awakened and how low her current stats still are. That realization only deepens his expectations for the Seki siblings. Back home, Kotoha collapses in exhaustion, and Iori reminds her that real combat would be just as draining. He tells her to rest while he handles the housework, and she happily accepts his kindness. Their spirit companion notices Kotoha's condition and asks what happened. Iori explains that Kotoha has awakened her skill, but the spirit casually reveals she had already noticed long ago. When Iori asks why she said nothing, she admits she stayed quiet because watching them remain clueless amused her. Kotoha takes the news positively, and is glad she can now help Iori too. The spirit then suggests using Iori's appraisal device to examine Kotoha's new skill properly. Everyone agrees, curious to see exactly what she has gained. They activate the appraisal device to inspect her ability. Kotoha places her hand over it and lets the device read her power. The result confirms her skill is Demon God, ranked S, at level 1. Kotoha is thrilled to learn she awakened an S-rank skill. Iori says that result makes sense, considering how strong she already was despite awakening only recently. The spirit predicts Kotoha could soon become an S-rank adventurer herself, and Kotoha immediately starts dreaming of fame. Iori sees how eager she is and realizes he can no longer easily step away from adventuring while she is like this. He also recognizes that her talent is not limited to the skill itself, because her instinct for fighting is exceptional too. Elsewhere that night, a green-haired boy walks through the city with a far darker ambition. He reveals that he has finally obtained the body of an A-rank adventurer. Having slowly recovered his original power, he now plans to master this body's skill before stealing the body of an S-ranker next. He believes that once he does, he will surpass his former self and gain the power to conquer the world. His attention shifts when he notices trouble in a nearby alley. A group of thugs is tormenting a stray dog by pelting it with stones. They laugh at the animal's pain and treat its suffering like a game. One of them boasts that he will finish the dog off himself. Watching this, the green-haired boy concludes that human society still runs on the strong preying on the weak. He decides this cruelty makes the alley a perfect place to test his new body. Delighted, he resolves to teach the bullies that they are the weak ones now. He suddenly appears among them, startling the group before they understand what is happening. The thugs demand to know who he is and what he wants, but they have no idea what they are facing. He answers that he only came to enjoy himself the same way they were. The gang dismisses him as insane and fails to grasp the threat in front of them. Before they can react properly, he decides to begin. He crushes the loudest one against the wall with a brutal strike. The victim's scream finally makes the others understand they are in real danger. Panic breaks out as the remaining thugs try to fight and flee at the same time. The green-haired boy calmly prepares another technique, completely in control. The thugs scramble uselessly, already reduced to prey. He stands over them with overwhelming dominance, making resistance feel pointless. Because he does not want any attention drawn to himself, he decides he must erase them without leaving evidence. Terrified, the thugs beg for forgiveness and promise never to do anything like this again. He coldly tells them there is nothing to forgive, because from his perspective this is only entertainment. Their fear deepens as they realize he truly means to kill them. Their screams are cut off as his power descends on them. When it ends, only scorched traces remain where the men had been. Satisfied, he judges the test of his new body and skill to have gone well. The dog, now safe, approaches him instead of running away. He notices the animal seems to be trying to express gratitude despite its simple mind. For the first time in the scene, he responds with something close to gentleness and touches the dog. The dog relaxes under his hand, trusting him completely. He heals its injuries and tells it that it is free now. He sends it away, expecting it to leave and live on its own. Instead, the dog follows after him. He interprets that loyalty as the animal swearing allegiance to the future ruler of the world. Amused, he accepts the dog as a companion and walks off with it into the city. The next morning begins with Kotoha suddenly remembering a much more ordinary problem. To her horror, awakening an S-rank skill has not exempted her from going to school. Iori firmly reminds her that being a high school student still comes first. He adds that dungeon trips will have to wait for weekends. Since her adventurer rank has not even been assigned yet, she is not allowed into dungeons anyway. When Iori points out the time, Kotoha realizes she is about to be late. She rushes out the door in a panic, still eating breakfast as she runs. Watching her go, the spirit remarks that Iori is acting like a proper guardian. Iori insists that Kotoha is still young, and that school matters more for her right now than dungeon training. He also believes that if he becomes strong enough, Kotoha will never need to fight at all. After breakfast, he decides it is time to begin his own preparations. He heads out to test a new ability for himself. Iori activates spirit form and starts transforming. The change settles over him smoothly, confirming the technique can be maintained. He notes that the transformation worked without any problem. The spirit points out that his body has become semi-transparent because he is now in a spirit state. When he wonders why he can still see her so clearly, she smugly claims it is because she is especially important to him, and he reluctantly accepts that answer. Iori then asks how to reach the spirit world, since he cannot see any monster souls nearby to guide him. The spirit snaps at him for assuming she knows everything, then backs down when he apologizes. She explains that the spirit world lies in the rift between the real world and the underworld. When Iori asks if that means simply flying into the sky, she confirms that is exactly what he must do. To make the trip possible, she summons the holy dragon Sora. Iori asks the dragon to carry them upward toward the rift. Sora launches straight into the sky with tremendous speed. Their ascent bends into a path toward a distant point of concentrated light. Iori remains focused as they rise through the upper air. He senses a huge concentration of mana ahead and realizes they are nearing their destination. The light swells into a radiant opening in the sky. Sora carries him directly toward it. Iori understands that what he is seeing must be the gateway he was looking for. The spirit confirms that the swirling void before them is the entrance to the spirit world. They pass through and arrive in a vast, star-filled realm unlike any ordinary dungeon. Iori finds himself standing in a strange landscape filled with glowing flames and grave-like markers. The spirit explains that many monster souls drift to this place after death. Iori compares it to a dungeon, but she tells him that is not quite right. What makes it different, she says, is that there is no dungeon core here. When Iori questions how she can know that so easily, she indignantly reminds him that she manages forbidden restriction and is not to be underestimated. He teases her for claiming something is simple when she often seems confused herself, and she takes offense at being treated like an airhead. Iori reassures her that he would never truly think badly of someone who is always helping him, which quickly softens her mood. He concludes that despite her attitude, Sphere really is straightforward at heart. Sphere turns her attention back to the surroundings and remarks that the spirit world is fascinating. She points out that the flames hovering before the grave markers are monster souls, and that touching them should let Iori perceive them properly. She adds that the size of each soul likely reflects the strength of the monster it came from, giving Iori a new way to judge what he finds here. Iori realizes this place will let him avoid being overwhelmed and instead fight powerful monsters one at a time. His fairy companion eagerly confirms that this is the ideal hunting ground for someone seeking strong opponents. Deciding to test himself immediately, Iori chooses the largest soul nearby as his next target. He reaches out and prepares to summon an enemy from that soul. The spirit responds to his call and takes shape in a surge of green power. What emerges is a grim reaper-like monster, a spirit whose form now matches its nature. Iori recognizes it as a fitting evolution of the spirit he once struggled against. Remembering how difficult their first battle was, he measures how far he has come. His confidence sharpens as he commits to ending this rematch instantly. Iori unleashes a single strike before the monster can properly respond. He declares that the gap between them is now absolute. The fairy is stunned that the fight ended in one hit. She reflects that Iori's growth has become astonishingly fast. To her, the day he surpasses the strength of his former life no longer seems far away. After judging the soul's size as only A-rank level, Iori decides he needs an even stronger target. The fairy starts wildly cheering for him to go hunt S-rank monsters, leaving Iori puzzled by her excitement. Elsewhere, steam and silence give way to a phone notification in the night. A young woman notices the urgent message while finishing her bath. She quickly checks the source of the alert. Wrapped in a towel, she turns her attention fully to the summons. The Adventurers Guild orders all S-rank adventurers to attend an emergency midnight meeting. She immediately understands that only a major crisis would justify such a call. She concludes that an S-rank dungeon must have appeared. By midnight, the S-rank adventurers gather for an emergency strategy meeting. Among those present is Sakuragi Magento, an S-rank martial artist known for Dragon Fist. Kuro's Kyuka is also there, quiet and detached despite the gravity of the situation. Only 5 of the 9 S-ranks attend, though the organizers treat that as better than expected. A nervous guild official thanks the assembled elites for coming on such short notice. Sakurajima brushes it off, saying he had only just finished training anyway. Another S-rank dryly notes that expecting responsibility from S-ranks is unrealistic, while Sakurajima fumes at the absentees. Sakurajima argues that anyone who neglects S-rank duties should lose the title, but the others know that is easier said than done. Kanda, the blonde S-rank woman, cuts through the chatter and demands they get to the point. Sakurajima even snaps at Kuro's for seeming disengaged, adding to the tension in the room. Flustered by the pressure, the official hurriedly begins the real briefing. He reveals that, thanks to Kuju's cooperation, they have identified where the new S-rank dungeon will appear. The dungeon's mana exceeds anything they have ever recorded. It is said to dwarf even the boss they defeated half a year earlier, the Moonlight Leopard Eclipse, shocking the room. One of the S-ranks recalls that even with Kanda and Sakurajima, that earlier victory had barely been secured. The guild warns that if a monster of this scale escaped containment, the casualties would be catastrophic. When asked to cooperate in defeating it, the S-ranks agree and immediately ask where it will appear. The answer is the woodlands around Mount Fuji. Back in the spirit field, Iori senses another presence worth testing. A vast purple soul flares into existence before him. Iori recognizes it as the largest soul he has found so far. Rather than hesitate, he welcomes it as a worthy opponent. The soul manifests into an enormous shadowy beast towering over him. It reveals itself as the Moonlight Leopard Eclipse, the same legendary boss the S-ranks once struggled to defeat. Iori judges it genuinely strong, and is glad he spent his skill points before coming. The beast opens with a savage roar and immediate killing intent. Iori answers that pressure with a calm smile. He decides to begin the fight in earnest. The giant leopard looms over him, testing whether he can survive its presence at all. Even the fairy, usually carefree, warns that this enemy is on another level. Iori asks for a proper estimate, but she cannot reduce his strength to ordinary ranks anymore. She reminds him that his power has already outgrown the system meant to measure adventurers. Before they can say more, the leopard vanishes into the shadows and launches its first trick. Iori notices the sudden disappearance and immediately starts tracking the change. He catches the beast's outline moving through his own shadow behind him. The monster reappears from darkness at his back, trying to ambush him. It follows with Moonlight Claw, a lethal opening slash meant to finish the battle instantly. Iori barely blocks the attack, realizing the monster truly intended to kill him with its first move. That near miss confirms for him that this fight cannot be treated lightly. He leaps clear and begins shaping a counterattack in midair. Calling on Shantria, he turns his power into a red offensive force aimed straight at the charging beast. His counter detonates across the battlefield, forcing the leopard to break off. From that exchange, Iori deduces that the beast can travel freely through shadows and starts planning around that weakness. Even as he thinks, the leopard circles through darkness again, looking for another blind spot. A fresh blast erupts as the monster attacks from concealment once more. Iori steadies himself instead of panicking. The leopard watches him closely, waiting for the next opening. Then the darkness above them begins to churn into a larger phenomenon. The beast escalates with dark storm, turning the area into a vortex of shadow. The fairy panics, but Iori realizes the monster is reshaping the battlefield to favor itself. Accepting that, he activates Extreme Tenma and resolves to fight seriously. He explains that the technique boosts circulation and focus, sharply increasing his combat power. Even so, he recognizes that the leopard's shadow movement still gives it the initiative in every exchange. The monster raises the stakes again by summoning a moon shadow army of shadow soldiers. The shadow creatures rush him all at once to overwhelm his attention. Iori calmly turns toward them, already choosing how to erase the swarm. With Chantrez, he floods the field with blazing light to wipe out the summoned army. Far away, the city remains unaware of the private battle raging beyond ordinary sight. After the meeting, Satsuki asks Kanda for a private word. He brings up the coming dungeon boss and the odds of victory. Kanda asks plainly whether he believes the S-ranks can win. Satsuki recalls the terror of their last great battle and hesitates to answer with confidence. In the end, he says confidence is irrelevant because duty leaves no room for retreat. He reminds her that defeating the Moonlight Leopard Eclipse had required everything their team had. Then he wonders whether Iori alone might have been able to do what they could not. Kanda falls silent, taking the question seriously. She answers without hesitation that Iori would have won. Satsuki presses further, asking if she means even the boss's hidden trump card would not have stopped him. Kanda's small smile makes clear that she has no doubt. Satsuki agrees and concludes that they will need Iori's help in the coming S-rank dungeon. Back in the spirit field, the aftermath of Iori's attack tears through the darkness. The Moonlight Leopard Eclipse survives and prepares another assault. Iori notes the immense mana concentrated in its claws but refuses to back down. The beast answers with Moonlight Star Slice, a devastating barrage of crossing light blades. Iori faces the attack head-on, reading the pattern instead of retreating. A confident smile returns as he decides to end the fight. He draws on Sean Brave, shifting into a brighter and sharper sword form. Golden light gathers into a concentrated killing stroke. The leopard finally realizes too late that the tide has turned. Iori's system announces another level up, but he dismisses the victory as still insufficient for his true goal. Even so, he is surprised by how much stronger the battle has made him, jumping from level 1170 to 1300. The fairy points out that fighting S-rank monsters back-to-back would naturally cause explosive growth. Iori agrees and calls this realm the perfect hunting ground because the monsters are strong and uncontested. When she says no one alive can really compete with him anymore, he only half accepts it. She scolds him for underestimating how absurd his growth rate has become. In her view, even the current S-rank adventurers can no longer compare to him. Iori admits he has become far stronger in a short time, but she reminds him that he is still not yet equal to the overwhelming power he once had in his previous life. The next day begins quietly at Sakurajima's dojo. Sakurajima continues training, still driven by the coming crisis. He unleashes a powerful kick technique as part of his practice. He follows with another refined strike, pushing his body through a familiar sequence. His training culminates in a concentrated burst of force. The blast tears across the dojo with enough power to show why he stands among the S-ranks. He channels lightning through his movement to sharpen the attack further. The technique crashes down in a brilliant finishing strike. At the last moment, he halts the force with his bare hand. Even after controlling it, he criticizes himself for being off his game. Then someone arrives at the dojo entrance. Satsuki enters with urgency and asks to speak with Sakurajima. Sakurajima turns to hear what he wants. Satsuki says there is an A-rank adventurer he wants included when the S-rank dungeon appears. Sakurajima rejects the idea at once, assuming any A-rank would only die there. Satsuki counters that this case is different because the adventurer in question is stronger than he is. That claim shocks Sakurajima into disbelief. Satsuki insists the man could become S-rank whenever he wished and remains A-rank only by choice. Though skeptical, Sakurajima asks for the adventurer's name. Satsuki names Seki Iori and says the guild's records will confirm everything. Hearing that, Sakurajima decides he wants to test this claim for himself. At home, Iori returns from his training and announces himself. He is greeted by a warm and lively welcome. Kotoha rushes to him, thrilled that he is back. She proudly shows him the rank certification letter she has just received. Iori is surprised that the result arrived so quickly. Both Kotoha and the fairy excitedly urge him to open it and see the result. The letter officially certifies Siki Kotoha as an A-rank adventurer, praising her talent and future promise. Kotoha bursts with joy at being recognized as A-rank, while the fairy notes that she now shares Iori's official rank. Iori reflects that reaching A-rank immediately is unusually fast, even if he tries to stay calm about it. When the fairy notices his mixed reaction, he admits the news is not simple for him. He is genuinely happy for Kotoha, but he is also afraid that her new status will draw her into greater danger. Kotoha promises she will not do anything reckless, and Iori asks her to avoid fighting anything above her rank, though the fairy finds that warning ironic coming from him. Kotoha firmly agrees to the promise. Relieved, Iori accepts her word. Their quiet moment is interrupted by someone arriving at the door. Iori immediately senses that the visitor is no ordinary guest. From the pressure of the newcomer's mana, he realizes a powerful figure has come for him. At the door, Sakurajima confronts him directly and asks if he is Siki Iori. A martial artist sought out Siki Iori after hearing from Satsuki that he might be strong enough to stand among the S ranks. When Iori confirmed Rin had praised him that highly, the man pressed him to admit whether he was truly S rank level. Iori learned the answer was yes, and the man immediately treated him as a potential equal. He explained that an unusually dangerous dungeon was coming and that they were gathering every powerful fighter they could find. Before trusting him with that mission, the S-ranker demanded a direct test of Iori's strength. Iori sensed he was facing the strongest adventurer he had met so far and welcomed the chance to measure himself. He accepted at once, and the man led him to an empty dojo for the trial. When his little sister worried about him, Iori brushed it off to keep her calm. He reassured her he would return by dinner, treating the coming fight as routine. Inside the dojo, the S-ranker checked Iori's style and even offered him a weapon advantage. He made clear there would be no need for restraint in this spar. Iori refused any advantage and chose to fight barehanded as well. The S-ranker warned that such confidence was dangerous because he considered himself the strongest among all S-rank adventurers. Iori answered by dropping into stance and making it clear he intended to fight seriously from the start. The martial artist approved of Iori's nerve and decided to answer it with full force. He opened with a lightning technique meant to overwhelm Iori instantly. The electrified strike came straight at Iori with killing speed. Iori slipped past it cleanly without using any visible skill. That effortless dodge shocked the S-ranker, who realized Iori had avoided the attack on pure ability. Iori pressed him to admit that this should already be enough to earn recognition. Instead of backing down, the S-ranker grew even more interested in what Iori could really do. Iori, still thinking about getting home on time, decided to finish the test quickly. When the man accused him of holding back, Iori admitted it without embarrassment. He reminded the S-ranker that this was only a test, not a real battle. Iori bluntly repeated that he wanted this over before dinner. Then he challenged the S-ranker to stop talking and show his true power. That provocation made the martial artist finally take him seriously. He acknowledged Iori's boldness and decided to answer it with a signature technique. Drawing on a faster and deadlier style, he prepared an attack no opponent had escaped on the first attempt. He unleashed a barrage technique built around blinding speed and layered trajectories. The attack filled the space with converging beams of force. Iori stood inside the crossing strikes without panicking as the technique closed around him. Rather than flinch, he calmly observed the pattern. He activated Eye of Wisdom at its third stage to read the attack completely. With that ability, the S-ranker's extreme speed stopped being a threat because every movement became visible to him. Iori understood the entire assault as if it were happening in slow motion. The martial artist tried to overwhelm him further by pushing his speed to the limit. Even then, Iori watched the decisive punch approach with total composure. He countered in the middle of the exchange and disrupted the attack head-on. The S-ranker tried to create an opening through relentless pressure, convinced repetition would eventually break Iori's defense. Instead, Iori intercepted him with a kick that forced the man to block and retreat. The clash drove the martial artist back across the floor. Breathing hard, he admitted he could not believe Iori had escaped everything without a scratch and asked if Iori had truly seen through all his moves. Iori confirmed that he had done exactly that. The S-ranker was stunned that someone of Iori's level was still officially only A rank, and Iori gave only a vague excuse. At that point, the man accepted that Satsuki's claims about Iori had been completely true. He judged Iori worthy of S-class and regretted that circumstances had kept him below it. With the test settled, Iori turned back to the dungeon matter that had brought him there. The S-ranker revealed that an S-rank dungeon would appear in the Fuji woodlands within a week and that its boss was expected to surpass anything seen before. Because of that threat, the S-rankers had been asked to eliminate it and wanted Iori's help as well. Iori agreed immediately, and the man's stern attitude softened into gratitude. He apologized for dragging Iori out so suddenly and promised to contact him again, while Iori made clear he did not mind. That night, Iori returned home as promised. His sister rushed to greet him, relieved but still anxious that he might have been hurt. Iori calmed her by insisting nothing dangerous had happened and that he was completely fine. Another girl in the house asked what the visitor had meant about a dungeon. When Iori admitted he would be joining an S-rank dungeon raid next week, his sister instantly called out his obvious lie that nothing dangerous had happened. Elsewhere that same night, another story was beginning. A pale young woman sat alone, troubled, in a quiet room near a research space. She reflected that monsters were growing stronger, and feared she would no longer be able to keep up as she was. That realization drove her to decide she had to become stronger herself. Acting on that resolve, she left her room and headed downstairs. She made her way to a laboratory where answers might exist. There she found her father working late and asked him what he had discovered about skills. He responded first as a worried parent, repeating that adventuring was too dangerous and that she should quit. She pleaded with him to listen instead of dismissing her. She explained that after her illness was cured and she gained this power, she wanted to use it to help people. Her father, seeing her determination, wondered aloud whose stubbornness she had inherited. She answered that it came from him, because she knew how much he had sacrificed to research a cure for her. Moved, he told her all of his documents were on the desk and that she could search them freely. He assured her that what she wanted to know should be somewhere in those records. She accepted happily, encouraged by his trust. At the same time, another S-ranker spent the night drinking alone in a high-rise lounge. His quiet mood was shattered by a sudden intrusion. He turned sharply toward the disturbance, instantly alert. Annoyed at being interrupted, he demanded to know who had barged in while he was trying to drink in peace. A green-haired young man stood amid the wreckage, having forced his way in without concern. He calmly identified the drinker as the S-ranker Kirishima Kuji. Kirishima confirmed it, and warned that he was already in a foul mood. He told the intruder to leave immediately and made it clear he would kill him if he stayed. The intruder was delighted by that response and admitted he had come there specifically to kill Kirishima. Kirishima could hardly believe someone so insignificant would make that claim. He mocked the idea that this nobody could possibly kill him. The green-haired man only smiled, unfazed by the contempt. Kirishima drew a glowing blade and warned him not to underestimate an S-ranker. The intruder answered with a taunt of his own, inviting Kirishima to find out who the real weakling was. Kirishima attacked first with a blinding sword rush. He invoked Blade Rain and declared he would end the fight in 3 seconds. The technique flooded the room with countless slashing after images. When the storm ended, the intruder was still standing and coolly asked if that was all Kirishima had. Kirishima was stunned that his opening assault had failed completely. The intruder answered with a brutal counter that blasted through the room and sent Kirishima crashing away. Standing over the damage, he remarked that even among S-class fighters there were clear differences in strength. Kirishima, bloodied but still gripping his bottle, demanded to know what he meant by that. The intruder laughed, and said he had not even begun to get serious yet. He admitted his kick had been meant to kill and praised Kirishima for surviving it, as expected of an S-class. Kirishima, now genuinely threatened, demanded the attacker's name before dying. The young man gave only a false one, deciding that Hermes would do for now. Kirishima mocked the alias and answered by drawing on a stronger sword technique that devoured spiritual power. Hermes immediately understood that the blade was stealing magical energy, and found the ability intriguing rather than frightening. Kirishima vowed there would be no mercy now and promised to torture Hermes slowly. Hermes dismissed the threat, saying Kirishima lacked the nature to carry it out. He went further and called Kirishima's skill a dud despite its S-class status. That insult finally pushed Kirishima into murderous rage. He unleashed his strongest sword arts, Infinity Edge and Infinite Blade Dance, to erase Hermes in one overwhelming strike. Hermes met the attack barehanded and told Kirishima he fundamentally misunderstood how power worked. As the blades closed in, Hermes declared that this world was not ruled by skills alone. He answered the technique with sheer physical force, insisting that overwhelming power was what truly mattered. His counterblow tore through Kirishima's assault and body alike. Even as he was being destroyed, Kirishima tried to gather one last lightning-charged strike. That final effort flashed for an instant and failed. The clash ended in a violent burst that left Kirishima completely defeated. When the smoke cleared, Hermes was still standing alone. Kirishima lay broken on the floor, his body ruined by the exchange. Hermes reflected that humans were fascinating because by stealing and combining skills he could gain power beyond even a monster's body. Seeing that Kirishima was still an S-class despite his disappointing skill, Hermes decided the power was worth taking anyway. He moved in without hesitation to claim it. After taking the skill, he judged it mediocre in design but acknowledged that an S-class user still granted superior raw ability. A damaged phone nearby lit up with a message from the Adventurer Guild. Hermes noticed the notification while sitting beside Kirishima's corpse. Reading it, he learned that 4 S-class adventurers were leaving Tokyo and that the city's strongest forces were being spread out. That information pleased him because it exposed a strategic opening. 1 week later, the day of the predicted dungeon appearance arrived. As preparations began, a well-dressed man greeted Iori and noted that rumors about him had already spread widely. He explained that Iori had become a hot topic among adventurer circles and even among their fans. Iori seemed genuinely unaware that his reputation had grown so quickly. Saki approached and told him she was glad he had chosen to participate in the raid. Iori answered that once he heard the dungeon's difficulty would be unprecedented, helping was the obvious choice. Saki admitted she felt safer simply knowing he would be there. Iori promised to do what he could, but on his own terms. Watching that exchange, the suited man noticed that Saki could draw out a softer side of Iori. He privately concluded that Saki Iori was a far more mysterious man than his calm exterior suggested. Soon the staff announced that everyone should board the helicopter. The raid team moved out toward the dungeon entrance. At the site, the city waited under a tense morning sky. Elsewhere, Hermes decided that the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He reviewed the situation. 4 S-rankers were committed to the dungeon, 2 others were overseas, Kirishima was already dead, and only 2 major defenders remained in Tokyo. In his mind, only one person still had the power to stop him now. That meant he would finally get a rematch with that man while at his own best. Excited, Hermes prepared himself for the chaos to come. He embraced the coming bloodshed with open anticipation. He then walked straight toward the dungeon checkpoint where ordinary staff were guarding the entrance. When a guard politely stopped him and explained that solo entry required at least A-rank status, Hermes interrupted with false courtesy. As the guard asked to see his guild card, Hermes answered with violence instead. He struck so suddenly that the nearby staff were hurled aside before they could react. The survivors could only scream as blood hit the floor. Hermes coldly pointed out that if he was not entering properly, there was no reason for him to show any identification. When a terrified guard agreed, Hermes accepted the answer and advanced. He stepped toward the swirling dungeon gate through the blood he had just spilled. Facing the portal, Hermes admitted that even he could not seize control of the country alone, making clear that whatever he planned next would require more than his own strength. A hidden schemer decides to trigger the greatest monster stampede in history. He opens a gate and deliberately summons monsters into the world. As the creatures emerge, he reasons that widespread chaos will force defenders to spread themselves thin. Pleased with his plan, he waits to see how the disaster will unfold. Across the city, emergency alerts announce that monsters have come through a gate and civilians must evacuate. Panic erupts as people flee burning streets while monsters begin attacking openly. In the rush to escape, ordinary lives are thrown into disorder. Even small traces of that panic are left behind in the chaos. The monsters trample through the city without resistance. More shadowy creatures gather amid the flames, turning the outbreak into a full invasion. Adventurers rally themselves and vow to drive the monsters back with everything they have. News reports confirm severe urban damage and the opening of evacuation centers under the highest alert. Watching the destruction spread, people can barely grasp what is happening. Even trained fighters realize monsters are appearing all over the city at once. The mastermind watches the overwhelmed city and decides the moment has come to exploit the confusion by opening even more gates. Elsewhere, another gate begins to form. A new portal fully opens in an apparently abandoned area. Seeing that even the guards have fled in the turmoil, the mastermind finds the site conveniently unprotected. He approaches the gate to make use of it himself. At the same time, a blonde boy is startled by a sudden burst of light. He realizes something unexpected has appeared before him. 3 girls emerge celebrating an easy B-rank dungeon clear, praising Kotoha's strength and family talent. The mastermind notices them and casually asks whether they are adventurers. When Kotoha apologizes for breaking the dungeon core, he is struck by how much she resembles someone he knows. He immediately connects her face to a man he has been searching for. Testing his suspicion, he asks Kotoha whether she has a brother. When she confirms he means her, he presses the question. She cheerfully admits that she does have a brother, and he realizes his guess was right. He asks for the brother's name to confirm it beyond doubt. Kotoha hesitates only briefly before answering. The name Siki Iori confirms that he has found the family he was after. That name also stirs painful memories tied to Iori and someone begging him to stop. Certain now, he inwardly declares that he has finally found his target. Kotoha's friends sense danger too late and realize naming Iori may have exposed her to someone suspicious. The man reaches toward Kotoha, no longer hiding his hostile intent. Kotoha instantly recognizes the threat. She moves to shield her friends and prepare to resist him. Demanding an explanation, she confronts him directly. He reveals that his real business is with her brother and says he intends to take her with him. The 3 girls refuse to hand her over and stand against him together. He accepts their resistance without concern. Confident in his superiority, he says he will handle all 3 of them himself. He admits that calling them opponents is generous. To him, the fight would end too quickly to be meaningful. The girls steel themselves despite the overwhelming pressure. Kotoha immediately judges that this enemy is terrifyingly strong, even more intimidating than her brother. Her friends reach the same conclusion and realize the 3 of them likely cannot win. Kotoha understands that because she is his target, her friends would be struck down first if they stay. As he attacks, she decides to protect them instead of trying to win. She intercepts his blow before it can reach the others. Her counterforce explodes against his attack and briefly halts him. Holding him off with her weapon, Kotoha takes the front line alone. She orders Mio and Sumuji to run and bring help while she buys time. Though shaken, her friends hear her resolve to hold him there. They hesitate, torn between fear and loyalty. At last they retreat, apologizing as they entrust Kotoha with surviving until help arrives. The man lets them go because their escape may draw Iori to him. Seeing through Kotoha's tactic, he mocks her attempt to stall and wonders how long she can last. Kotoha bluntly admits she has no chance of beating him. Her honesty catches him off guard. She explains that because his true goal is Iori, he has no reason to kill her before using her as leverage. He confirms that he will spare her only if she obeys him. Kotoha immediately agrees, choosing survival and delay over a hopeless fight. Her sudden compliance leaves him suspicious and confused about what she is planning. He wonders whether her calm comes from absolute trust that her brother will save her. Deciding not to overthink it, he orders her to follow him, and she obediently agrees. Far away near Mount Fuji's sea of trees, a helicopter approaches another dangerous dungeon. The team surveys a massive gate radiating abnormal magical energy. Their leader warns that the energy buildup is extreme and a stampede could erupt there soon as well. The others realize they need to conquer the dungeon quickly before it worsens. But an urgent message interrupts them before they can proceed. They learn that Tokyo is already in chaos from a massive stampede. Iori immediately worries about Kotoha when he hears the scale of the disaster. One member argues they should return to Tokyo at once to limit the damage. Another warns that although the stampede matters, abandoning the current dungeon could create an even bigger crisis. The strategist bluntly calls an immediate retreat a mistake. Pressed to explain, he lays out the danger. He says this dungeon is unusually special. Its magical expansion is far beyond normal levels. If they leave now, even calming Tokyo would only allow a new catastrophe to begin here. He concludes that the only workable answer is to split their forces. One team should assault the dungeon while another handles the stampede in Tokyo. The proposal is accepted as a necessary compromise. Iori decides that Kotoha's safety must come first, and wants the return team focused on her. The group refines the plan by dividing into smaller 3-person teams and concentrating strength on the dungeon assault. A lineup is proposed for the assault team, but it does not satisfy everyone. The strategist revises the roster and insists that Sakurajima and Iori should be switched. When challenged, he explains the logic behind the change. Each team needs a leader, and the Stampede team needs Sakurajima's command ability. The others agree, but Iori volunteers to go to Tokyo instead and asks them to wait. The strategist refuses to authorize that change. Iori declares he will act on his own if necessary, forcing the issue. Recognizing how badly they need his power, the strategist formally asks for his cooperation. A quiet ally notices that Iori's urgency comes from fear for his sister. She promises she will protect Kotoha no matter what and asks him to trust her. Iori hesitates, still torn between duty and family. Her confidence finally persuades him to entrust Kotoha to her. She immediately leaves, saying she can reach Tokyo faster alone than by helicopter. She races off ahead of the others to intercept the stampede. As she departs, the strategist thanks Iori and urges the remaining team to clear the dungeon quickly so they can return. Iori accepts, though uneasily. The strategist answers with a calm smile that hides his true intentions. Privately, he revels that events are unfolding exactly as planned and looks forward to testing Iori's strength. Inside the dungeon, the assault team pushes forward with urgency because Tokyo cannot wait. Their companions caution Iori not to rush, reminding him that the monsters here are powerful and require a calm approach. Iori forces himself to steady his emotions. A skin reveals 20 monsters inside, 19 of them A rank and the boss above S rank. Even with that warning, Iori remains unfazed. He declares that he can clear the dungeon by himself. The others protest that charging ahead alone against near S-rank enemies is reckless. Unable to stop him, they follow after him. Iori is confronted by a chimera-level monster with overwhelming presence. Watching from behind, the strategist thinks such a foe might finally force Iori to reveal more of himself. Iori answers by unleashing extreme enhancement magic. He launches himself straight at the chimera with explosive speed. In a single blazing strike, he cuts the monster down. He moves on without slowing, treating the kill as routine. His companions are stunned to see that he has grown even stronger than before. They marvel that he destroyed such a monster in one blow, exactly as only Seki Iori could. The strategist is intrigued that even his ally rates Iori so highly. The ally quietly admits he once lost to Iori, proving how exceptional Iori truly is. Meanwhile, the strategist's thoughts return to the chaos in Tokyo and the value of measuring Iori against stronger enemies. Iori tears through more monsters in a storm of light, clearing them with overwhelming efficiency. His companions rush after him, struggling to keep pace with his advance. They can only watch as he continues to outstrip them. The strategist concludes that Iori's power is among the very highest even within S-rank fighters, exceeding his expectations. At last Iori reaches the true boss chamber and faces the dungeon's ruler. The boss reveals itself as a dark moon dragon. Back in Tokyo, Kotoha finally asks the man why he is targeting her brother. She directly demands the reason for his obsession with Iori. He answers that what drives him is revenge. He explains that he was once a dungeon boss whose growing power was destroyed by Iori. Kotoha is shocked to learn that the person before her was originally a monster. He confirms it and boasts that his old power has now returned. With that power restored, he intends to dominate the world this time. Kotoha is shaken, but he almost seems pleased that she had mistaken him for human. He reveals that he is possessing and controlling a human body so perfectly that his disguise is flawless. Kotoha realizes that his expressions and emotions had felt disturbingly human because they were carefully imitated. He says that was no accident, but the result of deliberate study. To better lure adventurers as prey, he learned human behavior and values, and now believes killing Iwari will let him rule the world easily. Kotoha asks whether he truly thinks he can achieve all of that alone. When she asks if that life was lonely, he is genuinely puzzled by the question. Kotoha explains loneliness through her own memory of being alone in a hospital room. From that experience, she says she can understand how isolation might feel even for him. She suggests that maybe what he really wanted was not domination, but companionship. He laughs off the idea as absurd. Insulted, he rejects the notion that he could ever want friendship with humans. He answers by binding Kotoha in dark chains, turning the conversation back into open menace. Kotoha struggles as his restraint tightens around her. Coldly dismissing her attempt to reach him, he declares that his response will be to massacre humans. A terrified girl begs someone to stop before things go any further. In the middle of the fire, the young man coldly blames her for ruining his mood. He throws himself down through the burning structure without hesitation. He lands and moves on as if the inferno means nothing to him. He pauses when he notices a new presence nearby. An S-rank spearman suddenly descends to intercept him. The young man is pleased, seeing the arrival as a worthy diversion. The newcomer turns toward him in wary silence. The intruder is identified as S-rank adventurer Kuya Tachibana, wielder of absolute binding spear, and he immediately demands to know what this enemy is. The young man introduces himself as Hermes and grandly declares that he intends to rule the world. Kuya dismisses him as a fool appearing at the worst possible time. He decides the nuisance must be removed at once and prepares his spear. Hermes answers lightly and admits that he is the one behind the chaos. Kuya notices Hermes' strange arm and realizes something about him is abnormal. Hermes lunges in with murderous intent. Kuya meets the charge head-on and refuses to hold back. He fires a spear attack of blue energy straight at Hermes. Hermes slips past it and mocks Kuya for being too slow. Closing the distance, Hermes promises to end the fight in a single strike. Kuya stays calm and reads the attack. He triggers a tracking spear technique that marks Hermes. The mark pierces Hermes and fixes him as Kuya's target. Even wounded, Hermes treats the skill with interest instead of fear. Kuya gains confidence, certain the mark has changed the battle. He explains that Hermes can no longer escape the spear's pursuit. But Kuya is caught off guard when Hermes reacts oddly instead of panicking. Hermes realizes the mark is slowing his body and limiting his actions. Kuya concludes that 4 more marks would completely immobilize and finish him. To end it quickly, Kuya unleashes a storm of magically guided spears. Hermes is surrounded on all sides by converging attacks. He still believes he can dodge everything through speed alone. For a moment he moves as if he might slip through the barrage. But the tracking spears keep adjusting to his path. Kuya sees Hermes' confidence as misplaced. He tells him evasion is pointless. The spears continue to chase automatically and begin tearing into Hermes. Hermes finally realizes too late that his body is no longer responding properly. Kuya decides not to investigate further and simply sentences him to die. Bound by the pursuing spears, Hermes appears cornered. Yet instead of despair, he starts laughing. He erupts in rage and contempt, as if Kuya has made a foolish mistake. Kuya is stunned by the sudden reversal in Hermes' demeanor. A violent surge of power bursts from Hermes and tears through the binding assault. Kuya tries to respond, but the momentum has shifted. Hermes attacks with savage delight. Kuya is struck before he can fully defend himself. Hermes calmly calls the result unfortunate for Kuya. He drives his transformed arm through Kuya's chest and declares that raw combat ability has surpassed skill. Kuya can barely comprehend that an S-rank like him has been overwhelmed. Hermes senses Kuya's disbelief and presses the humiliation. Holding the dying adventurer aloft, Hermes boasts that he can wield Kuya's own skill even better than its owner. He adds that Kuya will not hear the rest for long. Elsewhere, the scene shifts away from the duel. A colossal dragon-like demon towers over 3 figures amid a purple aura. The group recognizes it as a far more dangerous enemy than the lesser demons and agrees they must cooperate. One of them insists they cannot waste time because Kotoha may be in danger. Before they can act, a massive magical eruption descends from above. The 2 men stare in shock at the overwhelming force. The bespectacled one realizes the energy is on an absurd scale. The dragon is blasted apart by the sudden strike. One man starts to move to defend against the blast, but a red-eyed young man rushes ahead of them instead. He charges straight into the explosion and is shouted at for risking his life. He remains calm and acts as if the danger is manageable. A blinding golden slash cuts through the chaos. The attack overwhelms the area in a single sweep. When the light clears, the red-eyed fighter stands unharmed and states that fire of this level cannot affect him. The others are left speechless by what they just witnessed. The scale of his strength sinks in. They realize he erased a boss-class monster almost instantly. Meanwhile, the wider disaster reaches the public as news breaks of a massive stampede in Tokyo. Broadcasts urge immediate evacuation and report that the death toll has already surpassed 10,000. Public fear turns into outrage as people condemn the situation and demand that adventurers do their jobs. More reinforcements arrive by helicopter over the burning city. A veteran man and a young woman look down on Tokyo and acknowledge the scale of the tragedy. They decide they are among the few who can still save people and move out at once. They leap into the city to join the battle. On the ground, civilians continue fleeing through the burning streets. One boy cries for help as a white beast closes in on him. A small blonde swordswoman drops between them in a burst of power. She cuts the monster down in one clean strike. The rescued boy recognizes her as an S-class adventurer. Hope spreads as people realize powerful adventurers have come to save them. Elsewhere, another fighter launches forward wrapped in golden lightning. A blonde woman joins the defense, carving through monsters at high speed. Even while fighting, she judges that the number of monsters is unnatural and that this disaster was deliberately caused. She suspects the source is the monster radiating the ominous magical power over the city. Back at Hermes' battlefield, blood on the ground confirms how brutal the duel has become. Hermes brushes off a fresh exchange and admits this new opponent is tougher than Kuya. He concludes that the current S-class before him is stronger than the last one. Even so, he arrogantly decides that no number of S-class adventurers can defeat him. Golden lightning gathers around the small figure facing him. The blonde swordswoman is shocked to discover that the enemy she is facing is human in appearance. Hermes greets her with interest, saying he did not expect her to appear. She directly asks whether he is the one responsible for the stampede, and he confirms it while correcting her understanding of what he is. Hermes rejects being called human and claims to belong to a superior race. He identifies himself as a dungeon master and reminds her that he has defeated her once before. She is shaken as memories of that earlier encounter return. She cannot reconcile his human form with the monster she remembers, while he taunts her with the mystery and reminds her that he remains her enemy. Hermes asks whether she can truly face someone who has already beaten her once. She answers that the past no longer defines her because she was not fighting at full strength then. She warns him not to mistake her current self for the one he faced before. Hermes, amused, summons a new rain of crimson magic spears to make the fight more entertaining. She instantly recognizes the technique as one he stole from someone else. She charges through the barrage instead of retreating. Her golden lightning collides with the crimson spears in a violent clash of copied power against her advance. Hermes watches her approach without losing his composure. He is briefly surprised when she vanishes from his sight. She reappears at blinding speed, attacking from a new angle. She immediately realizes his awareness is still tracking her. Reading his movement, she understands he has already sensed her position behind him. Their weapons collide as Hermes turns and blocks her ambush. Hermes is intrigued rather than alarmed. She answers with a fierce shout and forces more power into the clash. A storm of golden lightning erupts around them as she presses the attack. When the exchange ends, she lands hard, breathing heavily but still standing. Hermes admits that she has changed completely since their last fight and grown stronger than he expected. He openly wonders how she became this strong in such a short time. She gives him no answer and keeps her focus. Hermes mocks her silence and complains that humans are poor at communicating. While he talks, she pieces together that he has been using stolen abilities. She concludes that he is no ordinary monster but the mastermind behind the entire catastrophe. At the same time, she judges that his reliance on borrowed skills leaves openings, so the fight must be ended quickly. She resolves to stake everything on the battle now. The story briefly cuts away under the night sky. Seki Iori and his companions continue moving elsewhere, still away from Tokyo. Iori worries about Kotoha and decides to contact her first. His expression changes the instant he sees the reply. The messages report that Koton has been captured by a mysterious adventurer and urgently demand that he respond. Iori is stunned by the sudden news. A second message makes the threat explicit. His sister has been taken hostage, and he must come alone if he wants to save her. A photo attached to the message proves the hostage is real. Iori stares at the screen, forced to accept the trap. He apologizes inwardly and decides he must return to Tokyo immediately. A suited ally stops him and offers to handle the return trip. The man reveals that he has a way to get Iori back quickly. Back in Tokyo, the citywide battle continues to rage. One defender struggles to hold back a monster's attack behind a shield. Another fighter shouts as he joins the effort. They complain that the city is in ruins and that the monsters keep pouring out without end. Even so, they rally themselves by deciding that protecting civilians in a crisis is exactly what adventurers are for. Their banter continues even while one of them is mocked for talking big from behind the front line. They notice that the number of monsters is finally beginning to decrease, if only slowly. Taking that as encouragement, they decide to push harder and keep fighting until they look like the heroes people need. The burning city remains lit by rows of street lamps as the battle stretches on. Hermes returns to taunting the blonde swordswoman, saying there is no point in meeting again if they cannot communicate. He then asks whether she knows Seki Iori and tells her to try contacting him herself. The mention of Iori shocks her into finally responding. Hermes cruelly reveals that he already tried reaching Iori through his sister and sneers that Iori never replied. Hearing that Hermes used Iori's sister as bait, the swordswoman is horrified and instantly raises her weapon in alarm. The monster reveals that he has taken the sister hostage and is using her obedience to control the situation. Realizing Seki cannot be reached inside the dungeon, the girl understands that saving the hostage now depends entirely on her. She commits to a lightning-fast opening strike before he can press his advantage further. He senses her murderous resolve rising and greets it with interest instead of fear. Her blade of light descends with overwhelming speed. She drives in at full force, but he slips aside while admiring the speed of her attack. Her confidence jolts when she realizes he actually reacted to a blow that should have been nearly impossible to answer. He declares that her technique will not work on him and moves to turn her strength into his own gain. Before she can recover, his counterattack tears into her from multiple angles. He openly decides he wants her skill for himself. Even as she is pressured, she gathers light again and refuses to stop. She invokes faint light, and the sudden change catches his attention. He sharpens his focus, trying to read the new attack before it lands. She unleashes a radiant purple strike meant to overwhelm him through sheer force. The blow crashes into him, but he remains standing inside the impact. Shocked that even this failed to finish him, she forces herself to attack again instead of giving in. She rains down another barrage of energized slashes from above. He weathers the storm and lands back on his feet without losing control. Rather than being discouraged, he becomes greedier, deciding he wants her speed and power immediately. Her attack has clearly torn open his body, but the damage is not stopping him. She realizes in horror that the wound she inflicted is somehow not working the way it should. He enjoys her confusion and begins explaining why her effort failed. He reveals that he can suppress pain entirely, making this body both his and not his in a way that blunts normal consequences. He treats the gaping wound as a temporary inconvenience rather than a fatal injury. To prove it, he shows the injury already closing at unnatural speed. Faced with that regeneration, she can only see him as a monster. He mocks her by asking whether that desperate assault was truly her best. When she falls silent, he presses the psychological attack and tries to break her nerve. She desperately searches for any way to defeat something this abnormal. For a moment she considers fleeing, but she knows losing here would let him run wild. She rejects escape because running would mean abandoning the sister she swore to protect. Remembering her promise to Siki, she renews her resolve to keep the girl safe no matter what. That promise hardens into a decision to fight to the end. He notices the change in her face and correctly reads it as a readiness to die if necessary. Unmoved, he decides he will simply kill her now. At that moment, 2 more top-class fighters arrive and question why adventurers are fighting each other in the middle of this disaster. The newcomers quickly take in the scene and recognize the danger in front of them. The monster also notices them and calmly notes that 2 more S-class opponents have joined the field. The girl warns Sakurajima that the enemy is not human but a monster. Sakurajima studies him and remarks that he still looks deceptively human. He decides appearances no longer matter and orders that the creature be subdued on the spot without mercy. The monster is delighted that the battlefield has finally become worthy of his appetite for strong prey. He turns to face the newly formed group with open anticipation. Sakurajima and Kuroz immediately agree to cooperate, recognizing the enemy's magical power is too dangerous to handle separately. The monster dismisses their teamwork and insists numbers will not matter against him. Sakurajima launches the coordinated assault first, surging straight in. He strikes with Brilliant's sword, testing whether direct power can break through the creature's defenses. The monster identifies Sakurajima and recalls hearing he ranks among the strongest S-class fighters, though he initially underestimates him. Sakurajima answers with complete seriousness rather than words. The monster watches the incoming attack closely, still not fully respecting it. Sakurajima's radiant slash forces him to defend instead of casually absorbing the blow. Kuroz observes quietly, waiting for the right moment rather than rushing in. The monster notices her hidden approach and taunts her for needing to reveal herself to attack from behind. Sakurajima realizes the enemy adapts too well for a low-cost coordinated plan to work. He abandons restraint and decides to spend everything necessary to bring the monster down. His lightning strike lands cleanly and drives brutal force into the creature's body. For the first time, the monster is genuinely startled and realizes Sakurajima may be even faster than the famed Kanda Saki. Sakurajima understands that lightning strike is effectively unavoidable and resolves to exploit the opening it creates. He prepares to chain another attack the instant the monster's attention slips. He follows with a heavy dragon-piercing strike to compound the damage. The force sends Sakurajima through the motion of a full finishing combination. The exchange ends with the monster smashed hard into the ground. Buried in the impact, the monster admits that Sakurajima's attack is troublesome because it damages his true body from within. Sakurajima refuses to let up and charges another lightning strike despite the strain. The monster abruptly seizes his face mid-exchange, stopping the momentum of the assault. Sakurajima is caught off guard as the monster decides the game is over. A red mark appears around the monster's arm, signaling that Kuroz has finally set her trap. Kuroz activates her technique with a quiet command. The monster notices too late that his arm has been targeted. Sakurajima praises Kuroz for the opening she created and immediately acts on it. He detonates a brilliance explosion to capitalize on her restraint. The blast tears up the ground and sends debris flying through the burning street. Kuroz shields the hostage while Sakurajima stands guard against the explosion's aftermath. The girl thanks Kuroz for saving her, and Kuroz answers with calm reassurance. But Sakurajima suddenly falters, revealing the cost of his all-out assault. He realizes he has exhausted his magical power and can no longer keep fighting at full capacity. The girl begins to suspect what that means just as the battlefield erupts again. The monster emerges and concludes that Kuroz Koka's attack can bypass his defenses in a way the others cannot. Instead of retreating, he praises the S-class fighters as truly extraordinary. He calmly starts severing his own trapped arm, treating the loss as irrelevant. He finishes cutting it off without hesitation. Kuro's reacts with disgust at how casually he mutilates himself. She reasons that after enduring so many attacks, his movements should finally be slowing. Even drained, Sakurajima forces himself back into a fighting stance and refuses to quit. The monster crushes that hope by revealing he has stolen even more magical power, and that Sakurajima can barely move now. The girl realizes he has been stealing Sakurajima's power all along, confirming her worst suspicion. He boasts that he already understands all of their abilities and intends to take every one of them. Elsewhere, a man explains that his skill, magic crystallization, lets him solidify his own magic. He adds that this crystallized magic can instantly return him to his laboratory whenever he chooses. His companion is thrilled by the possibility of escaping immediately. The black-haired young man quietly notes that someone has mastered a skill to an impressive degree. The suited man takes that as reassuring confirmation. Back at the battlefield, the exhausted fighters can only hear the aftermath and brace themselves. Sakurajima berates himself for becoming complacent against such an enemy. The monster decides a simple kill would be boring and starts looking for a more entertaining move. He also complains that the person he is waiting for still has not arrived. Growing impatient, he decides to move on to the next stage of his plan. He summons the hostage sister, Kotoba, directly onto the battlefield in chains. Kotoba appears in shock, not understanding why she has been brought there. The girl is horrified to see Kotoba dragged into the fight. The monster announces that if the S-class fighters cannot defeat him, he will kill Kotoba. He makes the threat explicit, turning the hostage into a countdown on their failure. Kuroz immediately understands the cruelty of what he is doing. Sakurajima is equally stunned by how far the monster is willing to go. Walking beside Kotoba, the monster senses the atmosphere turning truly lethal around him. The others realize that if he kills her, the brother he wants may never come, and they try to stop him. Kotoba herself points out that killing her would make it impossible for her to call her brother. He no longer cares, convinced that her death will still draw her brother in through grief and revenge. Kotoba realizes with dread that his logic is twisted but frighteningly plausible. The monster tells her that in that sense she and he are alike, both driven by revenge. Kotoba bluntly identifies his motive, saying he kidnapped her only to get revenge on her brother. He rejects her attempt to humanize him and treats her words as meaningless. With murderous delight, he threatens to kill her first when she pushes him too far. He follows through and reaches to execute her. A storm of combined attacks tears across the space toward him in a desperate attempt to stop the kill. The girl throws herself in and pulls Kotoba out of the line of death at the last instant. Kotoba stares at her rescuer in disbelief, recognizing who saved her. The girl, relieved despite everything, tells Kotoba that she is safe now. Sakurajima can only marvel at the speed that rescue required. The monster realizes Sakurajima truly meant to kill him with that attack, but the strike still failed to land decisively. He admits he did not expect Sakurajima to have that much strength left. The girl tells Kotoba not to worry, trying to steady her even while the danger remains. She renews her promise aloud that she will definitely protect Kotoba. Kotoba is moved by that vow and begins to trust her completely. The monster smugly insists they should understand by now that they cannot beat him. Ignoring that, the girl launches herself forward again, determined to break through with speed alone. She bets everything on what her current speed can still accomplish. Her focus narrows to a single killing line. The attack slams into the monster with explosive force. But the impact is caught and broken apart by a sudden wall of black crystal. The monster has copied the crystallization ability, and uses a giant hardened arm to block her strike. She is stunned that even this last gamble has been neutralized. He savors the moment her confidence finally starts to crack. He explains that awareness lets him manipulate physical ability itself, making him even harder to corner. The girl, bloodied and shaking, admits she still has not reached her full power. Kuroz and Sakurajima watch in alarm as the situation turns even worse. Kuroz realizes too late what is about to happen. The monster's crystal arm pierces straight through the girl's body. As she hangs impaled, he coldly declares that he will gladly take her power too. She immediately understands that staying caught means losing everything and tries to break free. She releases a blinding flash to force an escape. When the light clears, the monster sees that someone slipped away from his grasp. Kotoba finds the girl collapsed and rushes to her side in panic. Barely conscious, the girl tells Kotoba to run while there is still time. Kotoba refuses through tears, unable to abandon the person who just saved her life. A new presence approaches through the light, drawing the girl's fading attention. With a weak smile, she recognizes the bond between the siblings at last. Kotoba breaks down, realizing the girl may be dying in front of her. The girl's eyes close as her strength gives out. Someone arrives at last, and Kotoba cries out for Kanda in desperate relief. A wounded demon in human form mocks how fragile humans are and prepares to resume the slaughter. Before he can continue, an unseen attacker cuts off his gloating with a sudden blow. Seki Iori arrives in a burst of lightning-fast force and drives straight into the demon. His attack sends the enemy flying with overwhelming momentum. The demon crashes hard into the ground, coughing and screaming as the ambush lands. Kotoba, shaken and tearful, realizes her brother has come. A late apology reaches both girls as Iori takes control of the scene. He calmly tells them to leave the rest to him. When Kotoba tries to warn him about Kanda-san, Iori already understands the situation. The injured blonde girl apologizes for failing to keep Kotoba safe. Iori eases her guilt by making clear that she protected Kotoba well enough. He immediately gives the wounded girl a healing item and orders her to drink it. Its effect begins at once, dulling the agony from her chest wound. She realizes the healing is far beyond ordinary treatment. Kotoba watches in awe as her brother restores the girl before her eyes. Once the worst is over, Iori tells her she can relax, though the healing is not yet complete. He leaves the two girls behind to rest and turns to face the demon himself. The demon recognizes him as Seki Iori and realizes who has intervened. Iori coldly identifies the demon as the source of the citywide chaos. The demon reveals he is a dungeon boss Iori once defeated, and claims this disaster happened because Iori failed to finish him off. Iori remembers him as the enemy from that earlier dungeon battle. He notes that surviving and returning from that ruined state was clever, which only irritates the demon further. The demon boasts that he has stolen the powers of S-rank adventurers and becomes stronger than before. Iori dismisses the speech, activates extreme enhancement magic, and decides to settle things without another word. The demon rushes in, convinced Iori cannot win in his current condition. Iori meets the charge with a perfectly timed punch. That single strike launches the demon upward. Iori tells him to stop talking and become the outlet for all the anger he is carrying. The demon answers with fury of his own and unleashes a monstrous arm to retaliate. Even while acknowledging Iori's talent, the demon still believes his stolen S-rank power guarantees victory. He tries to crush Iori outright with a gigantic fist. Kotoba can only cry out as the attack descends on her brother. The impact detonates across the area in a massive explosion. Watching from afar, an onlooker fears the battle may already be over because the demon's power is absurd. But when the dust settles, Iori is still standing and has stopped the giant blow with one hand. The demon strains in disbelief as his overwhelming attack fails to move Iori. Iori remains composed while holding the attack in place. He mocks the demon's so-called overwhelming power, turning the boast back on him. Kotoba immediately celebrates, certain her brother is exactly as unbeatable as she believed. The healed girl agrees, saying Iori's presence alone makes her feel safe. Kotoba happily confirms it. She also insists that Kanda-san was just as admirable for protecting her. That sincere praise earns Kanda-san a quiet, grateful response. Another witness is stunned to realize Iori had still been hiding even more strength. Iori tells the demon that whatever trick saved him last time will not help now. He declares that if he buries the demon here, there will be no coming back this time. The demon refuses to accept defeat and prepares another move. He activates a transformation ability, trying to change the flow of battle. Iori knocks him away again and admits that even an easy victory would not calm his anger. He presses the attack, driven less by pride than by rage over the danger to his loved ones. The demon lunges back in, no longer caring about anything except killing Iori. Iori slips past the attack with ease while gathering lightning in his fist. He counters with a brutal electrified punch to the face. The demon is hurled across the ground by the impact. Iori closes in before the demon can recover. He slams him down again in a storm of force and electricity. The demon is shaken by the realization that becoming human and stronger still left him unable to beat Iori. Iori blasts him away once more, widening the gap between them. He says he takes no pleasure in crushing the weak and is angrier at himself for letting his sister and friends be endangered. With that, he decides to end the fight for good. The battered demon senses the killing intent and falters. At that critical moment, a small dog suddenly runs into the battlefield. The dog places itself between Iori and the demon, interrupting the finish. Its fierce little stand catches everyone off guard. Iori pauses in confusion, surprised that a dog has appeared here. The dog growls protectively at him. Iori's aura flares as he recognizes the animal's resolve. The demon explains that it is a dog he once saved, and that it has come back to protect him. Iori points out the contradiction of a creature that murders humans yet saves dogs. The demon bitterly agrees and tells Iori to finish him quickly because he no longer believes he can win. He openly admits defeat while the dog stays by his side. Before Iori can deliver the final blow, Kujo intervenes and asks him to stop. Kujo says he has heard about this demon and believes it is a demon wearing human form. Iori confirms that the creature looks human but remains a demon inside. That answer only deepens Kujo's interest. Kujo decides he wants the demon taken alive for examination in his laboratory. He traps the weakened demon inside a crystal prison. The dog panics as its master is sealed away. Kujo contemptuously dismisses the animal as a filthy stray. That instantly hardens Iori's tone, and he warns Kujo not to touch the dog. He makes it clear that harming the dog would make Kujo his enemy, no matter what it takes. Kujo is baffled that a mere dog matters so much to someone he sees as a demon. Ignoring the warning, he uses Magic Pocket to remove the imprisoned demon from the scene. Iori immediately demands to know where Kujo sent him. Kujo explains that he moved the crystal into a separate dimension only that prison can access. Iori accepts the explanation for the demon's location and turns the question to the dog. When Kujo suggests leaving the dog alone, Iori refuses to treat it as meaningless collateral. He says he cannot forgive the demon's crimes, but he can understand him. Kujo presses him to explain what there is to understand. Iori answers that the demon seems to have awakened something like human emotions. Kujo rejects the idea outright, insisting a demon with emotions is absurd. He argues that dungeon demons are naturally hostile to humans, though some once coexisted with people in former lives. Even so, Iori feels there is deliberate meaning behind what happened and carries the dog away with that thought. After the battle, the city begins to settle. The demon outbreak is suppressed and the stampede finally ends. By the next day, calm has returned. Kotoba excitedly shows Iori something on her phone. News and online coverage hail him as the savior who stopped the massive stampede. Public reaction explodes with awe, speculation, and praise for Seki Iori's strength. Iori notices his name spreading everywhere while Kotoba assumes he must be pleased by the gratitude. He admits that, in a sense, she is right. A tiny, overenthusiastic supporter urges him to capitalize on the moment by opening an SNS account and gathering followers. Iori flatly refuses because he has no interest in that kind of attention. The little promoter insists that becoming an influencer would give him enormous reach and tells him to learn from Najisawa. Kotoba points out that he is already becoming famous whether he wants it or not. Iori learns that even her classmates are talking about his videos and wonders how far this has spread. Before he can dwell on it, Hamada-san calls him. The guild asks him to come in because the president wants to thank him personally. Iori agrees without much fuss. Kotoba immediately guesses this might be about promoting him to S rank. Iori keeps his expectations guarded as he heads to the guild in disguise. Even masked and wearing glasses, he still draws attention from people around him. A guild staffer recognizes him and approaches. He is formally thanked again for making time to come. The staffer brings Iori in to meet the guild president. The president receives him with formal courtesy. He introduces himself as Yoshihito Oagami, president of the Adventurers Guild. Oagami expresses deep gratitude for Iori's role in resolving the S-class dungeon crisis and the stampede, and Iori accepts the thanks plainly. Then the president drops the formalities and moves to his real purpose. He asks Iori to become an S-class adventurer. The request is repeated clearly as an official offer of S-rank status. Before the president can try to persuade him further, Iori unexpectedly accepts. The guild staffer is stunned because he thought Iori had been reluctant to take S rank. Iori confirms that he wants the promotion after all. As he leaves, he reflects that he once planned to stay at his current rank and quietly protect Kotoba. Now he understands that staying where he was would never truly be enough to keep her safe. As long as dungeons remain, danger will always be close to the people he wants to protect. That realization makes him decide to change course. He resolves to help turn the world into one without dungeons. Back at the guild, the president notes that Iori answered more readily than expected. The staffer observes that Iori looked like someone who had already made up his mind, and the president agrees the situation around him has changed. They conclude that, by recent achievements alone, Iori is already effectively the strongest adventurer in the country. The president then raises another matter. An American guild has invited a Japanese representative for a technical exchange. He intends for Iori to be the one who participates. The staffer notes that some in the guild may dislike the idea, but Iori's accomplishments are too great to oppose seriously. The president settles the matter. Soon after, Iori receives another call. This time Kujo summons him to the lab at once, saying he has something to give him. The abruptness annoys Iori, but the call ends before he can respond. Even so, he decides to go. At the lab, Kujo greets him warmly and thanks him for coming. Iori notices Kujo has started using his first name, and Kujo claims it is because he wants them to get along. Kujo says he called Iori here to present him with a gift. The gift turns out to be a pair of heavily secured house keys. Iori immediately questions why Kujo would give him something so personal and expensive. Kujo explains that because Iori cares deeply for his sister and lives in a dangerous world, a safer home is simply practical. Iori remains wary, saying kindness this convenient usually hides another motive. Kujo admits he acts rationally and says the arrangement benefits both of them, not just Iori. He finally reveals his true interest. He wants Iori's cooperation in unraveling the mysteries of dungeons. Kujo lays out the questions driving him, why dungeons, skills, and monsters exist, and makes clear that solving those mysteries is what he truly wants. Someone tells Iori that he may be the key to solving a much larger problem. That person lays out the contradiction that makes Iori special. Despite being judged powerless, he has repeatedly shown strength that breaks all common sense. Iori admits he is hiding something, but makes clear he cannot reveal it. Rather than force the issue, Mr. Kujo accepts that some truths cannot simply be bought. He shifts tactics and offers goodwill instead, giving Iori access to a house as a gesture to build trust. Iori accepts the gift, realizing he understands Kujo's intentions better now and choosing to make use of the offer. The promised residence turns out to be an enormous luxury mansion. Even the view inside makes it feel less like a home and more like a private resort. Iori's sister is overwhelmed by the sheer extravagance. Iori is also stunned, having expected security but not this level of wealth and scale. His companions immediately rush off to explore every corner of the place. They discover an entertainment wing packed with a theater setup, games, and leisure facilities. The tour continues into a relaxation area with a pool, jacuzzi, and sauna. The kitchen alone is lavish enough to impress them. Even the library feels like something from a noble estate. A full training room confirms the mansion was designed to satisfy every possible need. The bedroom's luxury finally pushes the excitement into pure disbelief. His sister gushes that the house is almost too perfect to be real. When she worries about the distance from school, the answer is simple. They have been given a personal driver too. As everyone praises Iori's good fortune, he downplays it as luck. That calm moment ends when Iori receives an unexpected message. The notice informs him about a joint American and Japanese technical exchange. He leaves immediately for the trip. Soon, Iori arrives in America. On the way from the airport, he reflects that he came for 2 reasons. The first is to see how strong American adventurers really are, since their reputation exceeds Japan's. The second is to challenge American dungeons himself. He believes this exchange will help him reach the foreign dungeons connected to the warning he once received about the 4 gods. Before long, an American adventurer approaches him and introduces himself. The man is Alan, an A-rank adventurer, and he greets Iori with easy confidence. Iori returns the greeting but immediately notes that Alan's magical power feels too high for an ordinary A-rank. Alan explains that America has many elite adventurers and claims he is not especially impressive by local standards. Iori realizes that an American A-rank may be comparable to a Japanese S-rank. To compare them properly, the Americans begin with a status measurement. Iori's displayed stats place him only around the threshold of A-rank despite his unusually high level. Alan notices the result confirms the rumor that Iori has no skill at all. He concludes that Iori's raw status is only barely enough for A-rank promotion. That makes Alan openly dismissive, convinced he is far stronger and questioning why Japan sent someone so weak. Iori answers without hesitation that he was sent because he is Japan's strongest adventurer. Alan bursts into laughter, treating that claim as proof that Japan's standards are embarrassingly low. To drive the point home, Alan decides to reveal his own status. His numbers and his skill conqueror make the gap look overwhelming, and he insists technique alone cannot bridge it. With a mock battle approaching, Alan pressures Iori to withdraw before he is humiliated. He even grabs Iori and warns that staying in the match would be foolish. Iori only smiles, already deciding how to answer the provocation. He says that if this is truly an exchange, then he will show Alan something as well. What he intends to show is not status, but the difference in combat technique. Alan laughs again, taking the challenge as a joke. Still, he eagerly heads into the arena, expecting an easy spectacle. The crowd roars for the coming mismatch. Alan enters basking in the attention and confidence of a hometown favorite. Iori enters with none of the same showmanship, but with complete composure. Alan boasts that the audience came specifically to watch him. He claims they are all waiting to see Iori get crushed. He keeps taunting, saying the difference between them is so huge it is laughable. Iori dryly remarks that if such a gap could be bought, he would have purchased one himself. Alan takes the remark as empty bravado from someone weak and promises Iori will understand once the fight starts. He finally signals that the battle is on. Alan opens with his skill, Conqueror's Intimidation, trying to freeze Iori in place before striking. Confident in his superior status, Alan assumes the technique will leave Iori helpless. He follows it with a powered punch meant to end the fight immediately. Alan lunges in at full speed, certain the opening blow will land. But in the instant before impact, he realizes something is wrong. Iori has already read the attack and set his defense. Instead of being suppressed, Iori calmly intercepts the strike. He counters with a single precise blow that smashes through Alan's offense. Alan's face is split open and his confidence shatters with his glasses. The audience is stunned that Alan was hit so cleanly. Shock spreads as people realize he may actually lose. Iori explains the flaw in Alan's skill. It dominates weaker opponents, but loses value against someone equal or stronger. Alan, rattled and bleeding, demands to know if Iori is claiming equality. Iori rejects that completely and states that he is superior. The insult enrages Alan and turns his arrogance into murderous hostility. He abandons restraint and decides he would not care if Iori died. Iori answers that if Alan insists on power, then he will demonstrate the difference in that too. Alan unleashes a large-scale magical attack, Conqueror's Intimidation enhanced by extreme magic. Their attacks collide head-on. Iori's power overwhelms Alan's and blasts through it in a burst of golden force. The spectators can only stare in terror at the reversal. Alan is left collapsed against the arena wall, decisively beaten. Iori claims the result plainly as his victory. From above, a new observer watches the arena with interest. That observer is surprised by Iori's strength and concludes Japan should not be underestimated. Later, Alan seeks Iori out in the locker room to apologize for his earlier disrespect. His injuries and humbled tone show how completely the fight changed him. Iori accepts the apology without holding a grudge. Alan is so relieved that he embraces Iori and treats the reconciliation as a major turning point. To him, Iori's victory means Iori has earned real recognition in America. A blonde man then steps in and praises Iori directly. Alan is startled, while Iori asks whether this newcomer is someone important. The man introduces himself as Leo, one of America's S-rank adventurers. Leo reveals he had been watching the match because he was curious about Japan's representative. What impressed him was not just Iori's power, but the quality of his technique. Leo judges that Iori's technique and strength both rival America's S ranks. He explains that American adventurers respect merit above all else, so a display like that changes how people see someone instantly. In the adventurer world, overwhelming strength justifies everything, and that rule applies everywhere. Leo formally welcomes Iori to America with a handshake. Afterward, Leo takes Iori out into the city. A luxury car carries them toward Leo's chosen destination. Iori notes that Leo is going out of his way to host him, and Leo says they want him to leave with a good impression. But Leo admits he also has a destination in mind that interests him more than ordinary sightseeing. Iori agrees to follow along, intrigued by what Leo wants to show him. Leo brings him to a private dungeon entrance. He explains that it is a dungeon he personally owns and controls. Because it is night, the monsters inside are more active, making it the perfect time for a serious demonstration. Iori welcomes the chance, and Leo is pleased by his enthusiasm. Back in Japan, news of Iori's American battle reaches home almost immediately. His companions discover that he started fighting in America as soon as he arrived. The match recording is already spreading online with huge viewership. His sister is relieved and happy to see that he is thriving abroad. Even so, she quietly hopes he returns safely. Inside the dungeon called the Temple of Dawn, Leo warns that it is S-rank and filled with truly dangerous monsters. A Dawn's wyvern soon appears, confirming the threat level. Iori notes that S-rank monsters seem to appear here routinely. Leo says he wants to witness Iori's strength firsthand and asks him to defeat the wyvern. Iori agrees and immediately reinforces himself with extreme magic enhancement. He steps forward alone to face the monster. As the wyvern prepares its breath attack, Iori identifies both its immense magical output and the opening that follows it. He times his move for that exact weakness. Using sonic shift and soundwave transfer, he slips through the attack at impossible speed. He strikes from above and kills the wyvern in a single decisive blow. Leo watches the execution without missing a detail. Iori simply reports that the monster has been defeated. Leo is impressed that an S-rank creature fell so easily. Iori explains that the wyvern becomes vulnerable right after using its breath, though exploiting that opening is normally difficult because of its speed. Leo seems to realize something from that explanation. He moves close behind Iori, studying him more intently than before. Leo concludes that Iori is not truly powerless after all. Iori, now suspicious, asks how Leo was able to reproduce his technique. Leo reveals his skill spell copy, which lets him imitate up to 7 techniques he has seen, including physical enhancement. He adds that the copied abilities consume too much magic for him, so the skill does not suit him well. Iori acknowledges that spell copy is powerful, but says it is still inferior to Leo's own true ability. Satisfied that Iori's real strength has been proven, Leo says it is time to discuss the real reason he brought him here. He insists the matter is so important that it had to be spoken of inside a dungeon. Then he reveals the scale of the threat. A global crisis is approaching. According to Leo, humanity will face extinction within a year. Iori immediately demands to know where such a prophecy came from. Leo answers that he heard it in a dungeon, exactly where an adventurer would encounter such a truth. Iori starts to suspect that the source may be connected to the place they are standing in now. Leo confirms that instinct and praises Iori for seeing through it. Iori thinks carefully, realizing this dungeon may hold the answer he has been seeking. He asks for permission to explore the area alone for a while. Leo agrees at once, saying Iori's abilities have earned his trust. Iori thanks him and heads off on his own. Left behind, Leo watches him with quiet calculation. He concludes that bringing Iori here was the right decision and begins to suspect Iori may be the one they need. Elsewhere, the defeated Alan is found in rough condition, still reeling from his loss. A far more dangerous American S-rank named Varric berates him for being beaten by a Japanese outsider. Alan apologizes, but insists that Iori's strength is the real thing. Even battered and humiliated, Alan's defense of Iori makes clear that the fight changed his judgment completely. The blonde American overwhelms the wounded man with brute force, driving him into the ground to force an answer. He blames the captive for humiliating America and makes it clear this is now a matter of national pride. He demands Iori's location, and the beaten man finally reveals that Iori is with the S-rank adventurer Leo. He adds that Leo holds Iori in unusually high regard, making the connection even more significant. The blonde man identifies Leo as the key figure and admits he still cannot understand Leo's motives. Having gotten what he wanted, he attacks again without hesitation. The captive can only gasp under the renewed beating. The attacker mockingly thanks the defeated man for the information while insulting him for losing to an islander. He concludes that the supposed technological exchange tied to this conflict is unlikely to end peacefully. Elsewhere, Iori senses that the deeper truth behind the dungeon will not lead to a simple resolution. He reflects on the basic structure of dungeons as places that contain monsters, cores, and treasure. He notes that such spaces appear in specific natural settings or artificial structures. To him, their design clearly resembles fragments of a lost world from the past. He reasons that dungeons are not random, but products of magic shaped by strict forbidden rules. Following that logic, he searches for hidden spaces that such rules might conceal. He tests the wall with magic, trusting that a forbidden structure should reveal a hidden chamber. His strike breaks through the barrier and confirms his theory. A concealed room opens behind the wall, proving that the dungeon was hiding more than monsters. Inside, Iori finds a chamber strewn with papers, as if it once served a scholarly purpose. From the architecture and layout, he realizes there is another building here besides the temple above. That realization sharpens his suspicion that this dungeon preserves something deliberate. As he advances, the atmosphere shifts and the hidden space begins to react to his presence. A rare monster, Philasqua, emerges to guard the deeper chamber. Iori immediately recognizes it and identifies it as an uncommon but dangerous creature. He recalls that Philasqua regenerates quickly and its tentacles can paralyze prey with mucus, making direct contact fatal. Using that knowledge, he keeps his footing on the creature's body while avoiding its traps. He reminds himself that once its weakness is known, the monster becomes manageable. He unleashes a sound-based shockwave to exploit that weakness. The blast stuns the monster exactly as expected. Iori confirms that Philasqua can detect enemies well, but loud noise overwhelms its senses. He follows with a finishing strike before it can recover. With the Guardian neutralized, he decides to push farther into the hidden structure. The next chamber reveals itself as a library hidden inside the dungeon. Iori is stunned that a place of records was concealed in such a remote and dangerous site. He pulls a book from the shelf, hoping the library holds answers rather than treasure. The moment he opens it, he senses that this is no ordinary text. He realizes with certainty that the book is connected to the world of his previous life. That discovery confirms his suspicion that this world and his old one share deeper links than coincidence. Because parts of his past memories are missing, he decides this place may reveal what he lost. He begins searching the shelves with growing urgency, no longer treating the dungeon as mere exploration. Every book now becomes a possible key to his forgotten past. As he reaches for another volume, the library's deeper mechanism responds. He notices a separate chamber beyond the shelves and moves toward it. His attention sharpens when he senses something important waiting ahead. At the center stands a book on a pedestal, suspended within a protective magic circle. Iori approaches carefully, recognizing that the book is being preserved by powerful enchantment. Its title suggests it contains records of a world in decline, exactly the kind of truth he has been seeking. When he opens it, the book floods him with information directly through magic rather than ordinary reading. The diary begins recounting a catastrophe that overturned the world itself. It describes red rain, earthquakes, raging seas, and cities consumed by disaster. At the center of that ruin was the awakening of the demon god Zordia, whose name spread terror across the world. Hearing that name, Iori is visibly shaken by how closely it resonates with his own buried memories. The strain of absorbing the record hits him like a physical blow. He fights through the pain, realizing the book is valuable enough to endure the backlash. Even so, he hesitates before touching it again, aware that the information itself may be dangerous. The diary continues describing monstrous beings and entire cities erased by Zordia's power. It records that many wizards rose to oppose the demon god despite the hopeless odds. But the magical transfer overwhelms Iori's mind, and he realizes he cannot keep reading at this pace. He concludes that some kind of interference magic is blocking him, even though the diary itself gives off no obvious magical signature. That leads him to a darker possibility. Perhaps the interference is connected to him. Because he remembers nothing of his final moments in his previous life, he admits that his own existence may be triggering the obstruction. He is left wondering what the diary was about to reveal about his former world before the interference cut him off. The repeated mention of Zordia and dungeons pushes him toward a new theory. He begins to suspect that dungeons themselves may have been created by Zordia. That thought links the modern world around him to the apocalypse described in the diary. At the same time, another group closes in on the dungeon, intent on hunting down the islander inside. The Blaze clan enters with a single goal: crush him so thoroughly that he cannot recover. Lilia notes that Leo is also inside, but she is confident Leo cannot defeat her. Hyde goes further, saying that if necessary he will personally deal with the islander as well. He even welcomes the chance to bring down Leo too, revealing how reckless his ambition has become. Lilia warns Hyde not to get careless, though he brushes the warning aside. The three of them step through the portal and commit themselves to the assault. Back in the hidden complex, the night outside remains calm, in sharp contrast to the danger gathering within. Leo finally arrives and tells Iori he came because Iori was taking too long. He admits he had thought he had already explored everything here, so the hidden library surprises even him. Leo notices Iori's pale face, and Iori hides the truth by claiming he is merely tired from fighting a monster. Iori then asks how Leo found the place, testing whether Leo knows more than he says. Leo answers simply that the wall broke and he followed the path, but the explanation leaves room for doubt. Iori cannot shake the feeling that the prophetic book, the hidden library, and Leo's arrival are tied together by fate. Leo dismisses that as coincidence, though he also remarks that adventurers learn coincidences often hide purpose. Then he abruptly makes a grand declaration. Leo proclaims that Iori is the savior of this world. The claim catches Iori completely off guard. Leo insists he trusts his judgment of people with absolute conviction. He says that among all adventurers in America, Iori alone feels uniquely special to him. Iori remains wary, unable to tell whether Leo is sincere, delusional, or manipulating him. Even so, he answers cautiously rather than rejecting the claim outright. Leo teasingly asks whether Iori is finally starting to accept the idea. Instead of pressing the matter, Leo suggests they leave for the night and continue talking tomorrow, and Iori agrees. The two start to leave the hidden chamber together. Their exit is cut off when the blonde American appears and immediately identifies Iori as the islander he has been hunting. He steps forward with open hostility, making clear that he came here for a fight. Leo addresses him by name, Varric, and asserts ownership over the dungeon while demanding he stop trespassing. Varric rejects any attempt to restrain him with law or authority. Leo recognizes that Varric was always the sort to answer rules with violence. Hyde arrives beside Varric, turning the intrusion into a coordinated attack. Lilia also enters, completing the Blaze clan's encirclement. Hyde cheerfully declares that if Iori wants to leave, he will have to defeat them first. Iori apologizes to Leo for dragging him into this, but Leo dismisses the concern. Leo admits he already disliked Varric, so he has no problem fighting him here. He treats the clash as a chance to finally punish Varric. Iori realizes from Leo's tone that Varric is far more dangerous than his arrogance suggests. He decides they cannot afford to hold back. The enemy side splits roles, with Hyde and Lilia moving to eliminate Iori while Varric claims Leo for himself. Varric openly vows to crush Leo, and his allies accept the plan without hesitation. He launches first, surging forward wrapped in violent power. His opening move is a devastating blood-infused rush meant to overwhelm Leo instantly. Varric grins through the assault, confident that he now holds the advantage. Leo blocks the charge with an absolute glacial water shield, stopping Varric cold. Varric mocks Leo's defensive style as eerie and unnatural. Leo only laughs off the insult, refusing to be rattled. Varric sneers that Leo has not evolved at all and still relies on the same techniques as before. Leo thanks him for the advice, but calmly states that Varric still cannot beat him. Varric answers by revealing that the era of Leo's supremacy is over. He promises to prove that with his own hands. A massive fire attack detonates against Leo's position. Varric follows with a crimson flash of explosive force meant to break through any defense. Leo escapes upward on radiant wings, avoiding being swallowed by the flames. Even while evading, he is forced to admit that Varric's power has become absurdly strong. Varric taunts him, claiming the absolute defense Leo trusted has finally been broken. Leo realizes the truth at once. Varric has reached skill transcendence. Varric confirms it and reveals he achieved that level long ago, meaning he has been hiding his true growth. At the same time, Hyde gathers thunder in his hands to begin his own battle. He gleefully announces that the real fun is starting. Hyde summons a storm and turns the weather itself into his weapon above Iori. Iori quickly reads the situation and understands that Hyde's specialty is weather control through skill use. He decides the only answer is to close the distance before the storm can fully dominate the field. Lilia intercepts him at once, refusing to let him reach Hyde. She traps the battlefield in a burning zone that restricts movement and forces Iori to fight on her terms. Iori recognizes the trap as a movement restriction, but refuses to be intimidated. He and Lilia break in opposite directions through the flames, each preparing to outmaneuver the other. Lilia confidently declares that his attempt to break through will fail. She layers the trap with a musical magic that turns the entire burning field into a hostile spell formation. Iori blocks an incoming strike and keeps his focus despite the pressure from multiple directions. Lilia admits she cannot defeat him outright, but insists he cannot defeat her either. She adds that Hyde will likely finish Iori if she can keep him stalled long enough. Above them, Hyde laughs and prepares a far deadlier lightning strike, delighted to fight someone strong. He tells Lilia to leave the offense to him as he condenses the storm into a killing blow. Then he calls down a celestial thunder attack directly onto Iori's position. Even while unleashing it, Hyde boasts that he can keep this up indefinitely. Leo sees the danger and shouts Iori's name, unable to ignore the attack any longer. Varric exploits that distraction, mocking Leo for worrying about someone else in the middle of their duel. He weaponizes his own blood in a sweeping attack, revealing a far more sinister fighting style than simple firepower. Leo realizes too late that Varric is using blood itself as part of a larger plan. Varric presses in, fully confident that Leo has fallen into his setup. His blood forms a crimson shadow that closes in on Leo from above and behind. The trap catches Leo and knocks him off balance in midair. Varric exults that he has finally caught Leo, knowing Leo's speed is the one thing that normally makes him untouchable. But Leo refuses to lose to such tactics and instantly shifts to a new countermeasure. He erupts into a burst of light with photon leap, breaking free before Varric can finish the trap. Leo's overwhelming lightning assault seems to corner Iori completely as the American side watches with confidence. Hyde realizes the fight is not going as simply as expected and wonders how the Japanese adventurer is handling it. He reminds himself that Hyde's Heaven Thunder is supposed to be unavoidable and lethal if taken head-on. Hyde taunts Leo for failing to protect the adventurer he favors, trying to shake his composure. Leo calmly insists Iori will survive, even when Hyde demands to know why he is so certain. Leo reveals that his confidence comes from having already seen the outcome. That answer makes Hyde pause, sensing something he did not anticipate. The onlookers are stunned that anyone could evade Hyde's supposedly guaranteed strike. Iori reappears inside the burning zone itself, proving he slipped through Heaven Thunder while standing in the heart of danger. Rather than explain, Iori treats the mystery lightly and leaves them to wonder how he did it. His calm return forces Hyde and Lilia to reassess him as a serious threat. Lilia concludes that even with her interference, Iori dodged Heaven Thunder almost perfectly with barely any movement. She admits his ability is real, not luck or exaggeration. Hyde laughs off the shock, but the mood has already shifted in Iori's favor. He openly acknowledges that Iori is strong enough to rival America's S-rankers. Accepting that, Hyde decides to stop holding back. He commits himself fully, preparing a far more dangerous attack. A new field of power spreads around the battlefield as Hyde escalates the fight. When Lilia calls out, Hyde orders her to stay back and watch. He claims Iori as his personal target, making the duel a matter of pride. Lilia reluctantly obeys, though she remains uneasy. Hyde activates Storm Armor and Thunderstorm Armor, wrapping himself in crackling power for close combat. His body enhancement surges to a higher level as he sharpens his focus. He rushes Iori directly, betting that close range will remove the room needed to evade. Iori tracks the charge without panic, reading the attack in an instant. Hyde detonates a point-blank Thunder Blast, turning his charge into a suicidal finishing move. Iori quickly deduces that Hyde had been adjusting the output of his body-enhancing techniques, and that the earlier strike was not his maximum. Hyde confirms that Heaven Thunder is built for precision, and says Iori's dodge forced him to change tactics. He explains that by getting close, he can widen the effective target area and make evasion far harder. The close-range Thunder Blast erupts with destructive force. Watching the blast, Lilia reflects that Hyde is as terrifying as ever. The narration reveals Hyde's real plan was never ordinary melee but a self-destructive attack disguised as close combat. But Hyde's storm armor also shields him from his own thunder, letting him survive the blast he unleashes. Convinced he has cornered Iori, Hyde declares that even Iori should be unable to dodge this one. Iori answers that Hyde is right, which is exactly why he did not try to evade. He explains that his magic barrier scales with his own status, and when combined with extreme magic envelopment it becomes extraordinarily durable. Hyde is impressed that Iori could withstand the attack instead of escaping it. Even so, Hyde admits that from experience he still cannot see a path to victory against someone this strong. Since he cannot break Iori's defense, he decides there is no point continuing and treats surrender as the practical choice. He calls to Valak and announces that their side is giving up. Valak confirms that if even Hyde and Lilia cannot win, then the result is settled. He concedes and formally acknowledges the islander Iori. Leo stops them from leaving so casually after barging into another nation's dungeon and causing trouble. He makes clear that he is the one choosing to let them go, not the other way around. To underline the power balance, Leo says he alone could wipe out all three of them. Even while calling Leo a nuisance, Iori admits that his strength is unquestionably genuine. When Leo asks if he saw Hyde's true nature, Iori says he could tell even without witnessing everything directly. Leo explains that Hyde is abnormal even by elite standards. He reveals Hyde was born unable to feel pain and with perfect super regeneration, which pushed his training and combat style far beyond normal limits. That is why Hyde is known as the immortal berserker. Leo realizes Hyde had already entered the realm of skill transcendence before anyone expected. Iori asks what skill transcendence actually means. Leo is surprised Iori does not know the term and confirms that he truly is unfamiliar with it. He apologizes for assuming Iori was already a transcender. Leo explains that skill transcendence is a rare state reached by only a handful of masters, where their techniques become far stronger and more versatile. He adds that transcendence let Varric do things he normally could not, such as fight using blood in ways beyond his usual limits. Iori summarizes that reaching the pinnacle of a skill is what makes someone a transcender. When he asks if Leo is one, Leo confirms it, and says he has not even been serious yet. Iori acknowledges that as genuinely impressive. Leo says that even now his own abilities stand well above Japan's S-rank standard. He presents that judgment as simple fact. Leo argues that this gap is the reason others have looked down on Japanese adventurers. With the lesson over, the group agrees to return for the day and continue the technical exchange tomorrow. Elsewhere, Siki stands alone in a snowstorm, weighed down by her own shortcomings. She condemns herself as a weak S-rank who cannot protect anything. An ice spirit bear attacks, but she meets it without hesitation. She cuts the monster down in a single clean strike. Yet even that effortless victory does not satisfy her. She admits she still cannot catch up to Siki's ideal or to the standard she seeks. More painfully, she believes she cannot reach the skill transcendence her father researched. Later, Iori relaxes alone after bathing when a message reaches him. Kanda asks to speak once Iori returns to Japan, and Iori realizes it is the man he still wanted to thank for protecting Koto. They arrange to talk at night after Iori gets back, and Kanda encourages him to do well in the technical exchange. After the exchange ends, Iori decides he should buy souvenirs before returning home. The next day he rides out with Leo again, already resigned to another trip in Leo's noisy car. Leo confirms he is now fully in charge of guiding the technical exchange and can arrange the schedule however he likes. Iori reacts with disbelief at how much freedom Leo seems to have. Leo boasts that the guild trusts him deeply because he is special even among S-rank adventurers. Iori dryly notes that Leo clearly knows far more about himself than Iori does. Leo brushes that off by saying he is not especially familiar with ordinary adventurer matters. As they drive on, Leo begins to reveal the scale of his real status. He declares that he was America's first certified S-rank and the world's top conqueror of S-rank dungeons. He bluntly identifies himself as the strongest and greatest adventurer alive. Iori questions the arrogance of saying that outright, but Leo insists it is simply true. Leo says he understands that he serves as the public face of American adventurers. Then he tells Iori to look outside. Iori sees giant advertisements built around Leo's image and achievements, confirming his celebrity status. He concedes that Leo is undeniably famous, even if the self-promotion feels excessive. Leo moves on from the boasting and says he wants to show Iori something important from today's schedule. He introduces Eagle Shadows, a special operations unit tied to confidential intelligence work. Iori immediately questions whether this is information he should even be hearing. Leo says he chose to reveal it because introducing Iori to them would benefit the world. He frames the decision as an act of trust and confidence in his own judgment. Leo then reveals that he is not just connected to Eagle Shadows but its founder. That revelation catches Iori completely off guard. Leo enjoys the effect, pleased by Iori's surprise. He explains that unlike selfish adventurers, Eagle Shadows consists of powerful awakened people who work for national security and peace. The car reaches a secluded cliffside location that hides their destination. Iori realizes they have arrived somewhere secret, and Leo confirms it. Leo produces the access credentials needed to enter. He stands before the hidden entrance with the confidence of someone returning to his own domain. As the mechanism activates, Leo remarks that the whole setup feels like something out of a movie. Iori agrees, amused despite himself. The car speeds into the concealed tunnel leading underground. They stop before a sealed gate marked with the Eagle Shadows emblem. A scanner extends to verify Leo's identity. The system reads Leo's eye as part of a high-level biometric check. Once the scan succeeds, the facility grants access. They are welcomed into Operation Nexus, the hidden core of Eagle Shadows. Inside, Iori enters a vast command center filled with advanced displays, observers, and global monitoring systems. He notices agents working in synchronized teams with specialized equipment. The staff quietly react to the outsider Leo has brought in. Leo presents the place as a cutting-edge fusion of modern science and dungeon civilization. Iori is genuinely impressed and realizes the facility researches not only magic but skills as well. Leo confirms that Eagle Shadows agents use the most advanced technology available. He tells Iori to follow him deeper inside. A white-haired agent steps forward to greet the guest. He identifies Iori as the Japanese adventurer Leo had spoken about. The agent introduces himself by the codename Phantom and makes it clear he and Leo have a long history. Leo explains that everyone here uses codenames to preserve secrecy. Iori accepts the custom and returns the greeting. Phantom welcomes him politely. Still, Phantom admits he never expected Leo to bring an outsider into such a restricted place, though he accepts that it must be necessary. Leo jokes that Crescent will scold him for this breach, but says it cannot be helped. Crescent immediately appears and does exactly that, demanding to know why Leo brought in an outsider without approval. She objects that Eagle Shadows has not authorized Iori at all. Leo asks her to trust him, but Crescent refuses to rely on his judgment after being deceived too many times before. Iori can only admit that he is just as confused by the situation as she is. Leo casually says that if Iori leaks anything, they can simply deal with him, which only makes the atmosphere more absurd. He then reminds Crescent that they owe the Japanese side a debt because their current research was made possible by Tetsu Kanda. Hearing Kanda's name immediately catches Iori's attention. Crescent insists that issue is separate, and says her anger is aimed at Leo's reckless lack of planning, not at Iori himself. Leo answers that he does have a plan. That plan is to analyze Iori's abilities. When Iori objects, Leo says Iori has been acting however he wants anyway and claims he only intends to organize information, not misuse it. Then Leo offers the simplest way to settle the dispute. If Iori dislikes it, they can fight. Phantom and Crescent both accept the logic that among adventurers, strength decides everything. Iori, intrigued rather than offended, agrees that the proposal sounds interesting. They move to a dedicated training room for the test. Leo explains that the chamber is built from a special synthetic material that can withstand any impact without damage. Iori recognizes it as an ideal arena for a real fight, and Leo confirms that is exactly its purpose. From the control room, Phantom notes that Leo rarely shows this much interest in anyone, let alone agrees to a mock battle. When Crescent asks who will win, Phantom answers without hesitation that Leo cannot lose. Crescent agrees with that assessment. Both of them regard Leo as someone they simply cannot imagine being defeated. Crescent formally gives the order to begin. The mock battle starts, and Leo immediately enters the field with full confidence. He opens with Photon Jump, a high-speed movement technique that turns him into a streak of light. Leo flashes behind Iori in an instant, attacking before the duel has even properly settled. The observers recognize the move as a speed technique so advanced that even Leo has not completely mastered it, making his opening strike all the more dangerous. Iori's eyes sharpen as he realizes the flow of the duel can be read in advance. Trusting that insight, he concludes Leo's next move can be predicted. Leo answers by calmly gathering power for a decisive counter. He unleashes Heaven's Sword, sending a massive blue arc crashing down. The attack slams into Iori with overwhelming force and drives him back. The blast is so intense that even the nearby observers have to shield themselves. Iori steadies himself instead of panicking, hiding his calculation behind a composed gesture. He keeps tracking the attack pattern with unwavering focus. Leo presses in from above, confident that his assault should finish the exchange. Iori adjusts his grip and prepares to answer rather than retreat. He meets Leo head-on, turning defense into a direct clash of blades. Leo enjoys the resistance, recognizing that Iori is far from ordinary. Iori remains unreadable, refusing to give Leo any emotional opening. He suddenly drives forward with a blazing counter that forces Leo to give ground. Leo plants his footing to recover control of the exchange. Iori does the same, matching him beat for beat. Their sword energies collide repeatedly, either side yielding an advantage. For the first time, Leo's expression tightens as he realizes Iori is keeping up. Leo escalates again, raining down another sweeping strike from above. Iori answers with a faint smile, as if he has already seen through it. His confidence becomes so striking that it feels like Leo is being analyzed in real time. Watching from the side, the others are stunned that Iori might truly be this strong. Their shock deepens when they see him fighting Leo on equal terms. The two close in again, blades crossing at point-blank range. Leo finally understands that Iori is reading the rhythm of his attacks. He recognizes the method immediately as a form of distortion in perception and timing. Iori's prediction lets him slip past another incoming strike with minimal movement. Leo responds by activating phantom wings and taking the fight into the air. Both men pause for a heartbeat, measuring each other more seriously than before. Iori moves first, launching upward in a burst of flame-colored speed. Leo dives to meet him, turning the sky between them into another battlefield. Their blades collide so violently that the impact freezes them face to face. Before the duel can continue, the scene is interrupted by an urgent call for attention. Leo receives word that an agent has sent an SOS from the field. He immediately suspends the mock battle and shifts into command mode. Crescent reports that Inferno, Vortex, and Outro are trapped while exploring a top-secret dungeon. Leo demands the gate's location and is told it lies in the northern Appalachians, with coordinates to follow. He orders an immediate departure and brings Phantom along for the mission. Iori volunteers as well, insisting that allies should help one another in crisis. Leo accepts, acknowledging that Iori's combat strength will be valuable. The rescue target is revealed to be the dungeon called Abyss of Echoes. Inside, Vortex and Astral are identified by their respective dimensional and illusion-based skills. Inferno stands tense, already regretting how lightly they treated the dungeon. He admits their carelessness without excuses. As monsters close in, he realizes they badly underestimated the dungeon's difficulty. With no easy escape, the trap team can only endure and wait for help. Meanwhile, Leo, Iori, and Phantom arrive at the vast chasm leading into the dungeon. Leo wastes no time and orders the descent. The scale of the abyss makes clear that the rescue will not be simple. Leo cannot sense the missing three from the entrance, so the team must search deeper. Iori confirms the route is downward, then checks on Phantom before they move. Phantom says he is fine and urges them onward. The three plunge into the abyss together. They land inside the cavern and immediately brace for contact. The first threat reveals itself as shrieking bats gathering overhead. The cave stretches far deeper than expected, confirming how easy it would be to get lost inside. Iori suddenly halts, sensing danger before it fully arrives. A bat dives in, proving his warning was right. Leo notes how quickly the monsters appear and prepares to cut them down. He uses Heaven's Sword again, clearing the immediate wave with a sweeping strike. Even after that, Leo sees there are still too many enemies for brute force alone to solve. Iori identifies them as echo bats, creatures that hunt by sound. He also realizes the dungeon itself amplifies every noise. That means one careless action could summon an entire horde. He suspects Inferno's team was trapped because they failed to notice that rule. Leo is impressed that Iori grasps the dungeon's logic almost instantly, and sees why he interests him. Phantom confidently claims his spatial ability can handle a situation like this. To draw the monsters away, he deliberately makes himself the loud target and runs off alone. Leo accepts the tactic and leads the others forward while the decoy works. Iori questions whether leaving Phantom by himself is really safe. Leo answers with quiet confidence rather than concern. He reveals that Phantom copied Iori's skill as well, making him more capable than he appears. Phantom is immediately forced to face a barrage of sonic attacks from the bats. He counters by activating a space-time disturbance to disrupt the incoming sound waves. Even so, he realizes some attacks cannot simply be dodged forever. So he opens a spatial gate as a prepared escape route. The gate's arrival triggers a loud impact that draws in even more monsters. The portal stabilizes into a door-like passage under Phantom's control. He opens it just enough to use it tactically rather than flee immediately. Phantom peeks out with complete composure, treating the chaos like a game. He loudly calls the monsters toward him, making himself the center of their attention. As the swarm closes in, he holds position beside the gate. A new threat appears as giant sonic worms erupt from below. Phantom notes with satisfaction that enough monsters have gathered. He decides the setup is complete, and it is time to spring the trap. He summons multiple light spheres overhead, surrounding the area with killing points. He almost sounds amused that the monsters still have not understood what he prepared. Then he fires Shadow Penetrator, linking the spheres into a devastating crossfire. Having finished the decoy roll, Phantom rejoins Leo and Iori. He brings good news that Iori has finally picked up the faint magical signatures of the missing agents. Iori confirms their energy is deep inside the dungeon. He also understands now why they sent an SOS. This place is hard to survive and even harder to retreat from. Deeper within, Vortex realizes the monsters will eventually find their hiding place no matter what. The trapped trio huddle in the ruins beside an unconscious Astral, unsure how to proceed. Astral's condition shows they are already at their limit. Inferno tries to stay composed, but the strain is obvious. Vortex is equally tense, knowing they have few options left. A sudden beam of light appears at a sealed doorway in the burning chamber. From the flames emerges a towering hooded guardian, making the situation even worse. As Leo and Phantom rush onward, they realize one of the three signatures is dangerously faint. Iori urges them to move faster before they arrive too late. Back at the hideout, a reptilian monster crawls into view above the survivors. Inferno and Vortex spot it and understand their position has been exposed. The creature fixes them with predatory intent. Inferno confirms the worst: the monsters have found them. He immediately assigns Vortex to protect Astral while he handles the attacker. Vortex apologizes for dragging them into this, but Astral is reassured that they are still together. Vortex uses Dimensional Walk to relocate with Astral while Inferno charges out to intercept. As he withdraws, Vortex bitterly realizes Leo may already have noticed how depleted his magic has become. Inferno is met by another lunging monster before he can fully recover. He answers by summoning a blazing spear to strike back. The clash erupts in a burst of blue-white fire. Elsewhere in the cave, the echoes continue to carry danger through the darkness. More echo bats converge, drawn by the noise of battle. Inferno understands that once fighting starts, the monsters will keep coming without end. He unleashes Blazing Storm to wipe out the incoming swarm in one sweep. Vortex knows Inferno can handle the enemies for now, but their real problem is that their magic reserves are nearly gone. Inferno stands alone and keeps watch, forcing himself to remain the shield for the others. When the ground erupts beneath him, he reacts instantly instead of freezing. He smashes through a stone golem-like attacker with a flaming punch. Refusing to be cornered, he surges forward to burn down every enemy in his path. He roars his intent to reduce them all to ashes. Blazing Storm expands around him into a full destructive vortex. Watching from safety, Vortex realizes Inferno is pushing himself far beyond what his condition allows. He fears Inferno will collapse if this continues much longer. The cave briefly falls into a tense lull before the next wave. Then another flock of echo bats sweeps in through the darkness. Phantom keeps running ahead of the swarm, still serving as bait, while the others advance. As he runs, he thinks of Inferno, Vortex, and Astral and hardens his resolve to reach them. He silently promises that he will save them. The rescue team presses deeper while the bats continue to chase Phantom from behind. Iori again questions whether Phantom should really be left alone as the decoy. Leo explains that Phantom is an all-rounder who adapts to whatever the situation demands. He adds that this strategy also conserves his own and Iori's magic so they can still save the trapped three. Iori is surprised to hear how much Leo values his comrades beneath his usual detached image. Back at headquarters, Crescent and Phantom are counted among the 5 core members. Inferno, Vortex, and Astral complete that original group. Leo reflects that all 5 are the founding members he personally raised. That reminder settles Iori's doubts and turns the rescue into a personal obligation for him as well. When Leo asks if Iori truly intends to exhaust himself here, Iori admits that he does. He insists they cannot afford any delay if they want to save everyone. To clear the path faster, Iori launches himself forward in a blazing streak. Leo calls the idea reckless, but not without admiration. In the end, he decides he likes the plan enough to support it. He calls out to Phantom and abruptly changes the strategy. Instead of merely distracting the monsters, they will now smash straight through them. Phantom turns back at once, ready to follow Leo's lead. He accepts the new order without hesitation. Ahead, Inferno stands amid the fading aftermath of his flames, still surrounded by danger. He realizes the monsters are spawning in regular waves and resolves to survive this phase until a way out appears. Iori realizes Inferno has reached his limit, and Vortex is weakening badly from exhaustion. Even so, the wounded beast lunges at the red-haired fighter one more time. The attack comes so suddenly that he barely manages to brace for it. He forces himself to endure the pressure despite the pain. Vortex keeps charging, trying to finish him before it collapses. At that critical moment, a dimensional movement skill activates nearby. Iori arrives through the distortion and slams into the fight to intercept the attack. The red-haired fighter is stunned to see an unexpected ally appear. The impact tears through the battlefield and shifts the momentum. Vortex is left bloodied while Inferno collapses in front of it. The red-haired fighter urgently calls for Vortex, trying to keep it alive. But the monster still looms over the fallen beast, ready to strike again. Iori answers with precise light blades aimed at its head. The attack engulfs the enemy and forces it back in a burst of burning light. The red-haired fighter can only stare as the situation suddenly turns around. A figure emerges from the glare as reinforcements fully arrive. Iori calmly announces that they have come to help. With Inferno and Astral down, the red-haired fighter asks who these rescuers are. Iori identifies himself simply as someone connected to Leo. That answer immediately makes the red-haired fighter think of Leo. Before he can process more, A swarm of monsters descends toward them. Iori sharpens his focus and prepares another response. He unleashes a storm of radiant strikes to wipe out the incoming threat. After clearing them, he warns that many more enemies are still nearby. The red-haired fighter asks if Leo is here too. A familiar voice confirms that Leo has indeed arrived. Leo appears carrying the unconscious Astral, completing the rescue. But the danger is far from over as more flying monsters gather overhead. Leo immediately raises an absolute ice shield to protect Astral and the others. Elsewhere, a magical wardrobe-like portal opens inside a swirling space. A white-haired ally emerges through it to join the operation. His arrival brings another wave of support into the battlefield. With Leo, Iori, and the white-haired mage together, the rescue party finally stabilizes. Leo praises the 3 survivors for holding out this long. Vortex, still conscious despite its injuries, asks Leo to examine its wounds. Leo agrees but orders the others to handle the surrounding monsters first. Iori and the white-haired mage accept the assignment without hesitation. Iori decides the immediate priority is clearing the area. Even while healing begins, he judges that Astral is the true emergency, not Vortex. Leo uses Life Radiance Ring to reinforce Vortex's natural recovery and keep it stable. Hearing that Vortex will recover brings the red-haired fighter visible relief. Soon after, the outer monsters are reported eliminated. Leo thanks Iori and asks what they should do next. Leo believes a boss lies ahead, but his instinct is to regroup before advancing. The red-haired fighter apologizes for being a burden, and Leo reassures him. Iori disagrees and argues that moving forward would be a mistake. The white-haired mage is caught off guard by Iori's objection. Iori reminds them that his real objective is not clearing the dungeon, but rescuing his comrades. From that perspective, pressing deeper now is the wrong choice. Leo counters that turning back could cost those comrades their lives. Iori explains that Astral's magical energy is completely depleted and her magic pathways appear damaged. He warns that if they delay treatment, her condition could become fatal. The red-haired fighter confirms Astral was attacked by monsters and never recovered her magical energy afterward. Leo admits Iori's diagnosis is probably correct. Leo calculates that retreating with 3 injured people would take at least an hour. Iori presses the key question of whether Astral can survive that delay. The white-haired mage understands the implication and asks if Phantom still holds the same view. Phantom says yes and stands by his earlier judgment. The red-haired fighter insists he can still move and refuses to be dead weight. Leo asks Phantom whether he can escort the 3 injured people safely out of the dungeon, and Phantom says he can. Iori then turns directly to Leo. He asks Leo to join him in taking down the boss. Leo reveals that was his intention all along, and Iori appreciates the trust. Phantom orders the others to wait 10 minutes while he and Iori handle the boss. He adds that if they do not return in time, the rest must retreat immediately. As they set off, Iori promises Leo he will repay this favor. The two advance together with their weapons drawn, ready for a direct confrontation. They arrive before a towering hooded boss that greets them as if expecting their challenge. Its blank glowing eyes make it feel more like a construct than a living creature. The monster erupts with hostile force as the battle begins. Iori mocks the enemy's theatrics while Leo stays focused. Back with the others, Phantom senses something unusual and turns in alarm. He realizes the surrounding monsters are all converging on the boss room. Iori and Leo notice the same shift and understand the boss is summoning support. Leo concludes the earlier roar must have been the signal drawing them in. To save time, Iori proposes splitting roles and taking responsibility for the boss himself. Leo accepts and entrusts the rest of the battlefield to Iori. Iori agrees because they no longer have time for a cautious approach. He commits to ending the boss quickly. Leo accepts the plan and prepares to hold off the incoming swarm. He raises another absolute shield of ice to divide the battlefield and block interference. Leo asks if that barrier will keep the lesser monsters from disrupting Iori. Iori acknowledges the move as impressive. The boss answers that it will play its part as well. It forms a dark purple core of energy in its chest. That power expands into a vortex of darkness meant to swallow the area. The attack crashes downward like a flood. Iori launches himself into the air to meet it head-on. He detonates radiant force against the darkness instead of retreating. Even in the clash, he quickly judges that this enemy is troublesome. He keeps pressing forward, searching for a weakness through the barrage. Iori concludes that ordinary physical attacks are not enough because the boss resists them heavily. He reasons that although the creature has a body, most of it is condensed darkness hiding a core. To confirm that theory, he activates Eye of Wisdom. The skill reveals the true core embedded in the boss's chest. The boss reacts as if it senses it has been seen through. It responds by unleashing a larger vortex of darkness. The red-black current slams into Leo's ice barrier and starts grinding against it. Iori studies the flow of the attack instead of panicking. He identifies it as a movement-restricting technique, but notices a narrow opening in its structure. He creates a compact magical barrier to exploit that gap and shield himself. Trusting that defense, he drives straight toward the boss. The boss tries to answer with another attack before he reaches it. Leo counters from outside with a roar of oblivion, disrupting the boss's timing. That opening lets Iori break through the attack lane. The boss attempts to shift the darkness again to stop him. Iori cuts through the distorted current and closes the distance. The collision shakes the chamber as his strike lands. Leo notes that the roar alone is not enough. but he has already protected his hearing with a tiny barrier and stayed functional. With the sound attack neutralized, Iori unleashes a decisive burst at point-blank range. The chamber is swallowed by blinding golden light. The boss is overwhelmed in a final explosion. When the smoke clears, Iori judges the boss defeated in time and turns to support Leo. Leo stops him, saying there is no need. He reveals that he has already finished his side as well, shattering the ice barrier after clearing the swarm. Phantom then tells the injured group that he will retrieve Leo and the others while they head toward the dungeon core. Iori pushes open the next door and enters the reward chamber. Inside, he immediately senses something important waiting there. He obtains the Liberation Grimoire as the dungeon reward. Afterward, Phantom apologizes to Iori for earlier and thanks him for saving Astral. Iori accepts the apology without making an issue of it. When Iori offers to hand the grimoire over to Eagle Shadows, Leo is genuinely puzzled by the suggestion. Leo insists the reward belongs to Iori because he was the one who defeated the boss. Phantom immediately agrees and accepts that judgment without envy. He even remarks that Iori's modesty fits the reputation he has heard about Japanese people. Later, the story shifts to Operation Nexus, where the aftermath is being discussed more formally. Leo tells Iori that thanks to him, Astral is now safe. Seeing Astral resting peacefully confirms the crisis has passed. With that settled, Leo carefully raises a new proposal to Iori. He asks whether Iori would consider taking on a mission for Eagle Shadows. Iori pauses, surprised by the request. He asks what kind of mission they have in mind. Leo explains that the daughter of the Hamilton conglomerate has been kidnapped by a group called Jax. He adds that Jax is a large organization of powerful ability users, many of them ex-soldiers or mercenaries, with members at least around B rank. Rescuing the hostage will therefore be a difficult operation. Iori notes that the technical exchange is nearly over, yet this request has become one final major job. Leo says he will join the mission himself and confidently assumes Iori can handle it. Iori sees no reason to refuse, especially since he has no other pressing plans. Leo treats the partnership they formed abroad as something valuable and worth preserving. Iori accepts the mission, and Leo is delighted by the answer. Leo reveals that the enemy hideout is in the Nevada desert and wants to move immediately. He also calls in Crescent and Phantom to join the operation. Leo makes it clear that both of them are coming too. They accept the order at once. The team heads for an abandoned military facility in Nevada, where the kidnappers are based. Inside the facility, the kidnapped girl is being held under guard. Her captors taunt her, treating her fear as entertainment. She demands to know why this is happening when she has done nothing wrong. The kidnappers shut her down and make it clear they targeted her for her family's wealth. Realizing she was chosen as leverage rather than for anything she did, the girl is left in tense silence. A guard warns the kidnapped girl that her fate depends entirely on whether her wealthy father pays the ransom. He makes it clear she should expect no comfort or mercy while she is being held. Desperate and exhausted, the girl begs for help anyway. Her captor immediately silences her with open contempt. She is left trembling in tears, realizing no pity will come from them. One of the men coldly advises that if she wants to survive, she must stay quiet. The kidnappers decide to keep her restrained and untouched until their boss gives further orders. When another guard worries she might try something, he is assured she has no way to resist. That confidence hardens into carelessness. Outside the hideout, a rescue team concludes the captive is currently unable to act on her own. They survey the isolated desert compound where she is being held. Leo lays out the plan. Phantom will infiltrate first and disable the security system. After that, the others will move in and prioritize rescuing the young woman. Iori stays silent, already weighing more than just the rescue. From his reading of the enemy, he judges the kidnappers competent but not exceptional. He quietly decides that even if they have to fight everyone inside, victory is still possible. Iori then questions whether simply extracting the hostage is really enough. Leo presses him to explain what he is implying. Iori argues that since Jax is a criminal organization, destroying them now would better serve lasting peace. The blue-haired woman objects to him making that call by himself, though Leo admits the idea has merit. She is stunned that Leo is willing to entertain Iori's escalation. Leo settles on a compromise. Once Phantom disables security, they will begin with the rescue. Only after the hostage is safe will they wipe out the rest. The blue-haired woman laments that the men around her are far too eager for a fight. Leo reassures her that Jax lacks true top-tier monsters despite their numbers. He adds that with Iori's strength on their side, they can handle the opposition. Iori remains unreadable, accepting the role without boasting. The woman reluctantly agrees that splitting forces after Phantom finds the hostage will make the rescue easier. The quiet compound waits as the operation begins. Inside, the security cameras become Phantom's first target. Phantom makes contact after slipping into the facility unseen. He reports that the security system has been completely disabled and the guards neutralized. Leo praises him and orders him to proceed with locating and rescuing the hostage, but Phantom says he has already found her and is moving now. With the rescue underway, Leo declares that the rest of them can begin causing chaos. Iori agrees and decides to make that chaos impossible to ignore. He summons two powerful familiars, a radiant dragon and a unicorn, to attack the compound openly. He follows by calling forth his phoenix familiar as well, turning the assault into a spectacle. Leo and the blue-haired woman are briefly awed by the scale of what Iori can now summon. Iori reflects that the Liberation Grimoire has given him access to Phoenix Felis. He judges that this new summon will be invaluable in the disorder of a large battle. Satisfied, he commits fully to the assault. At the gate, ordinary guards remain unaware of what is descending on them. One idly smokes, still thinking the post is routine. The sudden disturbance finally makes him realize something is wrong. The summoned beasts appear over the compound and dive toward the guards. Panic spreads as the men realize monsters are attacking the hideout. The familiars unleash a barrage of holy and fiery attacks that tears through the area. The guards, overwhelmed, can barely understand what kind of disaster has hit them. The unicorn's appearance only deepens their shock. As they scramble, they realize the defense systems are not activating because Phantom already shut them down. The kidnappers are forced to respond manually, assigning anyone with anti-air capability to deal with the summoned beasts. A powerful purple-haired executive named Rayleigh steps forward and claims the horned beast for himself. The unicorn calmly sizes him up. Rayleigh attacks first and lands on the unicorn, trying to overpower it through brute force. He warns the beast not to underestimate him. The fight turns into a violent aerial clash as he drives it downward. Watching from afar, the blue-haired woman identifies Rayleigh as one of Jack's executives whose strength rivals S-rank adventurers. Iori notes that although his familiars have grown stronger with him, they still are not enough to decisively beat someone of true S-rank caliber. Leo observes that the attack has drawn nearly all of Jack's members into the open, making the diversion even more valuable. He decides they will wait for confirmation that the hostage is secure before joining the battle directly. Deeper inside the hideout, some gang members are still asleep and unaware of the assault. Their boss wakes irritated rather than alarmed. A subordinate bursts in and reports that monsters are attacking the hideout. When told the attackers are powerful and need his help, the boss immediately questions the story. He grabs the messenger by the face, more offended by the tone than the danger. The boss reminds his men that he is the one who gives orders here, not them. He reasons that monsters do not attack a place like this without a cause. Elsewhere, Phantom closes in on the truth and realizes the real target of the attack is the kidnapped girl. A nearby guard senses an intruder too late. Phantom uses time step to blitz the guard before he can react. The captive hears the struggle outside her cell and panics, fearing something worse is coming. Phantom appears at her cell and reassures her that she is safe now. He calmly explains that they have come to rescue her. He reports back to Leo that he has secured the young woman and is taking her out. With the rescue confirmed, Leo decides the rest of the team can finally move in. Meanwhile, Rayleigh is still locked in battle with the unicorn amid the wreckage. He notices the outside forces are still occupied and realizes the diversion is working. That realization sharpens his suspicion. Leo suddenly intercepts him, blocking his attack and entering the fight himself. Rayleigh recognizes Leo as the adventurer and understands that a rescue operation is underway. He says he had already sensed something was off and guessed they came for the girl. Leo confirms that rescuing her was the original goal, but now he intends to destroy Jax as well. Rayleigh is caught off guard by how openly Leo declares that ambition. He charges in to show Leo how reckless that decision is. Back in the cell block, Phantom checks that the girl can move. When she says she can, he picks her up and starts carrying her out. He activates Time Purge to speed their escape. But even with the girl in his arms, he senses something blocking the route ahead. When his movement skill fails to trigger properly, he realizes someone has interfered with it. A voice confirms that suspicion. The boss of Jax reveals himself, pleased that his instincts kept him from missing a huge payday. Phantom tells the girl to stay back while he deals with the threat. The boss mocks him for assuming he can handle anyone here. Phantom lunges first, trying to end the confrontation quickly. The boss makes clear that Phantom himself is the one he intends to deal with. Phantom attacks with rapid strikes, but the boss withstands the rush. The boss counters with raw physical force and catches Phantom cleanly. Phantom is shaken by how strong the man is even without relying on flashy techniques. He realizes he is facing the Jax boss, a former mercenary who rose to S-rank adventurer level, and that his own injuries and sealed skills leave him at a severe disadvantage. Phantom concludes that winning this fight head-on will be extremely difficult. Even so, he immediately starts thinking in terms of escape rather than pride. A grim smile shows he has already chosen a survival-focused plan. He decides his priority will be getting the girl out, even if he cannot defeat the boss. Before he can act, another presence enters the corridor. Iori arrives, explaining that he came straight here because the boss's magical energy stood out above everyone else's. That revelation tells Phantom he has found exactly the right reinforcement. Iori orders Phantom to withdraw and declares that he will take over the fight. The boss is amused that Iori thinks he can challenge him. He accepts the challenge without hesitation. He even promises to crush Iori after finishing Phantom if necessary. Iori immediately expands his spatial interference, trying to disrupt the boss's movements and options. The boss resists the effect, and Phantom realizes even that control technique is not enough to pin him down. Iori shifts position without wasting time on frustration. He follows with a direct kick that slams the boss into the wall and relieves pressure on Phantom. Even the boss is forced to admit Iori's physical strength is real. Iori recognizes he cannot protect the girl and fight this man at the same time. The boss uses the moment to call his subordinates, warning them that the basement fight is escalating and ordering everyone to prepare. Iori responds by broadening the range of his own power to lock down the battlefield. He casts Domain of Nothingness, creating a field that suppresses the boss's abilities. Iori quickly understands that the boss's anti-magic skill is what had been sealing Phantom's techniques. More Jax members rush toward the basement to reinforce their leader. The boss orders them to keep the girl from escaping while he handles Iori himself. He tries to frame the situation as if Iori's side should be the ones thinking about retreat. Iori rejects that completely. He states plainly that he came here to crush the boss, not to run. The surrounding gang members bristle at his confidence. The boss squares up and prepares to test whether Iori can back up his words. He boasts about his mercenary past and mastery of close combat, making clear he intends to win through pure martial skill if magic is restricted. He mocks Iori as an inexperienced rookie who cannot possibly beat him. He even offers leniency if Iori backs down now. Iori dismisses the speech and tells him to stop talking and attack. The boss accepts, and the duel truly begins. He launches forward with explosive speed, aiming to overwhelm Iori immediately. Iori reads the opening strike without flinching. He tracks the boss's movement calmly instead of chasing it. When the attack comes through, Iori counters cleanly and sends the boss off balance. He keeps his guard tight, refusing to give up an opening. The boss realizes this opponent is far more composed than expected. Iori then explodes into a flurry of afterimage fast blows, battering the boss from multiple angles before the man can reset. From behind him, Phantom and the rescued girl watch the exchange in stunned silence. Phantom recognizes that Iori is completely dictating the pace against a man who had dominated him moments earlier. The surrounding gang members close in around Phantom and the girl, trying to turn them into easy prey while Iori is occupied. Phantom, though shaken, regains his nerve when he sees Iori holding the line. He raises his fists and prepares to protect the girl himself. Several gang members rush him at once, expecting an easy kill. At the same time, Iori and the boss continue trading heavy blows nearby. Iori lands another solid hit that snaps the boss's head back. The boss answers with a hard counter-strike of his own, proving he is still dangerous. He follows with a sweeping kick meant to break Iori's footing and momentum. The exchange escalates into another crushing collision, with neither side yielding as the basement battle reaches a new peak. Iori recognizes that his red-haired opponent is every bit as skilled as he claimed. Even so, Iori decides he has already read the man's fighting style and seizes control of the exchange. The red-haired fighter realizes too late that he is being figured out. Iori closes in with calm precision instead of hesitation. He shifts his footing to launch a counterattack at exactly the right moment. Iori's sudden movement overturns the rhythm of the fight and catches his opponent off guard. He stays on him relentlessly, forcing the man to defend while retreating. Iori batters through the guard with superior timing and pressure. The red-haired man is shaken that someone with lower raw stats is overpowering him through sheer experience and technique. Desperate to regain the advantage, he draws a knife. He commits to a direct killing strike, betting everything on speed and surprise. But even that gamble fails to unsettle Iori. Iori slips inside the attack and takes away the man's position. He drives a brutal blow into the man's body and breaks his momentum completely. Before the knife can matter, Iori follows with a clean strike to the face. The finishing sequence sends the man crashing down in total defeat. Iori ends the fight with a final impact that leaves no room for resistance. Lying beaten, the man can only conclude that Iori is something monstrous. Nearby, Leo's side realizes their boss has lost and the entire kidnapping operation has collapsed. With the enemy subdued, Leo's group declares the rescue finished. Leo's blonde ally immediately checks whether the kidnapped young lady is unharmed. Though still shaken, she confirms that she is safe. Iori reports that his side has also finished dealing with the threat. He remains composed, as if the violent outcome changed nothing for him. Outside, the ruined compound still smolders from the battle. The rescued girl tearfully thanks her protectors, relieved that the worst never came to pass. As transport arrives, the white-haired aide turns to see the aftermath being cleaned up. The defeated red-haired kidnapper is taken away under guard. Watching this, the aide is left thinking hard about what he witnessed from Iori. He admits to himself that Iori's combat ability was unquestionably real. What unsettles him most is that Iori could suppress that level of power so completely, making his true identity impossible to judge. He sincerely thanks Iori, acknowledging that the young lady would have been in real danger without him. Iori starts to answer with unexpected honesty. He reveals that the plan to wipe out the kidnappers was originally his suggestion. That confession catches the aide off guard, while Leo's blonde companion finds Iori's bluntness amusing. The blonde man explains that Iori has a habit of throwing himself into danger, though Leo made the final call and judged the risk acceptable from a combat standpoint. The aide can only sigh that Iori is far more troublesome than he looks. Still, he understands why Leo has taken such a strong interest in him, and the rescued girl is safely returned to the Hamilton conglomerate as the mission ends. With the helicopter departing, the technical exchange program also comes to a close. Afterward, the aide reflects that the Japanese visitor Iori was extraordinary. He complains about Iori's reckless choices, but the woman beside him points out that he is still openly praising him. Elsewhere, Even the red-haired fighter who lost to Iori admits that Iori's strength is the genuine article and that the Eagle Shadows owe him a major debt. The rescued girl, now recovering in a hospital room, cheerfully assures them she feels completely fine. Her companions admit the situation nearly turned disastrous and credit Iori for preventing it. Having seen Iori fight up close, the red-haired man can no longer deny what he witnessed. He concludes that Iori stands on the level of America's S ranks and perhaps even on the same tier as Leo himself. As someone close to Leo, he finds that comparison frustrating. But he also admits this is the first time Leo has ever been so impressed by someone, and the others tease him for turning it into a rivalry. The rescued girl regrets that she cannot thank Iori in person before he leaves. Her companion assures her that they will meet him again someday. The red-haired man agrees, determined to repay the debt he now owes Iori. The blue-haired woman promises that the Eagle Shadows will return the favor when the time comes. The white-haired aide quietly accepts that promise. Night falls over the now silent compound where the incident began. In the darkness, someone laments that a useful pawn ruined everything. A blond man in an American uniform notes that all the records have been erased, but that alone does not satisfy him. He decides to investigate further by following the remaining traces of blood. Using a blood-based ability, he reconstructs fragments of what happened in the room. From those traces, he concludes the original asset was destroyed, yet doubts one man could have caused such chaos alone. He wonders whether the true objective was to rescue the kidnapped girl. The blood trail leads him to Leo's involvement, and he decides Leo has become too troublesome to leave alive. Before moving against Leo, he resolves to identify and eliminate everyone cooperating with him. His reconstruction reveals Iori among the people who opposed the operation. Learning that a Japanese exchange student was the one who defeated Task, he fixes his attention on Iori. He judges that Iori will become a future obstacle and vows to crush him before dealing with Leo. Meanwhile, arrangements are made to send Iori back to Japan on a private jet to shorten the trip. Iori feels the treatment is excessive, but Leo's blonde companion tells him not to worry about the details. He explains that Japan maintains secret landing sites and that the Eagle Shadows are exempt from normal flight restrictions. Iori accepts the explanation and the generous send-off. The blonde man adds that this special transport is also meant as a sign of gratitude. The Eagle Shadows formally acknowledge what Iori did for them and for the rescued girl. They tell him that if he ever needs help, he only has to ask. The promise is explicit. The Eagle Shadows will lend him their strength. Iori thanks them and accepts the alliance. The handshake leaves him reassured that he has gained powerful allies. As he departs, Iori reflects that the exchange program passed quickly and that meeting Leo's group was a major gain. He especially values the coming appearance of the 4 divine dungeons, knowing the Eagle Shadows could become crucial partners in conquering them. He also keeps thinking about the skill awakenings Leo and Valak achieved and wonders whether such breakthroughs can be triggered deliberately. If they can, he believes Japan's adventurers could become far stronger than they are now. At the hidden runway, the jet prepares for departure. Iori pauses, taking in the secrecy and scale of the operation around him. When he remarks that he never imagined a landing site in a place like this, the staff explain that it is normally concealed underwater and raised only when needed. Seeing the hidden carrier-like facility, Iori is impressed by how thoroughly it was concealed. They tell him the final leg to Tokyo will be by high-speed boat, but Iori says he can handle a short distance on his own. To prove it, he summons Holy Dragon Soul. The nearby crew are stunned by the sudden appearance of a divine dragon. Iori simply mounts the dragon and prepares to leave under his own power. The staff can only stare as he casually notes that flying this way is merely slower than a jet. Back in Japan, Iori returns home at last. His little sister rushes to greet him with overwhelming excitement. She blurts out that she heard he was incredible in America. Iori can only answer awkwardly while thinking that a large house makes reunions strangely cumbersome. When she asks what he was doing there, he explains that he ended up working alongside an American S-rank named Leo. That revelation shocks her, since Leo is known as America's strongest adventurer, and Iori brushes it off as something that just happened. To change the subject, he asks what she has been doing while he was away. Proudly, she reveals that she has been secretly training with Kanda. When Iori asks what kind of training, she first tries to keep it mysterious. Then she immediately gives it away and admits it has mostly been endless mock battles with Kanda, leaving Iori dryly unimpressed by her idea of secrecy. She insists that Iori is special, and he accepts the praise with weary resignation. She explains that Kanda wanted more high-level battles and personally asked her to train with him. Iori notes that Kanda must have a good eye if he recognized her potential so early. That mention of high-level battles makes Iori decide he needs to ask Kanda something important. He also recalls that Leo once mentioned a man named Tetsu Kanda, whose research underpins current work on skills. The shared surname makes Iori suspect there may be more than coincidence connecting them. Soon after, he is invited to a formal meeting. Saki Siki receives him warmly and says she is the one who should be thanking him for saving Kotoha. She offers him an American chocolate souvenir as a small token of appreciation. Iori accepts, and she suggests they talk while eating. Once seated, Iori immediately asks about Kanda. Saki responds by asking whether he has ever heard of skill transcendence. Iori says he learned of it in America and even met someone who had already reached that state. Saki is impressed and points out that, in Japan, no one besides her is believed to have achieved it yet. Iori quickly corrects her, insisting that his own case should not be counted as true transcendence despite his strength. He confirms that his power comes from a different mechanism altogether. Privately, he reflects that his forbidden restrictor is really the recovery of his past life power, not the same kind of evolution other skills undergo. He then asks whether Kanda is trying to achieve skill transcendence because his growth has stalled. Before Saki can answer, another presence enters the room. A calm older man appears, and Saki reveals him as a guest. He jokingly asks whether Iori is her boyfriend, and Iori immediately denies it. Saki dryly makes the joke worse by saying not yet, forcing Iori to protest the misunderstanding. The man apologizes for the teasing and confirms that Iori is an adventurer as well. He introduces himself as Tetsu Kanda, Saki's father, and explains that he has been staying home to research skills. Hearing the name directly, Iori asks whether this Tetsu Kanda has any connection to America's Eagle Shadows. Kanda is surprised that Iori knows the name and infers that he must have been involved with them. Iori explains that Leo mentioned them only briefly, but that was enough to raise questions. Kanda repeats the name to himself, confirming the connection matters. He reveals that 5 years earlier he conducted research for the Eagle Shadows. His reason was deeply personal. He was trying to cure his daughter's illness. That illness was skill incompatibility syndrome, the same incurable condition Saki once suffered from. Iori is stunned to realize it is the same disease Kodoha had, meaning Kanda endured the same desperation he did. Kanda explains that Saki fully recovered, gained powerful abilities, and even rose to S rank, though she stops him from dwelling too much on the past. Returning to the point, Kanda says that 5 years ago he and Leo discovered the concept of skill transcendence together. That revelation leaves both Iori and Saki visibly shaken. Iori finally understands that Leo's overwhelming power came from that breakthrough, though he still feels he does not truly understand skills themselves. Kanda praises Iori for piecing so much together so quickly and says that, as a fellow seeker of magic, he respects that insight. Encouraged, Iori asks the question that matters most to him. He wants to know whether Japanese adventurers can also achieve skill transcendence. Kanda answers that it would be difficult because transcendence is closely tied to the strength of monsters, and Japan lacks monsters as powerful as America's. Iori presses further when Kanda hints that someone is trying to solve that problem. The answer is S-rank adventurer Kujo. The story shifts to Kujo standing in a cold, secret facility, watching in silence. Before him is a synthetic chimera, an artificially created beast meant to overcome natural limits. Kujo studies it with detached confidence rather than fear. When the chimera attacks, he calmly initiates a transformation of his own. In an instant, he annihilates the monster in a violent burst of blood and power. He emerges from the slaughter completely unshaken, revealing terrifying control. The observing researchers are stunned by the absurdly high parameters the beast displayed even before its destruction. Their measurements confirm that the chimera's stats were extraordinary across every category. Even so, the lead researcher says he has never seen a monster of such high quality before. What truly terrifies him is that this chimera is still only in a growth stage and will keep accumulating power by defeating other monsters. A ruthless researcher orders a chimera to be fed without limit because he wants to see how far it can evolve. He believes that if this research succeeds, Japan will be able to create artificial dungeons strong enough to make skill transcendence possible. To secure that future, he decides he must strengthen his ties with Iori. Elsewhere, Siki and the Kandas discuss Kujo and conclude that his actions fit his reputation. They judge him as the kind of man who will use any method necessary to reach his goals. At the same time, they admit that his ambition and curiosity are great enough to reshape the world. That makes Siki press for the real question of what Kujo is actually trying to do. The answer is that Kujo is attempting to manufacture artificial dungeons on the level of America's S-rank threats. Siki immediately understands the scale of the scheme. Kanda explains that although the project is unfinished, Kujo's wealth means the research must already be far advanced. Siki goes further and suspects that the S-rank dungeon in the Sea of Trees was one of Kujo's creations, shocking Saki. Saki recalls that the place felt fundamentally different from a normal dungeon, which makes the theory believable. She remembers it feeling as though the monsters had been prepared in advance. To her, it was less a natural dungeon than a container packed with pre-selected monsters. That memory makes her realize Kujo may have split their forces during the crisis to test how his dungeon performed. Kanda adds that the Tokyo Stampede itself was probably not part of Kujo's plan, because the Sea of Trees dungeon was already close to erupting. He compares it to a time bomb that may have been set to go off sooner or later. Saki bitterly wonders whether the damage could have been reduced if Kujo had not interfered. Kanda answers that the disaster was not that simple to prevent. Unable to pin the blame down cleanly, Saki is left frustrated. Siki quietly notes that her anger proves she is exactly the kind of principled person he can trust. He then turns the discussion toward action, warning that if Kujo's story is true, his research is nearing completion. Siki argues that dungeons will only become a greater threat to humanity from here on. If Kujo can manipulate powerful adventurers the way he did in the Sea of Trees, the same kind of disastrous force dispersion will happen again. For that reason, Siki concludes that Kujo's research must be stopped. Kanda agrees in principle, but doubts Kujo can be persuaded through words alone. That leaves them facing the likelihood that only direct force will work. Siki proposes a different path first: prove skill transcendence through Tetsu Kanda's research before Kujo does. He argues that if transcendence can be achieved without relying on artificial super dungeons, Kujo's justification collapses. Kanda admits his research has stalled, but Siki offers to help because he understands skills better than most. Saki is stunned when Siki declares that he will personally make her into a transcendent. Her shock deepens when he addresses her by name, making the promise feel suddenly intimate. Siki explains that transcendence likely depends on stats and skill levels, so they must first measure her current state. He immediately produces specialized tools for that purpose. The Kandas are amazed when the devices appear at once, and Siki identifies them as analyzers. He explains that one of them can measure the skill levels he has been talking about. Siki asks Saki to use the device, and she agrees without hesitation. The analyzer activates in a burst of light. It reveals Saki's status in detail, including that her skill flash is already at level 8. Saki confirms the ordinary stats look right, but the very idea of visible skill levels is new to her. Kanda is equally astonished and asks where Siki found such a device. Siki hides its true origin and simply claims he found it by chance in a dungeon, while Kanda eagerly recognizes its research value. Using the new data, Siki explains that skills gain experience just like levels do. But unlike character growth, skill experience comes not from killing monsters, but from how creatively and effectively the skill itself is used. Kanda immediately grasps that transcendence requires expanding the interpretation of a skill rather than just repeating it. Siki decides the fastest way to test that idea is to fight Saki and force her skills to their limit. Saki accepts because she wants to stop Kujo's plans and become stronger herself. For her, the chance to grow under Siki's guidance feels like a dream come true. They agree to begin training immediately. The next stage begins in the Adventurer Guild's special training room. Siki remembers fighting Rin there before and notes that only top-ranked adventurers can use a place like this so casually. He steels himself, knowing Kanda's theory must be proven here and that Tetsu will be watching to gather data. Watching his daughter step into danger leaves Tetsu torn between a researcher's hope and a father's fear. Even so, he gives them permission to start, and Siki tells Saki to attack at full power from the outset. Saki answers by launching herself at him without holding back. Her opening strike explodes with speed and force, but Siki meets it head-on. The clash leaves her startled that he can stop her so easily. Siki responds with a binding technique that instantly turns the pressure back on her. He overwhelms her position with precise counterattacks instead of brute force. Even while dominating the exchange, he recognizes that her swordsmanship is genuinely impressive. He sees both her hard-earned strengths and the immaturities she has learned to cover with skill. From his perspective, her style is fundamentally sound and worth refining rather than replacing. As she fights, Saki realizes more clearly than ever how extraordinary Siki really is. She understands that his superiority is not just raw power but terrifyingly advanced combat technique. That gap makes her wonder what kind of life forged someone like him. When he senses her hesitation, Siki calls it out and tells her this cannot be her true limit. He pushes her to go beyond herself and insists that she is capable of it. His encouragement steadies her enough to thank him even in the middle of the fight. Rather than giving up, Saki vows that she will not lose next time. Siki is pleased to see that determination take hold. He renews his promise to make her a transcendent before the coming divine dungeons arrive. Privately, he decides that the relics he left behind from his past life will be useful in making that happen. After the brutal exchange, Saki is left gasping and exhausted. Siki, by contrast, is barely winded, which only highlights the gulf between them. They end the session there, with the room itself damaged by the intensity of the spar. From the observation room, Tetsu is amazed that even Saki could not truly threaten Siki. But his excitement is tempered by the conclusion that Saki still cannot reach transcendence at this rate. Saki comes away humiliated that even against such a monster she could not break past her own ceiling. Siki notices her discouragement but stays calm. He praises her growth and tells her she was much stronger than before, which earns a quiet thanks. Still, Saki admits that what they saw today feels like the limit of what she can do now. Siki then asks whether her sword style was self-taught, and learns she inherited it from a teacher connected to her father. He immediately decides they should visit that teacher the next day, despite Saki's instinct to keep grinding her skills instead. Siki explains that growth sometimes comes from awareness, and that returning to her roots may reveal what her training is missing. That idea leaves Saki seriously considering what gaps still exists inside her. She accepts his judgment. With that settled, Siki leads her to meet the teacher. Back in the control room, Tetsu keeps turning over the same question about what Saki lacks. He even wonders whether Siki has already seen the answer. The next day, Siki and Saki arrive at a quiet rural home where her old sword teacher now lives after leaving Tokyo. Siki takes in the peaceful setting and understands why this place matters to her past. A man named Takamine Shiro welcomes Saki warmly, surprised but pleased that she reached out after so long. Saki greets him with respectful familiarity. Siki introduces himself as Iori Siki and explains that he knows Takamine was Saki's swordsmanship teacher. Takamine introduces himself in return and thanks them for making the trip. He invites them into the quiet house. Once seated, Takamine asks what brought them there. Siki explains that Saki's growth has stalled and that they hoped her old teacher might help uncover the reason. Takamine hesitates, unsure he has anything left to teach someone who has already surpassed him in power. Saki immediately rejects that idea and insists his swordsmanship is still superior to hers. That answer pleases Takamine because it shows she still recognizes the value of what he taught. Siki then asks what kind of student Saki used to be. Takamine says she was the most gifted student he ever had and could absorb lessons instantly. When Saki assumes that was only because of her skills, he corrects her. He admits that compared with her he had neither talent nor special skills, and doubts he can teach her anything directly now. Siki therefore asks not for instruction, but simply to witness Takamine's swordsmanship once. Takamine pauses, surprised by the request. Then he agrees, though modestly downplaying what he is about to show. He steps into the dojo and prepares to demonstrate. Instead of choosing an easy target that Saki could already cut, he sets up a harder lesson. He decides to cut a strip of paper, forcing attention onto precision rather than force. With a single motion, he slices through it cleanly. The movement is so smooth and controlled that it feels almost unreal. Siki watches closely and immediately recognizes the depth hidden in that simple strike. He sees that the technique is not about power at all. Takamine's blade moves with perfect economy. The slash lands as a pure line of intent, without waste. When he finishes, he quietly asks whether they understand what he meant to show. He makes clear that this simple cut is the essence of everything he can teach. The demonstration leaves both visitors stunned into silence. Siki openly praises Takamine as a true master. He explains that what they just saw was precision, efficiency, and extraordinary concentration. To Siki, it was the union of body and mind in a single act. That finally lets Saki see her flaw. She has obsessed over increasing the power of her skills, while neglecting the ability to wield that power properly. The realization hits her all at once. Siki tells Takamine that thanks to him, he now understands what Saki was missing. Saki herself begins to put it into words as something absent within her. Takamine is delighted that she has reached that insight. Saki thanks her teacher sincerely, but Takamine says the more important person in this breakthrough was Siki. He admits he has nothing more to teach her directly, and says she is safe in Siki's hands now. With full trust, Takamine entrusts Saki's future growth to Siki. Siki accepts that responsibility without hesitation. That night, Saki thanks Siki for the day and says she is looking forward to tomorrow's training. Siki is glad to hear it, and tells her that now her doubts are gone, she can finally focus fully on her skills. Saki answers with quiet confidence instead of uncertainty. Soon after, a new thread of the story begins at Tokyo International Airport. A powerful blonde man arrives in Japan and immediately draws attention just by walking through the terminal. He decides the fastest way to learn about Iori Siki is not through the guild, but by speaking to another S-rank adventurer. Since he came all the way to Japan, he intends to make the trip entertaining for himself. Back in training, Siki prepares to make the next session count by introducing a dangerous new method. Saki resumes sparring with him, now attacking with greater structure and intent than before. Siki notes that Flash is a tremendously versatile skill, so mastering it means understanding all the ways it can be used. He sees that Saki has already changed her approach, favoring a greater number of attacks and tactical pressure over relying on single overwhelming blows. Satisfied that she is finally building on her true strengths, Siki says she is ready for a special item. Saki is startled by the sudden change in direction. Siki brings up the item's information for her to inspect. It is an S-rank ancient magic enhancement potion worth a fortune, one of several he still possesses. He explains that if Saki drinks it, she will be able to exceed her normal limits for 1 hour. But he warns that such a sudden surge of power will make controlling her skill far harder than before. And if she fails to control that borrowed power, the attempt could kill her. A black-haired swordsman faces Kanda in a damaged training room, ready to test the result of her latest gamble. He thanks Siki for obtaining a precious enhancement item for Kanda's sake, making clear this trial was carefully arranged. Kanda boldly asks to use the item immediately, showing she has already decided to stake everything on it. Her certainty startles him, but he realizes it is not recklessness so much as unwavering belief in her path. Trusting that resolve, he places the potion in her hand and lets her proceed. Kanda drinks it without hesitation, accepting whatever change it brings. The effect hits at once, and the shock in her eyes shows the potion is far stronger than expected. Golden power floods through her body until she can barely contain it, and she marvels at the sheer overflow of strength. Siki tells her not to stop and think about the sensation, but to keep fighting as usual until her body learns the new state. She accepts the instruction and steels herself for combat. With the room turned into a sparring ground, she declares that she is coming at him in earnest. Kanda launches herself forward in a burst of speed, beginning the test with a direct assault. As she closes in, she realizes that even a little effort now propels her far faster than before. The discovery shocks her further when she finds her restrained movement already matches her former full power. She plants her footing and keeps pressing, trying to convert raw output into controlled technique. Siki slips past her line of attack, forcing her to adjust mid-motion instead of relying on brute force. Kanda immediately redirects and counters, showing she can already shape the new power into practical swordplay. Watching her adapt in real time, Siki recognizes just how gifted she is. Their blades meet again, and he notes that she began from a heavily suppressed output rather than losing herself to the boost. As the exchange continues, her movements grow cleaner and more natural, proving she is steadily synchronizing with the potion's effects. Siki reflects that someone whose magic suddenly doubled should normally move far worse than this. Kanda, flushed with effort and excitement, asks if she can push even closer to full power. He gives permission and tells her to attack with genuine intent to defeat him, turning the lesson into a true trial. Elsewhere, Kujo watches the recorded battle and realizes Kanda has entered a state similar to the threshold Leo reached before transcending. He is astonished that a single potion could trigger such a dramatic transformation and decides he will need Siki's full explanation later. The scene shifts to the Kujo facility, where another thread of the story begins. In a dark office, Kujo waits alone with the calm of someone used to controlling dangerous situations. He senses an overwhelming presence approaching before the visitor even speaks. An American S-rank adventurer arrives by force, brushing aside the room's defenses as if they were meaningless. Without ceremony, the blonde intruder demands everything Kujo knows about Siki Iori. Kujo mocks the man's arrogance, but his tone stays measured as he tests how far this visitor will push. The American makes it clear he is not asking for cooperation but imposing his will. Kujo studies him and notes the man's absolute confidence in his own strength. That confidence turns violent as the American moves to strike, ready to force compliance. Kujo's guardian crystal barrier intercepts the blow, revealing he expected treachery from the start. Even so, the shield cracks from a single punch, proving the intruder's attack power is monstrous. The American warns that killing Kujo would be effortless, but Kujo replies that information still has a price. The threat shifts into negotiation when the American asks whether Kujo intends to bargain after all. Kujo says the deal could benefit them both and would be faster than sending the man to another S-rank target. Amused by the audacity, the American agrees to hear him out and follows him deeper into the lab. They arrive at a sealed chamber where a humanoid monster is being contained for study. Under the lights, the creature raises its head, revealing intelligence in its gaze rather than mindless hunger. Kujo offers his terms plainly: defeat this monster, and he will provide information on Siki Iori. The American accepts immediately, interested in the challenge as much as the reward. He agrees specifically on Kujo's terms, signaling that he expects to win without difficulty. Inside the chamber, the monster senses a new human presence and asks what kind of offering has been brought to it. Its first words make clear that it sees humans not as people but as prey. The American remains unfazed, treating the speaking monster as a curiosity rather than a threat. The creature appraises him as a high-quality specimen, already imagining the meal. The American mocks the idea of a Japanese-speaking monster, but the creature dismisses his surprise as shallow. The monster reveals it understands many languages and correctly identifies him as an American on sight. That only entertains the American more, and he decides to toy with it. The monster recognizes the same thing in return and calls him a talkative human. The American taunts the creature for its confinement and offers violence in place of companionship. The monster answers with contempt, no longer interested in conversation. It lunges with killing intent and declares that humans are nothing but food. The American vanishes from its line of attack with overwhelming speed. He reappears with a brutal punch that tears into the monster's face before it can react. The blow drives the creature down hard, forcing out its first pained cry. The American tells it that if it wants to call him food, it had better be strong enough to entertain him. He activates Blood Surge, flooding his body with violent red power and raising the fight to another level. The monster tries to seize him again, but now the gap in power has widened. The American welcomes the struggle, eager to enjoy the hunt. He batters the creature through the chamber with effortless momentum. Even while being thrown around, the monster realizes the human before it is genuinely powerful. But instead of fear, that realization awakens its pride. It insists that despite his strength, it is still the superior being. The American takes that as a challenge and prepares to prove the opposite beyond argument. He unleashes a blood-forged attack that fills the chamber with crimson force. The technique deepens into crimson shadow, engulfing the battlefield in murderous red energy. The monster charges through the storm, refusing to submit. As it closes in, it identifies his style as close-range combat built on bodily enhancement and movement techniques. The American answers that such analysis changes nothing because his enhanced body is beyond the creature's reach. He dares the monster to survive what comes next. For the first time, the creature senses real danger in the attack gathering before it. The American detonates Crimson Flash, releasing a devastating burst of concentrated power. The blast swallows the monster in blinding heat and force. Writhing inside the attack, the creature is stunned by a level of power it had not imagined a human could wield. It realizes this opponent can use techniques far beyond simple physical enhancement. When the light fades, the monster is left bloodied and gasping, barely holding itself together. The American advances through the smoke with the calm of someone who knows the fight is already decided. He kicks the creature away again, refusing to let it recover even a moment. Standing over it, he mocks its earlier claim of superiority. The monster can only stare up in shock as the difference in strength becomes undeniable. Watching from outside, Kujo is impressed that an American S rank is this overwhelmingly strong. He judges the man to be more than merely elite and suspects he has already reached the realm of transcendence. Even so, Kujo's interest remains analytical rather than reverent. Before the American can finish the creature, Kujo orders him to stop because the monster is still too valuable to lose. The American relents with a sneer and credits the creature's survival only to Kujo's intervention. He lifts the ruined monster, as if handling a broken object. The creature's instincts flare one last time, but its body can no longer support a real counterattack. The American notices the movement instantly and remains completely in control. The monster, half-conscious and broken, admits the human was far stronger than expected. The American prepares another attack anyway, unwilling to tolerate even that faint resistance. Red force gathers again, threatening to erase what remains of the creature. He dismisses it as a weakling and turns away as though the matter is beneath him. With the test complete, he reminds Kujo that their deal now requires information on Siki Iori. Kujo agrees and offers something better than information alone. He can summon Siki directly to the lab. The American accepts at once and tells Kujo to bring Siki to him. When Kujo suggests he rest first, the American rejects the idea and claims his injuries are trivial. Kujo answers smoothly and tells him to wait there while he makes the call. Back in the training room, Kanda collapses from exhaustion, admitting the potion-driven state has pushed her past her limit. Siki praises her performance as far beyond what he expected from a first attempt. He decides the next step is to verify exactly how much her skill has grown. The result shows Flash has risen to level 9, and Siki explains the increase likely came because the potion temporarily placed her near a transcendent state. That similarity let her skill advance with unusual efficiency. Encouraged, Kanda asks whether continuing at this pace could truly let her become a transcendent. Siki answers without hesitation that she absolutely can. Before the moment can settle, Siki notices his phone vibrating with an incoming call. He sees it is Kujo and answers immediately. Kujo tells him there is a visitor at the lab who wants to meet him in person. Hearing that, the waiting American realizes Siki is being summoned. Siki agrees to come at once, treating the request as urgent. Back at the lab, the American lounges while Kujo waits for Siki's arrival. Kujo remarks that Hermes has been utterly destroyed, yet the result only deepens his fascination. Seeing the monster still alive in such a state, he calls its vitality astonishing and valuable as research data. The American notices a change in the atmosphere, sensing that the awaited guest has arrived. He greets the newcomer with easy confidence, already savoring the encounter. On the way in, Siki tells Kanda she did not need to push herself to accompany him while still tired. Kanda insists on coming because she wants to see Kujo's research with her own eyes. Siki accepts that answer, but his attention sharpens as he senses hostile magic nearby. His expression hardens the moment he identifies the danger. He recognizes the magical signature before the attacker even appears. The American strikes first, diving in with explosive speed and force. Siki steps in front of Kanda and intercepts the attack before it can reach her. He instantly wraps himself in a high-level defensive technique, extreme magic envelopment. The collision tears up the ground, showing how destructive the ambush would have been if it had landed cleanly. As the dust clears, the American addresses Siki directly and reveals this meeting was exactly what he wanted. He declares that he came not for negotiation, but to confront Siki himself. Kanda recognizes him as Valak and realizes the visitor is an enemy of a far more dangerous class than she expected. Valak dismisses any idea of misunderstanding and says his hostility has nothing to do with past exchanges. He states his purpose plainly. He has come to erase Siki. Siki asks whether Valak truly intends to fight here, implying the consequences for Japan would be catastrophic. Once Valak shows no concern for collateral damage, Siki understands exactly what kind of opponent he is dealing with. Siki tells Kanda that something urgent has come up and asks her to relay a message to Kujo. Kanda agrees and warns him to be careful, understanding that this battle is beyond her. Siki answers calmly, already resolved on how to handle the threat. A vortex of wind and magic erupts as Siki summons a means to remove the fight from the city. Valak looks up, puzzled by the sudden shift in the battlefield. Siki appears mounted on a great winged dragon and tells Valak that if he wants to erase him, he will have to catch him first. The dragon carries Siki skyward through the spiraling current, pulling the confrontation away from the ground. Left below, Valak turns to Kanda and mocks Japan's representative S-rank for prioritizing civilians over a direct clash. He laughs at that mercy as if compassion were weakness. Still, he decides to follow, claiming he does not particularly enjoy killing bystanders either. Meanwhile, the battered monster drifts toward unconsciousness, unable to focus enough to regenerate its ruined body. Believing death is near, it accepts the end with bitter calm and remembers its last meal as a final comfort. But as its awareness dims, a dark change begins to gather around it, startling the nearby researcher. Kujo notices the anomaly at once and realizes the experiment is taking an unexpected turn. The researcher reports that the subject's body has suddenly and completely recovered on its own. Kujo immediately orders everyone to retreat, warning that if the monster wakes in this new state, they will all die. A bespectacled man calmly confirms he will proceed at once. Another man immediately senses something is wrong. The captive monster, crouched amid blood, announces a fresh hunger. A monstrous red aura swells around him as his condition rapidly changes. Judging by the bloodied glasses on the floor, he has already fed on a victim and regained himself despite finding the flesh revolting. Kujo confronts the creature and demands to know why it recovered so suddenly. The monster bluntly credits its recovery to eating the dead man's flesh. It revels in the surge of power now overflowing from its body. That eruption alarms the observers monitoring the situation. When Hermes' status becomes unreadable, Kujo is shocked by how far the transformation has gone. The monster taunts Kujo to produce another opponent quickly before its hunger worsens. It warns that if left unfed, it may lose control entirely. Instead of fear, Kujo is delighted that the result has exceeded his expectations. Hermes answers with open hostility, promising to use Kujo as both prey and an outlet for its rage. Kujo dismisses the threat and vows to imprison the creature again just as before. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a remote mountain area chosen for the next confrontation. A luminous spirit confirms the location is suitable, while a black-haired swordsman kneels nearby. After the spot is selected, the spirit orders another man to leave and not interfere. The blonde fighter Valak enters the field already wrapped in violent blood-red power. He opens the battle by launching a brutal flying kick at the black-haired swordsman. The swordsman, Kanda, blocks and asks why Valak is so intent on killing him. Valak answers that Kanda has become a threat and therefore deserves extermination. Kanda accepts that logic and turns Valak's own words back on him. He immediately invokes Celestial Sound, gathering blue-white power. A pillar of celestial energy crashes down around him. Valak is blasted upward by the sudden force. Even while retreating, Valak praises Kanda for making the fight interesting. He starts to enjoy himself now that he has found a worthy opponent. Kanda remains cold and insists this is not entertainment but necessary pest control. Back inside the facility, Kujo races ahead while Hermes pursues him through the corridors. Kujo prepares a spell with practiced composure rather than trying to outrun the monster by force. A crystalline prison snaps into place around Hermes. Hermes mocks the trap as far too weak to hold him. In his current empowered state, he claims confinement means nothing. Kujo decides he will have to weaken Hermes before sealing him again. Hermes ridicules that plan and doubts Kujo can manage it. Kujo admits he lacks monstrous strength and cannot win head-on. Instead, he resolves to support the girl watching from above. Hermes sneers that of all people, Kujo is relying on the woman who has already lost to him twice. Kujo answers lightly that the third attempt will be the one that matters and places his hopes on Kanda's daughter. The girl is startled to hear Kujo entrust everything to her. Hermes, however, decides to focus on bringing Kujo down first. He reminds them that he has beaten them before, and sees no reason this time should differ. The girl rejects that certainty and declares she will defeat him herself. Outside, Kanda and Valak square off amid a landscape already shattered by their clash. Kanda reflects that celestial sound works by harmonizing magic with nature and surrounding life force. By fusing those forces together, he can create explosively amplified power. Valak realizes Kanda's direct hit barely mattered because his super regeneration repaired the damage almost instantly. Kanda also notes that Valak's inability to feel pain makes him even harder to stop, so brute force alone will not be enough. Valak, recognizing Kanda as someone even Hyde could not defeat, accepts that his strength is real. He responds by raising the output of his blood-powered ability even further. Kanda watches the escalation without flinching. Valak detonates power from his body and charges forward. The ground erupts under the force of his advance. As Kanda is thrown through the chaos, he realizes Valak had only been probing him before. Valak confirms that the earlier exchange was merely a test. Kanda's focus sharpens as he reads the rhythm of the assault. He slips under a flaming strike and avoids the attack at the last possible instant. Valak is briefly unsettled that Kanda saw through the move. Kanda counters immediately with a precise blow to Valak's head. Valak is stunned that Kanda calmly evaded Crimson Shadow and suspects he may already understand the technique. Even so, Valak concedes that Kanda's martial skill is superior. He decides to crush that superiority with raw power instead. Kanda's eyes cool as he prepares a different answer. Valak senses the shift and realizes Kanda is about to unleash something more dangerous. Kanda calls down another heavenly strike from above. The impact tears into the battlefield in a massive blue explosion. Valak survives again and rises through the smoke, still grinning. Kanda notes the result with interest rather than frustration. Valak rushes him again, convinced his pressure will eventually break through. Kanda catches the charge and turns Valak's momentum against him. He hurls the larger man through the air in a clean throw. Valak crashes down but recovers instantly. He flips back into another attack before Kanda can capitalize. Kanda tracks the incoming strike with perfect composure. Valak unleashes a towering crimson blast meant to overwhelm everything in front of him. The beam engulfs Kanda's position in a vertical inferno. Kanda survives by erecting a layered blue barrier overhead. The two lock eyes through the collision of blue defense and red destruction. Their powers explode outward and shake the entire mountainside. The shockwave rolls across the distant forest and hills. When the dust settles, both men are still standing, battered but unbroken. Kanda recognizes that Valak truly lives up to the title Immortal Berserker, attacking without pause or restraint. Valak boasts that the tide has turned because Kanda lacks the regenerative power to endure a prolonged exchange. He presses the point, convinced Kanda is finally reaching his limit. Kanda answers with a steady stare instead of denial. He openly admits the situation is dangerous. Standing amid the ruins, he decides he can no longer afford to hold anything back. He resolves to win by whatever method remains available. Valak laughs at the idea that Kanda still has a path to victory. He demands to know how Kanda expects to win from such a disadvantage. Kanda reveals that the Forbidden Restrictor only lets him use magic from his previous life. Even with that limitation, he has learned he can interfere with outside magic. From that observation, he has formed a new hypothesis. He believes that by intervening in celestial sound itself, he may be able to wield magic he has never formally learned. Valak is unsettled for the first time by the confidence behind that claim. Kanda enters a new state as a red-blue aura gathers around him under the name Sky Rend. The compressed power swells so violently that Valak feels the pressure from a distance. He is forced to admit the magical compression is absurdly dense. Still, Valak reasons that if Kanda fires such a shot now, Kanda himself will be left exposed afterward. He decides to bet everything on enduring the attack with regeneration and ending the fight in the aftermath. Certain of victory, Valak prepares his own finishing power. Kanda gathers celestial sound again, this time in a far more unstable and luminous form. The energy condenses into a blinding sphere in his hand. Valak refuses to be intimidated and insists Kanda's magic will not decide the battle. He fires Crimson Destruction straight at Kanda with full force. Valak expects the blast to erase everything in front of him. But Kanda calmly extends a hand through the glare, having already committed to a counter. He shapes the gathered power into a descending blade of light. Kanda releases Sky Rend. A colossal blue-white slash crashes down from the heavens. Valak is swallowed by the celestial strike. When the light clears, he can only stare in disbelief. Half his body has been carved away, and he realizes Kanda had been hiding a trump card all along. His regeneration fails to keep pace with the damage, and he understands he misjudged the cost of using Crimson Destruction. Even so, he accepts the defeat without regret because it came from overwhelming force. Facing Kanda, Valak remarks that ending his run against a man from this island nation is unexpected. When Kanda asks if he is disappointed, Valak says no. To his own surprise, he is not dissatisfied at all. Kanda is left silent, unsure how to answer that sincerity. For a brief moment, the battlefield falls quiet. Then Kanda appears beside the ruined Valak and notes that even now the man still has not died. A green healing light begins to pour into Valak's body. Kanda explains that by channeling his own magic into Valak, he can trigger Valak's super regeneration from the outside. He has deduced that as long as the head remains intact, the lost body should regrow, and he decides to test that theory. At the same time, inside the facility, the girl launches a golden strike at Hermes. Hermes blocks it with his monstrous arm, stopping her attack head-on. He mocks her slight improvement instead of taking her seriously. Then he batters her back and declares that she is still weak. The girl admits her recent special training improved her output, but not enough to bridge the gap alone. She realizes raw growth by itself still will not let her reach Hermes. Hermes stands in overwhelming red power, and the difference in skill remains crushing. Watching anxiously, Kujo wonders whether Hermes may be too much even for Kanda's daughter, yet knows they must keep going. He responds by deploying support crystals that strengthen skills, increase speed, and reduce incoming damage. The crystals surround the girl and begin amplifying her combat ability. Kujo tells her he has buffed her because she is the only one they can rely on now. He pushes her further, urging her to become a transcendent immediately if she truly is Tetsu Kanda's daughter. The demand strikes her as selfish and cruel, but after a moment she accepts the burden anyway. Hermes notices the same resolve that drove her before and asks if she is ready to die again for Kujo. She rejects that framing and says she is not protecting him at all. What she is ready for is defeating Hermes. Her declaration lands with absolute conviction. Hermes accepts the challenge and immediately shifts targets. He decides the first step is eliminating Kujo before the support can matter. Kujo answers that move with a teleportation crystal, vanishing before Hermes can strike. Hermes' attack is diverted into empty space while the girl remains in position. Kujo reappears safely behind a field of floating crystals and reminds Hermes that support specialists survive through preparation. From behind layered defenses, he tells Hermes to stop wasting time on him and face Kanda's daughter instead. Hermes agrees to indulge that arrangement for now, deciding he can break Kujo's defenses later and return to the real fight first. The monster promises that once this is over, it will make the girl die slowly. A watching man coldly welcomes that cruelty, eager to see it happen. The monster moves to begin the hunt in earnest. Saki Kanda answers by drawing her glowing blade and standing her ground. The two face each other in a tense standoff, each ready to test the other. The moment of stillness breaks as both launch forward at once. Their clash erupts into a storm of blinding speed and light. Saki centers herself on the simple truth of Flash, a power built for super speed movement. She realizes the technique is not about one decisive blow, but relentless attacks chained through speed. Her goal becomes total domination of the exchange, leaving no opening for a counterattack. She narrows her focus completely and commits to that approach. To survive, she pushes all of her senses to their limit. Hermes notices that she can keep pace with him, but assumes she is only barely hanging on. He mocks her resolve and accuses her of merely stalling for time instead of truly trying to win. He dismisses her as another weakling relying on Siki Iori. Saki answers the taunts with even sharper, faster attacks. An observer is startled by how extraordinary her concentration has become. With death close at hand, Saki's focus reaches its absolute peak. She begins sensing Hermes through his breathing and magical flow, as if she can see what he will do next. Without realizing it, she starts using Flash itself as a sensory tool. By detecting movement and processing it instantly, she reads the battle faster than thought. That heightened state lets her grasp Hermes' next attack before he even makes it. Her concentration crosses into something like future sight. Hermes is finally struck and recoils in shock. What emerges is no longer just skill, but a rare power beyond ordinary technique. Against an overwhelming enemy, Saki evolves into a transcendent. Her new state floods the battlefield with overwhelming golden speed. Saki feels better than she ever did even when forcing past her old magical limits. Instead of fear, the life or death struggle fills her with a calm sense of absolute power. In that moment, she becomes convinced she cannot lose. Hermes sees the shift in her and starts to falter. As she batters him from every side, he cannot understand why the fight has become so one-sided. He finds that even when he tries to strike back, he cannot land a hit. Saki completely shuts down every attempt he makes to regain control. Hermes realizes that all the stolen abilities he relied on are useless against her now. Even so, he forces a grin and searches for another way to win. He decides to gamble on his overwhelming regeneration and crush her through attrition. Saki senses a dangerous surge in his magic and immediately understands that something has changed. She recognizes the scale of the power he is gathering. She understands that the force behind his next move is enormous. A massive blast tears through the area. When the destruction settles, Hermes is still standing over the wreckage. Though injured, he believes the tide has turned back in his favor. Saki rises again and refuses to let him end things that way. She decides to finish the battle immediately. She unleashes her fastest sword art, Moonlight Raging Demon. Hermes recognizes the threat, but trusts his regeneration to carry him through it. Saki closes in with perfect control, ready to cut him apart. She resolves to keep attacking even if each strike only has the slightest effect. Her determination hardens into a simple promise to keep striking until he falls. The technique expands into a spiraling cage of light around Hermes. This is the fastest sword technique Saki has ever mastered. It hits from many directions at once, turning speed itself into a barrage. Hermes can only stare as the attack overtakes him. At light-like speed, Saki moves too fast for him to perceive at all. He cannot even follow the path of her blade with his eyes. The slashes carve him apart with deep, precise wounds that become instantly fatal. A witness wonders if Saki was always this strong. He immediately realizes that raw strength alone does not explain what just happened. He concludes that Seki Iori's influence is what pushed her to this state. That realization leaves him questioning what Iori saw in her, and what he understands that others do not. Kujo admits that his previous research assumptions now feel meaningless. He recognizes that Saki has truly reached transcendence. Hermes, bleeding under the storm of light, realizes she is no longer holding back and that his power is being drained just to regenerate. He understands with growing dread that even his regeneration can no longer keep up. For the first time, he seriously wonders if he is about to lose. The thought becomes unbearable when he realizes he may lose to the girl he looked down on. He rejects that outcome outright and refuses to accept defeat. Driven by obsession, he insists that his power is the one destined to rule the world. He pours everything into one desperate counterattack. That final strike tears through the light in a violent rush. A red vortex of force explodes outward from him. Smoke and darkness swallow the battlefield as the attack lands. Hermes believes he scored a direct hit, and that Saki should finally be dead. He even thinks the bystander near her may have been killed as collateral. But Saki's technique still rages on through the smoke. The golden lattice remains wrapped around Hermes, proving the battle is not over. He stares upward in disbelief as his certainty collapses. Saki's eyes stay cold and unwavering. She declares that this is the end for him. Even as his body breaks apart, Hermes cannot accept losing to a girl. Saki thanks him, because fighting him allowed her to grasp transcendence. Reduced to a helpless core, Hermes begs for his life. Saki points out that he could have chosen coexistence with humans instead. She refuses to release him, knowing he would only become a threat again. Hermes keeps pleading desperately for mercy. Kujo arrives and argues that sparing Hermes still has research value. He insists the monster could be useful if studied and promises not to let it grow stronger again. Saki rebukes him for still being willing to take such a risk after everything that happened. Kujo retreats from command and says the final decision is hers, offering only his opinion. After a pause, Saki offers Hermes one last chance if he swears never to harm humans again. Hermes quickly promises whatever she wants to hear in order to survive. Saki appears to accept his surrender and lowers her guard. At that instant, Kujo quietly activates a hidden spell behind them. The trap opens and prepares to seize the monster the moment it moves. Hermes springs the ambush and mocks them for being fools. He boasts that they let their guard down, only to see Kujo caught in his trap instead. Saki reveals that she never relaxed at all. She says she never trusted Hermes from the beginning. Hermes rages as the countermeasure closes around him and his escape fails. As he falls apart, Saki asks why he refused to change and why his hatred of humans runs so deep. Hermes dismisses the question and says monsters are simply driven by instinct. Saki accepts that answer as the truth of what he is. She concludes that humans and monsters like him can never truly understand each other. The story shifts to Seki Iori's past, when he stood alone as a battered child in the rain. He watched ordinary people pass by without helping him. From that life, he learned that without strength he could not even survive. He came to believe that strength alone made life possible. He also learned that strength could obtain anything, and fixed his eyes on powerful figures like Leo. That belief hardened into a creed that for adventurers, strength solves everything. Iori later reflects that being strong was the only way he knew to live, and that becoming an adventurer suited him perfectly. The memory gives way to a burst of light. Iori opens his eyes beneath the tree, returning to the present. He admits that for the first time in his life, he has experienced defeat. A black-haired young man stands over him and tells him to wake up. Realizing he was spared, Iori calls the act foolish. The young man explains that adventurers should not be fighting each other when the true enemy is the dungeon and its monsters. He adds that losing Iori here would only weaken humanity's overall strength. Iori asks whether saving him is supposed to buy his cooperation. The young man answers that Iori is exactly the kind of person who can be reasoned with when interests align, and that coming to him proved it. He then asks directly whether Iori made some kind of deal with Kujo. Since he saved him, he asks for an honest answer about why Iori approached Kujo in the first place. Iori admits it was because this man was in his way, and reveals that Jax had been his business partner. The young man says that is unfortunate, but as long as their goals do not overlap, he has no intention of interfering. That answer catches Iori off guard. Iori presses him, asking if he is really willing to ignore crime despite seeming like someone with a strong sense of justice. The young man answers bluntly that his true goal is to erase the dungeon, and that anything not threatening that goal matters little to him. Iori calls that way of thinking twisted, but accepts it. Lying there defeated, he begins to smile. He formally acknowledges Seki Iori as someone worthy of recognition. Later, Valak returns to his own country and the immediate turmoil comes to an end. Kujo also announces that he will halt the dungeon research that had caused so much concern. Iori and Saki meet with him afterward to hear him out. Kujo admits he made a serious error in judgment and offers a direct apology. He bows his head and sincerely asks forgiveness. Saki accepts the apology only cautiously, warning that she will judge him by what he does from now on. Kujo agrees to those terms without resistance. Iori then surprises them by saying the research itself should not be stopped. Kujo immediately asks why. Iori explains that dungeons still contain too many unknowns, so the research must continue. Saki is confused, since changing Kujo's mindset had been the whole point of confronting him. Iori clarifies that transcendents like Saki will continue to appear, and Japan must be ready for that reality. Kujo is startled that Iori had already noticed Saki's transcendence. When Iori confirms it, Kujo admits that seeing Saki change has altered his own perspective as well. Saki then asks the deeper question of why dungeon research is needed at all. Iori answers that the purpose is to create a world without dungeons. Saki realizes that this is the true fundamental solution they should be pursuing. Kujo praises the goal as remarkable and says he agrees with it. He promises that he will fully cooperate from here on. Iori accepts that pledge and thanks Kujo. A tense silence hangs between Iori and Kanda as they revisit an earlier disagreement. While walking together at dusk, they return to the unresolved issue from before. Iori notices that Kanda still cannot fully accept the conclusion they discussed. Kanda admits that reason may favor Seki, but her feelings are pulling her elsewhere. Iori tells her that her sense of justice is exactly what defines Kanda, and he does not think she has done anything wrong. Grateful for his understanding, Kanda reveals that she wants to stand by Seki just as firmly. She goes further and declares that she would do anything for Seki's sake. Iori accepts that answer calmly and turns the conversation directly toward her. Caught off guard, Kanda hesitates as he addresses her by name. Then, gathering her courage, she asks Iori to let her become his girlfriend. Iori recalls that Kanda once said justice was what drove him, but he now realizes another force has become even stronger. He understands that his feelings for her have deepened beyond that original admiration. Kanda is stunned as he admits he would now do anything for her as well. The two stand facing each other in the growing night, with the confession hanging between them. Iori begins his answer gently, making clear that he values what she feels. But he also confesses that he has never truly fallen in love with anyone, including Kanda. His blunt honesty leaves Kanda momentarily speechless. She accepts the answer without protest, even though it hurts. Iori tries to soften the rejection by telling her that she is wonderful and deeply important to him. Those words only make her emotions more complicated. He carefully adds that what he is about to say may sound cold. Even so, he says he has no objection to them becoming a couple. Kanda can barely believe he is accepting after denying romantic love, and he confirms that he means it. The shock gives way to relief so intense that she nearly folds in on herself. Overjoyed, she promises to work hard until he truly falls for her as a woman. Iori can only watch her earnestness with a faint, amused smile. As the moment settles, he ends their talk for the night and insists on seeing her home. Still flustered from the confession, Kanda declines because she is too embarrassed. Iori accepts her refusal without pressing further. Kanda hurries off, unable to stay composed any longer. Before leaving, she brightly says she is looking forward to what comes next with him. Iori quietly admits that he feels the same. She disappears into the night still waving, while he remains behind. Left alone, Iori turns the word girlfriend over in his mind and finds the feeling unfamiliar. The story then shifts to Operation Nexus, where a new crisis is already unfolding. A white-haired girl receives alarming news and immediately focuses. When asked about Leo, she explains that he is away on adventurer business as usual. She reports that an enormous magical disturbance has been detected and that a dungeon of unprecedented scale has appeared. Her superior immediately decides Leo must be informed. The situation worsens when she reveals that 4 such disturbances have been detected around the world, not just one. He demands the locations at once. The 4 sites are identified as America, England, Russia, and Japan. He reasons that each country has strong adventurers, so they should be able to respond. Since Iori is also in Japan, they decide to prioritize their own country first and trust the others for now. The next morning begins peacefully at Iori's home. His sister cheerfully wakes him with unusual excitement. Iori greets her back, still half asleep, while she hums with obvious enthusiasm. The smell of breakfast tells him someone has already started cooking, and he guesses Kotoha is responsible. Coming downstairs, he finds Kanda already in the house, greeted like part of the family. Dressed in an apron, Kanda stands there shyly but determined, clearly trying to act like she belongs. Iori, flustered by the sudden domestic scene, can only ask why she is at his house so early. Kanda calmly explains that she came to make breakfast, and Iori realizes just how quickly she has acted on their new relationship. She has prepared a full meal for everyone. A small companion tastes it first, and is immediately impressed. The food is praised as delicious, giving Kanda quiet satisfaction. Iori's sister enthusiastically backs up the praise and gushes over Kanda's cooking. As Kanda thanks them, Iori notices how naturally she is already fitting into his household. His sister proudly reveals that she had asked for romance advice and was told that taking initiative was the right move. That confession makes the little advisor look smug while Iori takes in the damage she has caused. His sister then drags him into breakfast as if this arrangement were completely normal. Iori tastes Kanda's cooking while she waits anxiously for his verdict. The first bite makes him pause in genuine surprise. He admits that it is delicious. Kanda waits for more, hanging on his reaction. His sister and the small companion immediately start celebrating that the two of them seem perfect together. They even marvel at how strange it is that the once solitary Iori now has a girlfriend. That cozy mood is interrupted when his sister's phone receives a notification. She checks it and reacts with sudden shock. The alert reveals that a popular channel called Nagi Channel has over 800,000 subscribers, and she realizes the creator is Suzu. She blurts out that Suzu has become a major content creator, and is even talking about Iori in her videos. The video opens with Najisawa Rin introducing herself to her audience. She announces that she will be covering an adventurer who rose to S rank at an astonishing speed. She presents Seki Iori as someone rumored to be powerless yet actually possessing the strongest abilities in Japan, and notes his recent visit to America. Then she escalates the story by revealing rumors that he is in a romantic relationship. She identifies Kandasaki as the other party, and claims the two have been seen together repeatedly. Watching this, Iori's sister is amazed that their relationship is already public knowledge. Iori says he has no intention of objecting to the channel's activities, but he still does not understand why he is being featured so heavily. His sister points out that Suzu has been building her channel around him from the very beginning, so this outcome was inevitable. Iori decides there is no point trying to hide the relationship anyway. Before the topic can go further, Iori's own phone starts ringing. His expression sharpens at the interruption. He excuses himself from breakfast and answers the sudden call. The caller is Leo. Leo warns him that Eagle Shadows has confirmed 4 dungeons of unprecedented strength are about to appear worldwide. Iori listens in silence, already aware of the situation. After acknowledging that, he tells Leo he has a favor to ask. Iori states his intention plainly. He wants to be the one to conquer all 4 dungeons. Leo is visibly taken aback by the scale of that ambition. After a stunned pause, he asks for clarification. He reminds Iori that the dungeons are not only in Japan but also in America, Russia, and England. Leo warns that dungeons are treated as national resources and cannot simply be challenged at personal whim. Iori asks whether Leo can make the necessary arrangements happen. Leo cannot promise success, but he agrees to help as much as he can. Iori thanks him immediately. Leo then gives him concrete information. The Japanese dungeon will appear in the Sea of Japan in about 3 days. Iori accepts the timetable and resolves to prepare thoroughly. Elsewhere, influential figures in China are already discussing the same crisis. News reaches them that a powerful dungeon has appeared in the Sea of Japan. Li Mingho, ranked 3rd in China, judges that the threat is beyond what Japan can handle alone. He proposes that the Chinese elite guild 100 Lotus should take on the raid instead. The narration explains that 100 Lotus is a special guild made up of China's top 10 S-rank adventurers. Wan Daong, China's top-ranked adventurer, agrees because success would both remove a threat and secure valuable resources. Zhang Lihua, ranked 2nd, also supports the plan despite the scale of the operation. With the 3 executives aligned, the guild formally decides to move. Their leader gives the final word to proceed. The decision is made without hesitation. 100 Lotus resolves to challenge the Japanese dungeon themselves. The scene shifts to the Japanese Adventurers Guild, where the diplomatic fallout begins. A Japanese official receives an unexpected call from China and braces for trouble. The caller is Dao Wulong, chairman of the Chinese Adventurers Guild. After a polite greeting, Dao says he has a request. The Japanese official asks what kind of request could justify such a sudden call. Dao explains that an unprecedentedly difficult dungeon will soon appear in Japan. He then asks Japan to entrust its conquest to 100 Lotus. The Japanese official falls silent, but Dao presses that the threat is too great to be treated as an ordinary S-rank matter. Dao insists that it would be better for Japan if China handled the dungeon instead. The Japanese official acknowledges the logic but does not yield. Dao mistakes the pause for agreement and says he is glad to hear it. Instead, the Japanese official sharply warns him not to underestimate Japanese adventurers. That answer catches Dao completely off guard. The Japanese side formally declines the offer despite apologizing for rejecting what was framed as advice. He makes Japan's position unmistakable. The country will handle its own crisis. Dao responds with cold disappointment and hints that Japan may regret this choice. The Japanese official answers that they are ready for whatever follows. After the call, Dao informs Li Mingho that Japan has refused them. Li notes that Japan is more stubborn than expected, but the matter is not over. He asks whether they can still expect results, since backing down now would be difficult. Dao assures him that they can. Li openly suggests that force remains an option if diplomacy fails. With only a few days left before the dungeon appears, the pressure intensifies. Back in Japan, Iori reflects that preparation time is limited no matter how strong he is. He concludes that what will matter most is having reliable allies, meaning he needs to form a party. The first person who comes to mind is Hamada, someone he trusts and considers capable. As he thinks this through, Hamada calls him first. Hamada says the chairman has a direct request for Iori regarding an unprecedented ultra-high difficulty dungeon. Iori immediately identifies the mission before Hamada can finish explaining it. When Hamada is surprised that he already knows, Iori says he would have gone to conquer it regardless. Hamada praises him and promises full guild support for whatever he needs. Iori thanks him and says there's one specific thing he wants. He asks for just one person. More precisely, he wants the same request delivered to someone else as well. The next day, they head toward the coast where the dungeon is expected to appear. Traveling in advance, Iori thanks his companion for coming despite a busy schedule. The silver-haired man brushes it off as no trouble. He explains that his media work originally began as a way to improve the public image of adventurers. Then, with a grin, he teases Iori and Kanda about having started dating. Kanda, now a transcendent, shyly wonders if her recent growth was somehow Iori's doing. Iori denies taking credit and says her power is her own, though Kanda insists she could not have done it without him. Their companion jokes that he may be the burden in this group now. Iori dismisses that immediately, noting that someone with 2 S-rank skills is a rare asset anywhere in the world. Iori learns that 2 people gaining new powers from the Liberation Grimoire, and both reaching S-rank is an almost impossible stroke of luck. His silver-haired companion tells him that if he surpasses those 2, he will stand near the very top. Iori decides he should stop treating this trip like leisure, and his companion agrees. Meanwhile, the blonde girl is still quietly enjoying the trip, satisfied even by the train meal. Iori admits there is one thing about this dungeon expedition that still bothers him. That concern is answered when a group of masked intruders suddenly appears inside the train. The attackers spread through the carriage, surrounding the passengers and turning the ride into an ambush. Their eerie, smiling masks make clear that this is a planned intimidation, not a random disturbance. Iori immediately focuses, dropping any trace of relaxation. The masked figures press closer, confident they have caught everyone off guard. The train carriage becomes a battlefield as the intruders close in on Iori's group. In response, the 2 S-rank companions draw glowing weapons and prepare to strike first. The blonde girl unleashes a barrage of light, instantly overwhelming the nearby attackers. The silver-haired man follows with his own blazing strike, crushing the rest of the ambushers in the carriage. The 2 of them show perfect coordination, making it obvious why they are feared as S-ranks. Even so, Iori senses another threat and releases his own power. He bursts forward at high speed toward a surviving enemy farther ahead. He lands directly before the last masked fighter, cutting off any chance of escape. Iori immediately notices the assassin is not Japanese and starts probing their origin. He narrows it down to China, and the masked fighter's silence all but confirms it. The assassin's killing intent spikes once their cover is pierced. They openly admit Iori guessed correctly and ready a weapon infused with hostile power. The assassin decides that Iori is dangerous enough to be eliminated on the spot. Iori remains calm, almost amused by the threat. The blonde girl coldly declares that anyone who interrupts their trip deserves severe punishment. Iori answers with the same confidence, promising to end the fight quickly. Around them, the other masked attackers are already down, proving the ambush has failed. The silver-haired man confirms that every carriage has now been secured. He reassures the passengers that the dangerous infiltrators have all been neutralized. The relieved passengers begin recognizing the rescuers as members of the famous Satsuki Alliance. Their recognition spreads quickly, and people are especially reassured that S-rank adventurers were on board. The blonde girl teases the silver-haired man about his popularity, but he points out that she draws just as much attention. With the immediate crisis over, the silver-haired man turns his attention back to Iori's fight. Above them, Iori finishes the clash by knocking the Chinese assassin off balance. He presses the advantage without losing composure. The assassin's mask cracks under Iori's blow, exposing how decisively they were beaten. Rather than kill the survivor, Iori chooses to interrogate them. He directly asks whether they belong to the 100 Lotus. The wounded assassin realizes Iori is far stronger than expected, but decides there is no point hiding the truth. They admit the connection and invite him to ask whatever else he wants. Iori is struck by how readily the assassin is talking and asks why they targeted his group. The assassin corrects him and reveals the target was never the group, only Seki Iori himself. They explain that they were simply ordered to eliminate him. When Iori presses for the mastermind, the assassin admits they know nothing beyond the order. Back with his companions, the silver-haired man notes that Iori seems to have wrapped things up as well. Iori returns with one final question still on his mind. He asks the captured attackers how they knew exactly where to find him. The answer is useless. They were only following instructions and know nothing about the tracking itself. Iori accepts that answer, while his companion is left confused by the exchange. Iori concludes these were disposable low-level operatives who were never trusted with important information. The blonde girl warns that the attackers may have only been buying time, then gets sidetracked by realizing Iori can speak Chinese. Iori downplays it, saying he only knows enough to communicate. Since the prisoners are no longer useful, he decides to hand them over to the guild. As the tension eases, bystanders start gossiping about Iori's identity and his connection to Kandasaki. Iori ignores the rumors and focuses on the fact that they are nearly at their destination. Privately, he realizes this attack confirms his suspicion that China is the real threat behind the dungeon raid. His companions are unsettled by that conclusion. Iori explains that Hamada warned him beforehand that China was underestimating Japan and wanted the dungeon for itself. The blonde girl asks whether he already has a response in mind. Iori reasons that staying passive will only invite more assassins. So he makes a bold decision. Instead of waiting, they will go straight to China. His silver-haired companion is stunned and asks what he intends to do there. Iori answers that he will force them to acknowledge the truth. He intends to prove Japan's strength with his own hands. The silver-haired man is shocked by the scale of that ambition, but also impressed by Iori's resolve. After a moment, he decides the reckless plan is worth supporting. The blonde girl also pledges to back whatever Iori chooses. With both allies on board, Iori settles the matter and commits the group to the mission. Far away in China, a mysterious power begins observing their decision. The Watcher is revealed as Zhou Jinxian, a 100 Lotus executive with the skill Eyes of Space-Time. Through that ability, Zhou reports that Seki Iori is already on his way to China. A blonde Chinese adventurer wonders what Iori is trying to accomplish. Zhou answers that Iori intends to prove Japan's strength. The blonde man finds that audacity amusing, though he warns it will fail if Iori cannot back it up. Zhou calmly predicts that Iori truly means to challenge the 100 Lotus itself. That prospect delights the blonde man rather than frightening him. He laughs openly, eager for the confrontation. Zhou continues watching Iori through his remote vision, measuring the threat in silence. The Chinese side concludes that Japan is underestimating them as badly as they underestimated Japan. The blonde man vows to crush Iori completely when he arrives. Soon after, Iori reaches China and chooses a quiet place to begin from. His silver-haired companion asks the practical question of how they plan to move around in a foreign country. Iori answers not with words but by summoning a solution. He calls forth Tsuru, a massive winged beast capable of carrying them through the skies. His companions are stunned that Iori can summon monsters as well, adding yet another layer to his power. Iori casually proposes that they travel by air on Tsuru. The silver-haired man is still processing the summon when he remembers to ask about border and flight permissions. He then reveals the guild already arranged approval with the aviation authorities, clearing the way. Even he seems surprised by how smoothly everything has been prepared. As they approach the glowing Chinese city, it becomes clear that someone there has prepared just as thoroughly. The three arrive before a vast, illuminated complex that radiates power and surveillance. Iori recognizes it as the Chinese Adventurer Guild. A waiting representative greets Seki Iori by name, showing they expected him from the start. The representative offers to guide them directly to the 100 Lotus. The silver-haired man realizes they have been monitored every step of the way and asks Iori how to respond. Iori decides to use that preparation against them and accepts the offered guidance. As they ride in, Iori notes how unnervingly well the enemy has predicted their movements. He concludes that dealing with the 100 Lotus will be far from simple. They are brought to the 100 Lotus headquarters, where the entire organization seems ready for their arrival. The guide personally leads them deeper inside. Iori and his two companions advance together, fully alert. Iori warns them that from this point on, they cannot afford even a moment of carelessness. His silver-haired ally agrees, though the tension is obvious. Their guide stops at the foot of a grand staircase, signaling that the real meeting begins here. At the top waits the blonde Chinese fighter who had been eager for Iori's arrival. He tells the guide to step aside and leave the rest to him. The guide obeys immediately, confirming the blonde man's high standing. The blonde fighter descends with a smile and formally greets Iori. Iori confirms his identity and notes that the man's Japanese is flawless. The blonde man explains that operating internationally forced him to master several languages. He presents that as normal for 100 Lotus, framing the group as globally active and indispensable. From there he shifts to politics, claiming China must intervene when adventurer resources are lacking and that Japan's current dungeon is one such case. He presses Iori to accept that China taking over would be for everyone's benefit. Iori answers politely, but without yielding an inch. He states the real reason for coming was to reassure 100 Lotus that Japan has strength equal to theirs. That answer catches the blonde man's interest. He counters by boasting that China surpasses Japan in scale, population, and the overall might of its adventurers. He then challenges Iori directly, asking whether he truly believes a small island nation can match China's pinnacle group. Iori answers with a simple yes. He doubles down without hesitation, making his claim absolute. The blonde man realizes words alone will never move Iori, so Iori proposes settling the matter through proof instead of argument. He demands a test that will show whether Japan truly stands equal to 100 Lotus. The discussion shifts from diplomacy to a formal trial of strength in 100 Lotus's training arena. There, the guide reveals that the top 5 strongest in China are present, the elite known as the Chosen 5 Stars. The first of those elites is introduced as Wang Daong, ranked first. Next comes Zhang Lihua, ranked second. Then Jing Ronghai is presented as fourth. Lu Xiaofeng is introduced as fifth. Finally, the blonde man reveals himself as Li Mingho, ranked third, and names the group the Chosen 5 Stars. Iori's companions are shaken by the title and the level of opposition gathered against them. The strongest among them watches in silence, measuring Iori without speaking. Iori studies the lineup just as carefully, already sorting out the real threat. He quickly judges that one of them stands clearly above the rest in raw presence. Li Mingho declares that if Japan wants recognition, they must fight the Chosen 5 Stars. He notes that by normal standards, 3 Japanese challengers would warrant 30 Chinese opponents, underscoring the gap he believes exists. Pretending generosity, he says he will offer a more hospitable arrangement, since they came all the way to China. His proposal is a 5 against 3 confrontation, with the Chosen 5 Stars themselves facing Iori's trio. He asks Iori whether that challenge is acceptable. The silver-haired ally immediately realizes how dangerous this is, since they would be outnumbered by elite opponents. He anxiously asks what Iori intends to do. Iori accepts the terms without hesitation. That instant answer shocks his companion, who realizes the Chinese side has badly misread Iori's nerve. Li Mingho, however, takes the acceptance as proof that he has underestimated them and decides he will kill the Japanese challengers himself if necessary. Before he can push the matter further, someone above interrupts him. Wang Daong, the top-ranked member, overrules the idea of sending all 5 and reminds them that 100 Lotus is supposed to be an elite among elites. He proposes a more disciplined test. Each side will choose 3 fighters for 3 one-on-one matches. He adds that if Japan wins 2 of the 3 bouts, China will formally acknowledge Japan's strength. Li Mingho bristles at having the decision taken from him again. The tension sharpens further when Zhang Lihua openly objects, signaling that even within 100 Lotus, the terms of Iori's challenge are already causing division. The Chinese side confidently insists that a direct fight favors them and that defeat is impossible. Japan accepts the challenge, turning the standoff into a settled match. The confidence on the Chinese side hardens into a cold, serious resolve. Iori has the terms relayed to his teammates, and makes sure everyone understands the situation. Once the rules are clear, the Japanese team moves on to deciding who will fight first. They wait for the opposing side to reveal its opening fighter. Ren casually considers the likely matchup while stretching, already treating the fight like a game. Iori reads the enemy's choice as deliberate bait, noting that China avoided Japan's top 3 despite that being Japan's best path to victory. He concludes that China is trying to provoke them into a bad decision. Iori further judges that the provocation is aimed especially at his own abrasive attitude. Wanting at least one secure win, the silver-haired teammate proposes sending Kanda Saki first. He asks Satsuki whether she is willing to accept that role. Satsuki refuses to back down from anyone, so the others immediately give her the slot. Her answer reassures the team that she will not hesitate. Iori raises the stakes, declaring that Japan should not settle for a narrow lead but crush 100 Lotus completely. The silver-haired teammate notices that Kanda is starting to sound as ruthless as Iori. Before Satsuki can move, Ren cheerfully volunteers to take the first match himself, surprising the opposition. China's chosen fighter takes that as an insult and asks whether he is being looked down on. Ren brushes the complaint aside, making it clear he has no interest in arguing. Instead, he immediately prepares to fight, summoning a blazing weapon. His opponent answers with equal confidence, and urges the battle to begin at once. The first duel opens with both men facing off inside a field already thick with hostile energy. Ren mocks the other man's eagerness, while the Chinese fighter remains outwardly calm. The Chinese fighter boasts that Ren cannot beat his sandstorm waltz technique. Ren instantly identifies the core of the ability as sand. A massive sand vortex rises around the arena and swallows the battlefield. Caught inside the storm, Ren realizes the poor visibility makes counterattacking difficult. He decides his first priority is to blow the storm apart. Ren answers with a sweeping burst of fire to carve open the sand wall. His opponent watches closely, measuring how Ren responds under pressure. The Chinese fighter mocks Ren's level and insists Japan has underestimated China. He promises to demonstrate what he calls China's true strength. The sandstorm condenses into towering blades or walls that close in on Ren. Ren is forced onto the defensive as the attack nearly catches him. He counters with fire again, blasting through the incoming sand mass. Even so, Ren realizes the exchange is more dangerous than he first assumed. The clash erupts into a violent explosion of fire and sand. From that first real exchange, Ren admits to himself that his opponent is stronger overall. Rather than panic, he decides there is still a path to victory if he focuses on defense. His plan becomes to survive the assaults and exploit any mistake the stronger fighter makes. The Chinese fighter notices Ren's caution and welcomes it. He shifts tactics and manifests giant spectral fists to force a close-range slugfest. He openly invites Ren to trade blows inside the storm. Ren accepts the clash, and the two rush each other head-on. Their attacks collide in a burst of heat and impact. Ren keeps pressing forward, refusing to be intimidated by the power gap. The battlefield fills with crushing force as the sand fists rain down around him. Ren dodges through the barrage but is irritated by how relentless the pressure is. His opponent laughs and openly calls him pathetic. Watching from the sidelines, one Chinese observer judges the fight to be hopelessly one-sided. That observer assumes China has already secured the first win. Iori and Kanda remain silent, still studying the match instead of conceding it. Ren, meanwhile, believes he has mostly figured out the enemy's skill and that the matchup itself may favor him despite the raw power gap. He launches another probing attack to test that theory. Then he commits to close combat, deciding that range only benefits the sand user. His opponent immediately reads the change and approves of the choice. He claims close combat is exactly where he is strongest and where Ren will lose fastest. The next exchange sends Ren tumbling under the weight of the counterblow. Even as Ren is battered, his opponent is delighted by the chance to display overwhelming power. He keeps sneering that Ren is far too weak to matter. While enduring the punishment, Ren realizes the enemy's contempt is the one opening he can exploit. He secretly channels more heat into the battlefield instead of wasting effort on a direct breakthrough. Ren recognizes that the fight has reached the decisive moment. He braces himself and commits to seeing the plan through. No matter how hard he is hit, he resolves to endure until the trap is ready. The Chinese fighter keeps lecturing him about the difference in their strength, never noticing the setup. He drives Ren back with another crushing wave of attacks. Ren absorbs the damage and keeps the fire pressure building. He tells himself he only needs a little more time. The opponent continues to dismiss him as weak, feeding his own overconfidence. He escalates the humiliation, saying Ren is beneath even the standards of 100 Lotus. His contempt turns personal as he vows to beat Ren so thoroughly that he will never dare challenge him again. Another violent collision sends both fighters reeling through the storm. Ren is thrown high and crashes down hard, looking close to finished. Seeing him fall, the Chinese fighter mocks Japan for sending such a disappointment. One of the Chinese women watching can only call the display foolish. Iori calmly declares that the match is already over, but not in China's favor. Kanda is startled, still focused on Satsuki's apparent defeat. Iori asks why she sounds disappointed, hinting that she has missed what Ren was doing. He begins to explain the real outcome. The battered silver-haired fighter is then announced as the winner, revealing that Ren has taken the match. Ren's opponent is left confused by the sudden reversal. He cannot understand how Ren survived long enough to turn things around. Even while praising Ren's spirit, he still believes he can finish him personally. He tries to unleash a final killing move, but the technique fails to activate, and he realizes too late that his skill has been disabled. Ren finally allows himself a grim smile as the trap closes. He explains that sand is vulnerable to heat, and that weakness is hidden in how the technique spreads. Because the sandstorm had to propagate through the whole field, it gave Ren a medium he could steadily overheat. All the punishment Ren endured was part of buying time for that process. He reveals that he kept applying heat until the sandstorm reached its critical point. At that threshold, the enemy's skill was effectively sealed and could no longer function. Ren demonstrates the result by stabilizing his own blazing sword while the opponent's power remains suppressed. He admits he was never close to matching the other man's raw strength, but he also makes clear that he could not afford to lose this opening match. With the enemy's ability shut down, Ren launches his finishing attack. Terrified, the Chinese fighter immediately begs for the fight to stop and surrenders. Ren's attack still crashes down in a blinding burst, ending the duel decisively. The defeated fighter is left stunned by how completely Ren reversed the battle. He can only stare in disbelief as the result sinks in. Ren, exhausted and injured, smiles faintly because his gamble worked. His opponent collapses face first, utterly beaten. A Chinese observer angrily condemns the loss as a disgrace to their side. Ren returns to his teammates and reports that he secured the first win, even if it was messy. Instead of criticizing him, Iori and Kanda praise the fight and acknowledge that he did well. Iori notes that Ren performed exactly as expected and that China will no longer underestimate Japan. Across the arena, the Chinese woman in blue steps forward with a more serious expression. Kanda realizes Ren's victory has finally forced China to treat them as real threats. She immediately volunteers to take the next match. Iori entrusts the second battle to her without hesitation. When she asks whether he truly believes she can win, Iori answers with complete certainty. He openly vouches for Kanda's strength, giving her full confidence. Kanda thanks him for that trust. She promises to return victorious. Iori accepts that promise, while Rin drops back to recover from his injuries. Kanda and the Chinese woman take their places for the second duel. Kanda immediately judges her opponent to be formidable, with world-class techniques. Even so, she refuses to be intimidated and decides to fight on her own terms. The Chinese woman openly acknowledges that Japan was stronger than expected and admits China underestimated them. She answers that admission by summoning blue chains and freezing power around her weapon. She declares that despite Japan's showing, she still will not lose. The second match begins as Zhang Lihua's frozen fragrant shadow meets Kanda Saki's flash. Both women explode into motion and test each other's speed from the opening instant. Their first exchange detonates in a violent clash of ice and light. They separate only long enough to reset their footing and read each other. Kanda quickly concludes that her own speed gives her the edge. That realization sharpens her confidence. But Shang's power suddenly spreads through the field in a ghostly frozen afterimage. Kanda senses the battlefield itself being transformed around her. A massive wave of ice erupts, reshaping the arena into Zhang's territory. The frozen domain continues expanding, forcing Kanda to move through a hostile environment. Watching this, Iori recognizes Zhang as a transcendent who can draw out the full potential of her skill. Zhang calmly studies Kanda from within the ice, already thinking several moves ahead. She judges that their basic combat ability is evenly matched, so she decides the battle will be decided by strategy, not direct force. Her plan is to control the pace, keep Kanda under pressure, and wait for a mistake. Kanda realizes the ice structures are obstructing her movement, but smashing through them would waste too much effort. Because her advantage is speed rather than power, she knows brute force would play into Zhang's hands. She therefore chooses to conserve stamina instead of trying to clear the field. For the moment, Kanda decides to move within the enemy's setup and look for a better opening. Zhang responds by escalating fully, deciding to unleash everything at once. Her ice and chains converge into a huge ceiling attack that descends over the battlefield. Kanda barely slips beneath the crushing formation and recognizes that a transcendence techniques operate on an abnormal scale. Even the frozen restraints begin locking together with ominous precision. The trap completes itself as Zhang unveils the frozen chain prison. Kanda immediately understands that Zhang is denying her any room to counterattack. Zhang explains the logic of the trap. A heavy opening strike followed by a surprise restraint makes retaliation nearly impossible, even for someone fast. Once the frozen chain prison catches its target, the victim is immobilized and the fight becomes one-sided. She sums up her style as deception, ambush, and relentless restraints layered into continuous pressure. From Zhang's perspective, using those tools to attack safely from a distance is the surest possible way to win. Kanda keeps pressing her attack, convinced that relentless pressure will eventually force her hidden opponent into a mistake. She steels herself with absolute certainty that this fight is hers to lose only if she falters. She realizes that the countless frozen chains that once would have trapped her are no longer beyond her ability to evade. A sudden awakening sharpens her perception, and her eyes begin to read what was previously invisible. The enemy's web of chains and concealment starts to reveal its underlying structure to her. Now able to see through the attack, she bursts forward through the prison of chains instead of retreating from it. Her unseen opponent is shaken enough to blurt out that Kanda is something monstrous. Kanda closes the distance so abruptly that the hidden woman is forced into direct confrontation. Kanda is startled to find that her opponent has actually met her gaze despite fighting from concealment. The hidden assassin realizes too late that her position has been exposed. While dodging the chain prison, Kanda has traced the flow of her enemy's magic and pinpointed where she is hiding, leaving the assassin desperate to disappear again. Kanda confirms that she has already read the pattern of the woman's magical energy. With the hiding trick broken, Kanda moves and knowing her opponent can no longer rely on stealth. The assassin accepts that she has been seen through and abandons strategy in favor of a direct fight. Their clash becomes a straightforward contest of technique and power at close range. The assassin answers by unleashing a freezing art that floods the battlefield with killing cold. The cold begins to freeze Kanda's body even as she holds her ground. She refuses to care about the damage and decides to end the battle immediately. Kanda releases Moonlight Resetsu, pouring golden power into a decisive finishing strike. Her opponent braces with grim determination, trying to meet the attack head-on. Blue ice and golden light erupt against each other, as both women commit everything to the exchange. Neither side yields at first, and the duel turns into a raw collision of wills. The assassin strains to overpower Kanda, but Kanda's focus remains unshaken. The struggle peaks, with one side desperate and the other frighteningly composed. Kanda's power finally breaks through in a blinding burst. When the light clears, Kanda stands over her fallen opponent with her blade raised in victory. The defeated woman lies unconscious, her chest marked by the finishing blow. A spectator can hardly believe that Zhang Lihua has been beaten. Iori watches the result in silence, taking in how decisively the match ended. Kanda calmly announces her win to Iori, seeking his acknowledgement more than anyone else's. Iori praises her performance, admitting that she completely dominated the fight. His approval leaves Kanda quietly pleased despite the frost still clinging to her. Elsewhere, Wang Daong sees that his side has suffered 2 straight defeats, and never expected to be pushed this far. His frustration hardens into a dangerous smile as he decides to play a hidden card. He reassures himself that he prepared a backup plan for exactly this kind of setback. In his mind, the battle is still under his control because his side retains a different kind of advantage. That advantage is Iori's little sister Kotoha, who is innocently thinking about dinner. Unaware of the danger around her, Kotoha walks home in a good mood and plans to buy sweets on the way. A strange cloaked figure begins stalking her from the shadows. Back at the arena, Wang reveals his move by asking Iori whether he has a little sister. The question instantly puts Iori on alert. Wang explains that assassins from 100 Lotus are already tailing Kotoha, turning the match into a hostage situation. He presses the threat further by asking what will happen to Iori's sister if the fight continues. Iori is visibly shaken by the sudden threat against his family. He immediately reaches for his phone, desperate to confirm her safety. As he calls, his thoughts narrow to Kotoha alone. He can do nothing but pray that she is safe. At sunset, Kotoha notices the cloaked pursuer openly blocking her path. The pursuer reveals a doll-like face and an unsettling calm. Kotoha admits she suspected she was being followed, but not that the enemy would confront her so boldly. The stranger identifies Kotoha by name and states her purpose plainly: capture her. Kotoha immediately understands that anyone targeting her by name is likely connected to her brother's enemies. Rather than surrender and burden Iori, she resolves to resist on her own. The cloaked assassin remains eerily cheerful even as Kotoha prepares to fight. Kotoha erupts with red power and launches the first attack. She declares that she will resist, refusing to be taken alive without a struggle. The assassin darts in with alarming speed, testing Kotoha's reaction. Kotoha is surprised by how fast the enemy moves. Even so, she senses that speed alone will not decide the outcome. She judges that Kanda is still much faster, which steadies her nerves and keeps her from panicking. The assassin recognizes Kotoha as a capable Japanese A-rank adventurer and stops underestimating her. Determined not to let Kotoha escape, the assassin prepares to get serious. Kotoha counters with a sharp red slash aimed to end the chase quickly. Her attack tears through the air toward the cloaked woman. Kotoha invokes Amayo-jutsu, drawing out a deeper layer of her power. Red energy surges around her blade as she commits to a decisive technique. Convinced the assassin is still underestimating her, Kotoha moves to finish the fight. Her focus sharpens to a single lethal point. The attack detonates with overwhelming force. For a moment even Kotoha is unsure whether she truly landed it. She keeps her composure and refuses to relax too soon. Then she unleashes Heavenly Soaring Blade, a far stronger red slash that crashes down like a falling star. The assassin is stunned that Kotoha's power exceeds all prior expectations. Kotoha stands over the blast zone and vows not to let her target escape. She tracks the aftermath carefully, ready for any counterattack. The assassin realizes Kotoha's speed and pressure are on a completely different level now. Kotoha drives the attack through to the end, smashing the enemy into the ground. Buried in rubble, the assassin can only groan in defeat. Kotoha finally exhales, relieved that she survived the encounter. Her tension breaks into cheerful relief as she celebrates having pulled through. At that moment, Iori's call reaches her phone. She answers brightly, happy to hear from her brother. Iori urgently asks whether she is safe. Kotoha reassures him that she is fine and casually reports that she was attacked but drove the enemy off. Hearing that, Iori is deeply relieved and quietly proud that Kotoha handled herself. Kotoha senses that something serious is happening on his side and asks him to come back safely. Iori promises he will, and Kotoha confidently insists she will stay out of danger and leave the rest to him. Her faith in him steadies Iori more than any strategy could. The enemy camp is thrown into disbelief when they realize the abduction attempt has failed. Wang can barely process that his assassin was beaten too. He explodes in rage, cursing his subordinates for humiliating 100 Lotus. Trying to salvage his pride, he threatens Iori with death and claims the earlier matches were meaningless. Before he can go further, his superior Wang Daong calls his name and stops him. He also addresses Jingronghai, bringing the other subordinate to attention. Wang Daong orders both of them to stand down and leaves the 3 Japanese fighters untouched. He rejects Wang's tantrum and frames the issue as a real test of whether Japan's strength can be acknowledged. The room falls still as his authority settles over everyone. Wang protests that there is no point in talking about recognition because the Japanese side will never leave alive. Daong silences him with a brutal strike that sends him flying. Wang is left coughing blood, stunned that his own leader attacked him. Daong coldly tells him that the truly pathetic one is the man making their humiliation worse. He warns Wang to remember this lesson. Then, in a measured contrast, he apologizes to Iori for his subordinate threatening Iori's family. Iori notes that Daong is at least more reasonable than the others. Daong says he is not being reasonable out of kindness, because he intends to apologize properly, and then make an offer. Iori waits for the real terms behind that proposal. Daong offers to erase the previous 2 wins unless Iori can defeat him alone, promising that only then will he acknowledge Japan's strength. Iori considers the challenge without flinching. Kanda and his injured ally watch closely, understanding how serious this new stage has become. Iori calls the offer arrogant, but not unacceptable. Daeong openly agrees that it is arrogant and boasts that he stands far above the rest of 100 Lotus. He declares that his own strength alone surpasses the entire organization. By his standard, Japan cannot be officially recognized unless Iori defeats him personally. Even Iori's companions admit that Daeong may truly be that powerful. Iori accepts the condition anyway, deciding that a clean victory will settle everything. Daeong approves of the simplicity. If Iori beats him, there can be no complaints. With the terms set, the real duel begins. Iori answers by naming the opponent he is about to face, China's number 1. Daeong praises Iori's spirit but points out that fighting while ignorant of his power would be unfair. He offers to level the field by revealing his ability before they start. As a reward for Japan's 2 wins, he volunteers information about his skill. He raises 4 fingers to mark the core of that power. Daeong explains that his technique is Heavenly 4 Spirits, which grants him the powers of the 4 divine beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Before he can detail each beast's abilities, Iori cuts him off. Iori says that learning and adapting during battle is part of true strength, and he wants a fair fight rather than a lecture. Daeong reads that refusal as either confidence or recklessness. Iori calmly tells him to bring out his real power and let the battle reveal the truth. Daeong accepts and charges in, calling Iori by name as he attacks. Iori meets him head-on, inviting the challenge instead of retreating. Daeong opens with the Azure Dragon, sending a surging blue strike straight at Iori. The dragon-powered blow crashes in with terrifying speed and force. Daeong remains composed, already judging Iori's response. Iori avoids the main hit, but the passing force still slices his cheek. Daeong immediately realizes that Iori dodged perfectly rather than blocking poorly. Even so, he notes that the attack's pressure alone was enough to draw blood. Without pause, he shifts into White Tiger, gathering a different kind of power in his hand. Iori answers by summoning a blue heavenly strike of his own. Several points of light form overhead as his counterattack takes shape. The blue force crashes down in explosive succession. Daeong withstands it behind a black tortoise-style barrier, revealing a powerful defensive aspect as well. Watching from the side, the others realize he was not truly unguarded at all. Zheng Ronghai is shocked that Daeong used a defensive skill he has not needed in years. That alone tells her how seriously he is taking Iori. She begins to suspect that Iori may actually be forcing Daeong to fight at full level. Even Wang, despite his resentment, wonders whether the Japanese fighter might really stand on Daeong's level. Daeong tests him verbally, asking whether that last attack was Iori's full power. Iori refuses to show his hand and answers with a taunting shrug. Daeong warns that if that was everything, then Iori will only disappoint him. He hopes for a better answer and prepares his next move with rising red power. The duel escalates again as Daeong brings down a blazing vermilion bird strike to crush the arena. The black-haired fighter throws up a full-power mana barrier as a sea of flames closes around him. He realizes the fire is so intense that even his maximum output can barely suppress it, and he acknowledges his opponent's training. The nearby spectators are stunned as the blaze keeps raging beyond anything they expected. One of them quickly understands that this flame is several times stronger than his own skill. Inside the inferno, Wang Daeong stands protected and in control, pressing the advantage. His opponent deduces that Wang can still move freely in this fire and is likely using the powers of 4 spirits at the same time. Accepting that, he decides to change his response and meet force with force. The two rush into close combat and collide head-on, blue power against red flame. Wang notices that his opponent is not attacking recklessly but simply enduring the pressure. The black-haired fighter rejects that reading and stays calm. He decides he can keep a mana barrier over his body and win by forcing the fight into close range. Committing to that plan, he launches himself forward with concentrated power. Wang answers by shaping another attack, ready to punish the approach. Their powers crash again, shaking the arena with a violent exchange. Wang praises his opponent's reflexes, technique, and ability to adapt under pressure. But he immediately reminds him that talent alone does not close the gap in strength. Deciding to escalate, Wang shifts gears. The black-haired fighter responds with a speed-based technique, trying to seize momentum first. He locks onto Wang with sharpened focus. He lands a clean strike and finally knocks Wang off balance. Following through, he slams Wang hard into the ground. As Wang is sent flying, the attacker realizes his setup is working. Wang quickly reads the trick. The wide fire field has vanished because the barrier has been concentrated into key defensive points. But he still believes that will not be enough to win. Even while airborne, Wang sees the real aim behind the attack, to keep him off the ground. Knowing aerial movement limits his dodging, he decides to unleash everything at once before the opening closes. His opponent also recognizes that this is the one decisive moment, and commits fully. Wang understands that his enemy knows he must strike now and openly acknowledges it. Rather than avoid it, Wang invites the attack and dares him to block what comes next. He unleashes a massive beast-like technique, turning the counter into a crushing assault. For the first time, Wang is visibly startled. A towering blue lightning strike descends and catches him in the middle of his move. The force overwhelms Wang, and he realizes his opponent had been hiding a far stronger technique than expected. The blast tears through the arena and buries the area in destruction. When the dust settles, the black-haired fighter admits he is relieved, believing the attack may have ended it. But Wang emerges battered yet standing behind a defensive barrier, disappointed that his opponent could not break through. Even injured, Wang answers with calm disbelief. He goes further and calls it an honor to have been pushed this far. Then his body finally gives way and he drops to the ground. The spectators erupt, convinced that Iori has won just as they expected. Iori remains composed, but he does not celebrate. One observer admits she never imagined the Japanese fighter would reach this level. Another spectator decides the match is over, but a masked white-haired fighter senses otherwise. The arena grows quiet except for drifting embers, as if waiting for a second verdict. A new, multicolored flame begins to rise from Wang's fallen body. Wang opens his eyes again, reborn through a phoenix-like power. Seeing him stand back up, Iori realizes the match is not finished at all. Wang reveals that this is the first time he has used this power in a one-on-one fight. He tells Iori to be proud, because no one else has ever forced him to become serious. Iori understands that Wang has fully recovered from near death, and the revelation catches him off guard. Wang explains that this resurrection is his trump card. He adds that Phoenix takes a month to recharge, so he cannot rely on it again after this battle. Iori absorbs that information without relaxing. Instead, he senses that Wang's magic has now doubled and that the danger has only grown. He concludes that the last exchange awakened this new state and that Wang is truly serious now. Rather than fear it, Iori welcomes the challenge. Wang warns that when he gets serious, even he cannot fully control his own power. He closes the distance at once and begins a brutal close-range assault. As he attacks, Wang admits he can only hope Iori survives what is coming. Iori is shocked by how much faster Wang has become. He can do little but brace and block the barrage. Even so, he keeps his guard intact and refuses to break. Wang's pressure alone starts blasting the arena apart around them. Confident in the gulf between them, Wang urges Iori to give up before he is destroyed. Iori notices that his own power has also surged and decides surrendering now would waste that chance. Wang answers that if Iori feels that way, he should enjoy the fight while it lasts. Then he promises that he still has more to show. He reveals that after using Phoenix, he can combine the powers of 4 gods into one state. Iori immediately understands that Wang's ability has multiplied again. Wang confirms it and says this new level is completely beyond his previous strength. Even while praising Iori's strength, Wang insists that surrender can be the braver choice. He sweetens the offer by proposing future cooperation, saying the 100 Lotus could work with Japan's S ranks in dungeon raids. Wang frames the alliance as a reasonable deal rather than humiliation. Iori briefly admits the offer is not bad. Wang takes that as acceptance and moves to end the match. At that moment, the white-haired observer steps forward, wrapped in overwhelming blue power. He refuses the idea of surrender outright. Wang is caught off guard by the interruption. The newcomer's gaze hardens as he makes his decision. He explains that his friends fought with everything they had, so he cannot be the only one to yield. He also sees through Wang's motives and recognizes that Wang wants a true, all-out fight. Wang silently confirms that reading. The white-haired fighter resolves to answer that wish properly. He declares that he will take care of Wang by fighting with everything he has. Wang senses the sudden leap in his magic and is genuinely impressed. The newcomer activates a new star-like power and transforms. Wang narrows his eyes, realizing the battle has changed again. The spectators can only watch in alarm as the pressure spikes. The transformed fighter stands cloaked in blue radiance, calm and ready. His new form settles in, and confidence replaces restraint. The onlookers recognize that Iori's appearance has changed and conclude he had been hiding his true power all along. One of them realizes there may be no end to the surprises in this match. Wang notes that neither of them has any trump cards left now. The transformed fighter agrees. Wang calls him by name, Iori Siki, and acknowledges him as exceptional. Then Wang declares his own pride as China's strongest and vows to crush Iori with everything he has. Iori answers that he will do the same. Wang smiles, thrilled by the challenge. Iori meets that excitement without flinching. They launch at each other again, blue and multicolored power colliding at full force. The impact explodes outward and drives both powers across the arena. Wang immediately realizes Iori is operating on a completely different level than before. Instead of retreating, Wang finds the change interesting and attacks harder. He unleashes a savage strike backed by beast-like force. Iori splits into afterimages and slips through the attack at the last possible instant. Wang is stunned that such a close attack was avoided. Iori turns that evasion into a counterattack, firing back through the opening. Wang barely tracks the reversal as it comes at him. The counter detonates against the ground with tremendous force. Wang blasts away from the impact zone to escape being trapped in it. Even while retreating, he feels Iori starting to overwhelm him and realizes this pressure is coming without any major skills yet. That makes him wonder whether Iori has traded skill usage for a body strengthened to an absurd degree. Wang decides the answer is to keep his distance and win before Iori's current state runs out. He rockets upward to create space for a ranged assault. From below, Iori calmly watches and prepares for whatever comes next. Wang calls down a massive fiery bombardment centered on Iori's position. Iori responds with a small, precise gesture instead of panic. A towering heavenly barrier rises around him and catches the attack. Wang is forced to admit that Iori can now use techniques at a completely different level as well. Rather than despair, Wang laughs and concludes that Iori may truly have no weakness. That only excites him more, because defeating someone like this would finally mean something. The spectators are stunned to see Wang actually enjoying himself in the middle of battle. Iori reflects that the truly strong are often isolated. He tells Wang that he understands that loneliness. For a moment, the two face each other across a battlefield lit by both their powers, sharing that unspoken recognition. Iori promises that, because he understands, he will give everything he has today. Wang answers with a fierce grin, accepting that pledge. Iori adds that he will keep fighting until Wang is satisfied. Wang warns him not to get carried away. Iori only smiles back, fully committed now. Both men gather the powers of their divine beasts into their fists for a final clash. The arena itself seems to hold its breath before the impact. Wang dives from above like a blazing comet while Iori waits below in perfect control. Wang's descending strike crashes down toward Iori with overwhelming force. The collision erupts into a pillar of destruction that tears through the arena floor. Inside the chaos, Iori urges Wang to keep giving everything he has. Wang answers with a grin that shows he intends to do exactly that. He swings again with both red and blue power intertwined, refusing to let the momentum slip. Iori catches the flow of the attack and prepares another response. For the first time, Wang's confidence wavers as he senses what is coming. Iori seizes control of the exchange and hurls Wang away with a sweeping blue force. As he is thrown back, Wang realizes Iori is handling him as if he were a child. Humiliated but unbroken, Wang swears he will not fall at this level. He detonates another massive burst in defiance, trying to reclaim the initiative. Iori reads the move and notes that Wang is now using the four gods' powers all at once. Wang roars Iori's name and challenges him directly. He demands that Iori prove he can withstand the full combination of his power. Centering himself, Wang gathers everything into one final technique. A colossal multicolored vortex erupts from him and surges across the arena. Iori identifies the attack as the roar of the four divine conquerors. Facing the oncoming ultimate technique, Iori calmly raises a hand and declares that he will stop it. A devastating clash begins as two top fighters meet each other with complete confidence. Neither side shows fear, and the tension hardens into a direct test of strength. A massive blast erupts, but the attack fails to decide anything. Wang Daong stands in the aftermath, surprised that his opponent endured it. Iori Siki reveals that he came through the explosion without taking damage. He confirms that his defense held exactly as he expected. Wang realizes that is true, though the result unsettles him. Seeing his opening, Iori decides to press the fight himself. An observer can only stare as Iori's momentum suddenly spikes. Iori declares that the next exchange belongs to him and launches forward. He closes the distance instantly and drives a strike into Wang's guard. The impact overwhelms Wang and sends him skidding back under a torrent of force. Wang struggles to regain footing while Iori remains in control. Even while coughing blood, Wang thrills at the battle and feels his fighting spirit surge. Iori accepts that response and treats it as permission to go harder. He surrounds the field with layered magic and traps Wang inside his range. Wang finally understands how badly the initiative has shifted against him. Iori rises above him amid a web of spell circles, turning the fight into a one-sided bombardment. Watching from afar, others can only marvel at the level of power on display. They realize the two combatants have reached a realm far beyond ordinary adventurers. One of them admits that Iori has already advanced somewhere they cannot follow. Meanwhile, Wang feels no decisive blow landing, only his strength being steadily drained away. He judges that their raw ability gap is not enormous in theory, but in practice he can feel Iori forcing that difference wider with every exchange. The two face each other again on the ruined steps, with Wang now breathing harder. Wang admits to himself that Iori has made the gap between them unmistakable. Even so, he refuses to collapse and gathers himself for one last push. He openly acknowledges Iori's strength by name. Iori listens, but makes clear that acknowledgement alone will not save him. Before Wang can turn the tide, another crushing strike tears into the ground beside him. Wang tries to claim victory through resolve, but Iori is already moving to end it. Iori unleashes a final barrage from above and drives Wang into a desperate defense. Wang's resistance starts to break under the relentless pressure. Iori tells him plainly that this is the end. He follows through with the finishing blow without hesitation. Wang can only grit his teeth as the outcome becomes unavoidable. Iori remains calm, certain that the match is over. The dust settles after the last impact. Wang lies on the ground, unable to make his body respond. He accepts that he has lost. Iori approaches the fallen fighter to confirm the result. He states that the fight is over. Wang agrees and admits defeat without excuses. He directly acknowledges Iori Siki as the better man. Even in defeat, Wang concedes that Japan's strength is real. Iori receives the admission with quiet respect. Elsewhere, Wang's allies are stunned that he actually lost. They realize the defeat must be reported to Zhao Wenlong immediately. The news reaches him like a shock. Zhao can barely believe that Wang Daong has been beaten. He immediately grasps the consequence. 100 Lotus can no longer claim the dungeon by force. Instead of accepting that loss, he demands to know what his people were doing in Japan and hears only an apology. Zhao rejects any retreat and orders that none of the 3 Japanese leave alive. He commands 100 Lotus to commit fully and turn the failure into a massacre. His real priority is to erase the fact that 100 Lotus lost at all. The subordinate obeys despite obvious unease. Back at the hotel, the Japanese side is baffled by how warmly they are suddenly being treated. Zhao, however, privately reassures himself that China will still keep the dungeon. He plans to seize all of its resources once the witnesses are dead. Meanwhile, the hotel staff lavishly apologizes to the Japanese guests and invites them to relax in luxury. The 3 are escorted to an extravagant hotel as honored guests. Rin is delighted by how abruptly their status has improved. He assumes the hospitality comes from their victory finally being recognized and decides to enjoy it. Iori remains cautious, but does not argue. He checks whether Kanda is comfortable with the arrangement. Kanda agrees, and Rin is especially pleased to be sharing the moment with Iori. The mood softens as they settle into the hotel. Rin says winning that battle was worth it for moments like this. Iori notes that they did win 3 games against 100 Lotus in the end, so they have earned some reward. Kanda quietly enjoys the beautiful view as well. Their meal arrives, reinforcing the illusion that the danger has passed. The luxurious food quickly wins Kanda over. Even while sharing the meal, Iori keeps wondering why their treatment changed so drastically. Kanda calls to him, pulling him back from his suspicions. Her simple delight in the food briefly eases the tension. Iori allows himself a faint smile at her happiness. He decides not to lower his guard completely, but to enjoy the moment for now. Later, Rin speaks privately with Iori in the hallway. When Rin celebrates their victory over 100 Lotus, Iori questions what he really means by winning. Rin admits that although they won in results, they were completely outclassed in pure ability. He confesses that he entered entertainment work hoping to inspire more people to become adventurers and reduce monster damage. But as dungeon difficulty rose, he began doubting whether he had truly been helping. That doubt pushed him to think he needed to become much stronger, and made his current path feel shameful. Iori immediately rejects that self-condemnation. He tells Rin that the idea behind his work is a good one. Rin is moved by the kindness, yet still admits the gap between himself and Iori is huge. Even so, he vows to catch up someday. Iori accepts that promise without mocking it. Rin gains confidence from Iori's faith in him. Iori offers help whenever Rin needs it. Rin thanks him sincerely before they part for the night. Left alone, Iori's expression turns serious again. In her room, Kanda goes to bed happy after spending time with Iori. Night deepens over the hotel. Outside, 100 Lotus operative arrives and watches the building. Li Mingho prepares himself as the assassination plan moves into place. He acknowledges that Iori is monstrous for defeating Wang, but decides that none of that matters if they kill him now. Massed 100 Lotus members gather in force around the target area. The encirclement tightens as the ambush is set. Li declares that from this point on, 100 Lotus will erase Iori and his companions. At the same time, Wang Daong is denounced as a traitor for causing this humiliation. Li seizes command and orders Jing Ronghai to the front lines. She accepts the order without protest. Li eagerly turns the operation into a spectacle of killing. Inside the hotel, Iori suddenly senses the danger closing in. He realizes the hospitality was a trap because he can feel adventurers surrounding them. Knowing Rin and Kanda are exhausted, he decides he may have to handle the attackers alone. Before he can move, Wang Daong appears and confirms that Iori noticed the setup. Iori immediately recognizes him. Wang warns that 100 Lotus is coming for their lives. Iori asks whether Wang himself is included among those enemies. Wang corrects him and says everyone in 100 Lotus is after them except him. He refuses to explain the whole internal situation, but makes his position clear through action. Wang says he will deal with the people outside himself. Iori questions whether Wang can really do that without destroying his own standing. Wang answers that it will not be a problem. He leaves the hotel to confront his own organization. Iori accepts the offer and entrusts the outside battle to him. Wang lands among the waiting assassins with overwhelming force. Li is shocked to see Wang intervene against them. He accuses Wang of betraying 100 Lotus again. Wang denies betrayal and says he simply believes in Iori's ability. Li lashes out at him as a loser. Wang answers by unleashing his power and turning the insult back on Li. As masked fighters rush past, Wang dismisses Li as the true disgrace to 100 Lotus. Li is rattled, but still tries to hold his ground. Wang attacks first and tears into the formation before Li can recover. He fights with complete composure, treating the mob as beneath him. The masked operatives are shattered almost instantly. A single overwhelming blast wipes out the attackers around Li. The surviving members are left terrified by the gap in power. Wang openly asks whether anyone in 100 Lotus can actually beat him. Li tries to save face by claiming that he and Jing together can handle Wang. Jing immediately refuses to join that fight. She tells Li that if he wants to challenge Wang, he can do it alone. Li turns his anger on his own side, furious that everyone is abandoning him. Wang addresses him by name and strips away the last of his authority. He coldly invites Li to repeat this humiliation if he dares. Li retreats in rage, swearing he will remember this. With the threat gone, Wang apologizes to Iori for the disturbance. Iori tells him there is no need. He even remarks that the night remained peaceful enough for him. Wang is amused and relieved by that answer. He asks Iori for another proper bout someday. The two seal that promise with a handshake. For Wang, The exchange becomes one of mutual respect rather than defeat alone. Iori agrees to the future rematch without hesitation. Later at the Tokyo Adventurers Guild, Siki is thanked for what he accomplished in China. A guild superior admits he never expected Iori to prove his strength so decisively on foreign ground. He presses Iori to explain how he managed to demonstrate such overwhelming prowess against Hyakuren. Siki calmly reveals that he has just defeated Hyakuren. The official facing him is stunned by the claim. Siki adds that he also overcame Kanda Saki and Satsuki-rin. The man can barely process that Siki defeated Hyakuren at all. He reminds Siki that Hyakuren's strongest fighter, Wang Daong, would never have acknowledged him without being beaten. Siki confirms that he did exactly that. The official is left speechless by how casually Siki states it. His shock turns into admiration as he praises Siki for doing what no Japanese adventurer was expected to do. He openly recognizes Siki as a true prodigy. Siki accepts the praise without making much of it. The official immediately places a new burden on him by asking him to take on the super high difficulty dungeon next. Siki agrees without hesitation. Afterward, Siki notices a phone and shifts his attention to it. He studies it for a moment, already deciding his next move. He steps forward to act on that decision. In an instant, he transfers himself into the special training room. Back in the arena where they fought before, Siki reflects that he never expected to return here. Ren arrives to meet him. Ren thanks Iori for coming, and explains that if he is going to challenge the dungeon Hyakuren had targeted, his current abilities will only hold him back. He asks to fight Iori once so he can learn his limits and become stronger. Iori accepts and promises to force that hidden potential out of him. He begins by summoning a device to analyze Ren's condition. Iori tells Ren he will first examine his current state. Ren releases his power for the assessment. Iori sees that Ren's primordial flame and sword of creation are both only level 6, still far from the level 10 needed for transcendence. Ren takes that benchmark seriously and realizes there is a whole realm of growth he had not even known about. Iori tells him that having a clear target will help him advance. Ren feels both the weight of his inadequacy and the urgency to overcome it. With that understanding, the training duel begins. Ren calls Iori's name as he prepares his stance. Iori draws his sword and tells Ren to come whenever he is ready. Ren makes the first move. Iori answers by stepping in as well. Both men center themselves before the clash. Iori remains composed, waiting for Ren's commitment. Siki sharpens his focus on the opening. Iori does the same, reading him completely. Their blades meet head-on, testing each other's power. The collision instantly becomes a contest of will as much as strength. Ren realizes in the exchange that his current skill level is not enough. He understands that splitting himself between two skills has diluted his progress, and that transcendence belongs first to specialists. He concludes that mastering both can only come after he pushes one path further. Iori keeps pressing him, while Ren's thoughts race toward a decision. Ren resolves to focus on mastering the sword of creation. Iori notices that Ren has chosen to stop relying on the primordial flame. Even so, Iori feels that abandoning half of Ren's talent is wasteful. He believes Ren should be able to reach a different realm precisely because he possesses two powerful skills. Iori activates White Veil Demon and shifts the battle into a higher state. Ren is caught off guard by the sudden change in pressure. Iori overwhelms the arena with blue power and seizes control of the fight. Ren's flaming and created blades are driven down under the force. Ren is startled when Iori appears behind the attack and takes command of the exchange. Iori rejects Ren's narrow plan and tells him not to settle for mastering only one skill. He demands that Ren show everything he has with full strength. Ren is shaken, but he listens. The two face each other again, with Iori now clearly guiding the lesson rather than merely sparring. Ren accepts Iori's direction. Trusting Iori completely, Ren decides to believe and keep moving forward. That decision erupts into a new surge of power. Ren throws himself back into the fight with both sword and flame engaged. He unleashes Crimson Flame Twin Blades, Guren, combining both skills at full output. Iori blocks it easily and taunts him for still holding back his true answer. Ren refuses to accept that this is his end point. Iori recognizes that Guren is Ren's current maximum, which means he has reached the limit of using the two skills separately. While trading blows, Iori reflects that skills are only tools for drawing out latent ability. Ren follows that logic and realizes his two skills are fundamentally the same power expressed in different forms. From that insight, he decides he must merge those forms into one. Iori prepares the final push needed to force that breakthrough. He strikes with divine resonance. The blow sends Ren flying and tears through his control. Iori watches coldly to see whether Ren can respond. He explains that divine resonance directly manipulates Ren's magical meridians. If Ren counterattacks in that unstable state, the two skills will be forced into a fusion reaction. Iori asks whether Ren can still do it. Ren answers that he can. He forces both powers together inside himself, and launches a desperate counter. Even Ren is startled by the violent reaction beginning inside his attack. The fusion spirals out of control into a massive new phenomenon. The sword of creation and the primordial flame truly begin to merge. Ren witnesses the birth of a new skill, Divine Sword of Purgatory. Iori tells him he succeeded. He explains that this is the power that exists beyond Ren's previous limits. The new skill is immediately revealed as rank SS level 7. Ren is amazed that the fusion not only created an SS rank skill but also raised his level. Iori admits he had suspected fusion might be possible and deliberately used Ren as the test case. Ren calls the result a huge discovery despite how reckless the method was. He realizes this changes the entire understanding of how the Liberation spellbook can work. Iori cautions that the method is still difficult because manipulating magic through such a tool is extremely demanding. Ren concludes that fusion itself was not impossible before, only that no one had ever possessed two S-rank skills to attempt it. Excited by the breakthrough, Ren asks Iori to repeat the process again. Iori steps forward, ready to continue. Ren eagerly wants to test his new skill immediately. Iori agrees to help him as many times as needed. As they resume training, Iori notes that Divine Sword of Purgatory still hides many unexplored abilities. The two continue clashing, now as partners in experimentation rather than simple opponents. Iori's thoughts turn ahead to the Dungeon of the Gods and how Ren will perform there. Soon the world learns that an unprecedented fourth high-difficulty dungeon has appeared and that Japanese adventurers are challenging it. The news identifies Iori Seki as leading the team alongside Satsuki, Rin, and Kanda Saki, 3 elite adventurers. Another report highlights that Iori was recently promoted to S rank after defeating Hyakuren's representative. At home, a girl excitedly realizes her big brother is on television and celebrates that Iori is finally being recognized. Her companion immediately checks how the internet is reacting. Online chatter focuses on Iori's sudden rise, his connection to Kanda Saki, and the shock that he is now representing Japan. The reactions delight them because people are finally noticing Iori's importance. But the girl's excitement gives way to worry when she remembers he is entering a dangerous dungeon. Her companion reassures her that if it is Iori, he will come back safely. She accepts that reassurance and tries to smile. Still, her relief remains quiet and fragile. From afar, she can only send him her best wishes. Meanwhile, inside the transport, Iori hears himself addressed as brother over the comms and stays focused. He waits in silence, composed before the mission. The team arrives at the Dungeon of the Gods off the coast of Japan. Kanda notes that Japan won this dungeon from the 100 Lotus, but its presence floating over the sea still feels ominous. Their pilot Hamada worries whether the team will really be alright. Even knowing Seki always has a plan does not fully calm him. Iori proposes that the 3 of them test the dungeon first before gathering every S rank. Ren agrees that a 3-person run makes more sense than assembling all the top adventurers at once. Iori adds that he already understands how Ren and Kanda fight, so their teamwork will be more reliable. He speaks with quiet confidence as he commits to that plan. He tells them he feels stronger when he is with Ren and Kanda. To Iori, this dungeon is not only a threat but the perfect place for the 3 of them to grow. Ren and Kanda immediately agree with that outlook. With the decision made, Iori is satisfied. He gives the order to move out. Hamada is horrified that they are treating a god-tier dungeon like a training ground. As the team enters, he can only wonder what Seki is thinking. Inside, Iori tells the others to deal with the monsters first. Ren observes that the dungeon is smaller than expected for something so difficult and urges caution. Iori tells Kanda that since he is now with them, she and Rin can conserve their strength for the boss while he handles the rest. Kanda agrees and reminds him that this run is also their special training. Iori accepts that arrangement and leaves the immediate fighting to them. He signals his trust in the pair and steps back. They advance into a chamber crossed by stepping stones over water. There they discover enormous sea monsters lurking beyond the walls like creatures in a giant aquarium. Iori remarks on the strange sight, noting how wildly the monsters are moving. Ren coordinates with Kanda and suggests they take the enemies down one by one, and she agrees. Iori watches with interest, aware that Kanda's own SS rank fusion has just been achieved and wanting to see what she can do. The monsters begin to stir in response to the party's presence. A dark cloud spreads through the water as the creatures launch their attack. Ren and Kanda brace themselves as the chamber fills with obscuring currents. Ren quickly realizes the enemy is deliberately targeting their visibility. He concludes that they are dealing with an intelligent monster rather than a mindless beast. Kanda answers by casting light to expose the battlefield. Her illumination reveals the incoming tentacles descending from above. She and Ren evade the strikes together while keeping formation. Ren notices the attacks cannot pass through the water barrier and guesses the monsters think they alone can exploit that boundary. Since fighting underwater would be disadvantageous, he starts looking for a way to punish them from outside it. Ren decides to burn them down until they can no longer keep attacking. He unleashes hellfire across the chamber in a sweeping inferno. Seeing the result, Ren is thrilled that his fused power has massively amplified his attack strength. Ren decides to switch to the Divine Sword because the Kraken's tentacles are blocking any clean attack on the main body. He gathers blazing power into his weapon and prepares a wider strike. Ren unleashes Divine Sword Storm to hit what he cannot target directly. The attack rains down through the chaos and tears into the sea monster and its surrounding mass. Afterward, Ren credits Iori for helping him complete the technique and openly acknowledges that the result is not his alone. Satsuki realizes Ren has grown stronger and recognizes the move as an SS rank skill. At the same time, another aquatic threat closes in on Satsuki's side of the battle. She answers immediately with a burst of light before it can overwhelm her. Using Moonlit Rakshasa, she cuts the attacker apart and notes that its approach only made her job easier. With both threats handled, the group agrees to keep moving deeper into the dungeon. Iori reflects that Ren's mastery of advanced techniques makes him especially effective with fused skills as well. Watching Ren and Satsuki, Iori concludes that ordinary monsters can no longer challenge either of them. Far away, a new melody signals that other dangerous visitors are about to arrive. A siren in an underwater chamber senses intruders and decides to greet them with deadly hospitality. She takes pleasure in the coming encounter and prepares to pour her full power into her song. As Iori's team works out a strategy for God's dungeon, similar crises are unfolding in other countries. Russia seals off the area around its dungeon and uses military strength to clear the surroundings. Their leaders see the dungeon as both a source of resources and a chance to improve national prestige if they handle it well. England begins investigating its own dungeon and gathers elite underwater adventurers from many places. Even so, England's progress remains slow and clearing the dungeon is expected to take time. America commits major funding and launches a large-scale selection effort to build a top expedition force. That effort gives America 10 S-class and 12 A-class adventurers for the operation. But even that force struggles, and rescue teams called Eagle Shadows are left pulling wounded adventurers back out. Elsewhere, Leo demands to know why one man is standing aside when he seems capable of clearing the dungeon himself. The blonde man explains that Iori asked him to hold back because Iori is the one meant to finish it. Leo warns him not to let personal feelings interfere with what the world needs. The man refuses that pressure and makes clear he will not act just because others insist. He states plainly that he is not the world's savior and that all of his strength is reserved for supporting Iori. Back in the dungeon, Iori, Ren, and Satsuki arrive before a massive sealed door. They realize the barrier is not just a wall but an entrance marked with an unreadable inscription. Ren notices writing on the door, but neither he nor Satsuki can decipher it. Iori studies the inscription while the others wait for his answer. He reveals that the words are from the language of his previous life and identifies the place beyond as a music room. Iori senses no direct trace of the dungeon boss's magic there, but he is certain a powerful enemy is waiting inside. He orders the team to proceed carefully and leads them in. Ren accepts the warning without hesitation. Satsuki steels herself and follows his lead. Inside, strange musical notes drift through the flooded chamber before the enemy is even seen. The trio finds the source, a siren seated ahead in a ruined underwater hall, already filling the room with enchanted music. Satsuki recognizes the instrument as a lyre but immediately understands that the beautiful sound belongs to a demon. Iori warns Ren and Satsuki not to let the melody sink in because the music itself carries magic. Both of them brace themselves and prepare to fight while resisting the song. The siren welcomes them like honored guests and invites them to enjoy her performance, making her hostility unmistakable. She begins to play in earnest, turning the room itself into part of her attack. At her command, armed mermen rise from the water behind her as bodyguards and servants. More of the summoned warriors gather around the siren, forming a layered defense. Iori identifies her as an intelligent demon capable of commanding minions, and judges her the strongest boss-type enemy they have met so far. Ren proposes a simple plan. He and Satsuki will clear the minions first, then leave the siren to Iori. Satsuki agrees immediately. Both of them insist they do not need Iori to protect them through this fight, and want to prove their own strength. Iori accepts their resolve and decides to watch what they can do. He reflects that other countries are struggling because mid-level bosses like this siren are already severe obstacles. To reach the true boss, any expedition has to defeat enemies like her and keep advancing. The problem is that such bosses can keep restoring their forces, turning every battle into a war of attrition. Even so, Iori believes Ren and Satsuki have chosen the right approach. Letting them handle the siren's front line while preserving Iori's strength for what lies ahead is, in his view, the smarter move. The siren answers their challenge by sending her mermen forward. Water surges violently around her as the attack begins. Iori notices that the current itself is sinking to the tempo of the song and senses that the battlefield is becoming more dangerous by the second. The mermen ride those currents like weapons and dive at the pair. Satsuki meets the charge head-on with light, while Ren moves in support behind her. The enemy uses the rushing water to twist their approach and make their movements hard to read. Ren quickly realizes the current is deceptive and harder to handle than it first appeared. The mermen arc overhead on streams of water, turning the whole room into their hunting ground. Ren decides to erase the water advantage with fire. The siren laughs at him and claims he cannot simply make her battlefield disappear. When Ren attacks, her prepared barrier intercepts the flames before they can reach her. Ren understands that the shield blocks attacks but also interrupts the water flow whenever it is active. Satsuki dismisses the terrain problem entirely and declares that speed will let her ignore it. One of the mermen realizes too late that she has already broken the pace of the fight. She launches herself through the water faster than the enemy can adjust. Her light gathers into a precise killing strike. The attack tears through the charging mermen and shatters their formation. Instead of panicking, the siren praises Satsuki's rhythm and treats the exchange like part of her performance. Satsuki answers with open killing intent and commits to finishing the enemy. She cuts down another merman in a burst of light, proving she can keep pace with the song without being ruled by it. Ren acknowledges her strength but refuses to be outdone himself. For a moment, Satsuki goes still in the middle of the battlefield. Her expression empties as the music finally slips past her guard. Ren notices the change and immediately senses something is wrong. Before he can react, Satsuki moves under the siren's influence. Ren calls out to her, but she no longer responds as herself. The siren reveals the trap with satisfaction. She declares that Satsuki now belongs to her and turns the charmed girl into a weapon against the others. Iori realizes his earlier unease was justified as the battle suddenly turns against them. He explains that a siren's song can hypnotize people. As the fight intensified, the melody accelerated, and Satsuki was drawn into its rhythm until she lost herself. The result is immediate. Satsuki attacks under the siren's control instead of fighting beside them. Iori warns Rin and takes responsibility for dealing with Satsuki before she can do more damage. Rin desperately asks whether there is any way to bring her back. Iori says there is, but the method will be unusual. He explains that Satsuki's mind is currently fixed on the charm and that the condition can be broken only by overriding it with a stronger abnormal state. In practice, that means he must interrupt the hypnosis by forcing a different emotional fixation onto her. Iori closes the distance and catches her in a sudden, intimate move. Inside the charm's haze, Satsuki's thoughts immediately turn romantic and fixate on Iori. Iori apologizes and explains that he had to kiss her to break the siren's control. Flustered but lucid again, Satsuki accepts it instead of rejecting him. She goes even further and blurts out that this is fine because she sees herself as his girlfriend. Iori rolls with the confession and simply asks if she can still fight. Satsuki answers without hesitation that she can. Now burning with embarrassment and determination, she insists she feels better than ever. Iori thanks her for taking it well, though he is clearly caught off guard by how sincerely she responds. Ren watches the aftermath in disbelief as the crisis somehow turns into open flirting. Still, he recognizes that Iori's improvised solution prevented the worst outcome, and the siren's charm will not catch them the same way again. With the team restored, the fight narrows to defeating the siren herself. The siren is enraged that her charm failed and takes it as a personal insult. She abandons all pretense of elegance, vows to kill them, and calls for a stronger servant. A sea serpent answers her summons and rises as a new guardian around her stage. With the serpent and mermen surrounding her, the siren rebuilds her defenses. Ren realizes that this terrifying enemy is still only a mid-level obstacle and not the dungeon's true boss. Iori calls Ren's name, drawing his attention to what comes next. Ren decides to spend everything he has here and entrust the rest of the dungeon to Iori afterward. Iori accepts that division of roles and leaves the siren's immediate defeat to Ren and Satsuki. Satsuki bursts forward again, turning herself into a streak of light across the battlefield. Now fully aware of the siren's trick, she swears she will never be charmed again. Her speed carries her straight through the enemy line toward the siren. A merman lunges to intercept her with a trident. Satsuki cuts through the interception and keeps advancing without losing momentum. She decides to remove the nearest guard first so nothing can slow her approach. Her focus narrows completely onto the kill. Even the sea serpent's massive body becomes just another obstacle in her path. She carves into the serpent as she passes, opening a route through the monster's bulk. The siren counters by releasing a shock wave through her instrument. The sonic blast distorts the entire space around Satsuki and tries to crush her advance. Iori judges that the attack is dangerous because it can still catch even someone as fast as Satsuki if it spreads wide enough. Satsuki forces her way through the distortion instead of retreating. She declares that her light-speed movement outclasses sound itself and refuses to yield the initiative. The siren admits the point but shifts to a different defense, betting that speed alone cannot break through her protection. She reinforces herself through the harp and prepares to absorb the next rush. Satsuki answers by driving a pillar of light straight down at the siren's position. She descends from above for a finishing strike, but the sea serpent surges between them at the last instant and blocks her path. Satsuki realizes the serpent is deliberately being used as a shield for the siren. The siren smugly decides to stall her further by summoning even more mermen. Fresh waves of armed servants rise from the water and flood the room again. Iori sees the real problem clearly. The siren herself is powerful, and her ability to mass-produce reinforcements makes her even worse. But he also notices that her attention is now locked almost entirely onto Satsuki. The siren suddenly senses too late that she has overlooked the others. While Satsuki held the enemy's focus, Ren quietly finished preparing the fused skill he had been refining. He realizes that alone he cannot change the outcome, but a fused technique can carry the power of more than one person. Ren thanks Satsuki because her pressure created the opening he needed to complete it. A colossal burning sphere forms above the battlefield, turning the chamber into a miniature hell. Ren names the technique Purgatory Orb. He declares that the orb will burn everything in its path. The siren panics and orders the sea serpent to stop him immediately. Ren answers with complete confidence that stopping it is no longer possible. The blazing orb crashes forward with overwhelming force. The siren can only stare as the attack engulfs the chamber. Fire pours down like a catastrophic tide and consumes the battlefield. When the flames spread through the flooded hall, the siren's army is left trapped inside a sea of fire with her. A massive blazing attack crashes down as the sea monsters surge together in overwhelming force. The inferno bears down on the siren's side with enough power to threaten everything around it. The impact keeps driving through the battlefield, turning the tide in a single violent burst. The siren is shaken by that level of strength but immediately vows not to let the same setback happen twice. She decides to regain control by summoning the merman and the sea serpent again, convinced that will restore her advantage. Before she can finish, golden lines of power close in around her and interrupt the attempt. She realizes too late that she has no chance to complete the summoning. Kanda reminds her that this outcome was already decided. Moving faster than the siren can react, Kanda cuts her down before the spell can be completed. With the immediate threat gone, the ruined sea chamber falls into a tense calm around the surviving party. Iori praises Rin for pulling it off at the crucial moment. Rin admits that attack emptied nearly all of his remaining magic. Iori reassures him that it was enough and credits him for doing his part perfectly. They recognize that the biggest obstacle before the boss has been cleared thanks to Rin and Kanda. With the path open, Iori declares that the next phase belongs to him. He immediately calls forth new power from the water around them. That magic takes shape as spectral beasts rushing into being. 3 great water steeds answer behind Kanda, showing Iori is ready to command the battlefield himself. Golden traces of Kanda's earlier attack still hang in the air as the momentum shifts to Iori. Kanda steadies herself, sword in hand, after forcing the enemy line back. One of the remaining monsters is finished off in the aftermath of her strike. Breathing hard, Kanda lowers her blade as the others watch what she has accomplished. Rin is stunned that Kanda eliminated all the monsters following the siren by herself. He realizes there is no exaggeration in calling her one of the world's finest adventurers. That display hardens Ren's resolve, and he decides he cannot afford to fall behind either. Iori checks on Kanda, seeing that she has pushed herself dangerously far. Even exhausted, Kanda insists she is still capable of fighting. Iori admires her willpower but judges that she has already reached her limit. He refuses to let her force herself any further. Instead, he turns everyone's attention to the sealed gate ahead and warns that the true boss is almost here. The ominous inscription on the gate confirms they have reached the final chamber. Rin notes that this entrance resembles another dangerous door they have encountered before. Iori identifies it as the God's Chamber, and understands they have finally arrived at the end. He thanks Rin and Kanda for carrying him this far and preserving his strength for what comes next. Rin downplays his own contribution, but he is genuinely glad he got to fight beside Iori. Iori answers that reaching this point would have been far harder without Rin's help. Then he promises them both that he will defeat the boss himself. He asks them to wait for his return while he handles the final battle alone. Kanda accepts his decision and tells him to survive it. With that understanding, they part at the gate. Iori steps alone into the flooded ruin beyond, facing the final chamber in silence. A voice from the darkness welcomes the human who has finally reached it. The boss reveals itself as Leviathan, an ancient sea dragon of terrifying scale. Leviathan mocks Iori's tiny human body and questions whether he truly means to challenge a godlike creature. Iori answers without hesitation that he does, and claims he will bring Leviathan down quickly. Leviathan dismisses that confidence as absurd. To prove the gap in power, the serpent slams forward with a devastating surge of water. Iori responds by invoking White Devil and flooding himself with blue-white magic. He launches a direct counterattack into Leviathan's charge. Leviathan endures the hit, and taunts him for thinking that was enough. The dragon answers with a towering wave meant to crush him outright. The water swells into a giant vortex that threatens to swallow the entire arena. Iori cuts through the flood and tells Leviathan that its effort still falls short. Leviathan retaliates with a violent purple breath attack, contemptuous of Iori's defiance. Iori survives by raising a magic barrier around himself. Leviathan piles on with crackling force, trying to overwhelm the shield from above. The pressure drives down on Iori from every direction as the dragon combines brute force with magic. Leviathan begins to realize this human is not behaving like prey at all. Watching Iori endure, the dragon concludes he is no ordinary human. But before Leviathan can fully understand him, Iori changes the flow of the fight again. A concentrated strike crashes down into the arena, forcing Leviathan to react. Iori identifies the hidden mechanism of the attack and realizes Leviathan is using gravity to pin and crush him. He answers by releasing a different power of his own. Iori rejects the idea that gravity alone explains what Leviathan is doing. He sees that there is another layer to the dragon's magic as Leviathan gathers a burning core of energy. Leviathan declares Iori nothing but a nuisance and unleashes what it calls the power of the gods. Even under that divine assault, Iori says he has already read the flow of Leviathan's magic and can now fight back properly. He begins a countermeasure built on slicing through the enemy's spell structure itself. His blue strike collides head-on with Leviathan's blazing power in a violent clash of elements. The collision tears through the waterlogged chamber without giving either side an immediate victory. Iori regains his footing and studies Leviathan more carefully instead of forcing a reckless exchange. Leviathan is startled that Iori emerged from the clash unharmed. Iori concludes that simple piercing attacks are being dispersed, so he decides to exploit the dragon's weakness in close combat instead. Leviathan counters by creating a devouring vortex, intending to swallow both Iori and everything around him. Iori recognizes that this new spell covers a much wider area than the earlier attacks. Even so, he quickly identifies that the larger spell must also have a weakness. Because the magic is spread out instead of focused at one point, he realizes it contains many vulnerable spots. He decides the answer is simply to cut through those weak points one after another. A vertical blue slash tears into the vortex and Leviathan's control over it. Iori drives himself straight through the storm of water and lightning toward the dragon. Leviathan is shocked that he broke free from a trap that should have swallowed him whole. Iori reveals that his mastery of magic lets him read and dismantle spells instead of merely resisting them. He follows that explanation by carving into Leviathan at close range. Blood sprays as the strike finally lands real damage on the dragon's body. Iori presses the attack, staying close to the serpent's head where its magic is harder to leverage safely. Leviathan reels as the wound disrupts its composure. Iori shifts his grip and prepares a finishing blow rather than retreating. He commits fully, drawing all his momentum into one decisive downward strike. The blade of light cleaves through Leviathan in a single overwhelming line. Iori remains focused until the cut is complete, refusing to celebrate too early. Leviathan's enormous body collapses across the water, broken and motionless. A final pillar of blue power crashes down to seal the victory. When the light fades, Iori stands alone in the silent chamber as the battle finally ends. He settles himself and confirms the danger has truly passed. Only then does he declare that the first stage of his strategy is complete. Far away in the city, ordinary people gather beneath giant screens as news begins to spread. The broadcast announces that Japan's highest difficulty dungeon has been conquered. The report escalates the revelation by declaring that a Japanese team has cleared the world's first god-level dungeon. It credits the success to the strategists behind the operation. The world learns that the victors were a team of 3 S-class adventurers led by Seki Iori. The public erupts in relief and pride, celebrating that Japan has been saved. Crowds stare up at Iori's image as he is instantly elevated into a national hero. Some can barely process that the young man on the screen is really an S-class adventurer. Others begin to understand that Japan's savior has been hiding in plain sight. That realization turns into open admiration as his legend spreads. Fans immediately start idolizing him with the kind of fervor usually reserved for celebrities. The country shifts from fear to celebration almost overnight. Elsewhere, a calm observer watches the broadcast without surprise. A faint smile shows that this outcome pleases rather than shocks him. From the White Lotus headquarters, he remarks that Iori's success was exactly what he expected. At home, Iori's younger sister explodes with excitement over the news. She proudly announces that her brother really did it. Iori immediately redirects the praise toward the 2 companions who made the victory possible. Ren and Kanda modestly insist they only played supporting roles. Their little host refuses to hear that and insists on celebrating with a feast she prepared for them. The table is quickly filled with an extravagant spread worthy of a victory party. The 3 adventurers are genuinely impressed by the effort. They toast together to surviving and winning. Iori's sister eagerly demands a full report on how amazing her brother was in battle. Ren happily feeds her admiration by praising Iori as the one who brought down Leviathan. Iori tries to correct the exaggeration, but Ren only praises him more for being humble. Their host agrees completely, and pushes everyone to eat before the food gets cold. As the others relax into the celebration, Kanda watches Iori more quietly from the side. Her expression shifts as private feelings begin to surface beneath her usual composure. Seeing Iori at ease after the battle only deepens that inner turmoil. She starts replaying what happened between them during the mission. In her memory, the moment resolves into the intimacy of their kiss. Kanda realizes with a rush of embarrassment that it was their first kiss and that it truly happened. Iori's sister notices her reaction and leans in with immediate curiosity. The others turn toward Kanda when her flushed face becomes impossible to miss. Kanda can only grow redder as attention falls on her. Iori notices too, though he keeps his response restrained. Later that night, after the celebration winds down, the house finally grows quiet. A phone call reaches Iori on the balcony, and he recognizes the caller as Leo. Leo congratulates him on clearing the dungeon and tells him the whole world is talking about him. Iori accepts the praise but immediately notes that 3 god-level dungeons still remain. Leo apologizes for interrupting his rest because he already has another request. He asks whether Iori can take on the next dungeon in America. The reason is urgent. American adventurers are struggling, and the guild wants Iori's help. Leo makes it clear that he believes Iori is the one person who can handle it. Iori understands the situation at once and agrees in principle. Leo tells him this is not a debt, but a return of the favor Iori has already done the world. Still, Leo adds one important condition to the request. He wants Iori to bring the 2 adventurers he trusts most. Leo explains that future threats will require trusted allies working together, not isolated heroes. Iori accepts that condition without hesitation. Leo ends the call by saying he is looking forward to meeting Iori's chosen companions. After the call, the late hour only emphasizes how quickly the next crisis is arriving. Under the moonlight, Iori decides that the next destination is America. Soon after, the team is already on a plane, heading overseas to challenge the next dungeon before the world can catch its breath. Iori accepts the situation by deciding that this trial should make them stronger. Ren agrees, while Saki stays tense and silent as they follow Iori's lead. A blonde man named Leo welcomes Iori and thanks him for bringing the other 2 all the way here. Leo smoothly acknowledges the pair behind Iori and treats them as important guests. He introduces himself with polished confidence, making clear that he already controls the meeting. Ren and Saki introduce themselves respectfully, surprised that Leo can speak Japanese so naturally. Iori quietly notes that Leo is even more prepared than expected. Leo immediately assumes Saki is Iori's girlfriend, and Iori confirms it without hesitation. That blunt answer flusters Saki, while Leo praises Iori for finally being open about the relationship. With the pleasantries over, Leo moves everyone onward to the real purpose of the visit. Ren and Saki brace themselves, sensing that the casual mood is about to change. They are brought into Operation Nexus, a hidden base that reveals the scale of Leo's organization. Leo enjoys their amazement as the secret facility leaves them feeling like they have stepped into another world. He openly admits that this kind of reaction is exactly what he wanted from them. Leo explains that most of his key members were called away to a dungeon, so this meeting will be more personal than planned. Iori immediately sees through him and realizes they were not brought here just for introductions. Leo is amused that Iori now reads him so well. He turns to Saki and Ren and orders them to fight him in mock battles. Leo makes it clear that this is a test, not entertainment. Ren accepts the idea, and Saki follows despite her uncertainty. Iori stays outwardly calm, already trying to understand Leo's real intention. He concludes that Leo deliberately arranged this so he could judge their abilities firsthand. Leo wastes no time once Iori understands. He chooses Saki to go first, forcing her to stand alone against the world's strongest adventurer. Iori and Rin watch from the side, knowing this fight will reveal far more than simple strength. The arena seals them in, turning the test into a controlled but serious duel. Leo begins by confirming that Saki has recently reached the rank of Transcendental. Saki admits that her breakthrough happened only recently. Leo praises the rarity of that achievement, while also reminding her how exceptional the standard is. Then he invites her to attack whenever she wants, confident that he can handle anything she does. Saki answers by launching a fierce opening strike instead of hesitating. Leo blocks her first assault effortlessly, smiling as if he expected exactly this much. Watching closely, Iori realizes the point of the match is not victory but measuring the gap between Saki and Leo. Leo is using the duel to see how far Saki still is from the summit he occupies. Saki understands the same thing and resolves to prove that the distance is not hopeless. Leo keeps inviting her forward, refusing to pressure her with fear and forcing her to rely only on her own ability. Saki steadies herself and raises her glowing blade with renewed focus. The two square off properly, and the test becomes a true contest of skill. Saki unleashes a barrage of light-speed slashes, trying to overwhelm him before he can respond. Leo meets her head-on and turns the exchange into a direct clash rather than a chase. Even while defending, he notes that her technique is interesting enough to deserve real attention. Saki tries to reposition, but Leo appears behind her as if he had already solved her movement. She is shocked to realize he is using Flash, the very skill that defines her fighting style. The worst part is that he is handling her own technique more cleanly than she can. As the duel accelerates, Saki finally understands what it means to face the world's best adventurer. Rin is stunned that Leo reproduced Saki's signature ability so perfectly. Iori explains that Leo's power is skill copy, allowing him to use other people's abilities as his own. He adds that Leo is also a transcendental, so copied skills do not weaken in his hands. That means Leo can use Flash at the same level as Saki herself. Rin bitterly concludes that Leo is another monster on Iori's level, and Iori dryly returns the label. Even so, Iori admits Leo's overall ability may surpass other national champions, including China's strongest Wang Daong. Rin becomes excited rather than discouraged, because watching this fight may teach him what transcendence really looks like. He hopes Leo's battle will show him the path that led beyond ordinary limits. Iori confirms that this is exactly the kind of lesson Leo intends to give. Still, Iori keeps watching carefully, worried about how hard this lesson may hit Saki. He reasons that Leo is trying to give both of them a concrete summit to aim for. At the same time, he knows Saki needs to believe in the sudden growth of her own power instead of fearing it. Iori wants her momentum to continue, but he is uneasy about the pain required to force that change. Inside the fight, Saki begins to hate the helpless feeling growing in her chest. She realizes every attack she launches arrives too late to matter. What crushes her most is that Leo is defeating her with her own skills, and using them better than she can. The duel strips away all excuses and shows her the difference between borrowed confidence and true mastery. Even so, Saki refuses to accept defeat and clings to the need to keep fighting. She forces out a stronger form of her sword technique, trying to break the pattern before Leo fully controls the battle. Leo answers by matching the same technique, proving again that he can mirror her growth instantly. Saki had feared this exact outcome from the moment the test began. Because Flash lets her read future actions, she tries to win by predicting Leo and moving first. She trusts the years she spent refining that ability, and convinces herself that experience should still matter. As she commits to that plan, she sees a narrow opening and lunges toward it. For the first time, she believes there may actually be a path to victory. She fires herself through that opening with everything she has. Leo catches the attack and praises her sincerely, acknowledging that she really is exceptional. Then he reveals that until now he had only been using her own skills, and decides to become serious. Leo activates Phantom Wing, bringing out a new power that changes the entire rhythm of the fight. Saki is caught off guard as the battle suddenly leaves the limits she thought she understood. Leo explains that Flash predicts future actions, magic, and body movements. But Phantom Wing can be triggered instantly, allowing him to create outcomes that Flash cannot foresee correctly. By shifting unpredictably through the air, he makes his future movements unreadable to her. Saki is battered by attacks exploding from impossible angles as her predictive advantage collapses. She realizes in panic that she can no longer read his movements at all. Even so, she refuses to break completely. Saki forces out another desperate sword technique, trying to seize back control through sheer will. Leo remains exhilarated rather than threatened, enjoying the pressure she is finally creating. Their clash tears across the arena as Saki pushes herself past caution. She closes in with a reckless direct strike, betting everything on one committed exchange. Leo stops it cleanly, and knocks her off balance with superior timing. Saki tries to recover midair and keep attacking before he can finish the exchange. She screams through the pain, refusing to let the gap decide the outcome for her. But her weapon slips from her grasp, and the loss of it tells her the fight is already over. Leo leaves her standing but disarmed, ending the duel without humiliating her any further. Even Leo pauses, surprised by how hard she pushed him to pay attention. Saki can hardly believe she was stopped so completely. Leo tells her she was as capable as he expected, making the defeat sound like proof of promise rather than failure. His praise only makes the loss hit her harder, because she knows it came after a total defeat. Saki admits to herself that she did not merely lose, but was utterly outclassed. Iori watches the aftermath in silence, letting her face that truth for a moment. When he turns to leave, Rin calls after him, unsettled by how calmly he is handling Saki's collapse. Saki looks toward Iori with tears finally gathering, needing his judgment more than anyone else's. Iori asks first whether she is alright, putting her condition above the result. Saki answers by calling his name, already on the verge of breaking down. She confesses that she lost because she still is not strong enough. The frustration becomes unbearable, and her tears finally spill. Iori pulls her close and tells her this defeat is acceptable because it means she is about to grow much stronger. Through tears, Saki accepts that answer and turns her frustration into a wish to become stronger. Seeing that, Iori realizes his fear was unnecessary because the loss has strengthened her resolve instead of crushing it. Leo checks whether he pushed her too far, showing that even he was testing the limits of this lesson. Iori assures him that the experience was exactly what Saki needed, and Leo accepts that judgment. Rin notices that this is the first time he has seen Saki cry, and understands how deeply she trusts Iori. Once Saki regains herself, Iori asks if she can still stand and continue watching. Then he sends Rin forward, telling him to fight Leo with everything he has. Rin accepts immediately, eager rather than intimidated. Leo welcomes the challenge with the same calm confidence he showed Saki. As Rin steps up, Saki realizes she never saw a future where he won, yet she still feels he may grow through this. Iori tells her plainly that Rin can become stronger, and that certainty steadies her. Saki decides that if Iori believes in Rin, then she will believe too. Iori explains that the frustration she feels now will become the force that drives her higher. Saki accepts those words and regains her composure. Leo then turns the arena over to Rin and begins the second test. Rin is startled by the pressure in Leo's gaze, but he does not retreat. He asks Leo to go easy on him, though the request sounds more like nervous humor than real hope. The fight begins with Rin charging straight in under a storm of fire and steel. He collides with Leo immediately, proving that unlike Saki he intends to challenge power with power. Leo reads the opening exchange and starts analyzing Ren's style in real time. Ren's flaming sword pressure forces Leo to give ground for the first time in these tests. Ren quickly realizes that Leo's overall level is overwhelming, but he keeps fighting instead of freezing. Meanwhile, Leo becomes fascinated by Ren's fire-based skill, praising its strength, flexibility, and efficiency. He raises a massive sphere of flame overhead, demonstrating how much destruction the skill can produce. Leo marvels that such a low-cost ability can generate so much output. Ren is shocked that Leo has already expanded his skill into something this large after seeing it only briefly. Leo hurls the attack back at him as if returning Ren's own power with interest. Ren realizes he cannot stop the incoming blast by ordinary means. The firestorm crashes down and engulfs the arena in a violent explosion. Ren escapes the center of the blast at the last moment, and re-enters the fight from above. Even while surviving it, he understands that he is being crushed by the full potential of his own skill. He admits to himself that by any normal measure he has no chance of winning. Instead of giving up, Ren decides that if defeat is certain, he may as well reveal everything he has. Leo sees that resolve on Ren's face and approves of it immediately. Ren unleashes a stronger technique, Bloody Dual Blade Red Lotus, and attacks with both blades at once. Leo responds by deciding to recreate that technique as well, pushing skill copy even further. He forges the copied power into his own weapon and prepares to answer in kind. Ren is stunned that Leo can reproduce even this advanced move so quickly. Leo calmly states that he still has many ways to use Ren's power, making the gap feel even wider. He raises a colossal pillar of red energy and flame, turning Ren's technique into something far deadlier than before. Then Leo decides to merge the copied flame directly into his swordsmanship. The fused blade ignites with a far more dangerous intensity than Ren expected. Ren braces himself as he realizes Leo has transformed his own ability into a superior form. Leo's enhanced strike detonates in a towering red inferno that dominates the entire arena. For a moment, all that remains is the roar of the flames. Watching the aftermath, Ren finally understands what he is facing. He recognizes Leo as the true world's top adventurer, a fighter who can seize another person's power and elevate it beyond its original owner. Leo acknowledges that Iori's companions proved themselves formidable. One of them accepts the praise, though he is still frustrated by how decisively he lost. Even so, the defeat helped him understand his purpose more clearly, and he credits Leo for that. Iori accepts that answer without mocking him. Leo concludes from the mock battles that Iori is already on par with America's S-class fighters. That reassurance makes Leo more confident about bringing Iori into the dungeon operation, prompting a teasing complaint that he doubted them before. Iori denies any distrust and explains that he only wanted to test Iori's friends and give them useful combat experience against himself. He calmly confirms that was his intention all along. Their conversation is interrupted when Leo receives an urgent transmission from Phantom. Leo answers at once and shifts into command mode. Phantom reports that the dungeon situation has suddenly become dangerous. Leo immediately presses for details. Phantom reveals that their timing failed, allowing the terrorist group Calamity Congregation to seize the dungeon and block any assault on it. The name alone alarms the group, and they realize a major threat has appeared. Leo explains that Calamity Congregation is America's most active and dangerous terrorist organization, filled with people comparable to S-rank adventurers. From the battlefield, Phantom warns that the clash is escalating quickly and the enemy is stronger than expected. Leo asks the crucial question of whether their leader Victor is present, and Phantom confirms that Victor and several members are on site. That confirmation makes everyone understand the crisis has become far more serious. Phantom warns that if the terrorists keep interfering with the dungeon strategy, disaster is imminent. Iori realizes the likely outcome is a stampede. The others infer that triggering that catastrophe is exactly what Calamity Congregation wants. Phantom insists they must prevent it at any cost and calls for emergency reinforcements. Leo immediately decides to move out with Iori and the others to crush Calamity Congregation. Iori agrees that defeating the terrorists is now the only way to clear the dungeon. When Iori asks for their commitment, his two companions answer without hesitation that they will follow him anywhere. With everyone aligned, Iori and Leo share a confident understanding. The decision is made, and the story shifts to the enemy's side under the moonlit sky. Victor stands beneath a swarm of dark crows, overseeing the occupied dungeon with cold control. He watches the floating dungeon core from a cliff as his plan advances. Victor declares that all preparations are complete and reveals his power over the crows. Scarlet takes her position, vowing that no one will be allowed near them while she prepares her illusion-based defense. Thor claims the direct approach, promising to annihilate anyone who advances with overwhelming thunder. Mist boasts that their disguises have worked perfectly, and that they already know every move the enemy will make. Below Victor, a crowd gathers like expendable pieces in a ritualized battlefield. Those gathered turn out to be vacant, puppet-like bodies under enemy control. Luna announces that these puppets will serve as the first defensive barrier. With his subordinates in place, Victor concludes that no one will interfere now. He reveals the true objective. Once the stampede begins, America itself will be devastated. As the terrorists prepare, a helicopter carrying the response team closes in on the area. Inside, Leo notices Iori's silence and asks what is weighing on him. Leo admits he is worried about Phantom and Crescent. He explains that Calamity Congregation destroyed their hometown, making this battle deeply personal for them. Leo fears that now they finally have a chance at revenge, they may mistake anger for purpose. He hopes they choose restraint instead of letting hatred decide for them. That uncertainty leaves Leo uneasy even as they approach the battlefield. Iori reminds him that Phantom and Crescent were shaped by Leo's guidance, so they should be able to endure this test. Leo accepts the reassurance, though only after a moment of doubt. At the occupied site, the floating dungeon looms over a tense encampment under the moon. Phantom's side braces themselves, already under immense pressure. Phantom recognizes the place as the same battlefield where they once fought Calamity Congregation and admits he has waited for this moment. The memory of that past defeat still haunts him like a nightmare. Driven by that trauma, he swears he will make the terrorists pay. Crescent immediately reminds him of Leo's warning not to fight for revenge. Phantom insists he remembers and claims he understands the difference. Crescent tries to reframe their mission as a fight for justice rather than vengeance. Phantom repeats the word, but it lands uneasily. He begins to question whether justice is truly what is driving them. Before that doubt can settle, Thor launches a violent attack and forces the battle to begin. Phantom and Crescent are jolted into immediate action. Thor crashes down with murderous intent, determined to crush them before they can interfere. Phantom instantly identifies him as Thor, the enemy's thunder specialist. He takes responsibility for facing Thor himself and orders Crescent to handle Eagle in the shadows. As they move, another enemy reveals himself and announces that he has finally drawn them out. Phantom's team finds itself confronted by multiple members of Calamity Congregation at once. Thor laughs off their numbers and declares that 5 opponents still are not enough to stop him. Phantom and Crescent resolve to stop the enemy plan no matter what. The rest of their team agrees and commits to the fight. Thor opens with a devastating thundercharged strike. His thunderfist tears through the ground in a brutal shockwave. Phantom's side responds by deploying a dimensional gate and choosing to counter with strategy instead of force. The gate unfolds into a spatial construct meant to control the battlefield. Thor's attack races toward them, but the trap is already taking shape. Thor notices the shift too late. Phantom's team uses the gate to reposition themselves above him, turning his assault into an opening. Crescent declares that their plan is ready and only needs execution. Luna floods the area with moonlight, creating a blinding field around Thor. She explains that the light will disrupt his vision and ruin his attack timing. Thor is inconvenienced but not panicked, mocking them for thinking that blinding him is enough. He counters with another thunder attack, relying on raw destructive force. Phantom realizes Thor is tracking them by sound instead of sight, and Eagle moves to interfere with that advantage. Eagle unleashes blue fire to distort the battlefield and drown out Thor's sensory cues. Thor notices the misdirection but remains confident. Seeing a narrow chance, the small mage resolves to lock Thor in place. Her phantasm chain wraps around Thor and successfully restrains his movement. With Thor immobilized, Phantom believes they finally have a real chance to win. He seals the trap by casting Dimension Prison around Thor. Phantom calls for the finishing strike. He slashes into the prison with a concentrated spatial attack. Crescent follows with a luminous blade strike. Eagle adds a burst of blue flame to overwhelm Thor from another angle. The small mage completes the barrage with a storm of stardust-like energy. Mist tears open space itself so all of their attacks converge through a single-dimensional rupture. The combined assault crashes down on the trapped Thor from every direction. The prison erupts under the force of the coordinated strike. Instead of breaking, Thor revels in the pressure and praises them for finally giving him a real fight. He answers by invoking Thunder God Descent, transforming his power into something monstrous. The sudden escalation catches Phantom and Crescent off guard. Thor declares that he has been holding back and will fight seriously from now on. Phantom immediately realizes they underestimated him and that the battle has turned against them. He orders an emergency retreat and admits they need a new plan. Thor refuses to let them escape and surges after them. Eagle tries to stop him with a technique called God's Judgment. He commits to the attack despite the danger, but Thor's empowered force overwhelms the attempt and drives straight through it. The shockwave hurls Phantom's entire team away in agony. When the dust settles, Thor is left standing over their collapsed bodies. He coldly tells them that none of them are leaving. Then he remarks that Thor handled the battle in an unusually flashy way. A red mist spreads across the battlefield as another enemy presence arrives. Thor recognizes the newcomer as Scarlet. Scarlet lightly praises him for managing the fight so easily that it looked like child's play. Thor says she only came because she was bored and boasts that the battle is already finished. Phantom, barely able to rise, realizes how hopeless the situation has become. Even so, he refuses to accept defeat. He forces himself back up and vows to finish the fight. Thor is pleased rather than threatened, enjoying the resistance. As he asks for even more fun, a new voice interrupts and apologizes for arriving late. A dimensional platform opens above the battlefield, and reinforcements finally appear. Leo steps forward and calmly tells the enemy they may enjoy themselves for now. He makes clear that the only thing that matters is the complete destruction of Calamity Congregation. Thor looks up and realizes the balance of power has shifted. Leo's expression hardens as he takes in the scene below. Thor, still thrilled by combat, calls Leo a worthy opponent. Scarlet snaps him back to reality, reminding him that this is not the time to indulge in battle lust. Leo immediately assesses that the strongest enemies are all gathered here and decides this is the moment to withdraw his side safely. He warns the terrorists that he has no intention of letting them control the outcome. Scarlet counters that she came precisely to prevent Thor from dying pointlessly, even while the two bicker like allies used to each other. Leo studies Scarlet's ability and quietly decides to let this escape happen once so he can learn from it. Scarlet notices his interest and meets it with a knowing smile. After the exchange, Leo's side concludes that Victor has escaped during the confusion. Scarlet admits the heroes are stronger than expected. Still, she promises that they will meet again. With that taunt, she opens a red portal and withdraws. Iori questions why Leo allowed them to get away, and Leo explains that now he understands Scarlet's skill type. They will not escape next time. With the enemy gone, the battlefield finally falls quiet. Leo turns his attention from the terrorists to the wounded team and asks if they are all right. Phantom answers that they survived, but his voice carries shame rather than relief. That shame breaks open as he struggles back to his feet. He confesses that they were useless against Calamity Congregation. Leo admits he had believed they had grown strong enough to stand on equal footing with such enemies. But the battle proved that their growth still was not enough. Phantom breaks down completely and calls their effort hopeless. Crescent tries to reach him, but he can barely face her. Even Eagle can only apologize and admit their weakness. Phantom blames himself for lashing out at them, thanks them for standing beside him, and admits the fault is his. He confesses that what hurts most is feeling powerless before the enemy he wanted to defeat. Leo answers not with criticism, but with a steady hand on Phantom's shoulder. He tells Phantom plainly that he is strong. Leo explains that the loss does not erase that strength. It only means their enemies were stronger this time. Iori closes the moment by reminding them that recognizing one's own weakness is itself a form of strength. A battered priest calls out to Leo and Iori as if clinging to his last chance. He humbly asks them for one final favor. That favor is to destroy the Calamity Congregation. His plea is backed by the memory of a massacre and a land consumed by fire. He recalls helplessly watching innocent people die. The survivors could only stand together and witness the ruin. Overcome with grief, he begs them again through tears. Another priest apologizes for letting the cult's ambition spiral out of control and insists they must be stopped. He turns the decision over to Iori and asks what he will do. Iori answers that he already intended to bring the cult down. The wounded priest thanks him with relief. Leo adds that the Calamity Congregation is even worse than monsters. He makes clear that there is no point in trying to restrain them anymore. Elsewhere, inside the enemy stronghold, Victor scolds Thor for acting without permission. Thor brushes it off, claiming he only acted out of boredom. Scarlet interrupts to report that the situation has changed. She reveals that Leo has arrived. Victor immediately understands the threat. Thor is excited by the prospect of fighting, but Scarlet rejects the idea. She reminds him that Leo is not someone to take lightly. Victor agrees and warns them not to underestimate Leo. Confident in their preparations, he says their fortress can keep out even gods. Their confidence rests on a perfect barrier maintained by their side. They also rely on a fog that can deceive sight and hearing. Victor wonders how strong Leo really is, yet still believes the fortress cannot be breached. Certain that nothing can stop their ambitions, they prepare to move forward. Victor rallies the Calamity Congregation to begin. The cult members greet the coming conflict like a celebration. Even their more reserved allies show quiet confidence. As Victor raises the barrier, a massive impact suddenly shakes the fortress. Thor is startled and demands to know what made that sound. Victor identifies it as a powerful monster. The cult realizes something enormous is pressing against the barrier. Thor understands that the noise is an attack on the fortress itself. The attacker is revealed as the Sea Emperor Raccoon, a colossal summoned familiar. Iori explains that he obtained a liberation spellbook after defeating Leviathan and used it to summon this creature. Because of its immense size, he chose it specifically to smash barriers. Leo is thrilled by the sheer scale of Iori's summon. Iori dryly notes that Leo seems far too excited, but Leo admits giant monsters delight him. Leo even jokes that watching a man solve problems with a raccoon is strangely fascinating. Inside the fortress, Thor powers up with divine force and prepares to strike back. He launches a brutal attack at the Sea Emperor Raccoon. Thor follows with a second divine blow meant to finish it. His attack slams into the giant familiar but fails to break through. Thor is stunned that his full force strike accomplished nothing. Iori explains that the Sea Emperor Raccoon has the highest defense among Covenant familiars, so attacks like that cannot even scratch it. Seeing that brute force may fail, Leo doubts Thor can break the barrier alone. The masked cultist answers by spreading a sealing mist and vows not to forgive them. The mist engulfs the Sea Emperor Raccoon's face and eyes. Its vision and senses begin to dull under the fog's effect. The enormous familiar drifts uncertainly as the mist spreads over it. Iori realizes the flow of magic has been disturbed and recognizes this as advanced sublimation control. The masked man explains that his mist blocks magic coming from outside. Leo and Iori immediately understand they have found the person sustaining the enemy defense. Leo identifies the masked misuser as the key to the fortress's protection. Above them, the Sea Emperor Raccoon still looms over the battlefield under the moon. Victor notices the Real attackers approaching and welcomes the confrontation. He recognizes them as top adventurers from Japan and America. Leo notices Victor is not surprised by their arrival. Iori remarks that Leo has become famous worldwide after clearing the dungeon. Victor coldly says it will be an honor to bury such promising adventurers. He declares the area to be the cult's territory and invites them in like prey. The white-haired woman unleashes her puppets, sending controlled victims forward. A crowd of enthralled people closes in around Leo's group from every side. Leo realizes she is controlling even A-rank and S-rank adventurers, and some of them seem familiar. Iori concludes they cannot save those victims in the middle of battle. Leo decides the least they can do is give the controlled dead a proper burial. He opens the fight with a sweeping attack meant to cut through the horde. The strike tears through the puppets with terrifying efficiency. Their controller is shocked that so many dropped instantly. But the fallen bodies begin moving again despite being severed. The puppeteer smugly points out that her puppets can still keep fighting. Leo admits her ability is especially vile. She responds by directing more puppets at him. The controlled fighters rush in with coordinated attacks. A defensive spell rises to intercept the assault. Leo reinforces the defense with a wall of ice to hold them back. An allied swordsman decides that if they cannot cut through the puppets cleanly, they should simply bury them under overwhelming force. He turns the battlefield into a blaze that engulfs the puppet army. He tells the others to leave the burning horde to him. Thor leaps through the flames, eager for a stronger opponent. He targets the American swordsman, sensing he is far stronger than the earlier victims. The swordsman calmly readies his twin flaming blades. Before Thor can overwhelm him, the blonde girl intercepts the attack and meets him head-on. Thor laughs, thrilled to have found a worthy fight. He taunts her and treats the duel like a game. Watching the battlefield, Iori realizes the fight has fully begun. He also sees that staying trapped in this setup will only wear them down. He identifies the real problem as the crow and the mist, a spatial effect that slowly drains strength and magic. He concludes those support abilities must be destroyed first. Victor appears behind him and mocks him for figuring it out. At the same time, Leo closes in on the masked spatial mage. Victor attacks Leo with a deadly shadow strike. Leo charges through the attack and forces Victor to defend. Leo realizes Victor is no ordinary human. Victor answers that he discarded his human heart long ago. Leo clarifies that he means something far worse. He openly accuses Victor of being a demon. Victor tries to brush it off with a joke, but Leo is not distracted. Leo insists he can see Victor's true nature. He states that Victor is hiding his real form beneath a human disguise. Victor refuses to explain himself and tells Leo to say whatever he wants. Instead of arguing, he orders Scarlet and the misuser to bring Leo down. Both of them accept the order immediately. Facing 3 spatial magic users at once, Leo decides he will have to improvise a solution. A hand reaches for him from behind as his ally moves into position. Leo and Iori switch places with a coordinated spatial technique. Leo tells Iori to focus on his own task and leave this side to him. Iori accepts the handoff, grateful for the support. Leo steps through a spatial gate and enters the misuser's zone. Victor tells the others not to worry about Leo because the Japanese spatial mage can handle him. The masked man commits to hunting the spatial specialist while Scarlet goes after Leo. Scarlet agrees to take Leo for herself. Leo meets her approach without flinching. Scarlet smiles as if she has already found his weakness. She activates hemokinesis and attacks Leo from inside his own body. Leo is jolted as his blood suddenly turns against him. Scarlet explains that blood manipulation controls internal blood flow, making it lethal even against stronger foes. Leo realizes his racing heart and loss of control are caused by her manipulating his blood. Though the sensation is awful, he decides he has to answer with a dangerous move. He triggers a violent blood explosion within himself to break the control. The blast erupts across the battlefield. Using the opening, Leo rushes Victor with renewed force. Victor recognizes the move as the skill of the S-rank adventurer Valak. Leo reveals that Scarlet's own buff has made that stolen technique even stronger than the original. Victor realizes this fight will not be simple after all. He warns Leo that using so much magic should be dangerous for him. Leo is briefly caught off guard by the remark. A violent red shock tears through the ground as the battle intensifies around them. Thor keeps charging recklessly, laughing and demanding more from his opponents. The blonde girl senses something is wrong as her body grows heavy and her skills dull. The American swordsman admits the enemies are overwhelming, strong enough to trouble even America's best. The masked misuser taunts Iori that his friends are in trouble and that he cannot ignore the spatial magic forever. Iori agrees that the misuser is right about the priority. He reveals that his spatial magic does not rely on ordinary flows and boasts that not even Jax could nullify it. The masked man insists Iori still cannot destroy his space and declares the fight over. But his confidence falters when he senses something changing. Iori completes a massive spatial construct beneath the moon. He judges the enemy's magic structure solid but fundamentally limited. The masked man is horrified that Iori has analyzed not only him, but the whole linked system with Scarlet and Victor. Iori confirms that the enemy bought him the few extra seconds he needed. The masked man realizes too late that the tide has turned. Iori calmly announces that his counterattack begins now. Victor looks up and admits that Iori has actually done it. At the same moment, the blonde girl notices the draining discomfort has suddenly vanished. The American swordsman feels his body lighten as his strength returns. With the suppression gone, he realizes he can finally unleash his full power. He releases a devastating crimson twin blade technique into the battlefield. The puppeteer is shocked by the sudden reversal and cannot understand what changed. Thor quickly figures it out. Iori has broken the enemy support system, and everyone's movements have changed because the spatial suppression is gone. The heroes brace themselves as the true battle begins and their enemy welcomes the coming fight as entertainment. The blonde demon rushes in with savage delight, making clear he intends to enjoy crushing them. With the spatial domain destroyed, one side notes that a major advantage has been lost. Even so, the blonde swordsman remains calm, sensing the fight is not over yet. Victor confirms the setback without panic. He reveals that losing a comrade because of the enemy has left him with real grief and anger. The blonde swordsman demands an explanation as Victor's ominous power begins to stir. Victor steps forward while dark energy gathers, drawing the attention of both Iori and the masked white-haired ally called Mist. Mist tries to reassure Victor that despite losing spatial magic, their side still holds the advantage, and begs him to stop. Victor answers by showing exactly what he means, activating a sinister power with cold resolve. Before Mist can react, Victor seizes him by the head. He begins forcibly extracting Mist's power, treating his own ally as fuel. Iori is stunned and demands to know what Victor is doing. Victor explains that even with spatial magic broken, he can still turn the battle by taking what he needs. He openly declares that he is stealing Mist's magic power for himself. Iori realizes with disgust that Mist was never more than a disposable pawn to Victor. Victor's hand hovers over Mist as the theft reaches its end. Mist is cast aside, drained and broken, while Victor rises with new power. Victor judges the stolen magic acceptable, as if evaluating a tool rather than a person. Dark wings unfurl behind him, showing the stolen power has transformed him into something even more dangerous. He admits his own reserves were insufficient to bring out his skill's full potential, which is why he needed another's power. Victor justifies the sacrifice by claiming Mist would have wanted to be useful even in death. Iori bitterly notes that Victor ignored Mist's plea to stop. Victor calmly confirms that he chose to disregard it. The blonde swordsman recognizes exactly what kind of villain Victor is. That realization hardens his resolve, because now he can kill Victor without hesitation. He answers with a massive heaven sword strike, bringing divine light down on Victor. The beam crashes toward Victor with overwhelming force. Victor blocks it with one hand and mocks the attack as disappointingly weak. He even praises the result of sacrificing a comrade, taunting that the cruelty has paid off. The swordsman realizes Victor is still only probing his strength. Victor admits that he had hoped arrogance would make this easier, but his opponent stayed cautious. The swordsman keeps watching closely, refusing to be shaken by the taunts. Even while under pressure, he reveals that his real goal was to distract Victor. A second burst of heavenly light detonates nearby as that distraction pays off. Victor is forced to evade through the air instead of pressing his advantage. Iori, furious, condemns the kind of monster who can discard allies without caring. He states that this is the true nature of demons. No matter how human they seem, they only see people as tools. The blonde swordsman agrees with Iori and decides to finish the matter here. Victor counters that the Kagasai were formed to destroy the world and would use any means necessary to remove obstacles. He argues that even if he had faced only the two heroes, Mist would still have been spent as a resource. In Victor's view, the sacrifice was inevitable, not exceptional. The blonde swordsman closes in and clashes blades and power directly with Victor. He rejects Victor's excuses and vows to kill him on this battlefield. Victor accepts the declaration and prepares to answer with lethal force of his own. Elsewhere, the blonde demon unleashes a violent red technique as the wider battle continues. He calls down Thunder God's judgment, summoning a colossal destructive force against the young swordswoman. She immediately recognizes that he is physically stronger than her even if she is faster. After weighing the matchup, she concludes that speed is her only real advantage. Knowing that, she resolves to bet everything on using that advantage to win. The demon notices Mist's death and realizes the overall situation has turned against his side. Instead of panicking, he quickly comes up with a new plan. He deliberately looks away from the girl, baiting her pride and attention. She answers with a flash-fast sword technique, striking from behind. At the same time, he invokes Thunder God Descent and floods the area with demonic lightning power. She presses in with fierce concentration, refusing to let him dictate the pace. The demon reveals he expected her attack and had prepared for it. A giant red hand manifests beneath her, turning her own charge into a trap. She realizes too late that she has stepped exactly where he wanted. The hand detonates with lightning and hurls her away. As electricity tears through her body, she understands the danger has become critical. The demon follows with another crushing thunder strike from above. She is smashed into the ground and badly shaken, but not finished. The demon laughs off her resistance and boasts that such attacks cannot defeat him. Even battered and trembling, she forces herself back up with her sword as support. He praises her for still standing and repeats that he has no interest in taking her hostage. She realizes that in her current state she cannot win a straight fight. So she decides to gamble on a desperate new approach. She turns inward to the true potential of Flash, the power she has not yet fully mastered. Her resolve sharpens around one promise: she will never be a burden to Iori again. She does not want to be saved anymore, she wants to stand as his equal. The demon notices that her body should already be past its limit, yet she remains upright. He admires the mental strength that is forcing her broken body to keep moving. Claiming to respect that spirit, he says he will honor it by killing her rather than capturing her. He commits to ending her with everything he has. She recalls that Flash lets her predict an opponent's moves, but she also knows prediction alone cannot save her from enemies beyond her level. The blonde swordsman's words return to her: the most dangerous foes are the ones whose futures he cannot see. She understands that some enemies remain unbeatable even with perfect counters. To her, that only proves she is still too weak. Even while admitting that truth, she refuses to accept defeat. She decides there is no other option but to push Flash to its maximum potential. The demon lunges again, intent on finishing her while she is wounded. He drives down a devastating Thunder God fist toward her. She barely escapes the impact, using speed to slip away at the last instant. While running, she realizes she can foresee his actions but still struggles to respond cleanly. She wishes she had more time to develop this power properly. The demon, thrilled by the chase, urges the battle onward. He launches God Flight and rockets after her like a living projectile. She answers with a blinding flash attack that momentarily robs him of sight. Even blinded for a second, he predicts she will try to exploit that opening and refuses to panic. He wraps himself in Thunder God armor, hardening his body against a surprise strike. Confident in his defense, he dares her to try now. She does not attack directly and instead veers away, forcing him to keep chasing. That unexpected choice catches him off guard for a moment. She reminds herself that she is faster, and that as long as she keeps moving she can survive. Her new objective becomes clear: keep him focused on her and away from everyone else, while controlling the pace of the chase. As she runs, she searches for a way to defeat him without ever stopping. The demon mocks her, saying she lacks backbone and is only clinging to life. He sneers that she is disappointing and fit only to be used as a hostage. Then he fires another god flight attack straight at her. He boasts that her injuries are slowing her down and that he can catch her easily now. She notes that this is exactly what she intended by lowering her speed just enough for him to close in. The demon thinks he has seen through her tricks and believes he finally has her cornered. He escalates by drawing power through his chains, preparing a more restrictive attack. With Godbind, he sends chains and dark force spiraling out to trap her. She realizes his attack timing is accelerating, making prediction harder and harder. Still, she slips through the closing chains by pure speed and instinct. The bind misses and slams into the ground behind her. He is amused rather than angry, pleased that she still has enough energy to keep the game going. He promises that now he will truly catch her and make her suffer. She forces herself to keep thinking, relying on future sight and reflexes together to survive. He surges in again, convinced she cannot escape this time. He follows with Thunder God's judgment, dropping another overwhelming barrage around her. She threads through the storm of attacks at full speed, refusing to stop. For the first time, she avoids one of his major attacks without pausing to calculate, and realizes something has changed. She decides that if she can keep stalling him a little longer, she may reach the answer she needs. The demon notices her repeated escapes and begins to suspect there is more to this than luck. He rains down more crushing strikes to cut off every route. She keeps running through the gaps, while he bears down from behind. His predatory grin returns as he senses the chase reaching a climax. Inside her mind, the pieces finally connect, predict the future, then reflect it into movement. That insight gives shape to the answer she has been searching for. She fully understands her path to victory at last. The demon laughs and praises her as a true strategist for dragging him into this long chase. He admits she has consumed far more of his time than he expected, so he decides the smartest move is to stop playing with her and simply ignore her from now on. He turns his back on her, intending to leave and target others instead. He taunts that because she cares about her friends, being ignored will hurt her more than fighting. Then he declares that he will show that twisted respect by killing her outright. She answers that she does not care about his words anymore, because she finally knows where to strike. Her resolve hardens into a simple truth: she did not come here to lose. She declares with certainty that she now knows how to beat him. The demon senses a sudden change in her killing intent and realizes she has sharpened herself for a decisive blow. He understands that her stalling was deliberate all along, and is thrilled by the revelation. Excitement overtakes him as he welcomes the final exchange. He invites her to come at him with everything. Red and gold streaks explode across the battlefield as both fighters launch at once. Her golden trajectory cuts straight through his crimson charge. They rush toward each other head-on, both embracing a mutual kill. The demon commits to Thunder God Descent, bringing his full destructive force down in one final attack. She realizes that future sight has shown her his attacks all along, but she made one mistake by focusing only on evasion. That mistake becomes clear when she recalls the giant hand attack that first trapped her. To erase that error, she understands she must close the distance instead of fleeing from it. Her eyes sharpen as she commits completely to that answer. She drives directly into the center of his attack, threading through the storm at point-blank range. Golden light engulfs her as Flash reaches a new level and carries her through the impossible gap. She slips past his killing blow in a blur, leaving afterimages against the moonlit sky. The demon is astonished and praises the move even as it happens. And in that instant, she knows she has finally reached the decisive moment she was waiting for. Kanda Saki rewires her own nerves with Flash, gaining reflexes that defy normal human limits. With that impossible speed in hand, she steps forward and claims the next move for herself. Her new state is explained as a form of quantum entanglement. By linking paired states instantly, the effect lets one reaction determine another without delay. Saki applies that principle to her brain and nervous system, recreating Flash throughout her body. As a result, her thoughts and movements become perfectly synchronized with no lag at all. The transformation reaches completion. Now she pushes the body's reaction speed beyond what should be physically possible and closes in on her opponent. The blonde fighter thrills at the pressure she creates and enjoys being driven this far. He decides to stop holding back as well. He summons Thunder God Armor, wrapping himself in a monstrous storm-powered form. The giant Thunder Avatar immediately swings down at Saki to crush her. Saki calmly reads the attack in an instant. She slips through the opening and cuts into the Thunder Giant before the blow can land. Her enemy realizes her power has not increased, but the atmosphere around her and the way she moves have completely changed. Even so, he keeps pressing with brute force. Convinced her offense is still survivable, he decides he can simply tear her apart with repeated heavy strikes. Saki appears behind him before he can fully adjust. She sweeps past with another slash, forcing him to evade at close range. Annoyed by her evasiveness, he challenges her to deal with a different kind of attack. He unleashes Thunder God Fury, sending his armored form into a more violent assault. Saki accelerates again, refusing to let the pressure pin her down. The transformed fighter roars and commits fully to the clash. He welcomes a direct fight, and the two rush each other head-on through a storm of impacts. In the middle of the exchange, Saki realizes this sensation resembles the state of transcendence. Her opponent slams down with crushing force, trying to end it through sheer impact. Saki answers with Thunder God Fist, turning her speed into a decisive counter. Instead of fear, she feels overwhelming power rising inside her. She understands that this battle suits her perfectly. The blonde fighter charges again, still grinning through the danger. Saki multiplies her movement into afterimages and overwhelms his ability to track her. Her barrage finally lands cleanly and drives him back. She steadies herself, ready to finish what she started. He blocks and taunts her, insisting that what she has shown still is not enough. He warns that she cannot win this way and lunges back at her. Saki meets the rush without flinching and keeps striking through his offense. He reveals he has been waiting for her to come this close, where attacking should be easiest for him. At point-blank range he drops God's Judgment, a vertical blast meant to crush her instantly. But Saki is already above and behind him before the attack can catch her. He is stunned that she escaped something he believed unavoidable. Saki turns his own confidence against him and proves that even this attack can be dodged. She slashes across him at close range and finally draws a pained reaction. Certain she has the advantage, Saki declares her intent to kill him and invokes Moonlight Rakshasa. The technique pierces through his defense and tears into his transformed body. Realizing she has broken through his guard, he resolves to answer with everything he has left. He releases God Pulse, flooding the battlefield with destructive force. Saki's blade remains fixed on him through the glare. For the first time, he looks genuinely shaken. He still forces a brutal counterblow through the exchange, refusing to fall quietly. When the clash ends, he drops to his knees in front of Saki, bloodied and beaten. Even in defeat, he praises her strength with a grudging smile. His body gives out, and he collapses at her feet. A final pillar of light marks the end of his fight. Exhausted and emotional, Saki tells Iori that she won. The moon hangs over the battlefield as the scene shifts. Elsewhere, Victor coldly notes that Thor has fallen and leaves the remaining enemies to Luna. Luna dismisses Thor as useless, showing no concern over his loss. A blue-haired swordsman bristles at her arrogance and prepares to confront her. Victor answers that he only gave the orders required for the situation. He tells his pursuers that if they want to arrest him, they must defeat him first. The blonde ally answers that Victor will die whether he cooperates or not. Around them, the battlefield still burns from the larger conflict. The silver-haired swordsman sees their sides' numbers dropping and decides he must end his own fight quickly. Luna notices his urgency and remarks that events have favored him so far. His attention sharpens, sensing that she is about to reveal something more. Luna warns him that the puppets were never her full strength. She unveils moonlight magic and extends her control over the battlefield. The controlled adventurer's eyes flare as her spell takes hold more deeply. They swarm the swordsman at once, forcing him to fend off multiple attackers. He realizes their movements have changed and that targeting the puppets directly will only waste time. Still, there are too many of them, so he has to thin their numbers before he can reach Luna. Watching from safety, Luna mockingly praises his effort. Then she decides to escalate the game. The swordsman senses a new threat closing around him. A white-haired ally suddenly appears and activates Luna Flare. The swordsman is caught off guard by the unexpected intervention. Luna distorts the appearance of nearby adventurers, turning them into deceptive images. She explains that even if he recognizes the trick, he cannot simply cut through those illusions because they overlap with real people. He recognizes the technique as especially vicious because it weaponizes hesitation. The false and real figures closen together, making every target suspect. He forces himself to stay calm despite the confusion. He reminds himself that one moment of doubt could kill him, so he cannot let the illusion dictate his pace. He unleashes a wide fiery sweep to clear space around himself. Following it with solar phrase, he blasts through the crowd in a radiant arc. As he fights, he remembers seeing Leo's strength and asks himself how he can rise to that level. He decides this battle is giving him the first answer. Luna notices her puppets have been destroyed and accepts that the indirect approach has failed. Smiling, she decides to fight him directly instead. He reasons that because she relied on controlling others, her personal combat ability should be limited. But her calm expression makes him doubt that assumption. The two face each other alone under the moon, and he senses she is far too composed. Luna belittles him as an adventurer who has not transcended and claims he cannot truly threaten her. She says that for now she can simply toy with him. To prove it, she forms a moonlit bow and prepares a direct attack. She condenses lunar power into a shot with frightening confidence. The projectile comes so fast that he barely avoids being skewered. Luna immediately follows with a rapid volley, keeping him under relentless pressure. Forced into pure evasion, he admits he underestimated her and recognizes that she is genuinely strong. Luna realizes the fight is becoming troublesome for her as well. Not wanting Victor's displeasure, she decides to end the battle quickly. She commits to a finishing sequence without further delay. With Orbit, she summons multiple luminous spheres to surround the battlefield. The swordsman finds himself boxed in as the lights descend from every direction. He realizes he is completely surrounded and forced onto the defensive. The orbs begin moving in coordinated patterns, tightening the trap. Seeing no easy escape, he accepts that he must endure the attack and wait for an opening. One strike clips his face, proving the trap can still wound him even through his defense. The lattice of light closes around him while Luna watches from a distance. She judges the pattern nearly impossible to counter because its movement cannot be read. In her view, he cannot beat her unless he abandons planning and attacks on instinct. Excited by her advantage, she demands even more pressure from the spell. The bombardment intensifies into a rain of converging beams. He endures the storm, searching for the one instant that matters. While defending, he realizes Luna understands his abilities unusually well and must have been studying him closely. That insight troubles him because it should not have been possible for her to know so much. He concludes that even he does not fully understand the divine sword of purgatory, so her certainty makes no sense. Even so, he decides the match will be settled in a single second if he can use that sword to close the distance. Luna raises her arms and announces that she has stored enough power to kill him outright. She gathers that accumulated magic between her hands for a final release. Reading his intent to wait for the perfect moment, she mocks him and says he is already too late. She reveals that while keeping him occupied, she has been absorbing magic the entire time. Now she turns the whole battle's gathered power into her own advantage. She boasts that she has manipulated him into feeding her finishing move. He answers with a grim smile, refusing to panic. He realizes the solar blade carries tremendous heat and force. But he also admits that raw power alone is still not enough to defeat Luna, and that he must understand his own skills more deeply. Luna laughs off his chances and declares resistance pointless. She fires the accumulated lunar power, convinced the outcome is already decided. A massive moon-like vortex crashes down toward him. At that critical instant, Leo comes to his mind. Driven by the need to surpass Leo, he throws everything into one desperate advance. He cuts straight into the heart of Luna's overwhelming attack instead of retreating. Luna is shocked that he survives the impossible charge and realizes he crossed the entire killing zone in a single second. His breakthrough tears open the attack before it can fully consume him. The force of his counter surges upward toward Luna herself. Panicking, Luna throws up Luna Barrier to stop the strike. Both of them strain at the limit as his attack crashes against her defense. The collision erupts in a blinding explosion that engulfs the battlefield. When the light fades, the ground is left shattered and smoking. Luna lies unconscious in the crater, her final defense broken. The swordsman collapses as well, but with enough strength left to recognize that he won. From afar, the others see the distant blast and understand that Luna's battle has ended. Ren and Saki's side concludes that their allies have won their fights, which means the enemy line is collapsing. Victor coldly observes that Luna has fallen just like Thor. Ren declares that with Luna defeated, all that remains is to bring Victor down. Victor dismisses his subordinates as worthless and decides to handle the matter personally. Dark wings and a storm of black birds gather around him as he releases his own power. Ren questions his threat, but Leo immediately warns that Victor is capable of carrying it out. Leo states that he understands Victor's abilities now and urges that they finish this here. Ren accepts at once, and the final confrontation is set. The enemy admits he has been restraining himself for the same reason as his opponents, even as a monstrous deathly power looms over the battlefield. Before the Darkwing Man can settle in, Iori surges forward in a burst of blue light to seize the initiative. The sudden speed catches the enemy off guard and breaks his composure. Iori drives his attack upward, gathering a concentrated blast in his hand. He slams that power down in a straight beam, detonating the ground below. As the smoke clears, the enemy questions what Iori meant by feeling the same way. He quickly understands that Iori had been holding back while his allies were still engaged. Iori confirms it, and declares that the fight will now end with his full strength. He calmly warns the enemy to prepare himself. The wingman judges that even with this power, defeating Siki Iori will be difficult. Seeing Leo standing with Iori, he concludes his odds of victory are nearly non-existent. So he decides to reveal a hidden trump card. He entrusts the rest of his plan to Scarlet. Scarlet silently understands his intent at once. She accepts the order without hesitation. Iori warns that whatever the enemy is planning will fail and that this battle will end here. The winged man remains unfazed and claims he still has another move left. Leo suspects the man is only toying with them and doubts his bluff will work. The enemy invites them to test that confidence for themselves. Leo alerts Iori that the attack is coming, and Iori braces immediately. A violent eruption tears through the ground as the enemy launches his final move. He unleashes Death Hand, channeling red destructive force through his arm. The crimson attack sweeps across the field toward Iori and Leo. Iori recognizes the technique from the dungeon-clearing battle and decides not to waste time studying it now. He resolves to end the clash quickly. To do that, he raises a magic barrier and dives into direct defense. The enemy notices something incoming from above and is forced to react. A pillar of blue light drops from the sky as Iori presses the assault from another angle. At the same time, a golden force descends from elsewhere, creating a pincer. Leo realizes the timing has shifted in their favor. He calls down Flash, a blazing holy strike aimed straight at the enemy. The winged man understands that if he fails to evade, he will be finished, and finally acknowledges how dangerous his opponents are. Leo knows the enemy should not be able to overcome this combined attack. The golden blast crashes down with overwhelming force. Yet the enemy counters again with Death Hand instead of retreating. The opposing powers collide in a massive explosion. From within the blast, the enemy reveals Space Distortion Box, warping the surrounding area to survive the impact. Leo had anticipated resistance, and reveals that he copied this very skill for moments like this. The enemy realizes too late that relaxing was a mistake. Leo taunts him for losing focus in the middle of battle. The enemy narrows his eyes, sensing the trap closing in. Iori channels a sharper, denser stream of power and prepares to finish the opening Leo created. Leo reminds the enemy that Iori is still in the fight, so he cannot focus on only one threat. Iori's blue strike detonates across the field and engulfs the enemy. Even under the blast, the winged man smiles instead of panicking. Leo is startled when the enemy reveals that this exact finishing attempt was what he had been waiting for. The enemy opens a bright circular portal-like distortion beside himself. Leo realizes too late that the enemy's true target was never just survival. Iori also senses the danger and hardens his focus. Bleeding heavily, the enemy reveals that he baited out a decisive attack because that was the condition he needed. Dark mist begins to gather and twist around him as his hidden plan activates. He explains that mist alone was insufficient before, but after accumulating enough magic, it can now give birth to his real trump card. Iori immediately understands that the man intends to destroy himself to unleash it, and the enemy confirms it. The winged man declares that in exchange for his life, he will make sure to end them. Leo judges it as a desperate sacrificial attack, likely even more dangerous and wide-ranging than Heavenly Rift. He realizes the technique will not only threaten them but also their distant allies, including Kanda and Ren. Seeing the enemy manipulate the attack's flow, Leo concludes the only way to suppress it is to take the blow himself and force the energies to collide and disperse. He accepts that this is the enemy's true trump card. While Iori remains tense, Leo steps forward with sudden resolve. Leo tells Iori to leave the rest to him. Iori tries to stop him and insists he will handle it instead. Leo answers with a faint, knowing smile. He reminds Iori that conquering the God's dungeon is Iori's role, while this burden is his own to bear. Iori can only watch, conflicted and silent. Leo lightly says he will show what he can do. Iori asks if Leo is truly willing to go through with this. Leo answers without wavering. He launches himself with Photon Leap and confronts the enemy head-on. The enemy welcomes the challenge, pleased that someone has come to stop him directly. Leo declares that he can handle the enemy alone. He raises Sacred Veil, surrounding himself with holy defensive power as he closes in. The enemy dares him to try breaking through while his body continues to rupture under the sacrificial spell. Leo drives forward into the storm of destructive energy instead of retreating. The pressure immediately tears into him, but he refuses to stop. Iori throws up another magic circle from behind, trying to support Leo's advance. He vows that he will not let Leo die and promises to show how they suppress magic with their combined power. As the enemy reaches the end of his life, he clings to one final conviction that a certain girl will inherit his will. For a brief instant, the battlefield falls into a terrible stillness. Then the sacrificial attack erupts in a blinding white detonation. When the light fades, Iori desperately calls out for Leo. Leo is still standing, though his body is ravaged and barely holding together. He weakly says he managed to endure it. Then he corrects himself and gives the credit to Iori's support instead. Iori rushes in and catches Leo before he can collapse. Leo thanks him with genuine relief. Iori answers that he never would have allowed Leo to die there. Far away, the aftermath settles over the dark landscape. The quiet reaches the forest where others are waiting for news. A pale-haired girl senses something and looks up in alarm. Seeing Scarlet nearby, she anxiously calls for Victor. Back at the battlefield, the exhausted group gathers around the fallen Leo. One of them asks whether Leo is truly safe. Iori answers that he only barely survived because the Calamity congregation sacrificed themselves to launch a wide-area attack. He explains that Leo defended against it alone, but first aid should keep him alive now. Another ally demands to know why Iori let Leo face that attack by himself. Iori answers simply that Leo chose it. The questioner realizes Leo did it for Iori's sake. He can only sigh that such stubborn self-sacrifice is exactly like Leo. He adds that Leo never backs down once he has decided something, and that if Leo judged Iori strong, he believes it too. Those words make Iori pause and absorb the trust being placed in him. The ally then thanks Iori both for fighting and for helping save Leo. Iori replies that he did not try to stop Leo for his own benefit. The ally answers that Leo acted because he wanted to, and since Iori also saved Leo, gratitude is still deserved. Iori admits that hearing that eases the weight on him, and he quietly returns the thanks. But the relief does not last, because he realizes the Calamity congregation itself has not been wiped out. That revelation shocks the others. Iori explains that 2 members escaped. Elsewhere, someone tries to stop them from fleeing. Scarlet is shown escaping with the pale-haired girl despite the interference. Scarlet coldly notes that their pursuer has no strength left to stop them. Pressed for time, the pursuer can only let them go for now. Scarlet departs, promising that next time she will not spare them. She leaves behind a direct vow to kill them when they meet again. The pursuer later reports this outcome back to the others. Iori is furious to hear that the Calamity congregation still survives. He warns that they will return even stronger after rebuilding their power. Because Victor is a demon, he says he can roughly predict the kind of scheme they are preparing. He concludes they will lie low for a while, and that his side must use that time to prepare so they are not defeated next time. The others agree that although the enemy escaped today, they will crush them in the next confrontation. The group accepts that resolve. With the immediate crisis over, one ally asks how they plan to clear the dungeon now. Iori answers that he will clear it by himself. The silver-haired ally says he expected exactly that answer. He and the girl beside him still volunteer to come along, but Iori refuses to take them. They realize he is excluding them because he does not want only himself to face the danger. Iori assures them he will be fine and insists he is not rejecting them because they would slow him down. Instead, he wants Kanda and Rin to stay behind and protect the others in case the Calamity congregation attacks again. He adds that because Leo risked his life for him, he now bears responsibility for seeing this through. So he repeats that he will clear the dungeon alone and entrust the others to them. Faced with that reasoning, they reluctantly accept his decision. Iori apologizes for forcing the burden onto them. The girl answers that he must return safely. She presses him with quiet seriousness, making it clear this is not a casual request. Iori gives her his promise. That promise finally lets her smile. With everything settled, Iori turns toward the dungeon and prepares to depart. The others can only tell him to stay safe as he goes. Watching him leave, the girl admits to herself that she is still not strong enough to stand beside him. But she also realizes she has found a path forward for herself. She vows to become stronger so she will not lose to Iori. The rest of the group watches in silence, each carrying their own resolve. One ally belatedly realizes that the feelings between those two run deeper than simple comradeship. Inside the god's dungeon, Iori enters a volcanic region alone. He recalls that a mid-level boss appears halfway through the dungeon. Since he is the only one in the monster's path, he knows he must defeat that boss before reaching the deepest one. Rather than worry, he sees the timing as ideal because he has been starved of experience lately. Facing the fiery beast ahead, he decides this fight will give him the massive level up he needs. The sight confirms his expectations and sharpens his focus. A giant three-headed hellhound rises before him as the next obstacle. As the monster lunges, Iori decides to test a new technique instead of relying on Heavenly Rift again. Iori opens the battle by unleashing heavenly music as he dives into a blazing dungeon. He is immediately met by a three-headed hellhound that tries to overwhelm him with fire. Each head gathers a burning shot, aiming to blast him apart at once. Iori cuts through the attack before it can be released and breaks the monster's momentum. His strike tears through the beast cleanly, ending the threat in a flash of blue light. As he sheathes his sword, he judges that American dungeon bosses are stronger than the ones he knew in Japan. That realization explains to him why even America's elite hunters have been struggling here. A voice in the dungeon notes that he came in alone. The hidden enemy reads his confidence and prepares to test it. Iori answers the threat with a calm smile instead of fear. He reaches the next chamber, a sealed room burning with ominous heat. Recognizing the pattern from the sirens, he understands this is another special boss room called the Crimson Lotus Room. The room's guardian reveals itself as a towering fire demon and mocks him for coming alone. The demon introduces itself as Ifrit and praises Iori's nerve while treating it as recklessness. Ifrit boasts that many adventurers have died here and claims that experience lets him judge prey well. He formally declares the outcome before the fight even begins. In his eyes, a human challenger simply cannot defeat him. Iori dismisses the arrogance as exactly what he expects from monsters that can speak. Ifrit insists that his power gives him the right to look down on humans. Iori finds that attitude almost amusing because monsters always cling to the belief that they are superior. Ifrit promises to crush that confidence and make Iori beg for his life. He escalates the threat, certain the human will soon be pleading for mercy. Iori decides the talk is over and starts the fight on his own terms. He launches White Demon straight at Ifrit with explosive speed. The sudden rush catches Ifrit off guard before he can properly react. Iori drives a massive blow down from above, forcing the demon onto defense. He keeps pressing with a blinding charge that turns the opening exchange into a one-sided assault. Ifrit is stunned by how fast Iori is moving. For the first time, the demon realizes this human is unlike the others he has fought. Iori circles him at high speed, refusing to let the larger monster set the pace. The pressure lands hard enough to shake Ifrit's confidence. Even so, Ifrit swings back with brute force, trying to catch Iori in close quarters. Iori slips through the counterattack and lines up another hit. His next strike sends Ifrit reeling and proves the demon can be hurt. Iori pulls away just before the demon can trap him in a brawl. Instead of panicking, Ifrit starts enjoying the fight now that he has found a worthy opponent. He admits Iori is strong enough to make him fight seriously. Then Ifrit raises a gigantic sphere of hellfire over the battlefield. He warns that these flames will not stop until Iori is burned to ash. Iori answers that the one being cooked is actually Ifrit, not him. Enraged, Ifrit drops his Crimson Lotus Tribulation Inferno to erase the human in one blow. Iori counters with Heavenly Rift, meeting the Inferno head-on with concentrated blue force. The two powers collide violently and tear through the chamber. Ifrit is shocked that Iori can answer his signature attack directly. He still manages to evade the worst of the counter and survive the clash. Iori is surprised the demon slipped past that attack. But the exchange gives him what he wanted, a clear reading of Ifrit's true level and how quickly he can finish this. Ifrit realizes the attack was powerful enough to extinguish his Inferno entirely if it had landed cleanly. That thought terrifies him, and he understands he may die if the fight continues like this. For the first time, the demon calls out to stop the battle. Iori pauses just enough to hear him out. Ifrit raises a hand in surrender instead of another attack. He hurriedly offers Iori a shortcut onward, claiming he will let him pass if spared. Iori refuses to trust a monster's word and points out that every creature in this dungeon has attacked humans on sight. Ifrit desperately insists he is not lying and begs to be spared. The sudden cowardice leaves Iori baffled after all that boasting. As he considers whether to finish the demon, a system prompt appears. The dungeon offers him the chance to make Ifrit his familiar. Iori is indifferent to the idea itself, but he does not reject it outright. He bluntly tells Ifrit that becoming his familiar is the only way to avoid being beaten down. Ifrit bristles at the humiliation of serving a human and almost refuses on principle. But the threat of immediate death wins, and he hurriedly agrees to become Iori's familiar. Iori finds the demon annoyingly loud and accepts anyway. The contract seals, shrinking Ifrit into a bound familiar under Iori's control. Iori stands over the subdued demon with complete authority. He judges the fight itself underwhelming for a mid-boss. Still, he decides that having Ifrit as a familiar could be useful later. The familiar bond stabilizes around him as the room calms. Now reduced to a tiny form, Ifrit immediately starts acting entitled and asks to be summoned whenever his power is needed. Iori notes how small he has become and demands information about the real boss instead. Ifrit reveals that the final boss is Bahamut, a giant dragon trying to destroy the gate. Iori accepts that target without hesitation, and even Ifrit admits he might actually be able to handle it. Iori then asks a more important question, whether becoming a familiar changes a monster's hostility toward humans. Ifrit confirms that he used to hate humans, but that hostility vanished the moment the contract was formed. That answer confirms something Iori had been wondering about the dungeon's monsters. He thanks Ifrit sincerely and suggests they talk again later. Ifrit, now much more agreeable, readily accepts. Iori concludes that Ifrit's unusually strong survival instinct is probably what allowed the familiar contract to work. He reflects that dungeon monsters seem almost programmed to hate humans more than they value their own lives. Compared to the monsters from his past life, these creatures feel artificial, as if the dungeon itself was built to exterminate humanity. That thought leads him to a darker idea. This place may be a record of a dying world called Zoldia. He wonders whether Zoldia is trying to drag his world toward the same destruction. The dungeon trembles around him, forcing him to move on. Iori sprints deeper into the volcanic passages without slowing down. He pushes for the deepest area, conserving what magic he can because the final battle will test endurance. Even while running, he cuts down lesser monsters that try to block his path. He clears them in motion, refusing to waste time on anything but the boss. To preserve strength, he resolves to move as little as possible and rely on efficient swordplay. That economy lets him kill another charging beast with a single precise burst. At last he reaches the final gate, blazing like a wall of molten light. He steadies himself, fully focused on what waits beyond. Iori steps through knowing Bahamut is next. Outside the dungeon, Kanda watches anxiously, battered and unable to help. Satsuki reassures her that Iori is stronger than all of America's S-class adventurers put together. Kanda draws comfort from that confidence. Another ally admits that standing beside Iori makes him feel useless, but says all they can do now is trust him. That helplessness hardens into resolve to become stronger in the future. Kanda agrees, but for now she chooses to believe in Iori. They are certain he can do this, and they know his solo clear will shake the entire world. Satsuki quietly notes that such a result is exactly what Leo wants. That remark lands heavily, hinting that Iori's victory serves a larger plan. Deep inside, Iori finally faces Bahamut, knowing he still has 2 more dungeons to clear after this one. Bahamut greets him as the human who has finally reached the end. The dragon declares that he will soon destroy the gate and turn the world into a sea of fire. Iori flatly rejects that future and promises to put the dragon down. Bahamut laughs off the threat and accuses Iori of underestimating him. He claims the power of a god and prepares to prove it. Iori answers with White Demon again, meeting divine arrogance with direct force. His attack surges toward Bahamut before the dragon can fully settle into control of the battlefield. Bahamut responds by gathering a dark, destructive power in his claws. Iori drives through the opening exchange and forces the dragon into close combat. He braces behind his blade as the clash turns brutal. The two trade at point-blank range, with Iori slipping under Bahamut's body to avoid being crushed. Bahamut acknowledges that reaching him at all is an achievement. Then he unleashes a massive fire attack from above to erase that achievement instantly. Iori reads the trajectory and knows he can dodge it. More importantly, he sees the attack as the opening he needs to strike back. He evades while closing the distance, turning defense into offense. From that angle, he releases heavenly music at close range. The blast detonates against Bahamut in a burst of blue light. When the smoke clears, Bahamut is still standing and mocks the attack as insufficient. Iori answers without hesitation that this power can still kill him. Bahamut warns him not to get carried away. The dragon swears he will burn Iori so completely that not even ashes remain. Iori admits heavenly music alone is not enough and starts building a real strategy. His first step is to keep using heavenly music for impact while studying how Bahamut reacts. He slams another concentrated strike into the battlefield to force movement. Bahamut is startled, but quickly realizes the attack caused no meaningful damage. The dragon sees through the feint and concludes that Iori is buying time for a stronger finishing move. Rather than stop him, Bahamut decides to answer with his own trump card. Dark purple spheres spread through the air and lock down the space around Iori. Iori immediately understands that the spell is restricting his movements. Even trapped, he stays calm because he only needs a little more time to compress heavenly music into his sword. He reasons that against a massive enemy like Bahamut, a blade packed with that energy will do more damage than a single point strike. Bahamut begins charging another devastating breath attack before Iori can finish. A colossal pillar of fire crashes down toward him, threatening to end the fight first. Iori knows breaking the restraint and surviving the fissure will cost a great deal of magic. He accepts the risk because it is the only way to turn the battle. He releases frosty aura through his sword, flooding the chamber with freezing blue power. The icy surge splits the descending fire and carves a path straight through it. That counterforce drives upward hard enough to reach Bahamut himself. The dragon is stunned to realize Iori has actually cut him. Iori follows the opening with a relentless upward assault through the frozen corridor. As the damage accumulates, Bahamut can barely comprehend that a being he called a god is being defeated by a single human. Iori keeps himself aloft amid the shattered battlefield, protecting the momentum of his plan. With the setup complete, he knows the strategy has finally come together. Outside, the Watchers stare up as the giant crystal above them reacts to the battle's turning point. Cracks race through the crystal, signaling that the dungeon's core is destabilizing. The spectators realize something decisive has just happened inside. Iori emerges from the storm of blue power and grimly notes that he is already running late. As a brilliant blue disturbance settles, the group realizes Iori has returned alive. Kanda rushes to him in relief, apologizing for making him worry and thanking him for coming back safely. Iori answers calmly, grateful that Kanda waited for him. Kanda can only smile and accept the moment, still overwhelmed. Leo steps in to congratulate Iori on clearing the dungeon alone, and Iori accepts the praise without fuss. Leo explains that this achievement will be broadcast worldwide and could help break the deadlock around the Russian and British dungeons. Iori agrees that the news should make a difference. Even so, he warns that they cannot relax yet, though he recognizes this as a major opening. Elsewhere, the world begins reacting as the news spreads across global networks. Leo's media allies report that their plan is working even better than expected. He tells Iori that global attention is now fixed on him, and that every major trend is about his feet. The strategist notes that previous publicity never reached anything close to this scale. He explains that solo clears matter, but this one exploded because Eagle Shadows amplified it through their influence. Leo casually admits they have strong ties to major media, which reassures the others. The strategist also points out that Leo's own reputation was used to strengthen Iori's image. Leo arrives in person, taking charge of the next step. When asked about his condition, Leo says Iori's treatment has already restored him. He openly thanks Iori for helping him recover. Iori returns the gratitude, insisting he could not have cleared the dungeon without Leo's support. Leo is quietly pleased by Iori's acknowledgement. A staff member reports that preparations for a meeting with the Adventurers Guild are complete. Leo immediately decides they should move while momentum is on their side. At a crowded press conference, they announce they will directly approach Russia and England about the remaining god dungeons. Leo and Iori stand before the world together, as the cameras explode with attention. Watching from the side, the strategist realizes this public move is meant to shift global politics itself. Leo composes himself and prepares to make the proposal impossible to ignore. He opens by declaring that they have come with a serious proposal. Leo calls for international cooperation to confront the remaining god dungeons together. He presents Iori's solo conquest of the American God Dungeon as proof that new possibilities now exist. Leo goes further and admits that although he can plan far ahead, Iori sees even farther than he does. That public admission shocks the audience because it places Iori above the world's top strategist. Reporters begin reassessing Iori's level, wondering if he truly deserves such extraordinary praise. Leo says he appreciates those who call him the world's strongest adventurer, but he is preparing to redirect that title. He declares that Iori is the true strongest adventurer in the world. The room erupts as the statement overturns the accepted hierarchy. Iori, realizing how far Leo is going to elevate him, feels genuine gratitude. Leo then formally offers strategic cooperation to Russia and Britain for their god dungeons. He promises that each nation will keep its own dungeon resources and that his side is only offering strategy, not ownership. The proposal leaves the press stunned because it is both generous and politically disruptive. Iori adds that the current state of the god dungeons is beyond what any one country can handle alone. He frames the crisis as a global problem that demands worldwide cooperation. To prove urgency, he says they are ready to go to Russia and England as soon as the next day. Leo closes by telling both nations that they are waiting for an answer. In Russia, military leadership watches the broadcast closely from headquarters. The viewer is revealed as General Ivan, commander of Russia's dungeon strategy forces. Ivan notes that Iori has already cleared 2 god dungeons and takes the cooperation offer seriously. An aide warns that Russia has already lost many soldiers and cannot keep paying that price. Ivan rejects the idea of relying on foreigners, treating outside help as unacceptable. Still, he studies the footage instead of dismissing it outright. His attention lingers on the Russian dungeon itself, where the threat remains unresolved. What truly bothers him is not the offer, but Leo's unusual willingness to vouch for Iori. He finds it suspicious that someone famed as the strongest would endorse another man so completely. When his aide hesitates, Ivan demands a practical response instead of uncertainty. He orders intelligence gathering on the Japanese adventurers, especially the ones at the center of this proposal. In England, Prime Minister Welling receives the same news with a colder, more calculating attitude. One subordinate dismisses Iori as an arrogant upstart, but Welling is not convinced. He reminds his staff that Leo's public endorsement cannot be brushed aside. Welling points out that Britain's own teams have not even reached the halfway point, while Iori cleared a god dungeon alone. When challenged on what that means, he immediately turns the situation into leverage. He decides Britain will negotiate first and offer its investigation data as bait. In exchange, he wants to verify for himself whether Iori's supposed ability is real. Back with the Japanese side, the strategist reports that Russia rejected the proposal outright, while England agreed only under conditions. He warns that both countries are pursuing their own agendas rather than acting in good faith. Leo remains confident, saying Russia will keep listening and that he understands Ivan's temperament well enough to predict that. He chooses to begin with England and places the call. The arrangements are made quickly, and the others send Iori off with encouragement. Iori announces that he and Leo will head to England immediately. His companions are relieved that Britain responded so fast. But Iori has already decided on a precaution before leaving. He tells Kanda and the strategist to return to Japan instead of accompanying him. The order catches them both off guard. Iori explains that Japan lacks enough adventurers and could not contain another stampede if one breaks out. Kanda understands the logic even though it means being separated again. Iori entrusts the two of them with protecting Japan in his absence. They accept the responsibility, despite their reluctance. As he leaves, they urge him to be careful, and he promises he will. Once he is gone, Kanda is left alone with her feelings. Iori suddenly calls back to her before departing. He asks her to go on a date with him when he returns, admitting they have never really acted like a couple. The unexpected confession leaves Kanda frozen in shock. Then she blushes and happily agrees, giving him something personal to come back for. Soon after, the trip carries Iori and Leo to London. Leo remarks that it has been a long time since he last came to the city. They review reports on England's God Dungeon as soon as they arrive. Leo warns that if a stampede erupts there, the damage to London would be catastrophic. Iori concludes that England's dungeon can no longer be treated cautiously from a distance. Before they can proceed further, they realize they are already being watched. A British escort appears and formally welcomes them to England. He informs them that the Prime Minister is waiting. Iori and Leo are brought directly into a private meeting with Welling. Welling greets them politely and thanks them for coming. He immediately offers Britain's research data, presenting himself as cooperative. The meeting shifts into a briefing on the dungeon's internal structure. Britain explains that the dungeon contains relatively few monsters but is packed with puzzles. Leo focuses on that detail at once, sensing the real obstacle is not combat. Welling confirms that progress is impossible unless each puzzle is solved in sequence. Iori asks for a clearer explanation of what kind of puzzles they mean. Welling pauses, letting the weight of the problem sink in. He describes ancient languages, mathematical problems, and illusion-based traps woven into the dungeon. In other words, the dungeon is designed to demand exceptional intelligence rather than brute force, fitting the title God of Wisdom. Iori realizes this makes England's dungeon fundamentally different from the ones in Japan and America. Welling watches his reaction carefully, measuring him. An intelligence officer named Hamilton enters to assist with the briefing. He interrupts with an urgent report for the Prime Minister. Hamilton reveals that the dungeon's interior changed overnight. He warns that if nothing is done, the situation may worsen rapidly. Welling uses the crisis to make his real demand, saying he wants Iori to prove his true ability. Iori immediately catches the implication behind that phrase. Hamilton explains that a barrier has appeared inside the dungeon and halted all further investigation. He says Britain will acknowledge Iori's skill only if he can break that barrier. But the test comes with an uglier motive beneath the surface. Hamilton deliberately mentions Iori's girlfriend and sister, turning the challenge into a threat against the people he cares about. The room goes cold as the insult lands. Hamilton makes the threat explicit, implying that betrayal would put those two women in danger. He smirks, confident that fear will force obedience. Instead, Iori's killing intent flares, making it clear he will not tolerate that line being crossed. Hamilton is instantly shaken by the pressure he provoked. He backpedals and insists they came to cooperate, not threaten him. Even so, his pride makes him try to stand his ground. His bravado collapses into panic under Iori's stare. Iori answers with a cold smile that only terrifies him more. Welling finally intervenes and calls Hamilton down. He dismisses his subordinate from the room before the situation gets worse. Hamilton begs to stay involved because the dungeon matters to England, but his plea is ignored. Welling shuts him down with a direct order. Forced to obey, Hamilton withdraws in frustration. Welling smooths things over by apologizing and describing Hamilton as competent but eccentric. Leo accepts the apology and redirects the meeting back to the dungeon, asking to see the gate immediately. Welling agrees and begins making arrangements at once. He stresses that they should move now because the matter is urgent. Iori notices the urgency and recognizes that Britain's need is more desperate than its confidence suggests. Welling flatters him as the world's best adventurer, trying to keep him cooperative. Leo smoothly accepts that framing, reminding everyone he was the one who publicly recognized Iori's superiority. With that settled, Hamilton is ordered to guide them to the site. As he leaves, Hamilton silently resists the decision. He vows to himself that the barrier will not be broken and that he will not let the visitors have their way. They arrive at the dungeon's interior, a vast library-like shaft centered on a radiant gate. There they meet Arthur, England's top adventurer. Arthur welcomes Iori warmly and greets Leo like an old acquaintance. Leo confirms they have known each other for years, making clear this is not their first connection. Arthur says he heard Leo declare that Iori had surpassed him, and he is eager to see whether that claim is true. Iori answers politely that he will do his best to meet those expectations. The group proceeds deeper into the library-like dungeon toward the obstruction. Arthur shows them the magical barrier and identifies it as the reason England has been stalled. Iori immediately understands that this barrier is the core reason the dungeon remains unconquered. Arthur explains that shifting symbols constantly appear and vanish within the swirling light. Iori asks whether England has already investigated the phenomenon thoroughly. Arthur says the research team has been working around the clock but has made no progress. Leo presses further, asking whether no one has managed to decipher the symbols at all. Arthur confirms that the characters change from moment to moment, making ordinary deciphering effectively impossible. Iori asks to inspect the barrier guarding the dungeon path. He quickly notices the written symbols are only a distraction created by the magic itself. By tracing the real flow of mana, he realizes the true code lies in its direction rather than the visible characters. Once he confirms he can touch the barrier, he prepares to test that theory directly. He places his hand on the barrier and reads its structure through contact. Iori determines the barrier is sustained by a double helix mana flow with inner and outer currents rotating in opposite directions. He concludes that forcing both currents to rotate the same way should collapse the whole mechanism. He rewrites the flow on the spot, and the barrier begins to unravel. Arthur is stunned that Iori dismantles a supposedly difficult barrier almost instantly. Leo is delighted, seeing Iori as even more intriguing than expected. With the obstacle gone, Iori calmly urges the group to move on. Arthur can barely process how someone could break the barrier in a single moment. Leo openly admits that Iori remains a mystery to him. Iori brushes it off by saying he simply knows a great deal about dungeons. He explains that barriers usually require far more complicated removal methods than brute force. What he did was not the standard method, but an indirect shortcut based on understanding the mechanism. Leo asks Arthur for his honest judgment of Iori's ability. Arthur decides there is no reason to object now that the barrier was removed cleanly and properly. He adds that if Leo, an adventurer he respects, approves of Iori, he has no grounds to doubt him. Arthur formally welcomes Iori, saying his presence makes the raid far more reassuring. Iori notes that Arthur's trust in Leo makes sense given Leo's status as one of the world's top adventurers. The two sides seal that understanding with a handshake and mutual reliance. Elsewhere, news arrives that the dungeon barrier has already fallen. A blonde official immediately realizes this development can be turned to his advantage. He plans to let the current raiding party clear the route to the boss for him. But he intends for his own secret force to take the boss in the end and claim the result. That hidden force is revealed to be Scepter. Scepter is described as a top-secret unit operating directly under the British royal family, known only to a few officials. It consists of 9 monstrously powerful members who are deployed only in national emergencies as a final resort. The official summons 2 of those members, Lucian and Edward. They arrive and ask why they were called in. Lucian is introduced as Spectre No. 2, a scarred fighter wielding Death Star scythe. Edward is introduced as Spectre No. 1, known for the skilled Dark Crowd. The official tells them he needs their help on a mission tied to England's national pride. He insists the dungeon must be conquered to protect the country's prestige. Lucian immediately questions whether he even has the authority to mobilize them without the Prime Minister's approval. The official admits it was his own decision and says he will bear the consequences. Edward finds that recklessness amusing and agrees to go. The official explains that others will handle the journey while Scepter takes responsibility for the boss. Edward confirms that this means they are expected to use force if necessary. The official reluctantly confirms that is indeed the plan. Edward is especially interested because the mission involves both Leo and Arthur, 2 famous adventurers. He treats the whole operation as exciting entertainment. Lucian dryly notes that Edward is still obsessed with battle. The official asks whether the rest of Scepter can also be assigned to planning against the boss. Edward answers that such support will be difficult to gather. He reveals that aside from Lucian, the other members are gone. The official realizes this disaster traces back to the same man who caused trouble before. The narration explains that Scepter was originally a combat training group for awakened fighters. Edward stands at the top of that group with an undefeated record in every match. But his reputation is darkened by a habit of crippling the people he defeats. Even so, the official accepts that brutality as long as the mission succeeds. Edward and Lucian readily agree to proceed. Edward promises they will finish the job. Back in the dungeon, Arthur is impressed by the sheer caliber of the secret unit being discussed. Meanwhile, Iori's party has already advanced all the way to the mid-boss chamber. Arthur complains that Iori solved every trap so quickly that the trip gave him nothing to do. Iori tells him this is finally his chance to show what he can do, though Leo suggests Arthur may be better suited than himself. Arthur accepts the idea but asks Iori to evaluate his ability as well. He wants to be judged directly by Iori, just as they had tried to assess Iori earlier. Iori accepts the request with quiet interest. Arthur steps forward and takes the mid-boss for himself. He identifies the enemy as the mid-boss and prepares to test himself against it. The monster is introduced as Siegfried, a horned humanoid guardian. Leo and Iori hang back to watch Arthur's performance. Iori recognizes the name and suspects another related power or pattern may appear here as well. Siegfried notices Arthur's confidence and asks if he truly means to challenge him alone. Arthur answers that he does and claims he is enough by himself. Amused, Siegfried invites him to prove it. The monster boasts that he is even stronger than the master of this place and draws a blazing sword. He floods the chamber with fire and battle pressure. Watching closely, Iori realizes that Graham is present here too, confirming another connection in the dungeon's design. That clue sharpens his understanding of how this dungeon is structured. Arthur senses the shift in danger and focuses completely. He answers with ice magic, gathering cold around his body. Arthur raises a massive frozen field and declares the real fight is beginning. Siegfried's fire crashes into the ice barrier. Arthur's defense detonates outward and blasts the monster back. Siegfried immediately recovers and rushes back in. The clash between fire and ice tears through the chamber. Even under the assault, Siegfried keeps pressing forward. Arthur unveils Glacial Aegis, a battlefield-scale ice domain that hems the monster in. Iori recognizes the skill at once. Leo explains that Arthur is still using the same techniques he once copied and learned from stronger allies. Iori notes that Arthur must trust those allies deeply if he built himself by inheriting their strengths. Leo agrees and says Arthur admires powerful people with solid character. Siegfried admits Arthur is more capable than he first assumed. Arthur answers with complete confidence. Privately, he convinces himself he will definitely win this fight. He expands the frozen domain into a battle realm that locks the monster inside his preferred terrain. Siegfried realizes his body is freezing and his movements are being restricted. Arthur tells Iori to keep watching because he intends to reveal what he can really do. He declares that this is his true power. Far away in China, another man wonders whether Iori has already cleared England by now. He speaks from a pavilion with a woman beside him, calmly following Iori's progress from afar. The woman teases him for still being fixated on Iori, and he admits he cannot help being curious about the man who defeated him. He goes further and says he wants Iori to conquer every god-made dungeon. The woman realizes he has already become an admirer, but warns that England contains someone Iori should watch carefully. That person is Arthur, whom the man describes as humble. The woman adds that Arthur is also genuinely strong. Back in the dungeon, Arthur reveals that he became stronger by imitating the people he respected and forges an ice blade called Glacial Weapon. Siegfried studies the new weapon in Arthur's stance, recognizing the threat has changed. Another violent exchange erupts as Arthur tests the monster's reactions. Siegfried counters with explosive sword strikes and surging flame. Arthur avoids the direct line of attack instead of trying to overpower it head-on. He slips in with an ice-infused slash while the monster is committed to offense. Then he multiplies his pressure by launching a barrage of icy projectiles. Siegfried is forced to track attacks from several angles at once. Arthur drives a close-range strike through the chaos and keeps the monster on the defensive. Even so, Siegfried remains standing and unbroken. Arthur detonates more freezing force around him, intensifying the cold field. He smiles, sensing that his plan is taking hold. Arthur explains that every shard from his glacial weapon spreads freezing wherever it lands. That lets him control the pace of the fight, while the enemy's whole body gradually locks up. He confidently states that once the freezing finishes spreading, victory is his. Siegfried acknowledges the tactic as clever and grants Arthur that advantage as a kind of handicap. Then the monster charges again, refusing to be cornered by attrition. Arthur notes that because Siegfried is humanoid, he had hoped psychological pressure would work better, but the monster still looks too composed. Realizing Siegfried may be hiding another trump card, Arthur becomes more cautious. The monster suddenly fills the chamber with crisscrossing red attack lines, forcing Arthur into evasive retreat. A heavy blast sends Arthur flying and proves the monster's raw power remains dangerous even while debuffed. Arthur admits that taking those attacks directly would be foolish, so he decides to bend the rules of the duel with a more tactical setup. He unleashes Frost Wave, dropping huge masses of ice across the battlefield. The chamber becomes a maze of frozen blocks that further restrict movement and sight. Siegfried sees through the tactic and accuses Arthur of merely stalling for time. Arthur uses the shifting ice terrain to dash away and keep control of spacing. Watching from the rear, Iori judges that Arthur's ice control surpasses even China's second strongest ice specialist. He recognizes the style as one that blinds the enemy, narrows attack routes, and seizes the best position on the field. To Iori, this fully justifies Arthur's title as the Ice Emperor. Siegfried refuses to accept being contained and declares the frozen field will not stop him. He tears through the ice with brute force and blazing slashes. Arthur answers by collapsing more crystal structures onto him, turning the whole chamber into a freezing trap. For the first time, the monster shows real alarm. Arthur reveals he can accelerate the freezing process itself. He triggers a concentrated burst of cold from above to force the debuff deeper into Siegfried's body. The monster drops lower as the freezing spreads through his legs and posture. Another surge of glacial force slams into him and nearly locks him in place. Siegfried braces with his sword, barely resisting the encasing ice. He realizes the freezing is now advancing much faster than before. Arthur, exhilarated, insists he can keep pressing this advantage. He raises a final lattice of icy power overhead. The frozen barrage crashes down in a decisive-looking blast. Arthur steps up to the immobilized monster and declares the fight effectively over. He says only the finishing blow remains, though the ease of it feels strangely anticlimactic. That unease proves justified when the frozen body begins to crack from within. Arthur instantly understands that the monster was still holding something back. Siegfried erupts from the ice in a far more dangerous dragon-like transformation and mocks Arthur's confidence. The transformed monster raises his sword for a renewed assault. With his power exploding upward, Siegfried launches back into battle before Arthur can finish him. Sensing a devastating attack from the enemy, the white-haired boy decides to keep his own hidden ace in reserve. Even though he wanted to avoid it, he resolves to use that last card now. He commits completely, matching the monster's killing intent with his own. The enemy unleashes Dragon Slayer in a final, overwhelming strike. The horned foe bears down with murderous certainty, expecting victory. Instead, the boy calmly gathers a tiny remaining fragment of magic into his hand. He releases Frost Nova, pouring everything he has left into one freezing burst. The attack catches the enemy off guard before it can finish him. His companions watch as the battlefield is swallowed by cold. The explosion of ice engulfs everything in range. When the light clears, the giant enemy has been sealed in ice behind the exhausted boy. With the fight decided, he raises a finger, as if to call the result himself. He declares victory over the frozen opponent. The ice prison begins to crack under the strain, but the battle is already over. His allies recognize that he won by spending all his magic on a battlefield-wide freeze. He confirms that was exactly the trade-off, and admits the spell left him drained. Iori realizes the boy had been conserving energy all along so he could afford this finishing move. The boy agrees and explains that without enough mana, his trump card would have been unusable. With the enemy neutralized and the boy spent, the others decide it is their turn to step in. Iori agrees and wants the aftermath handled quickly. The mood briefly turns light as the exhausted ice user shivers while the others prepare to move. The scene shifts away from the dungeon to a quiet home in Japan. Kodoha and Sphere happily welcome Kanda back and celebrate her safe return. Kanda comes home and greets them warmly. As they sit together, Kodoha confirms that Kanda has returned to Japan. Kodoha remarks that Iori is still recklessly throwing himself into danger, and everyone accepts that this is simply who he is. Kanda hesitates, clearly holding back something more personal. She finally reveals that Iori asked her out on a date once he returns. Kodoha is stunned that her brother actually made such a direct move. The shock quickly turns into excited approval, and the date is treated as wonderful news. Even Sphere struggles to imagine Iori on a date. Kanda asks Kodoha for a favor, wanting help with something important. What she wants is advice on how to make Iori happy. Kodoha is overwhelmed by how earnest and adorable that request sounds. She becomes convinced that Kanda is unbelievably cute and worth helping at all costs. As Iori's sister, Kodoha eagerly volunteers to teach her everything she can. But she demands a price in return and asks Kanda to grant her wish. That wish is for Kanda to join Kodoha's special training. Kanda accepts immediately, just as she always has. Kodoha celebrates getting exactly what she wanted. Later, in a ruined training hall, Kodoha thanks Kanda for agreeing to help. Kodoha repeats Iori's lesson that raising skill levels matters more than simply gaining levels. Kanda adds that true growth comes from understanding every detail of one's abilities. So Kodoha asks Kanda to push her beyond her current limits. Kanda clarifies that Kodoha wants repeated pressure past her breaking point, and Kodoha proudly says that is exactly it. Kanda agrees to teach Kodoha what Iori once taught her. Kodoha accepts with complete seriousness and asks to begin immediately. Kanda first checks Kodoha's current skill level. When Kodoha says she is already around level 5, Kanda is impressed by how quickly the siblings grow. Still, Kanda judges that Kodoha's problem is not time but inefficient use of her power. She decides to start the lesson at once. Kodoha entrusts herself fully to Kanda's training. She draws her sword and prepares to fight seriously. Her breathing steadies as she enters a focused state. Kodoha activates her demon god skill and her body surges with red power. Kanda immediately recognizes that Kodoha becomes dangerous the instant she concentrates. Kodoha challenges Kanda to begin. Kanda accepts without hesitation. Kodoha launches forward using demonic arts to close the distance explosively. She attacks with far more speed and aggression than before. Her movement leaves multiple deceptive trajectories behind her. Kanda reads through the feints and keeps her composure. As she fights, Kodoha realizes the demon god skill is not just raw physical enhancement. She understands that it also lets her perceive and sense magic directly, something she had wrongly assumed was normal. Using that insight, she decides to manipulate Kanda's magic more freely during the exchange. Kanda senses an unfamiliar threat forming and braces herself. The pressure around her shifts as Kotoha interferes with the flow of magic itself. Kanda notices the attack arriving in a way her foresight did not fully predict. Forced to react head-on, she blocks Kotoha's strike instead of simply evading it. That moment shocks Kanda because, for an instant, she could not see the future clearly. Kotoha realizes she has made Kanda defend for the first time. Kanda admits that Kotoha actually disrupted her future sight, if only briefly. Kotoha says she had no choice, because otherwise she could never truly stand against Kanda. Rather than being offended, Kanda praises her as extraordinary and gifted. Kotoha finally pieces the skill together and concludes that Demon God combines physical enhancement with magic manipulation. With that understanding in hand, she prepares to test every possibility it offers. She excitedly declares that she wants to try all of it against Kanda. Kanda welcomes the challenge. Both of them explode into motion at the same time. As their blades collide, Kanda urges Kotoha to keep pushing as far as she can go. Elsewhere, Iori announces that his group has finally reached their destination. They stand before the God's Gate deep inside a vast library-like chamber. The white-haired boy marvels at how quickly Iori cleared the dungeon and praises him. Iori accepts the praise lightly, though even he knows the pace has been absurd. Then his attention shifts when he senses hidden observers nearby. He asks Arthur whether the two concealed presences are his acquaintances. The intruders reveal themselves and compliment Iori for noticing them. A pink-haired man and a stitched girl step out, amused that their concealment failed. The white-haired boy recognizes Edward and realizes he belongs to Scepter. Arthur confirms that Scepter is the royal family's secret elite unit, a rumored trump card that truly exists. Edward mocks Arthur as a coward who abandoned Scepter. The white-haired boy is stunned to learn Arthur was once one of Scepter's original members. Arthur's past as England's top adventurer and former Scepter member is exposed, but he refuses to dwell on it now. Edward insists he is not stealing the moment, and claims the newcomers are acting with his side. He tells Iori he has done enough and that Scepter will handle the boss from here. Iori coldly asks what happens if he refuses to step aside. Edward answers with a confident smile, already prepared for violence. He warns that resisting could turn this into an international incident, but argues they are all implicated already. Seeing Iori will not yield, Edward decides to force the issue. He forms a dark sphere and openly declares that he will erase them where they stand. The black orb expands into a destructive void that threatens the entire chamber. The white-haired boy panics and demands to know what Edward is doing. Arthur instantly moves to intercept the attack. He counters with a heavenly ice technique that floods the room with blue power. Edward is impressed that Arthur can still answer him so quickly. The white-haired boy and Lucian realize any hope of a peaceful run is over. Lucian, eager for action, asks Iori if they should entertain the intruders. Iori agrees and decides to finish them quickly. Edward notes that Arthur is nearly out of magic and dismisses him as spent. But when he sees Iori and Lucian standing beside Arthur, he recognizes he is facing two of the world's strongest fighters as well. Instead of being cautious, he finds the situation exciting. The white-haired boy tries to stop Edward and calls the fight pointless. Edward rejects that plea, saying that even a former Scepter member like Arthur still does not understand. He insists that Scepter exists to obey orders, and he is simply carrying them out. The white-haired boy argues those orders are meaningless because the others are only here at the Prime Minister's request. Edward laughs and admits that part is true, but it changes nothing for him. He attacks anyway and dares them to stop him. Arthur is startled by the sudden speed of Edward's charge. Iori steps in and blocks the strike before it can reach the others. The white-haired boy calls out to Iori in relief. Edward sneers that it is just like a Japanese hero to protect what he considers worthless baggage. Iori cuts off the taunting and takes control of the confrontation. He tells Edward he will handle him personally and, if necessary, beat both intruders until they accept his way. Edward likes Iori's bluntness and accepts the duel. At the same time, Lucian assigns the Stitch Girl to himself and leaves Leo to Arthur. She agrees immediately, eager for her own fight. Arthur calmly asks whether she truly thinks she can handle him. She mocks Arthur as a coward who fled Scepter and accuses him of underestimating them. Then she decides to make one thing clear before attacking. She insists she is far stronger than Arthur ever was. Arthur meets her first assault without losing his composure. Lucian watches the exchange with interest. The Stitch Girl notices that Arthur feels completely different from the man she remembers. When that change is called madness, she accepts the label without shame. She says she understood her own instability long ago and attacks even more ferociously. Arthur answers by drawing a heavy, blue-glowing sword and revealing his true fighting intent. He parries her scythe cleanly and turns the momentum back on her. She acknowledges his speed and immediately escalates. Her scythe releases a storm of sweeping red arcs that fill the room. She drives the attack downward in a crushing attempt to overwhelm him. The impact tears through shelves and books as she presses the assault with manic delight. Arthur realizes her speed and strength rise with every attack, and that she is tracking his mana so he cannot simply create distance. He judges the technique impressive, but sees the flaw in her confidence. Arthur declares that, despite her claims, he is stronger than she is. His killing intent alone makes her hesitate for the first time. She tries to flee the pressure and reset the fight, but Arthur refuses to let her escape. He chases her instantly, cutting off her retreat. Laughing wildly, she prepares another overwhelming strike to prove herself. She screams that there is no way she could be weaker than Arthur. The clash peaks as she unleashes Fatal Dance, throwing everything into a final violent exchange. A stitched, feral-looking girl swings to attack as the fight in the library reaches a violent peak. Leo answers by unleashing cold magic that catches her mid-motion. He completes the spell with practiced ease, raising a crystalline ice blade and freezing the area around him. The girl is instantly sealed in ice and loses all momentum. Leo casually declares the job finished, treating the threat as trivial. Arthur, stunned by what he just witnessed, calls out to Leo in disbelief. Leo reveals that the freezing attack came from Arthur's own skill and uses it to prove Arthur is stronger than he thinks. Arthur accepts the point in theory but admits he still cannot control that power the way Leo can. Leo laughs it off and tells him mastery will come with practice, and Arthur resolves to keep training. Arthur then wonders why Leo is not helping Iori instead. Leo admits he could intervene, but he wants to observe Iori fight at close range. He decides to stay back and watch, while Arthur worries about Edward's true strength. Arthur warns that Edward seems ready for the boss, and that conserving mana would make defeating him safer. Leo remains unconcerned and trusts the outcome. He judges that Iori is powerful enough to handle Edward as the two clash in a storm of blue and violet force. Their opening exchange detonates into a direct collision of magic and steel. Edward acknowledges Iori's strength and asks if he can withstand a serious fight. Iori tells him not to hold back, warning that hesitation will only get him beaten before he can use his full power. Amused by that challenge, Edward decides to indulge him. He leaps back and activates gravity magic to seize control of the battlefield from range. Iori immediately reads the tactic, realizing Edward is keeping his distance to win through mobility. Rather than rush in, Iori decides to enjoy a magic duel first, confident he can close the gap whenever he wants. Edward reaches out to cast again, pressing the advantage. A crushing field slams down on Iori and pins him under immense weight. Iori identifies it as heavy gravity magic and notes that it is also weakening his physical abilities. Even so, he treats the handicap as a fair way to balance the fight. Edward realizes that dodging or blocking will now be much harder for Iori and prepares a finishing attack. He fires a destructive beam straight at him. Iori meets it head-on with a concentrated blue counterblast. The two attacks collide in a deadlock at the center of the room. Iori's power steadily pushes through the clash. Edward is caught off guard when the blue force overwhelms his own. He stumbles back in shock, unable to understand what just happened. For the first time, uncertainty shows on his face. Iori calmly confirms that Edward's own warning about defense becoming difficult was correct. He turns Edward's earlier words back on him, showing he had already adapted. Edward laughs, but the laughter now hides irritation. Iori remains composed, clearly in control of himself and the pace of the fight. Edward accuses him of mocking him, and Iori dryly notes that this is a new experience for him. Edward's pride flares as he invokes the power tied to the king's skill. He boasts that raw strength means nothing if Iori is trapped in the wrong body and under the wrong conditions. Edward transforms into a crowned, empowered state and raises his scepter as his aura surges. Arthur panics at the escalation, but Leo stays interested rather than alarmed. Leo explains that this is the signature of Edward's skill, which removes the normal limiters on his abilities. Instead of worrying, Leo decides the skill is valuable enough to copy later. Arthur still wants to support Iori, especially with the boss still ahead, but Leo refuses to interfere. Leo challenges Arthur's doubt, and Arthur reluctantly admits he is only a little unsure. That answer makes Leo even less inclined to help, and he tells Arthur to watch Iori's power carefully. Leo states plainly that Iori is far beyond ordinary standards. He goes further and calls Iori the strongest person in the world. Edward answers that claim by vowing to demonstrate what a king's power really looks like. He dives in with overwhelming purple force and lightning, shifting the battle into close quarters. Iori recognizes the change immediately and prepares for melee. He uses his sword technique to diffuse the incoming pressure instead of meeting it bluntly. Their weapons and magic crash together in a violent close-range exchange. Iori feels the impact and realizes Edward's empowered state is adding tremendous force to every strike. Edward praises Iori for enduring hundreds of G of pressure, then promises the fight is still far from over. Iori tells him to calm down, still treating the battle like an experiment. He keeps watching Edward closely, studying the limits of the skill in real time. As their powers collide again, Iori openly asks what Edward's upper limit is. Edward answers by increasing the pressure to 1000 G. Iori endures and Edward raises it again to 2000 G. Arthur and Leo watch as the pressure keeps climbing beyond ordinary comprehension. Even under that burden, Iori's blue power continues to rise toward Edward. The force finally throws Edward back instead of breaking Iori. Edward realizes Iori is handling everything too calmly and starts wondering what he is really doing with that magic sword. He concludes that Iori's technique is on a level he has never seen before. Iori presses forward without losing his composure. Edward realizes that Iori has completely mastered his own skill. In response, he decides to crush that mastery with a far more extreme gravitational attack. Dark distortions spread through the library as the new spell warps the space itself. Arthur and Leo stare upward as the atmosphere turns ominous and unstable. Edward forms an ultimate gravity sphere overhead, a void-like mass that devours the space around it. Iori immediately sees that this is a different class of ability from anything Edward used before. He understands that the sphere compresses and annihilates whatever it draws in. Arthur is dragged toward it and realizes too late how dangerous the pull is. Leo finally moves, manifesting radiant phantom wings and catching Arthur before he is lost. Arthur thanks him, and Leo checks that he is unharmed. Meanwhile, the frozen Stitch Girl remains trapped, ignored by the larger battle. The ultimate sphere continues pulling everything nearby toward destruction. Iori notices that Arthur was almost taken in by the pull. He judges that Arthur would survive only if he broke free of the ice in time, otherwise he would be finished, and starts deciding how to respond. Iori chooses to give Edward exactly what he wants. Instead of resisting, he deliberately lets himself be drawn into the center of the gravity sphere. Edward watches from below, convinced the trap has worked. A satisfied smile spreads across his face as he expects victory. He declares that this is the end for Iori. Arthur fears the worst, but Leo remains calm. Leo explains that Iori entered the sphere on purpose. Inside the core, Iori discovers a zone where the compressive forces balance one another. He begins layering barriers to keep the pressure from crushing him while he works. He realizes the spell cannot be dispelled from outside because it only ends after the target is actually compressed. So he closes in on the structure from within. His plan is to reverse the forces inside the space itself. Edward suddenly finds his own orientation and control disrupted inside the altered field. Iori counters the gravity with equal and opposite force, turning Edward's power against itself. The sphere collapses as the internal forces cancel out instead of compressing inward. Edward is left staring in disbelief at the impossible reversal. He demands to know what Iori just did. Iori casually explains that he is unusual and simply borrowed Edward's own power to neutralize the spell. Edward rejects the explanation as impossible, but Iori points out that the result speaks for itself. With the technique broken, Iori prepares to end the fight. He asks Edward if the battle is finally over. Edward can only grunt, shaken and exhausted. For the first time, he truly feels outclassed and realizes Iori has been treating him like a child. His confidence collapses into panic as he wonders how he can possibly win. Iori steps in and tells him he has run out of options. He lands a decisive body blow that folds Edward over and ends any remaining resistance. Edward cries out as the last of his fight leaves him. Iori stands over him without triumph, only certainty. He tells Edward that if that was everything he had, the match is finished. Arthur watches in awe, finally seeing the true scale of Iori's power. To Arthur, Iori now seems like someone whose strength has no visible limit. Iori immediately moves on, saying the only thing left now is the boss. A new presence answers from the darkness. Leo recognizes the shift at once. The black-haired leader returns and remarks that the defeated pair are awake, revealing Edward and the Stitch Girl have been spared and restrained. Edward asks Arthur and Leo why they were left alive. Leo answers that killing without reason would be pointless. Edward mocks him for becoming soft after turning adventurer. Arthur bristles at the insult, but Leo stays calm. Leo admits he may have softened, which only confuses Arthur further. He explains that preserving that softness takes real strength, and that quality is exactly why Iori defeated Edward. He adds that Iori is strong enough to spare Edward because he has the freedom to choose mercy. Edward bitterly accepts that he lost to someone like that. Iori returns from deeper in the dungeon with his sword in hand. Edward notices him and warns the others that the real monster has arrived. Iori announces that he has already defeated the boss, Fafnir. Edward is visibly rattled by the news. Arthur confirms Iori only left a short while ago, and the speed of the clear shocks everyone. Leo praises Iori as usual, while Arthur is left marveling again at how absurd his abilities are. Edward struggles to process when Iori could have even gone to fight the boss. Arthur can barely answer through his disbelief. Edward is told it happened about 5 minutes earlier. That means Iori cleared a dungeon boss of this level almost instantly. Even the others fall silent at the implication. Edward finally voices the impossible scale of it, stunned that the boss fell in 5 minutes. His frustration hardens into wounded pride. He refuses to accept that he lost to someone he still sees as naive. Iori cuts through that pride and asks whether Edward values his ego more than his life. Edward argues that losers die on the battlefield and accuses Iori of hypocrisy for sparing him. Iori answers that what happens after victory belongs to the victor to decide. Leo cheerfully agrees, saying he and Iori are thinking alike. Edward can only see that being talked over. The Stitch Girl finally tells Edward to stop, admitting that Iori is stronger than both of them. Edward clicks his tongue but cannot deny it. Iori studies Edward and recognizes the type immediately, concluding he was shaped by a harsh and unusual upbringing much like dangerous people from Iori's past life. He decides Edward is undeniably strong, and that defeating Scepter could also strengthen their ties with Arthur. With the side conflict settled, Iori turns the group back to their real objective. He states that the boss has been cleared and that England can now handle destroying the dungeon core. Arthur confirms he has no intention of claiming the dungeon for himself, and only wants to help clear it for England. He warns that the dungeon core must be destroyed within a week, or the boss will revive and the crisis will start again. Once he understands the rule, Arthur decides there is no reason to wait, and resolves to destroy the core immediately. A blonde official checks whether Arthur is truly certain about making that call. Arthur answers that as the adventurer entrusted with the mission, he will act according to what he believes is right. He openly asks Scepter whether there is any objection to his decision. Scepter admits defeat and concedes that they have lost control of the situation. With no leverage left, Scepter gives Arthur permission to proceed however he wants. Arthur thanks Edward for stepping aside at the crucial moment. Edward bristles at the gratitude, not understanding why Arthur would thank him. Arthur's calm smile makes it clear he understood Edward's choice better than Edward expected. With that, England's God Dungeon is officially cleared and the immediate national threat ends. The victory instantly becomes major breaking news. Reports spread that England's most dangerous dungeon has finally been conquered. The world learns that the one who achieved it was the Japanese adventurer Seki Iori. Elsewhere, Hamilton is stunned that Scepter let events unfold this way and realizes his plan has backfired. The atmosphere around him turns tense as the consequences of the news close in. Someone behind him calls his name, signaling that judgment has arrived. Hamilton recognizes the voice and immediately understands he is in serious trouble. The Prime Minister confronts him over giving unauthorized orders to Scepter. Hamilton tries to beg forgiveness and defend himself, but he is cut off before he can justify his actions. The Prime Minister removes him from the Intelligence Division on the spot. Hamilton can only panic as he realizes his authority has vanished. He is ordered to gather his belongings and leave, reduced from schemer to disgraced employee. Alone with his humiliation, Hamilton cannot accept the fall and insists he had the right to act. He convinces himself that his choices were necessary under the circumstances. Rather than repent, he decides this setback only means he must move on to the next phase of his plan. At military headquarters, another powerful figure receives the news with interest instead of alarm. He is impressed that Seki Iori conquered the God Dungeon so easily. A new alert interrupts his thoughts and draws his attention to fresh information. The message turns out to be from Hamilton. He recognizes it as England's investigation data and immediately understands what was sent. Even so, he dismisses the report as unnecessary because he prefers first-hand verification. He decides to measure Seki Iori's strength personally. He orders his subordinate to prepare, saying Seki Iori will arrive soon. When asked if this means a direct test, he answers without hesitation that it does. His real motive is curiosity, because he wants to see what kind of power Iori will reveal. The subordinate accepts the order and begins preparations immediately. Watching the dungeon footage, the man treats the coming confrontation as entertainment. He addresses Seki Iori by name as if already looking forward to their meeting. Back in England, the Prime Minister formally receives Iori and Leo with Arthur present. The meeting is conducted as a high-level audience in recognition of what they accomplished. The Prime Minister thanks Iori sincerely, saying the country escaped a major disaster because of him. After expressing gratitude, he raises one more issue that still needs to be addressed. He apologizes for the Intelligence Division's unilateral decision to deploy Scepter without proper consent. Iori brushes the matter aside, understanding that England acted defensively to avoid foreign interference. The Prime Minister praises Iori's judgment and generosity, noting that Arthur's report described him accurately. Iori accepts the praise with quiet confidence rather than arrogance. Arthur, hearing Iori spoken of so highly, is visibly flustered and proud. He admits the incident showed him how inexperienced he still is. The Prime Minister then declares that England's system must be rebuilt, starting with dismantling and reorganizing Scepter. Iori approves of taking Scepter seriously as a dangerous institution. The Prime Minister explains that Scepter can either harm the nation or protect it, depending on who controls both sides of its power. To turn it into a force that truly protects England, he asks for Arthur's cooperation. Arthur accepts at once, saying that as a former member of Scepter, he shares responsibility for its future. With that alliance formed, Iori concludes that England can finally breathe easier. Later, Arthur personally thanks Iori again for everything he has done. He tells Arthur that Arthur was the one who truly saved them that day. Arthur tries to laugh it off and insists his abilities are nowhere near Iori's level. Leo watches Arthur closely, seeing more potential in him than Arthur sees in himself. Leo tells Arthur he is not nearly as far behind as he thinks. That unexpected encouragement leaves Arthur momentarily speechless. Arthur answers with renewed resolve that he will catch up. Leo reassures him that he can, and Arthur accepts the encouragement. Arthur then remembers Iori's next destination is Russia and promises to cheer him on despite the danger ahead. Iori thanks him, and Leo adds that they will manage whatever comes next. As the two prepare to leave, Arthur calls after them one last time. He says he looks forward to meeting them again. Iori and Leo turn back with the same quiet confidence they carried through the crisis. They part on the promise that Arthur will be stronger by the next time they meet. The story then shifts to Japan, at the Adventurers Guild. Guild staff notice something troubling developing outside the building. A crowd of A-class adventurers has gathered, tense and simmering with resentment. Onlookers immediately sense that the mood is abnormal and dangerous. Even the staff watching from inside realize this is no ordinary complaint. A large crowd forms at the guild entrance as the unrest spreads. One furious adventurer argues that they are all A-class and should not be treated as insignificant. Others point out that Japan has only 7 S-class adventurers, yet even with so few openings they remain stuck below that rank. Their anger sharpens around the fact that only Seki Iori reached S-class this year, and they insist they are just as qualified. A guild representative tries to explain that S-Class is exceptional and cannot be granted without power beyond normal A-Class standards. The crowd rejects that logic and claims that if Japan needs protection, it should be them who rise to that responsibility. The explanation only fuels their frustration instead of calming them. The guild attempts to restore order by asking everyone to calm down, but the demand for calm reaches people who are already too angry to listen. The representative continues, saying S-Class promotions are rare and depend on the guild's judgment of true worthiness. He tells them that until the guild deems them ready, all they can do is keep working and proving themselves. That answer lands like an insult and pushes the crowd closer to violence. The adventurers hear it as a blunt declaration that they are simply not good enough. They explode in protest, arguing that they have risked their lives countless times and deserve recognition. Their outrage centers on the humiliation of being told their sacrifices still are not enough. The representative can only answer that the situation is unfortunate but unchanged. He coldly insists that this is simply how the system works. That final dismissal triggers open violence as one rider attacks him. The confrontation erupts into chaos in an instant. The representative is struck down before he can defend himself. Another staff member tries to appeal to the riders by saying he understands their feelings. He reminds them that he too once stood where they stand as an A-class adventurer. Then he challenges them to think about whether this rage is really the way to protect people. His words briefly shake one of the riders and force him to hesitate. But the man's anger quickly searches for a new target. He lashes out that Seki Iori is too young and therefore should not have been chosen over them. The guild official is pressed to explain what makes Iori different from the rest. Before he can answer, another rider orders the crowd to bring the guild down by force. The official realizes the situation is slipping completely out of control. He desperately shouts for them to stop. He rushes forward, trying to physically halt the destruction. The riders declare that if the guild is ruled by people they despise, they will reject its authority altogether. One attacker even tries to stab the official while claiming they can manage without the guild. Nearby, a younger girl excitedly tells Kanda how thrilling it was to clear dungeons together. Kanda warmly encourages Kotoha, telling her that her abilities are ideal for party play. Kotoha brightens at the praise and gains confidence from Kanda's approval. Their light-hearted moment is interrupted by screams and sudden panic nearby. Kanda and Kotoha immediately realize something serious is happening at the guild. When they look over, they see the entrance in chaos as adventurers and staff clash violently. Kotoha is horrified to learn that adventurers are attacking the guild itself. Kanda confronts the riders, demanding to know what they think they are doing. A rider greets her arrival with twisted delight, seeing an S-class adventurer as a perfect opportunity. He reasons that if they can defeat an S-class, they will force the promotion they want. A bloodied guild official begs Kanda and Kotoha to help suppress what has become an A-class riot. Kotoha asks why this is happening, and Kanda explains that resentment over S-class promotion has boiled over into open rebellion. Once she understands, Kanda immediately decides how to use the situation. She turns to Kotoha and casually asks whether she wants to take down all the A-class adventurers there. Kanda tempts her by saying that defeating that many opponents alone would surely earn an S-class promotion. The word S-class instantly hooks Kotoha because it would let her fight beside her brother and Kanda. Fired up by that dream, Kotoha eagerly decides to try. Meanwhile, on a plane bound away from Japan, Iori suddenly thinks of Kotoha and hopes she is safe. He worries that she might get dragged into something strange while he is gone. Back at the guild, a rider mocks the newcomers and asks whether one S-class thinks she can handle all of them at once. Kanda closes her eyes calmly, completely unbothered by the threat. She reveals that the riders are mistaken about who they are actually facing. The lead rider is thrown off by that answer. Kotoha steps forward with her sword and declares that she will take them on. The riders laugh at the idea of being challenged by a child. Kotoha stays serious even as they mock her. One of them sneers that a kid who is not even S-class could never beat all of them. Another launches a powerful shockwave attack to crush her immediately. Kotoha is startled for a moment but does not panic. She slips past the attack and counters with a clean strike. Her kick sends the attacker flying, shocking everyone who underestimated her. The other riders accuse each other of holding back because she is just a child. Kotoha briefly wonders if she is getting overconfident after how easily that worked. She reins herself in and activates divine immunity arts so she can stay focused. Another rider charges in, determined to deal with her himself. He unleashes a raging wind shockwave in a serious attempt to overwhelm her. Kotoha meets the attack head-on without losing her composure. The attacker realizes too late that his full power rush is failing. He is stunned to discover that his skill has been completely blocked. Kotoha knocks him down decisively and keeps pressing the fight. Even she is surprised by how strong she actually seems to be. The riders are left reeling, now wondering whether this unknown girl is already operating at S-class level. As the guild members rush her, one of them warns the others not to treat Kotoha like a harmless child and orders a serious attack. Kotoha immediately realizes she cannot fight a whole group head-on without first understanding what each of them can do. She decides the only safe way forward is to split them up and force single combat. Her opponents catch on and shout for someone to circle around her. The group moves to surround her and cut off her escape. Kotoha senses the opening she has been waiting for and commits to her counterattack. Instead of retreating, she dashes straight at one of the attackers with her blade charged. The target assumes she has made a reckless mistake by charging him directly. Kotoha remembers that she already interfered with his skill once, which tells her his ability is not overwhelming. The man convinces himself that as long as he avoids her skill-blocking trick, he should win in a direct clash. He raises his guard to meet her, only to be caught off balance by the force of her strike. Kotoha blasts him away with a single slash and breaks the group's momentum. She confirms the hit was controlled and not lethal, satisfied that she only clipped him with the blade's edge. Watching from the side, the blonde evaluator notes that Kotoha is as formidable as expected from Siki's sister and praises her combat instincts. She judges that Kotoha is still holding back even against A-class opponents. Humiliated, the remaining adventurers abandon caution and decide to swarm her together rather than lose to a kid. Kotoha welcomes the mass attack, reasoning that a larger cluster only makes her targets easier to hit. She boldly declares that she will take them all at once. The adventurers try to recover their pride by insisting that even her full power cannot surpass a team of A-class fighters. Kotoha shuts that down by revealing that she herself is already A-class as well. The group unleashes a barrage of name techniques from multiple directions in an attempt to overwhelm her. Their combined assault closes in with fire, shockwaves, lightning, and close-range pressure. Kotoha answers with a decisive full-power strike. Her attack detonates through the formation and sends the entire group flying at once. The defeated adventurers can only stare in disbelief at how completely they were overpowered. Even the onlookers who had doubted her are shaken and start wondering if Kotoha is actually S-class. Kotoha calmly walks up to the fallen challengers while they struggle to rise. Standing beside the blonde woman, she asks if they still want to continue. Their leader can only groan, already knowing the answer. The blonde woman states plainly that this is what S-class looks like and that none of them can match Kotoha. The leader protests that they trained hard to become stronger and cannot accept being told it still is not enough. He is told bluntly that it is not enough, whether because their effort lacked quality or because they simply lack talent. The real point, she says, is undeniable. A whole pack of A-class fighters still could not beat Kotoha. She scolds them for overrating themselves and behaving like spoiled children. Kotoha worries that the lecture is only making things worse, while the blonde woman checks whether the leader can still listen. The leader admits she is right and accepts that he had been mistaken. Seeing the gulf in strength forces him to face reality and abandon his arrogance. He decides to quit, believing he has already caused enough trouble for the guild. His companions, equally crushed, say they will quit as well. The bespectacled guild official quietly takes in the scene before stepping in. He notes that the guild took some damage, but no staff or adventurers were seriously hurt. Because of that, he chooses to treat the riot as a mistake and lets them off with a warning not to repeat it. Then he adds one condition. With a smiling face and a hard edge, he informs them that they will be paying for all the repairs. The defeated adventurers can only accept that final blow to their pride and wallets. With the conflict settled, Kotoha and the blonde woman acknowledge that things worked out, and Kotoha thanks her for the help. Before he leaves, the blonde woman stops the guild official to ask one more thing. She confirms that he has now seen Kotoha's true strength, and he answers that the display was more than sufficient. The blonde woman excitedly turns to Kotoha, making it clear that this result is exactly what they wanted. She immediately asks the official to consider promoting Siki Kotoha to S-class. The request catches him off guard. Kotoha tenses up, clearly hoping for the answer. The story then shifts to Russia, where Leo and Iori arrive at the Special Armed Forces Operations Center. A military escort identifies them and confirms their names. Without ceremony, the escort orders them to follow. Leo remarks that the reception is cold and heavily guarded, showing how cautious the Russians are. Iori is unfazed, saying he is used to this kind of treatment, and that America was much the same at first. As they walk deeper inside, they pass soldiers drilling in strict formation. The scale and discipline of the place make it clear they are entering a military machine, not an adventurer's guild. Iori notes that Russia approaches dungeon warfare like an army conducting operations rather than individuals chasing glory. Leo explains that in Russia, most awakened people join the military instead of becoming adventurers. That reflects a centralized state that prizes military power above all else. Iori agrees that the structure of an army-trained organization reveals a nation's character. Their escort announces their arrival to General Ivan. The general invites them in. Ivan greets Leo as an old acquaintance, making it clear they have history. He remarks that it has been a long time since they last met. Turning to Iori, Ivan identifies him as Siki Iori, the man rumored to be the strongest adventurer in the world. Iori answers with calm politeness rather than boasting. Ivan laughs at the contrast between the title and Iori's understated manner. He apologizes, but admits he could not help finding it amusing. Ivan then reveals the real issue. Despite his confidence in judging strength, he cannot believe Iori is stronger than Leo. Iori says that is fine, since he never expected easy recognition from someone like Ivan. He cuts straight to the point and asks whether Ivan wants proof. Ivan confirms that he wants to test Iori's strength directly. He explains that Russia cannot afford to invest in the wrong ally. For that reason, he says, measuring Iori's power will be simple. His proposed test is brutal. If Iori can truly stand above the world, he should be able to face 1,000 elite Russian soldiers alone. Iori repeats the number, already treating it as a manageable problem rather than an impossible one. Ivan presses him, arguing that the world's strongest should have no trouble against 1,000 soldiers. Even Ivan admits that this still may not be enough to judge him properly. Iori answers with a faint smile that he can handle more than that. That response makes Ivan realize he may be dealing with someone far more dangerous than expected. Leo, amused, enjoys watching Iori unsettle the general. Ivan rises and admits that he likes someone with spirit. Still, he warns that if the Russians go too far, they might actually kill Iori. Iori rejects any restraint and says there is no point in taking it easy on him. He asks them to attack with genuine killing intent. Ivan accepts and schedules the tactical drill for the next day on the snowfield before the dungeon. He gives Iori one last chance to object. Iori only smiles, already eager for the test. The next day, on the frozen field, he arrives alone and answers that he has no objections. Ivan praises him for showing up without backing down. He formally announces that the exercise will pit Iori against 1,000 Russian soldiers. The soldiers ready themselves for the order. Iori casually tells them to begin whenever they want. Ivan decides not to remain a spectator and declares that he will join the drill himself. He wants to see whether Iori's reputation is genuine. A subordinate hesitates and addresses the general directly. The officer warns that if Ivan truly goes all out against one man, Iori may not survive. Ivan silences the doubt by demanding whether his judgment is being questioned. The subordinate still points out the obvious tactical truth. A single target can be killed from range before ever closing the distance. Ivan says that is exactly why this test matters. The subordinate is left confused by that answer. Ivan explains that the real thing always exceeds expectations. Russia will only place its trust in those who prove themselves truly exceptional. If Iori fails here, then he was never worthy of their standard in the first place. Leo watches with interest, wondering what Iori will reveal against the Russian forces. He is already convinced the result will be worth seeing. The soldiers steel themselves as the tension on the field rises. Iori closes his eyes for a moment, perfectly calm in the face of the army. Ivan raises a megaphone and calls all captains to attention. He officially begins the tactical drill. At the start, a colossal golden magical presence erupts over the battlefield, signaling that Iori is not planning to fight as a lone man at all. Iori finds the idea of fighting so many soldiers exciting rather than threatening. He decides this is the perfect chance to use the Liberation Grimoire. Because of what he obtained in America and England, he now possesses every Covenant familiar he has collected so far. He first summons the Sea Emperor Lacoon, a massive whale-like familiar that dominates the field. The soldiers are stunned that he can nullify their opening by calling out a monster of that scale. Even Ivan is briefly taken aback. Leo, however, is delighted, having expected Iori to do something outrageous. Iori continues by summoning the royal horned beast Coral. A divine dragon follows, adding another high-level familiar to the field. Then he calls forth Phoenix Felis as well. With 2 new Covenant familiars added to the ones he already had, Iori reveals that his arsenal has grown far beyond what Russia anticipated. He completes the lineup by bringing out Divine Wolf Mersula and the Continental Dragon Militia. Surrounded by a full host of powerful familiars, Iori calmly asks if they are ready to begin now. Ivan realizes that Iori's confidence came from commanding an entire army of monsters. He dismisses the title of World's Strongest as empty hype if it only means hiding behind summons, and decides the solution is simply to kill Iori himself. Iori accepts that logic and decides to bring out one more familiar. A towering fire demon appears beside him, adding yet another terrifying force to his side. The demon praises Iori for summoning him against worthy opponents and volunteers to handle them alone. Iori approves, but orders him not to kill the soldiers. The demon agrees, though he makes it clear that holding back will be inconvenient. The rest of Iori's familiars wait in formation, ready to move on his command. Ivan and his officers steady themselves and refuse to be intimidated. Iori's summoned army advances, forcing the Russians to react immediately. Ivan orders all troops split into 7 teams, with each unit assigned to focus on one familiar. He assigns 40 men per team and tells the units to move while supporting one another. He then takes 2 key subordinates, Mikhail and Ulis, and heads personally for Iori as the main target. The 2 men acknowledge the order without hesitation. The Russian soldiers deploy support magic and establish defensive formations across the field. They launch a coordinated volley at Lacoon in an attempt to bring down the largest familiar first. The barrage crashes against the whale's barrier and fails to penetrate. Realizing brute force is useless from the front, the soldiers call for a flanking attack from the rear. The units begin repositioning around the barrier to exploit its blind spots. More troops take to the air and move to surround the target from above. At the same time, rear support units bind another familiar with chains to pin it in place. The restraint appears to catch hold, giving the Russians a brief sign that their tactics might work. But the bound familiar immediately erupts upward with overwhelming force, shattering the soldiers' control and proving the battle has only just begun. The soldiers realize the beast they are facing is far beyond anything they expected. Even so, the command pushes the close combat units forward behind their shields. A lightning-charged unicorn surges into motion as another summoned monster joins the battle. Its attack instantly breaks the soldiers' nerve and turns the advance into a panicked retreat. As they scramble back, new danger rains down from above. A blazing bird familiar bombards the battlefield with fiery sparks, trapping the troops in chaos. The officers try to restore order, warning everyone to spread out because the sparks are blinding and lethal. Before they can recover, a giant wolf appears in front of the regrouping soldiers and blocks their escape. Then the wolf vanishes from sight, making the formation even more vulnerable. The soldiers lose track of it, and can only shout warnings too late. The wolf reappears behind them, proving it can bypass their lines at will. It tears through the rear ranks and sends men flying, shattering any sense of control. The surviving soldiers run again, now fully reduced to prey. Their retreat is cut off when a massive green dragon lands in front of them. The dragon's sweep sends more soldiers tumbling and closes the trap around the army. Those still standing realize the monsters are enormous, and tightening the noose, a horned fire beast begins gathering a devastating flame attack. It unleashes a roaring inferno that tears across the battlefield. The firestorm spreads wide enough to consume the entire area. The soldiers understand that moving now means certain death, and order another retreat. The fire beast calmly assures them that it is holding the flames back from its own side. Watching from behind the front, an enemy commander notes that his forces are being pushed back but that all the monsters have been successfully drawn in. He concludes that events are unfolding exactly as planned because Seki Iori is waiting in the rear. The hidden objective becomes clear: kill Seki Iori, and the entire battle turns in their favor. Iori senses the ambush and acknowledges that the enemy has finally come for him. He calls out the infiltrator directly, saying the trick that fooled his familiars cannot fool him. The empty snowfield answers for a moment with silence. Then the concealed enemy reveals himself, and praises Iori for seeing through his void domain. The Russian commander steps forward with 2 allies, no longer bothering to hide. He admits that Iori figured out the deception. Iori studies the technique and finds it interesting that it can erase even aura completely. The commander declares that with them here, Iori's monsters can no longer protect him and they will kill him together. He insists that Iori is now the one at a disadvantage. Iori answers with a smile and reveals that he wanted them to think exactly that. That claim catches the enemy off guard. Iori explains that controlling monsters is complicated, so the surest path to victory was always to target the summoner himself. He reminds them that if they came knowing who he was, they should have prepared for more than a simple ambush. The Russian commander senses a hidden layer to Iori's confidence and grows intrigued. Instead of retreating, he welcomes the chance to see Iori's true power at last. Iori confirms that forcing this reveal was his intention from the start. One of the commander's allies, the bespectacled fighter, activates a lightning-charged enhancement and attacks first. He commits fully, trying to overwhelm Iori before the summoner can respond. Iori remains calm, barely reacting as the strike closes in. He answers by releasing Calamity Burst, creating a violent shockwave around himself. The blast catches the attacker midair and knocks him completely off balance. The enhanced soldier crashes down hard while Iori slips away untouched. Even after being thrown aside, the attacker refuses to let Iori escape. But his confidence breaks when he realizes Iori has already moved beyond his reach. From above, Iori prepares a far stronger counterattack. He descends in a transformed state called White Devil, wrapped in overwhelming cold power. Even while reeling, the fallen attacker dares Iori to come at him with everything he has. The Russian commander watches closely, now taking Iori far more seriously. In his transformed state, Iori declares that they will have to acknowledge his strength whether they want to or not. The commander realizes that Iori has not merely changed appearance but drastically increased his own combat power. Iori's new form radiates a cold, controlled confidence that confirms the shift in momentum. The commander concludes that Iori's ability may not only command monsters but also massively strengthen himself, or perhaps combine multiple high-level skills. Either way, he finally understands why Iori is called the world's strongest. Rather than fear him, the commander grows more excited and openly admits Iori is powerful. Iori, equally thrilled, welcomes the rare chance to face an opponent worthy of his full strength. The commander answers that admiration changes nothing because he still intends to make Iori kneel. Iori says he is looking forward to that attempt and wants to witness the commander's true power firsthand. The commander orders Mikhail, his ally, to stay out of the duel. Mikhail obeys at once, recognizing that this fight has become a contest between monsters in human form. The commander powers up alone, surrounding himself with a crimson aura as he accepts the challenge. He tightens his focus and prepares to reveal his signature ability. Iori senses a mana-filled mist forming around him and realizes the attack is taking shape. From the aura, he identifies the skill as a form of intimidation made manifest. The commander confirms it, explaining that absolute intimidation turns fear and pressure into something physically real. He defines that power as the raw pressure of life itself. In his view, battle is simply the natural order of predator over prey and ruler over ruled. Iori coldly recognizes that this brutal law is exactly what governs the commander's power. The red intimidation swells into a massive force aimed directly at crushing him. The battlefield itself seems to warp under the commander's oppressive presence. The commander keeps pouring pressure into the attack, determined to break Iori's mind and body together. Even Mikhail, carrying the unconscious ally away, is shaken by how monstrous this absolute intimidation has become. He senses the air itself groaning under the strain and realizes the space around them is failing. Iori notices the warped field beginning to collapse. He judges the technique as a double assault that bends space while crushing the mind, worthy of Russia's strongest fighter. The commander refines the attack with precise hand movements, preparing a killing strike. He launches absolute intimidation strike straight at Iori. Iori reads the attack calmly instead of meeting it with panic. The strike tears past him and detonates behind him, missing its mark. The commander is impressed that Iori avoided such a deadly attack with almost no movement. Iori's composure makes it clear that he has already begun solving the technique. The commander immediately shifts tactics instead of dwelling on the miss. He conjures a vortex-like prison above Iori and challenges him with a new attack. Iori looks up and instantly understands he is being boxed in. The commander unleashes Intimidation Torrent, surrounding Iori with a crushing purple maelstrom. Inside the torrent, Iori sees that every path is sealed except the opening above. He decides it does not matter whether that opening is bait and commits to breaking through it anyway. A bright point forms overhead as he prepares his escape route. Iori rockets upward through the only gap before the prison can fully close. The commander refuses to let him slip away and keeps the pressure on. The torrent condenses into a dense sphere to pursue and crush him. The compressed attack hangs over the commander like a controlled execution. With a single gesture, he triggers its final form. He brings down Absolute Intimidation Divine Punishment, a vertical blast meant to annihilate Iori outright. The commander watches with full confidence, certain the finishing blow has landed. A blinding column of energy engulfs the area. When the light clears, the commander stands before the impact zone expecting victory. But the energy above him is still unstable, hinting that something went wrong. From a distance, Mikhail and the others stare in disbelief at the unresolved blast. The commander admits that he attacked with genuine intent to kill, exactly as Iori wanted. Even so, he says he sincerely hopes Iori survived, revealing that the duel has become personal for him. Mikhail can only marvel that this is General Ivan's true strength, and call it terrifying. Then a new surge of light erupts from the blast zone instead of a corpse. For the first time, Ivan's confidence wavers. Iori emerges unharmed, sword in hand, and openly acknowledges Ivan's strength. Ivan is stunned that such a direct killing blow failed to leave even a scratch. Iori explains that the attack was powerful, but the moment Ivan made his intimidation tangible, it gained a weakness. Because it became energy-based, Iori could cut the impact point and break the attack apart. He neutralized the technique instead of enduring it. With the mystery solved, Iori declares that it is now his turn. Ivan loses sight of him and decides to rely on prediction rather than vision. He reasons that the simplest next move is a surprise attack from behind. So he prepares to counter that expected approach with another absolute intimidation strike. When Iori appears exactly where expected, Ivan thinks he has outplayed him. He fires immediately, convinced he has seized the initiative. Iori slips past the counter and closes the distance instead of being caught by it. Ivan retreats to mid-range and escalates again, planning to cut Iori down with an overwhelming torrent. But Iori's movement blurs into deceptive afterimages that ruin Ivan's read on the battlefield. Ivan first thinks Iori has somehow pierced his intimidation directly, then realizes that is not the real problem. The truth hits him too late. Iori is reading every one of his movements perfectly. Iori answers with heavenly music, shifting from analysis to decisive offense. A radiant blue field blooms around him as he takes complete control of the exchange. The force of his attack slams Ivan backward across the shattered snow. Ivan crashes down hard, his momentum finally broken. Seeing Ivan unable to answer, Iori concludes the duel is over. The battlefield falls quiet around Iori while Ivan and the surrounding soldiers are left stunned and seated in defeat. Ivan accepts the result and admits that he has lost. Mikhail struggles to process what he has just witnessed. Iori reflects that a man who could defeat 1,000 soldiers alone hardly seems human anymore. Mikhail immediately rejects that doubt and insists that Iori is still human. Iori, still wary, asks whether they truly intend to continue the fight. Mikhail's tension breaks as Al replaces hostility. He apologizes for any disrespect, saying he can no longer treat Iori as an ordinary opponent. He offers Iori his deepest respect with a formal salute. The sudden reversal leaves Iori momentarily confused. Ivan also acknowledges that even all of them together could not defeat Iori, and compares him to a god of war. The Russian soldiers follow suit and salute Iori at the highest level. Embarrassed by the worshipful reaction, Iori tries to stop them from overdoing it. Mikhail ignores the modesty and excitedly reminds him that he just defeated 1,000 Russian soldiers by himself. To Mikhail, that makes Iori less a man than a figure out of myth. Iori finally understands that they are not mocking him but genuinely revere his strength, and the absurdity of it amuses his companion. As the battlefield settles, the aftermath of the battle and the open dungeon remains before both sides. Mikhail formally thanks Iori for his help in clearing the dungeon. Ivan agrees and plainly states that Iori deserves the title of the world's strongest adventurer. He apologizes for doubting him and says he will leave the Russian forces in Iori's hands. Iori is taken aback by how much responsibility they are suddenly trying to hand him. Ivan then shifts from battle to politics, saying they must now discuss the American side's position in the conquest of the dungeon. A grieving Russian hunter asks Siki Iori to speak with him privately. The two sit apart from the others by the fire as the man gathers himself to explain. He reveals that an elite unit challenged the dungeon the day before. As Iori had predicted, the attempt ended in total annihilation. The weight of that loss hangs between them, and Iori listens in silence. The hunter confesses that his younger brother died with that unit. Iori absorbs the confession without flinching. Driven by grief, the man admits he became desperate when he saw Iori's overwhelming power and decided Iori was his only hope for revenge. Though he knows it is selfish, he begs Iori to conquer the dungeon in his brother's place. The request leaves a heavy pause by the fire. Iori rises, having understood both the plea and the pain behind it. He reassures the man that the request changes nothing, because he intended to clear the dungeon anyway. Iori goes further and promises that the dead brother will be avenged. Overcome, the grieving hunter can barely believe Iori is truly accepting this burden. Iori remains calm, treating the vow as a simple fact. Before the assembled force, the hunter offers heartfelt thanks for that promise. At the operation briefing, the Russian commander admits they have not even cleared half the dungeon. He formally transfers command of the Russian troops for this assault to Seki Iori and asks him to direct them well. Iori immediately rejects a mass assault, warning that bringing more men will only increase casualties, and chooses only the 3 who previously faced him. The Russians accept that the mission will hinge on a tiny team rather than numbers. Leo agrees with Iori's judgment, noting that too many troops would only obstruct someone of Iori's level. The commander accepts the logic and commits to a small elite unit, which Iori welcomes as a major advantage. Using the survey report, the commander explains that scouts only reached the 3rd floor, where the greatest threat was identified. That threat is Cerberus, a monstrous 3-headed demon dog. The earlier elite unit rushed it in large numbers and was effortlessly scattered, proving brute force was useless. They also learn the dungeon itself is a submerged labyrinth filled with layered hazards. The report lists the main traps: a blizzard that constantly drains health, illusions that mimic allies or oneself, random teleportation arrays, and ice walls that absorb force and mana while reflecting projectiles. Leo notes that every trap sounds troublesome, especially the illusions and teleportation that could split the team apart. The commander explains they must pass through those traps to reach the 3rd floor Grand Hall, and any broken formation would be fatal. If the traps scatter them, Cerberus will pick them off one by one. Iori realizes the dungeon was deliberately designed to destroy teamwork and crush morale before challengers ever reach the mid-boss. The others add that the ice walls are dangerous too, because reckless attacks will rebound and injure the attackers instead. Leo judges that the traps are manageable if they stay alert and avoid being caught by the teleportation arrays. The commander reminds them that all of this comes from military strategic intelligence. Even if the information is incomplete, he argues it is still better than charging in blind like the last force. Iori decides they have enough to move, and proposes heading straight for the 3rd floor Grand Hall to kill Cerberus and open the path ahead. With the plan set, Iori gives the order to advance. The commander steels himself, aware that they are entrusting everything to Iori's judgment. The elite team enters the frozen dungeon and is swallowed by its icy corridors. As they press deeper, Iori decides they must eliminate the mid-boss quickly before the dungeon turns the mission into a draining war of attrition. When they encounter a glowing magic circle, the commander suspects it may be one of the teleportation arrays but cannot confirm it from the report alone. Iori identifies the trap's trigger as magical disruption, meaning even a small use of power would activate it. Rather than risk it, he calmly seals the array himself. Mikhail realizes that Iori is dismantling the dungeon's traps with expertise and that his presence is transforming the mission. Iori downplays it, but the others conclude he can handle every trap they meet. The Russians are left half grateful and half stunned by just how overwhelming he is. At last they arrive at the Grand Hall of the Demon Dog. The chamber is unnervingly quiet, and Iori warns everyone not to relax just because nothing is moving. A large summoning circle on the floor signals that the silence is only the calm before an attack. Sensing the shift in mana, Iori announces that the enemy is about to appear. Cerberus rises before them in a blaze of hostile power. The 3-headed beast immediately roars and surges forward, making its killing intent unmistakable. Iori greets the monster with a cold joke, reading its aggression as a formal welcome. Mikhail refuses to retreat, declaring that he will see his brother avenged here. Iori reins him in and orders everyone to hold their attacks until he gives the signal, and Mikhail forces himself to obey. Cerberus lunges first, trying to overwhelm them with raw ferocity. Mikhail answers with a furious charge of his own. He intercepts the beast head-on and declares that this fight will not be one-sided. Even under the impact, Cerberus keeps advancing through the debris and flames. The commander and Mikhail coordinate on Iori's instruction, deciding to bait the monster into using its breath so they can create an opening. Mikhail commits to the plan and unleashes a powerful strike to provoke it. At the same time, Leo dives in and promises to force the opening they need. Their combined pressure finally makes Cerberus react. One of the heads snaps toward the bait, taking the hook. The beast fires a devastating breath attack exactly where they wanted. As the frontliners endure the pressure, Mikhail urges the commander to hold on just a little longer. Seeing the opening, Iori decides the moment has come and prepares to pour the mana his allies have bought him into a finishing technique. He orders everyone to fall back so they will not be caught in his attack. A colossal rift-like slash erupts from Iori and tears into Cerberus. The blast engulfs the demon dog and drowns the hall in white-blue force. The strike drives straight through the monster and smashes the chamber around it. Watching the attack land, Mikhail believes his brother has finally been avenged. Iori quietly calls Mikhail's name, drawing his attention back before grief can fully consume him. The aftermath leaves the hall shattered, with the center blasted open by Iori's power. Mikhail clutches his brother's dog tags, grounding his revenge in the memory of the man he lost. He tells himself at last that he has avenged his brother. Iori acknowledges his feelings, but reminds him that the mission is not over yet. Mikhail accepts that revenge alone is not enough and urges Iori to finish the enemy completely so no one else dies. Iori answers with silent resolve. Together, the team moves on through the frozen ruin. The deeper they go, the dungeon's icy architecture grows even more oppressive. Soon the cursed cold begins draining their body heat so severely that the Russians can barely endure it. The commander realizes this is no ordinary blizzard but a supernatural assault on their strength. The analyst confirms it is a cursed blizzard that erodes not only stamina but willpower the longer one remains exposed. The commander struggles to keep his focus under the pressure. He asks whether they should simply force their way through before the blizzard wears them down completely. Iori calmly reveals that there is no need, because he has already neutralized the curse. With the blizzard suppressed, he announces that they are now close to the true boss. The Russians are left speechless by how casually he solved a trap that should have stalled an army. The analyst explains that Iori had spread his own magic through the entire passage before they entered. Then he subtly altered the spell structure to cancel the cursed blizzard out from within. The commander finally understands why Leo recognized Iori's level immediately and admits that Iori operates on an entirely different plane. Iori accepts the praise with a light, almost amused thanks. From there, the team's progress becomes smooth as they cut through lesser monsters without losing momentum. At last they stand before the sealed chamber of the dungeon boss. Leo greets the moment with excitement, eager for the real fight to begin. The commander also steels himself, determined to prove the pride of the Russian military against the final enemy. Before they enter, Iori interrupts that confidence with a request. He asks them to let him handle the boss himself. The commander immediately demands to know why. Iori answers bluntly that he can defeat the boss alone, and hints that clearing all 4 god dungeons serves a larger purpose only he can fulfill. He asks them to trust him on this. The commander repeats the request in disbelief, stunned that Iori intends to face the boss entirely by himself. Still, he admits Iori's past performance has earned that trust and agrees in principle, but he insists on one condition before giving full approval. He wants the victory publicly announced as a joint achievement with the Russian military. For him, preserving national prestige matters as much as the kill itself. Iori accepts the political bargain without resistance and thanks him for the cooperation. Inwardly, Iori notes that he is the one who should be grateful, since the arrangement suits his own needs as well. Leo immediately pledges to support Iori however he can, and Iori accepts the help. The commander calls after Iori one last time as he prepares to step forward. Iori pauses, and Leo watches him closely. The commander clenches his fist, choosing trust over pride. He gives Iori his full blessing and tells him to bring the boss down. Iori accepts with quiet confidence. Inside the boss chamber, a colossal winged serpent greets the intruders with contempt for a mere human entering its domain. The creature demands their blood and souls as an offering, making clear that this is no ordinary monster. Its overwhelming presence forces Iori and Leo into immediate battle stance. A white-haired swordsman named Leo takes the lead beside Iori and urges him to end the fight quickly. Iori entrusts the opening exchange to Leo, and Leo charges without hesitation. The serpent begins gathering mana for a major attack as Leo closes the distance. Leo reads the build-up instantly and realizes the boss is about to fire. Rather than retreat, he commits to meeting the attack head-on. The serpent answers with a killing blast, intent on erasing him outright. Leo blocks the beam with a radiant barrier, proving he can stand against the boss's raw power. Using that defense as cover, he surges upward toward the serpent's head. The serpent counters with another burst of force to keep him away. Leo cuts through the pressure and drives in close anyway. The serpent snarls at the maneuver, furious that a human slipped inside its guard. Leo remains unfazed and shows that intimidation and stray magic will not stop him. He unleashes a supreme freezing technique, trying to lock the serpent down. The ice takes hold for a moment, but the boss's power immediately begins breaking through it. The serpent mocks him, insisting that freezing a being like it is impossible. Leo admits he already knew that and reveals the freeze was only a test. He explains that he would never waste all his mana on a move that could not finish the job. The real purpose was to create a clean opening for a decisive strike. Iori seizes that opening and drives a brutal attack into the serpent's body. Wounded, the boss erupts with darker power instead of collapsing. It transforms the battlefield with corrupted energy and jagged crystals, escalating the fight into something far more dangerous. Iori and Leo regroup side by side, reading the new threat without panic. A massive sphere of destructive energy forms above them, showing that the serpent is invoking power on a godlike scale. Even faced with that spectacle, the two remain composed and ready to continue. Leo concludes that the enemy is unquestionably a god, though not one beyond their reach. The serpent gathers itself for another violent release of power. Leo answers by drawing on a blazing solar sword technique to counter the next exchange. He dives through the storm of dark energy and brings the radiant blade down. The strike carves across the serpent's head and forces it to recoil, but the boss retaliates with an explosive surge that drives both fighters back. Recovering first, Leo tells Iori he will handle the rest of the setup. Calling Iori's name, Leo moves to create the next opening for the final blow. Iori unleashes Heavenly Calm and meets the giant serpent head-on with overwhelming force. His strike cuts cleanly through the monster before it can retaliate. The serpent is split apart and collapses, ending the battle decisively. As the light of victory settles, Iori and Leo look up at the aftermath in calm control. They casually acknowledge each other's support, treating the impossible win as a shared success. With the boss gone, the dungeon core reveals itself before them. Leo reminds Iori that their mission is to destroy the dungeon and take the core, with rewards to be handled afterward. Iori agrees and immediately moves to finish the job. He destroys the core without hesitation, bringing the dungeon to its end. Iori remains composed as the space around him begins to change. A mysterious dungeon intelligence appears and formally congratulates Seki Iori. It confirms that he has cleared the Four Gods dungeon. Iori recognizes the speaker as a dungeon sentience, and dryly notes that it came all this way just to meet him. The sentience answers that its purpose is to speak with him directly. It tells him he has moved a little closer to the power he possessed in his previous life, and Iori realizes it has been guiding him. When he asks why he was summoned, the sentience bluntly says it wanted a conversation. Iori presses further, demanding to know the reason for that conversation. The sentience refuses to explain its deeper motive. Iori tests another theory and asks whether the dungeons were created by the demon god Zoldia. Again, the sentience withholds the answer, but hints that it can still reveal something useful. What it does reveal is simple and unsettling. It claims to be on Iori's side. Iori does not fully trust that claim, but he listens. He admits that if the sentience is telling the truth, it helps him make more sense of this world. The sentience explains that it called him this time to pass on important information. It warns that monsters have already escaped the dungeons and some are now embedded within human society. Iori clarifies whether that means monsters are living among humans. The sentience says the details are unclear, but the existence of such monsters is certain. It adds that those hidden monsters are gathering strength and may eventually become useful to Iori. Iori recalls that dungeon monsters are supposed to be unnaturally hostile to humans and assumes that behavior is built into the system. The sentience confirms that assumption, but says not every monster follows that rule. It frames this as restricted knowledge and a special reward for Iori clearing the Four Gods dungeons. It tells him he can investigate those exceptions himself if he is interested. Iori leaves the offer open, making it clear he will decide on his own terms. The sentience accepts that and departs after a casual farewell, leaving Iori with more questions than answers. The scene returns to the snowy battlefield outside the dungeon. The surrounding soldiers celebrate, amazed that Iori and Leo really cleared the dungeon safely. Iori notes that no time seems to have passed outside, confirming that the dungeon space was separated from normal time. Leo jokingly asks whether they should hand over all the loot they earned from the clear. General Ivan first acts as if he will claim it. Then he backs off, admitting that thanks to Iori and Leo the army kept its casualties to a minimum. He decides he has no right to take their rewards. Leo approves of that answer and finds Ivan's honesty refreshing. Ivan says it is simply the proper thing to do. One of the soldiers adds that even a short time with them was memorable. Ivan sincerely thanks Iori for what he did. Iori returns the courtesy and thanks Ivan for letting him take part in clearing the dungeon. Ivan accepts the exchange with quiet satisfaction. Their moment is interrupted by news that General Ivan has a visitor. Ivan is irritated that anyone would arrive at such a time. When he hears the visitor is Lord Hamilton from England, he immediately understands the trouble. Leo reminds Iori that Hamilton is the same man who previously picked a fight with him, and is baffled that he followed them all the way to Russia. Ivan explains that Hamilton is seeking asylum in Russia and wants to make up for the disaster he caused in England. Iori dismisses Hamilton as ridiculous, though Leo suggests hearing him out first. Elsewhere, Hamilton steels himself and decides he has no choice but to plead his case. He is tense and clearly desperate before the meeting even begins. Ivan greets him without warmth. Hamilton tries to open politely and asks whether the information he previously provided was useful. He argues that for a military power like Russia, his intelligence about Iori should have mattered. He presses further, assuming the Russian army must have struggled without relying on him. Ivan shuts him down by saying they never used Hamilton's data and still cleared the dungeon easily. Hamilton is left visibly wrong-footed by the answer. He can barely process that his carefully prepared information was ignored. Ivan makes it worse by stating plainly that Iori and Leo were enough, and Hamilton's help was unnecessary. Hamilton explodes in outrage, offended that his research was discarded in favor of raw talent. Ivan counters that he had no choice but to acknowledge Iori and Leo's power, and reminds Hamilton that a man begging asylum has little room to criticize. Hamilton tries to excuse his failure in England as mere bad luck. Leo arrives in the middle of the argument, already amused by Hamilton's unraveling. He points out that the data Hamilton keeps boasting about was not even important enough to enter the real discussion, since it was only Scepter's record on Iori. Leo mocks Hamilton for going so far just to meddle and calls out his pretentiousness. Hamilton lashes out at Leo for the insult. Iori steps in coldly, accusing Hamilton of caring only about saving himself, and warning that he will be held fully responsible. Hamilton panics when Iori directly confronts him. Ivan makes clear that Russia will still side with Iori and the others, leaving Hamilton with no leverage. Reduced to pleading, Hamilton insists that he is competent and could still be useful. Iori and Leo turn away, no longer interested in entertaining him. Hamilton desperately tries to stop them, but the guards move to remove him so the real discussion can continue. Dragged away, he can do nothing but rage. Iori treats the matter as finished. Leo quietly suggests that it may not be over so easily. As they prepare to leave, Iori senses that returning home will bring even more complicated problems. During the flight back, he sits alone and thinks through what lies ahead. He remains calm on the surface, but his expression shows he is already planning for the next stage. Leo notices his mood from across the cabin. He tries to lighten the atmosphere with his usual playful confidence. Iori answers with a faint smile, but he is still preoccupied. Leo asks what is bothering him, and Iori repeats that things are only going to get harder. Leo points out the obvious problem. Iori is now the world's greatest adventurer, stronger and more famous than Leo himself, so returning to Japan will be rough. Iori agrees and starts considering the consequences. Leo reveals his solution by deciding to go to Japan with Iori. He admits that chaos is inevitable, but insists he knows how to handle it. Iori dryly notes that Leo is making an absurdly forceful sales pitch. Still, Iori accepts, remembering how much Leo helped him in America and offering him a place to stay. That answer pleases Iori more than he lets on. By the time they arrive, Iori is ready to face home again. Leo equips him with sunglasses to help him deal with the attention. Iori goes along with it, accepting the disguise. The moment they appear, a crowd of reporters and fans swarms them, shocked that Leo is with Iori. The press closes in immediately, shouting for Iori and begging for his attention. Iori realizes the reception is even more intense than he expected. Leo finds the spectacle entertaining and compares it to the uproar they caused in America. Seeing no point in enduring the mob, he decides they should leave quickly. Leo opens a space-time door on the spot and invites Iori through. Iori approves of the shortcut at once. The crowd can only stare as the two men step into the door and vanish. Their disappearance leaves the onlookers awed by just how far beyond normal adventurers they are. Outside Iori's home, he wonders whether escaping the crowd so bluntly was really the best way to handle it. Leo argues that ignoring the noise and moving on shows real confidence and saves time. Iori admits that Leo is clearly used to this kind of fame. With that settled, they head to Iori's house together. Before they can fully relax, another figure suddenly arrives through a burst of power. It is the white-haired adventurer, who warns Leo not to do anything strange because Iori's sister lives there. Leo readily agrees, though the warning says plenty about his reputation. At home, Iori's sister Kotoha rushes out to welcome her brother back. She excitedly blurts out that she saw him on television and that his return caused a huge stir. Iori answers simply that he is home, while Leo follows behind him. Kotoha immediately recognizes Leo as the man who is always with her brother and warmly greets him too. Iori introduces Leo properly as America's top adventurer and explains that he will be staying with them for a while. Kotoha accepts the news instantly and happily, already looking forward to the livelier household. She ushers both of them inside without hesitation, making Leo feel welcome at once. Iori notes to himself that Kotoha adapts to outrageous situations with alarming ease. A small movement in the pool draws attention to another hidden presence at the house. Leo notices a tiny unfamiliar being floating there and stops to look more closely. He studies it in surprise. The little creature stares back with equal suspicion. Leo identifies it as a fairy. The fairy proudly confirms that he is correct. Iori explains that her name is Sphere and admits he had forgotten to mention her. Sphere immediately complains that Iori told Leo about Kotoha but not about her. Leo says he has seen pixies before, but this is his first time meeting a fairy that is actually friendly, and jokes that Iori really does suit monsters. Sphere angrily rejects being treated like a pet and declares that she exists to manage Iori's skills and make him stronger. Leo interprets that as Sphere having trained Iori, and Iori reluctantly admits that is close enough. Sphere proudly embraces the role, pleased that her importance is finally being recognized. Kotoha watches the exchange with delight and decides the house has become wonderfully lively. She heads off to prepare a big dinner for her brother and their guests, which excites Leo immediately. Leo is delighted by the promise of Japanese home cooking and eagerly looks forward to it. Before the evening settles, Iori pulls Sphere aside because one unresolved issue is still bothering him. Sphere senses the serious turn and listens. Iori gathers his thoughts before bringing up the dungeon sentience. He connects that encounter with the sentience's claim that monsters can coexist with humans. When he mentions that this was actually his second encounter with the dungeon sentience, Sphere is stunned because he never told her about the first one in Japan. Iori can only admit that he kept that to himself. Thinking it through, Sphere suggests that dungeon sentiences may be beings like her. She explains that both fairies and sentiences are magical lifeforms created through magic. Since she herself was created from Iori's magic to manage his skills, she reasons that a dungeon sentience could have been made in a similar way. The memory of that strange luminous realm hangs over the conversation as the implication sinks in. Sphere half-jokingly suggests that Iori may have created the sentience too. When Iori does not dismiss the idea outright, Sphere panics and tries to retreat from her own speculation. But Iori follows the thought further, wondering whether if he created dungeons in his previous life, he might also have created the sentience. Sphere argues that the odds are vanishingly small and cannot understand why he would ever make something like a dungeon in the first place. Iori ends on a firm conviction: whatever his past life was, he cannot believe he would have created something meant to harm humans. The man dismisses the idea that she would normally know anything about monsters living alongside humans, given her usual nature. Still, he presses the issue and asks whether she has any information at all about such coexistence. She first denies knowing anything, and he is ready to accept that answer as the obvious one. But he immediately revises that assumption, realizing her answer is not the whole story. With sudden flair, she shifts into investigator mode to show she has been preparing something. She reveals that while she lacks certainty, her obsession with gathering information has given her a promising lead. He understands she has identified a specific person worth looking into. Her lead turns out to be a famous figure constantly surrounded by public attention. She identifies him as Kwon Shin-ho, the strongest adventurer in Korea. She explains that his rise has accelerated over the last 2 years, that his abilities cover many fields, and that people compare him to Leo. Even so, she warns that his true stats and skills remain unknown, despite footage of him fighting. What convinced her is that he does not follow standard methods but creates his own spell patterns. That detail catches the man's interest, because it suggests Kwon Shin-ho can use magic. As he gets up to consider the implication, she asks for his judgment on what this discovery means. He decides this clue could be the breakthrough they need and treats Kwon Shin-ho as a serious lead.